In the land of fire, within the hidden leaf village, the Uchiha clan's training ground, a handsome young boy poked the head of a small child before him. "Forgive me, Sasuke," he said with a hint of charm and resignation. "This truly is the last time. Once the mission concludes, I shall return to guide your training." Uchiha Itachi bore the weight of potential disappointment, as he might once again leave his younger brother waiting to as a member of the Umbu. Coupled with the deeper significance of his role, he found himself compelled to act in such a manner when faced with the demands of his missions. In contrast, Sasuke exhibited an unusual demeanor. I understand," he replied. "You're busy. I get it. Next time, I will train by myself." The small Sasuke shrugged off his weary wrist, speaking with a touch of exasperation. It seems the Sasuke of old was far more endearing. This feeling of independence is rather. Itachi mused, lost in thought. Yet, Sasuke wore a disdainful expression. How could someone so intent on slaughtering their clan possess such a calm demeanor? Indeed, the Sasuke before him had undergone a transformation. A month ago, he had been a different entity altogether. Well, it was best to leave behind the name from his past life. Late one night, while seeking guidance on the Japanese language from a teacher related to Sakura online, he had inadvertently become ensnared in a profound enchantment, leading to his reincarnation in the world of Naruto. To be candid, he had never fully embraced this reincarnation phenomenon. Surely, he should have been reborn as a plumber, a delivery worker, or perhaps a massage therapist. Now, as Uchiha Sasuke, he bore the soul of a being from another world, with memories of Naruto merely serving as nostalgic echoes of his youth. Transforming into Uchiha Sasuke, a character destined to endure suffering regardless of the weather, did not sit well with him. Moreover, with an overly affectionate older brother complicating matters, as he chose to distance himself from Itachi's care and pursue solitary training, challenges inevitably arose. To escape the tragedy of his childhood, he envisioned a future free from familial demise. A future where he would commit fratricide as a youth, sever ties with his family in adulthood, and face betrayal from the son of his brother and his own disciple, resulting in the loss of his Rinnegan. Sasuke resolved that in this lifetime, he must cultivate a more prudent demeanor. Possessing the soul and memories of an adult, he was unwilling to squander precious time on trivial matters. Time, for him, was an extravagant commodity. At present, he was 5 years old, with a maximum of 2 years remaining. To avoid attracting suspicion from his family, Sasuke intentionally evaded their gaze while training. Unfortunately, his overbearing brother, always eager to meddle, sought him out, that if only he were genuinely there to assist Sasuke in his training, but instead he resembled a playboy, forever promising, next time, for sure. This behavior irked Sasuke. Powerless to resist, he could not evade him. Fortunately, being only 5 years old, his personality changes were not yet suspect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Disregarding Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke continued honing his shuriken throwing skills that in the ninja world, these weapons alongside kunai far surpassed the accomplishments of fire release techniques. That moment. A cacophony of crows echoed from the nearby dense forest. "Sasuke, brother has some matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb your training any longer," Itachi suddenly spoke, vanishing in an instant. Sasuke squinted toward the forest. The only one who would use such a signal to summon Itachi was none other than Uchiha Shursui. The 5th time, and the frequency has certainly increased in recent instances. It seems the higher-ups have begun to take action. Sasuke murmured softly, lowering his gaze. Most importantly, according to the timeline of the original story, Uchiha Shursui was nearing his demise. He had sacrificed his own eyes and life to secure a false semblance of peace for the Uchiha clan for 2 years. Sasuke slowly approached the training ground's water basin, gazing at the delicate and charming child within. He began to contemplate the future of his clan. As one of the 2 founding families of Konoha, the Uchiha clan's presence within the village was rather precarious, powerful, and elevated in status. Yet their relationships with other clans and ninjas were strained, and the villagers' impressions of the Uchiha were far from favorable. The Uchiha clan was undoubtedly associated with the notion of evil. The incident with the Nine Tails 5 years ago, manipulated by the Manjiki Sharingan, had only solidified the clan's negative reputation. Compounded by the Uchiha's inherent nature, bluntness could be described as straightforward, While harshly termed, it was obstinate and foolish. The current relationship with Konoha's higher-ups could only be described as tense. His father, Uchiha Fugaku, now found himself in a dilemma. Uchiha Shursui and his brother, Uchiha Itachi, both exceptionally astute, were likely discussing the future of their clan. However, never mind, I should first complete my novice tasks. With that, Sasuke, dragging his weary body, resumed his throwing practice. Ding! Completed 10,000 kunai throws and 10,000 shuriken throws. Talent 10, Chakra Refinement Speed 50, Mystery Scroll Gift Package. The novice task has been completed. The novice gift package has been dispatched. As the electronic voice resonated, Sasuke stumbled and sat down. This novice task was genuinely taxing. As a reincarnator, he naturally possessed his own system, known as the Supreme Talent System. While he had yet to experience the effects of Supreme Talent, he had certainly witnessed the system's capabilities. That a month had passed since his reincarnation, and it was only today that he had managed to complete his novice task. To compel a 5-year-old to throw 20,000 times. Was this even something a legitimate system could demand? System, open the novice gift package and activate the scroll. Sasuke wasted no time in choosing to open the package. In this world, strength was the ultimate source of all reason, that he had no desire to entrust his future to the whims of that unreliable brother. Novice gift package opened. Senjutsu Body, top-tier chakra extraction technique. Scroll gift package opened. Lightning Release Nature Transformation. Senjutsu Body possesses affinity for all chakra types, significantly enhancing physical constitution, and grants immunity to any chakra-induced erosion. As the reward information appeared before him, a warm current surged from Sasuke's abdomen. His meridians began to expand at a visible pace, expelling impurities from within. How powerful! This past month was worth it. Sasuke felt a surge of joy, his smile illuminating his face. With such an exceptional physique and the enhancements to come from his unique abilities, perhaps this time he would be able to seize opportunities that had previously eluded him. As the Senjutsu Body integration completed, Sasuke gradually stood up, tightening his fists and feeling the newfound strength coursing through him. A wave of confidence surged into his mind. The ninja world. Here I come, Uchiha Sasuke. After merging with the Senjutsu Body, Sasuke activated another reward. A surge of ferocious energy surged through his chakra network, akin to a drop of water meeting hot oil, instantaneously exploding. Intense pain coursed through him, causing even the seasoned Sasuke to grimace in agony. Is this the nature transformation of lightning release chakra? Indeed. The most violent chakra attribute is no jest. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke began to control and guide the lightning release chakra within his network, his heart astonished by the formidable nature of the Senjutsu Body. Had it not been for the merger at the tender age of 5, the mere entry of lightning release chakra's nature transformation into his network would have likely torn him apart. Yet now, his network firmly restrained this violent chakra. Ding! Detected that the host is refining the body using the nature transformation of lightning release chakra. Task issued. Complete 1,000 full body refinements with lightning release chakra. As Sasuke struggled to control the tumultuous lightning release chakra within him, the system's benevolent voice echoed in his mind. Had his resolve not been steadfast, he might have succumbed to overwhelming frustration. 1,000 instances of lightning release purification. He was no mere puppet capable of withstanding the onslaught of lightning indefinitely. Nevertheless, as he intended to master this lightning release, he cast the system task aside and continued to tame the restless power. With his control, the lightning release chakra transformed into arcs of electricity, spilling from his body. In that moment, Sasuke resembled a thunder god enveloped in lightning. Yet only he understood the cost of this ostentatious display. Aside from the arcs spilling from his surface, his interior was already brimming with electricity. Without the Senjutsu Body, he would likely have been charred to a crisp by now. This method of training would be tantamount to suicide for an ordinary person. However, for Sasuke, endowed with the Senjutsu Body, it merely required endurance. Such is the advantage of possessing a divine-level talent system that grants the strongest physique. Soon, Sasuke's chakra was nearly depleted. Simultaneously, as his body underwent the baptism of lightning release, he felt a wave of hunger wash over him. Unexpectedly, controlling the nature transformation of lightning release chakra also served to fortify his physique. Instinctively, he pulled up a panel to check his progress. 051000. Upon seeing that glaring number, Sasuke muttered a curse at the wretched system before closing the panel, preparing to return and procure some sustenance. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, food was certainly available to him. Not far from the training ground, he encountered the downcast Itachi Uchiha. Upon seeing Sasuke, Itachi forced a smile and beckoned him to walk home together. Sasuke, keenly aware of the emotions etched on Itachi's face, chose to remain silent. Upon returning home, he discovered that a number of formidable Uchiha warriors had gathered there. Like Itachi, their expressions were far from pleasant. Soon, Sasuke learned the cause of their collective distress, the clan relocation. Inside the Uchiha meeting hall, since the establishment of Konoha, we have been here. Why should we be forced to relocate our clan? This must be the shameless Sarutobi Hiruzen stirring up trouble again. Each time we concede, will the next step be to expel us Uchiha from Konoha? Yet, we must not act impulsively. After all, confronting the village may not guarantee our victory. The damned higher-ups and the cursed village. Perhaps we should heed the clan leader's arrangements. As these words were spoken, all discussions ceased, and the gaze of the gathered Uchiha fell upon their leader, Uchiha Fugaku. As the clan head, Fugaku wore a troubled expression. This news was brought back by him. And how else could he perceive it? Since the Nine-Tails incident, he had been navigating the treacherous waters between the clan and the village, facing not only the village's oppression but also the pressure from his own clansmen, coupled with the recent failure in negotiations with the higher-ups, which resulted in the relocation of their clan. His troubles were mounting. The radicals within the clan were clearly pushing him toward betrayal, leaving him utterly exhausted. After pacifying his clansmen, Uchiha Fugaku entered the living room. Father, father, greeted Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke, both rising to pay their respects. Let us eat. Fugaku replied curtly as he took his seat. Once he settled, Sasuke immediately began to devour the dishes laid before him. It must be said that his mother, Uchiha Makoto, possessed remarkable culinary skills. In his ravenous state, Sasuke remained oblivious to the disappointment reflected in Fugaku's eyes. Even if he had noticed, he would not have cared. After all, one cannot practice diligently on an empty stomach. Seeing Sasuke's blatant disregard for decorum, Fugaku's expression darkened. His second son, when compared to his older brother Itachi, fell short in talent, strength, and manners. After the meal, Uchiha Makoto cleared the table and headed to the kitchen. Itachi, what are your thoughts on the relocation of the clan? Fugaku inquired. This situation served as a test and training for Itachi. Having begun participating in regular meetings, Itachi was already a chunin at the tender age of 10, much to Fugaku's approval, in stark contrast to Sasuke, who only focused on eating. This matter had its pros and cons. Relocation could ease the conflict with the village temporarily, yet dissatisfaction among the clan's ninjas would undoubtedly deepen. Conversely, the village's grievances would likewise intensify. I lean towards avoiding extreme conflict with the village for the time being. Itachi articulated his thoughts calmly, having experienced similar trials before. With his early exposure to the harsh realities of battle, he favored a more conciliatory approach. In essence, it was about not causing undue trouble for Konoha. Of course, such straightforward reasoning was something even Uchiha Itachi hesitated to express outright. Suddenly, Sasuke, who had not intended to engage in the discussion between father and son, could not help but chuckle upon hearing Itachi's response. Sasuke, Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow, reproaching his son with a gentle admonition. Apologies, father. I have just thought of something delightful, Sasuke replied, sitting up straight in an obedient manner. Father, you and brother have matters to discuss, so I shall not intrude any longer. May I take a nap now? Go ahead, Fugaku gestured dismissively. He was not one to be excessively harsh on a 5-year-old simply because of his own discontent. With Fugaku's permission, Sasuke stood up and left the living room, heading to his room. Upon returning to his chamber, Sasuke chose not to concern himself with the clan's relocation. After all, given his current abilities and status, he could not partake in such matters. Instead of wasting time on that, he opted to focus on enhancing his own skills. Sitting cross-legged, he began to refine his chakra. As the top-tier chakra refining technique commenced, Sasuke quickly became engrossed in his training. Within the expansive meridians, chakra extracted from his cells began to flow continuously. Soon, what started as a mere trickle gradually filled up. The chakra began to circulate within his body. At that moment, he wondered if stimulating his cells with lightning-style chakra would expedite the process. Feeling the chakra coursing through his meridians, a bold idea suddenly struck him. Without hesitation, Sasuke raised his finger and transformed the chakra into lightning-style chakra, initiating the stimulation of his cells. New chakra began to manifest within him, and as it appeared, it was converted and began to invigorate his cells. The top-tier chakra refining technique responded as if provoked, accelerating the refining speed. At this juncture, the task progress surged to 11,000. After merely an hour of training, the energy he had just absorbed was entirely depleted, and his stomach growled in protest, prompting Sasuke to pause. "I'm hungry. I should go find mother," he declared, rising and exiting his room. In contrast to Uchiha Fugaku's differing treatment of Itachi and Sasuke, Uchiha Mikoto was far more nurturing. Due to Fugaku's frequent focus on Itachi, Mikoto's concern for Sasuke was even more pronounced, and she often fulfilled his requests. "Mother, I'm hungry. Could you please prepare something for me?" Sasuke approached his mother with an embarrassed expression, having just finished a meal over an hour ago. "Of course," Mikoto replied affectionately. "Children get hungry quickly, it's perfectly normal." However, her sentiments soon shifted. By late at night, she began to wonder if there was something amiss with Sasuke's health. Remarkably, he had consumed 6 meals since the afternoon, and each time, he polished off every last bite. This caused her some concern. Were it not for Sasuke's lively demeanor, she might have sought the assistance of a medical ninja. Nevertheless, she decided to inform Uchiha Fugaku of the situation. This continued for 2 days. Within the training grounds, Uchiha Fugaku observed his son, Uchiha Sasuke, who was diligently training, a pensive expression gracing his features. In recent days, he had been exceedingly occupied with the family's relocation affairs, which had prevented him from promptly assessing Sasuke's physical condition. This young son of his seemed to consume an extraordinary amount of food daily, and this was a continuous occurrence. Could it be that he has awakened some extraordinary physique? "Father," Sasuke felt no uncertainty regarding Fugaku's scrutiny of his training, for he understood his identity as his son. Today's training was primarily focused on mastering the newfound power he had acquired over the past few days. After all, while it was vital to cultivate more strength, mastering that strength was equally crucial. Upon completing the initial phase of his physical training, Sasuke approached Uchiha Fugaku to greet him. "Your taijutsu has improved remarkably. Now, unleash some ninjutsu for me. I wish to witness the fruits of your training during this period," Fugaku stated, arms crossed, and his demeanor calm. Sasuke was well accustomed to such solemn and grave remarks from his father. "Understood, father," he nodded in acknowledgement. As the young heir of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke had already mastered the clan's signature ninjutsu, the fire release, great fireball technique. With fluid hand seals, although his speed was not particularly swift, his movements were precise. The chakra within him surged forth at that moment. Fire release, great fireball technique. As he completed the final hand seal, the chakra within him ignited, and with a sudden eruption from his mouth, a slender jet of flame burst forth, transforming into an enormous fireball with a terrifying diameter of 10 meters. A wave of heat radiated outward, incinerating the targets before him into nothing but carbon dust. Uchiha Fugaku's arms, previously crossed, contracted sharply, and his pupils dilated in astonishment. The size, power, and duration of this great fireball technique were nearing his own capabilities. Even Itachi, during regular training, managed a fireball of only 8 meters in diameter. The astonishing fact was that his son Sasuke was merely a little over 5 years old. Reflecting on this, Fugaku shook his head slightly, yet his gaze intensified with fervor. He had not anticipated that his son, aside from developing an insatiable appetite, possessed such remarkable talent. Just as Fugaku was processing this revelation, the fireball that had targeted the dummies suddenly detonated. The massive fireball vanished, leaving behind a substantial crater, smoke curling upwards from its surface. The distortion of the surrounding air bore testament to the temperature of the crater at that moment. Another delightful surprise. It seemed that Sasuke's body had indeed undergone some peculiar transformation, and it was a change for the better. In the midst of the family's relocation, a rather unenjoyable endeavor, such joyous news was undeniably a source of great delight for Uchiha Fugaku. As for his son's remarkable appetite, it paled in comparison to this newfound prowess. Excellent. In the future, should I wish for a meal, I shall leave it to Mikoto. Perhaps it is wiser to engage a professional cook for this matter. I will take care of the arrangements. You may continue your training. Uchiha Fugaku smiled and offered praise. even going so far as to mention providing additional rations for Sasuke. "Thank you, father," Sasuke replied, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, this was his intention. His deliberate actions today were aimed at resolving his dietary concerns. Who knows what Sasuke had endured in pursuit of sustenance these past few days? Merely concocting excuses to persuade his mother to cook took considerable time. Fugaku nodded and turned to leave the training ground. With the issue of meals resolved, Sasuke resumed his training, focusing on mastering his newfound strength. Only upon fully grasping his current power would he proceed to the next stage of his development. He understood the wisdom in not overextending oneself. This reflected the steadiness expected of him as a mature individual. The morning swiftly passed. "Young Master Sasuke, here is your prepared lunch. I will deliver a portion to you every 2 hours," announced a woman of similar age to Mikoto, who appeared at the training ground. It must be said that Uchiha Fugaku's execution of tasks is truly commendable. 3 days later, the day arrived for the Uchiha clan's relocation. The new site had been thoughtfully prepared by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had established a rough outline of the area. As Hokage, his actions undoubtedly elicited praise from some foolish individuals, who hailed his wisdom and generosity. However, for the members of the Uchiha clan, it was a clear indication to hasten their move. Today, in the eyes of many Uchiha clansmen, marked a day of humiliation for the family. On the road, for reasons unknown, there seemed to be an unusual number of onlookers. Occasional murmurs of discussion could be heard. Some hot-headed Uchiha clansmen, had it not been for the restraint of Fugaku and other powerful members of the clan, would likely have rushed to confront the crowd. The Uchiha, who held their family honor in such high regard, were now being forced to relocate, enduring the dual humiliation of being the subject of public discourse. This ignoble circumstance planted seeds of resentment toward the village in the hearts of many Uchiha. As for Sasuke, he remained indifferent, blending into the crowd. He felt little attachment to the Uchiha clan. The opinions of the villagers, in light of his unique background, did not concern him. Engaging in disputes with these echoing villagers would be a foolish endeavor. Moreover, the Uchiha themselves were not without their flaws. They were often arrogant and overbearing. Yet, regardless of their shortcomings, he was currently a member of the Uchiha. There was little he could do at the moment, but he would need to contemplate his position carefully. After all, as the son of the Uchiha clan leader, his meals were rather satisfactory. If the clan were to be annihilated, he would have nowhere to find such exquisite free meals again. One must strive to prevent the Uchiha's destruction. Lost in thought, a commotion erupted ahead. As a figure stumbled forward, "You fools, come chase me. Did you truly believe you could catch me?" A diminutive figure clutched a paint bucket in his hand, the 3 strokes of stubble adorning his face signifying his identity. The greatest tragedy of Konohagakure, the child of destiny, Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, Naruto was charging forward with a triumphant expression, while 2 adults trailed behind, visibly exasperated. It was evident that the paint bucket in Naruto's possession had been used upon them. One could only wonder what the Hokage was thinking. Such a demon fox ought to be executed rather than allowed to remain in the village. Surely, if it were any other village, he would have been slain long ago. Never mind, let us not pursue him any further. I have no desire to remain entangled with this demon fox. Who knows what misfortune might befall us if we catch up with him," remarked the 2 middle-aged men as they turned to leave. Without pursuers, Naruto halted his steps. Meanwhile, the onlookers, who had previously focused their attention on the relocation of the Uchiha clan, diverted their discussions. "That demon fox brat," they exclaimed, their disdain palpable. "How unfortunate to encounter him. Mom, who is that person? Why do you dislike him?" "He is the demon fox, a monster that brings calamity to the village. Do not look at him, or you might be targeted and devoured." Such curses, laden with bitterness, reached the ears of a 5-year-old child. The Uchiha sentiments ran even deeper. After all, the events of the day's clan relocation were inextricably linked to the chaos of the Nine Tails. Naturally, the Uchiha's disdain for Naruto was profound. The pride that had once adorned Naruto's face vanished entirely. Having finally garnered the attention of the villagers, he now stood in utter silence. Just as he lifted his gaze, preparing to hurl the paint bucket into the crowd before fleeing, a pair of eyes met his. It belonged to a child of similar age from the Uchiha clan. Naruto was well acquainted with the Uchiha name, recognized for wielding considerable power within the Konoha security force. Most notably, the members of this clan had always harbored discontent towards him. Just last month, during a bout of mischief, He had been apprehended by the security force and subjected to a stern reprimand. Each Uchiha regarded him with disdain. Yet, this child, seemingly of the same age, gazed at him with a clear and unclouded stare. However, Sasuke soon departed with the Uchiha contingent. Naruto, in turn, cast the paint bucket into the crowd and vanished from sight. Upon arriving at the new clan territory, Sasuke began to comprehend the anger of his kin. They were now perilously close to the village's walls, a deliberate choice to isolate the Uchiha completely from the village's centers of power. Most of the clan members remained indignant, vocally expressing their discontent, while a few harbored cold, calculating gazes, as if plotting something sinister. Among them was Uchiha Sasuke, who secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. The most peculiar was Sasuke, who, upon reaching the new clan territory, indulged in a feast, earning him a reputation as an anomaly within the Uchiha clan. In the evening, after dinner, Uchiha Fugaku departed from the courtyard, followed by Itachi. Sasuke understood that their departure was likely to placate the clan's emotions and address certain pressing matters. Yet these concerns were of little relevance to him at the moment. Furthermore, given his knowledge of the original storyline and the presence of Uchiha Sasuke, an altercation was not imminent. Upon returning to his chamber, Sasuke resumed his endeavor to manipulate the nature transformation of his lightning release chakra, aiming to refine his cells. However, he soon came to an abrupt halt. Was his body already at its limit? He extended his hands, a hint of resignation gracing his features. After all, he was merely 5 years old. Through this period of training, his cells had adapted to the transformative effects of lightning release chakra. Naruto Uzumaki. Suddenly, the visage of Naruto flashed in Sasuke's mind. As the host of the Nine Tails and a member of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto's physical prowess was undeniably superior to his own. Remarkably, he possessed incredible strength, resilience, and chakra reserves without any formal training. If only he could observe Naruto's physique and deliver a jolt of lightning release. Perhaps he could uncover a method to transcend his physical limitations. Sasuke was resolute. He would not stagnate, nor resign himself to the fate that Itachi had orchestrated for him. Crackling with energy, an arc of electricity sprang forth from his fingertips. How he longed to unleash a spark upon Naruto. Achoo! Naruto, enjoying a delectable cup of instant noodles, sneezed unexpectedly. Is someone thinking of me? He rubbed his nose, and the image of that boy flashed in his mind. An Uchiha, perhaps? How fortunate it must be to relocate with one's family. Home. Sniffling, Naruto resumed relishing his meal. The inexplicable bond between the two children seemed to be taking root prematurely. Within the Hokage's office, Lord Hokage, the Uchiha have completed their relocation today. Umbu has been deployed for oversight, and members of Danzo's root organization are also present. So far, there have been no adverse reports, an Umbu member conveyed. Understood. It appears Uchiha Fugaku has made a prudent decision after all. Prepare some food and clothing. I shall be stepping out. School starts in a few days, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, shedding his Hokage robe as he exited the office. Before a dilapidated house, Sarutobi approached Naruto's door, carrying provisions and garments. He knocked gently. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Grandpa, what a surprise to see you. Naruto exclaimed, opening the door, his face lighting up with excitement as he rushed to embrace him. He began recounting recent amusing escapades, fishing, pranks, and his encounter with the Uchiha. Observing the optimistic and trusting Naruto, a knowing smile crept across Sarutobi's lips. The current host of the Nine Tails had nearly become his own cherished possession. With this reliance in place, will Naruto wish to attend school in the future? He could make numerous new friends and acquire abundant knowledge, ultimately becoming a formidable ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen, resembling a benevolent and gentle grandfather, playfully interacted with his grandson. School? I want to go, Naruto exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. An hour later, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped out of Naruto's room. With the assistance of the Umbu, he donned the Hokage cloak, continuing to observe. He could not allow members of the root organization to come into contact with him, and he must promptly prevent interactions with others as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly uttered a couple of phrases before departing. At the Uchiha residence, Sasuke, in a few days, you will be attending school. Here are the new clothes I have prepared for you. Remember to get along well with your classmates. They may very well become your companions in the future. Uchiha Mikoto meticulously conveyed the matters concerning school to her son, who was still awake, even though there was a week left. I understand, mother. I will, Sasuke replied. Sasuke, you haven't rested yet, have you? I knew you were refining your chakra. Just as Uchiha Mikoto left, Uchiha Itachi arrived. Another round of unsolicited advice ensued. Ultimately, Itachi departed, somewhat disheartened, as he noticed Sasuke's disdainful expression. Indeed, his younger brother had grown and was no longer under his control. Thankfully, he was currently preparing for a promotion exam. Otherwise, he would have to endure another lengthy lecture from Sasuke. Though somewhat exasperated, the bond of family still warmed Sasuke's heart. At least within this household, that affection felt genuine. After suppressing these emotions, Sasuke resumed his chakra refinement. A week passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of school, he was roused by the enthusiastic Mikoto and Itachi. After a meticulous grooming session, Mikoto let him out. Although Itachi wished to witness his brother's enrollment, he was unfortunately burdened with a mission. This marked perhaps the first time in Uchiha Itachi's life that he disliked his duties. Due to the family's relocation, by the time they reached the entrance of the ninja school, many parents and children had already gathered. Sasuke surveyed the surroundings, but did not spot Naruto's figure. It made sense. He likely had no one to escort him to school. Perhaps he would be directly enrolled by the Hokage and might not be seen today. Why is that nine-tailed fox here at school? Nine-tailed fox. Mother, what is a nine-tailed fox? Don't ask. Knowing about him will bring misfortune. Stay away from him at school, understood? TCH, I wouldn't want to befriend someone who only causes trouble. I know he is the nine-tailed fox, the monster that could destroy the village. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance. The echoes of nine-tailed fox reached Sasuke's ears. He turned to look and saw a child, clutching a piece of paper, standing a short distance away in clothes that had faded from washing. His head was bowed, obscuring his features. Sasuke? As Mikoto registered Sasuke, she noticed him approaching a crowd not far away. Although curious, she refrained from intervening. In her eyes, her son might have already found his own companions. Hello, I am Uchiha Sasuke. And you? Naruto, initially trembling, gradually lifted his head upon hearing this voice. Naruto Uzumaki. He stammered, uttering his name. This situation was one he had never envisioned, not even in his dreams. Despite his outwardly naive and romantic demeanor, the shadows within his heart had never dissipated. Yet today, a boy radiating light had intruded upon his world. Hi, Naruto Uzumaki. May I call you Naruto? From now on, we will study at the same school and be friends, shall we? Sasuke extended his hand graciously. At that moment, not only was Naruto completely taken aback, but even the onlookers around them were nearly overwhelmed by this astonishing development. The recently ostracized Uchiha was about to befriend the monster of Konoha? What an absurd pairing. All right. Naruto nodded earnestly, a goofy smile spreading across his face. After the two boys had agreed to become friends, Sasuke turned with flair and returned to Mikoto's side. Naruto, after handing the free enrollment documents provided by Sarutobi Hiruzen to the teacher, waved goodbye to Sasuke and left. More accurately, he fled, as he was still unaccustomed to such encounters. He could manage pretending to be oblivious, but sincerity was always the most potent weapon. Mom, do you also think that boy is a monster? Just as Mikoto was lost in thought, her son's question broke her reverie. Huh, no, I don't think so, she replied, having no doubts about Sasuke's sentiments. Moreover, the matter of making friends was something she and Itachi had always encouraged. However, she pondered Sasuke's choice of companions. Mom, let us go home. Sasuke did not pursue the matter further. Mikoto nodded, took her son's hand, and they departed. Meanwhile, the young girls, previously captivated by Sasuke's charm, began to entertain different thoughts upon witnessing him seek friendship with Naruto. Of course, Sasuke remained indifferent to their musings. In the Uchiha clan grounds, Sasuke relished a sumptuous meal, while Mikoto watched him thoughtfully. In Uchiha Fugaku's study, several individuals bore serious expressions. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Nagasawa, Uchiha Natsum, and Uchiha Shisui. Clan leader. While we should not interfere with Sasuke's friendships, that is Naruto Uzumaki, Uchiha Nagasawa spoke after a moment of silence. As a loyal supporter of Fugaku and the captain of the 1st Division of the Security Department, Nagasawa's thoughts and words were always rooted in the family's interests. As the second son of the Uchiha clan leader, Sasuke's actions would often draw the attention of the higher-ups and, at times, be reflective of the Uchiha clan as a whole. Having just concluded the relocation of their clan, the second son of the Uchiha clan had made contact with the host of the Nine Tails. This undoubtedly stirred a sense of unease and scrutiny among many within the village. For the current Uchiha, It was evident that there were substantial drawbacks to this interaction. Nagasawa was indeed correct. Young Master Sasuke ought to exercise greater caution and restraint in both word and deed. Today's behavior could be perceived as the capriciousness of youth, a desire to distinguish oneself with a touch of arrogance. However, the clan head, Uchiha Fugaku, a proponent of a more aggressive stance, did not wish for Sasuke to engage with Naruto at this juncture. If the Umbu were to set their sights on him, it could lead to considerable complications. Father, the clan head, Sasuke remarked, having just distanced himself from the family. If it's merely a matter concerning me, let's refrain from further discussion for now. If there are no other matters at hand, you may take your leave. Before Itachi could finish his thought, Fugaku interrupted him. He felt he had yet to fully comprehend his younger son, especially given the recent significant changes in both his talent and temperament. Until he grasped the nature of these transformations, Fugaku resolved not to interfere with Sasuke's actions. Understood, clan head, Nagasawa nodded, rising to depart, inadvertently pulling the still-prepared Summer along with him. Uchiha Shursui said nothing, respectfully clasping his hands together before exiting Fugaku's study. Are you perplexed? Do you believe such matters could bring trouble to the clan? Or perhaps incite dissatisfaction among Konoha's upper echelons? Observing Itachi's expression of bewilderment, Fugaku's own discontent surfaced. As the clan's representative among the higher-ups of Konoha, Itachi's performance had been somewhat lacking. Coupled with Shursui's demeanor and the nature of Itachi's relationship with him, the emergence of exceptional talent in the younger son had led to a subtle shift in Fugaku's perspective. No, father. I merely worry that Sasuke should focus on his own affairs. The clan needs your decisive action, Uchiha Fugaku concluded, gesturing for Itachi to depart. And do inform Sasuke to join me in my study after dinner. With that, Fugaku resumed his work, sifting through the documents on his desk. As the head of the security department, there were numerous matters demanding his attention each day. Seeing this, Itachi had no choice but to leave temporarily. If he could not procure a solution from his father, he would find a way to address the issue himself. After all, that was his precious little brother. When Itachi sought out Sasuke, he found him diligently training in the training grounds. Even with the day marking the commencement of school, it had not diminished Sasuke's fervent resolve to become stronger. Upon witnessing such determination, Itachi momentarily forgot the purpose of his visit. Brother, could you refrain from gazing at me with that strange expression? Do you have time today to train with me? Sasuke paused his training, casting a disdainful look at Itachi. In his recollection, Itachi had been burdened with many tasks during this period. On one hand, Sarutobi's test of strength was a challenge for him. On the other hand, it was also an endeavor to extricate Itachi from the power center of the Uchiha clan, thus facilitating future control. This elucidates why. At the moment when Danzo moved against Shursui, Itachi was absent from the village. By the time Itachi returned, all matters had already settled. Next time, I will definitely make you go to his study, he thought, though he had a mission to complete first. Once I return from this task, I will make sure to train with you sincerely. Itachi intended to express a commitment to do better next time, but he was met with Sasuke's disdainful glare, compelling him to awkwardly relay Fugaku's words instead. I understand. After organizing his thoughts, Sasuke made his way out to the training grounds. Brother, I don't entirely agree with some of Shursui's actions. If the direction of our efforts is flawed from the outset, no matter how hard we strive, we will not achieve favorable outcomes. With those words, Sasuke gradually faded from Itachi's sight. Shursui, huh? Itachi pondered, somewhat perplexed. With a mission at hand, he chose not to dwell on it further and instantly vanished from the spot. In Fugaku's study, Sasuke sat respectfully before his father. Why do you wish to engage with that child? Fugaku inquired directly, without preamble. Because I like him. Furthermore, he possesses something that others lack. As for the notion of him being the son of the Nine Tails, Sasuke expressed skepticism. However, his eyes brightened noticeably when he mentioned Naruto. The reason they had not continued honing lightning chakra today was that his body had reached its limit. No further refinement could satisfy the system's requirements. Thus, Sasuke was eager to electrify Naruto, seeking a method to enable his body to break through at this age. Yet, this explanation left Fugaku momentarily stunned. Indeed, a 5-year-old child could wish to befriend another without requiring justification. Had he overthought the situation? Sasuke, I have a question for you. If a rift were to emerge between our clan and the village, how would you choose? Fugaku posed a question he had previously asked Itachi. At that time, Itachi's response was, I would become the bridge between the clan and the village, mending the rift with my own efforts. While that answer was commendable, it was not the response Fugaku sought. A rift? I do not have a choice, for I am a member of the Uchiha. Now and forever, Sasuke declared with unwavering resolve. Hearing Sasuke's response, Fugaku rarely allowed a smile to grace his face. Indeed, they are Uchiha, now and always. Therefore, when a rift arises, all Uchiha must possess this awareness. After a brief moment of silence, Fugaku allowed Sasuke to leave the study. Upon returning to his room, Sasuke immediately began refining his chakra. Today, the reason he uttered such words to Fugaku Uchiha was to solidify the resolve of his rather unremarkable father. As the clan leader, he constantly weighed the pros and cons, often vacillating. While appearing composed, he was, in truth, utterly ineffectual. Ultimately, he would even sacrifice his own life and that of the radical factions within the clan, entrusting the future of the Uchiha clan into the hands of the village, which led to the clan's extermination. Thus, it was imperative to establish a firm sense of family from the leader. The following day, on the path to school, a golden-haired youth walked alone towards his new educational institution. Could it be true that the demon fox could also attend the ninja academy? What a farce. That creature nearly destroyed our village. How could such a being possibly enroll in the ninja school? What if he becomes a powerful ninja and seeks vengeance against us? No. I must protest to Lord Hokage. The once bustling street turned eerily quiet with the appearance of this small figure. The disdain etched on the faces of the adults, coupled with the torrent of unseemly curses, was unbearable. Even children hurled refuse and fruit pits at the boy. Indeed, it was Naruto's first day at school. As he stepped out, he donned his freshly laundered clothing, albeit slightly ill-fitting, yet it was the finest he possessed. He had even scrubbed his face thrice and washed his hands several times. He was prepared to embrace his new life, for someone had offered him friendship the day before. Clenching his fists tightly, Naruto deliberately ignored the derisive voices and actions around him. All he wished for was to find that boy, Sasuke Uchiha, who had extended a hand to him yesterday. Suddenly, a half-eaten apple struck the ground before him. TCH. How can a mere demon fox like you even think of studying with us? One boy sneered. My mother says you're a monster. Monsters should be exterminated. Why don't you just go die? How disgusting. Did you see the mark on his face? That is the mark of a monster. Three little rascals stood before Naruto, openly mocking him and even taking pride in their cruel behavior. They were bullying a creature that even adults feared. Just as Naruto was enduring their taunts, a dark figure entered his line of sight. Are you bullying my friend, Sasuke Uchiha? A deep voice resonated in Naruto's ears. For the first time, he found this lofty tone less irritating. Friend, are you jesting? That's a monster, a demon fox. The leading boy's face twisted with contempt, entirely oblivious to the threat in Sasuke's words. If you're friends with a demon fox, you're a monster too. Another boy chimed in. Trash always congregates with trash. He sneered. The next moment, the boy who had been taunting was sent flying with a swift slap. The remaining two did not escape either. They were promptly subdued by Sasuke, whose head pressed intimately against the earth, becoming acquainted with Mother Nature. Father, this fellow intends to end our lives. In an instant, the boy's forehead turned crimson from his close encounter with the ground, and he began to scream. Not far away, an adult witnessed his son being bullied. With a swift movement, he appeared before Sasuke, aiming to rescue his child, while simultaneously reprimanding this audacious young lad. Suddenly, a hand grasped the man's wrist with considerable force, compelling the already esteemed Chunin to kneel on the ground. Did you not hear his self-introduction? Uchiha Sasuke. What is this? Mori, are you preparing to attack our Uchiha descendants? Uchiha Nakome's gaze was piercing, a long-accumulated aura of murderous intent and fury erupting at that moment. My lord Nakome, I did not. My intentions were solely to protect my child. I did not wish to confront the Uchiha. Mori, now wearing a mask of pain, pleaded for mercy. He was acutely aware of the Uchiha's way of handling matters. Any further conflict could lead to his detainment by the security department. He could not guarantee his survival until he exited their custody. Naruto, let us go to school. Sasuke glanced at Nakome, not dissuading his thoughts, but instead beckoning Naruto to accompany him. The members of the security department, particularly those from the main faction of the clan, were not individuals he intended to engage with until he had garnered their respect through strength. Sasuke, may I call you that? Of course. Here. This is my cherished cup noodle, a gift for you. Thank you. I shall return the favor with a practice kunai. As the two young figures gradually faded from view, Nakum's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Mori, I suspect you of betraying the village. Accompany me to the security department. It would be prudent to cooperate. Lest your family also faces interrogation, Nakum declared, directly taking Mori away. As for any resistance, the mere act of attempting to lay hands on Uchiha descendants in public was sufficient grounds for his detainment. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage mused, this morning, Uchiha Fugaku's second son made contact with his target again, and the Uchiha clan has elite jonin covertly providing protection. The Umbu relayed the recent events to the third Hokage. I see. You may leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. Yes. The Umbu vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, another figure emerged. Itachi, has the mission been completed? Tell me, what are your family's views on Jinchuriki? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke, his calm demeanor shifting to one of gravity. Itachi had just been present. The decision to dismiss the Umbu was to prevent any revealing discussions. The clan had no intentions regarding the Jinchuriki. These thoughts merely reflect Sasuke's own musings. Of course, should any familial involvement arise, I would address it without delay, Itachi remarked earnestly, harboring additional contemplations that remained concealed. The morning class consisted of cultural studies, colloquially referred to as the shameless self-promotion course of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Allegedly, the curriculum was personally crafted by the third Hokage himself, ostensibly covering history, battle narratives, and geographical culture, yet in reality, it served as a glorification of his own achievements, replete with photographs of Sarutobi. One cannot deny that in terms of audacity, Sarutobi is unparalleled. Such self-bestowed titles as the strongest Hokage and master of ninjutsu are not easily adopted without a modicum of shamelessness. Sasuke, look. Is that really the third Hokage? He seems just like the grandfather who cares for me, gifts me things, and never looks down on me. Naruto, suppressing his voice, excitedly shared his revelation with his desk mate, Sasuke. Indeed, the two had been placed in the same class, and as it was the beginning of the school year, seating arrangements were chosen freely, allowing them to sit together as friends. I know, Sasuke replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Naruto seemed oblivious to whether he could accept the third's characterization. The effectiveness of this indoctrination class was indeed remarkable. This posed a significant dilemma for Sasuke, as figures like Sarutobi needed to be eradicated in his plans. Moreover, Naruto, the destined child and the beloved of Kishimoto, could not be discarded either. It appeared he must initiate a transformation in Naruto's perception of goodness. As these thoughts occupied his mind, the morning class quietly passed. At noon, while everyone else flocked to the cafeteria, Naruto remained alone in the classroom, lacking sufficient funds for a meal. Here, I prepared this for you, Sasuke said, offering his bento to Naruto. He had brought several lunchboxes, not specifically for Naruto, but for his own consumption. Go ahead, I have more, he added, producing a second bento and beginning to eat. The morning's reflections had drained his energy, and he was close to formulating a solution. In the afternoon, they attended a ninjutsu class, which commenced with discussions on the principles of ninjutsu and the properties of chakra. Most of the clan offspring had already encountered these foundational concepts at home, while Naruto listened with wide-eyed curiosity. When school dismissed, Sasuke was the first to leave. Although Naruto had initially intended to walk home with him, he refrained from chasing after Sasuke upon witnessing his departure, fearing that his eagerness might frighten this newfound friend away. As the sun set, he walked home, casting a solitary shadow. Meanwhile, Sasuke arrived at a secluded grove. Uncle Natsum, are you here? He called softly. A figure suddenly appeared before Sasuke. Sasuke, is there something you need? Natsum gazed calmly at him. As a formidable member of the Uchiha clan, his perspective placed Sasuke as a junior, albeit one with a unique status as the son of the clan leader. Uncle Natsum, I need some money. Could you lend it to me? Sasuke extended his hand directly. Money? Though puzzled, Natsum handed the currency to Sasuke. Without further explanation, Sasuke accepted the money and departed, leaving Natsum in a state of bewilderment. By the lakeside, Naruto picked up stones and tossed them into the water, observing the rippling waves. The tranquility he had finally found was disrupted once again. Indeed, he still struggled to understand how to interact with his friends. So, you were waiting for me here? At that moment, a familiar voice reached Naruto's ears. Sasuke. He expressed surprise, but after calling Sasuke's name, he found himself at a loss for words. Standing there in a daze. I just bought some things that I think you might need, Sasuke said, presenting fresh milk and food to Naruto. Upon seeing the provisions in Sasuke's hands, Naruto felt a sudden pang in his heart. No, I have plenty of delicious food at home. We are friends, right? Sasuke interrupted Naruto's self-praise. Yes. Naruto nodded emphatically. I'm going to become the strongest ninja in the future. If you don't keep up, I'll leave you far behind. Take it, Sasuke insisted, pressing the bag into Naruto's embrace. He then began to form hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke unleashed a torrent of flames, creating a massive fireball upon the lake's surface. This is ninjutsu. I have already mastered it. Thus, you must accelerate your training. With that, Sasuke offered a warm smile. At that moment, surprise and envy flickered across Naruto's face. His innocence prevented him from harboring any further thoughts. I need to go home now. Let us go to school together tomorrow. Can I invite you to my house this weekend? After speaking, Sasuke extended his hand. Sure. Naruto tightly clutched Sasuke's gift with one hand while extending the other to meet Sasuke's, sealing their pact as friends. In the shadows, Uchiha Natsum watched this scene unfold. His mind racing. He was well aware of Naruto Uzumaki's true identity. As an Uchiha elite, he had knowledge of past events. Sasuke's actions, without question, were creating significant trouble for the Uchiha clan. How could those narrow-minded individuals in Konoha ever allow a Jinchuriki into their territory? If he weren't currently responsible for Sasuke's protection, he would have rushed back to inform Uchiha Fugaku of the situation. The other two factions, manipulated by Sasuke's actions, found themselves at a loss. The root organization sought to exploit the vulnerabilities of the Uchiha clan, aiming to seize their Sharingan. Meanwhile, the Umbu were vigilant, monitoring the Uchiha for any signs of rebellion. In this intricate web, Sasuke's invitation to Naruto left them all bewildered. This was a bond between two children. Surely, such matters should not be a cause for conflict. They hurriedly dispatched individuals to relay information back regarding this situation. Meanwhile, the architect of this predicament, Sasuke, wore a cheerful expression as he headed towards the Uchiha clan's territory. At last, an opportunity had arisen. It was no mere whim that had prompted him to invite Naruto. Outside, it was nearly impossible for Sasuke to reach out to Naruto, but once he arrived at the Uchiha compound, even the likes of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura would hesitate to intrude directly into Fugaku Uchiha's home. This was his finest opportunity. In the days that followed, aside from his daily training and absorbing the information Fugaku provided regarding the village and clan, Sasuke contemplated how to deepen his relationship with Naruto. However, it was evident that Sasuke was overthinking. At this juncture, Naruto was not preoccupied with such concerns. As long as he desired closeness, Naruto would wholeheartedly reciprocate. When faced with Sasuke and his affection for Sakura, Naruto would now unhesitatingly choose Sasuke. Such was the lament of the fourth Hokage's son, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Sasuke, I haven't brought anything. Is that truly all right? Sasuke, is this outfit too old-fashioned? Sasuke, all right, you are my friend. When visiting a friend's home, there's no need for such worries. Faced with Naruto's incessant chatter, Sasuke felt a twinge of helplessness. This manner of pacifying a child was somewhat embarrassing for him. Yet, it proved effective on the 5-year-old Naruto. Naruto nodded enthusiastically, a broad smile illuminating his face. Indeed, today was already the weekend. Early in the morning, Sasuke arrived at Naruto's residence to await him. Now, the two were making their way toward the Uchiha clan's territory. Despite Naruto donning his newest attire, the prospect of visiting a friend's home made him feel a bit anxious. Are you keeping up? At that moment, Sasuke's formidable spiritual awareness, honed from 2 lifetimes, detected a group trailing them. Undoubtedly, these were members of the Umbu. If they had been from the root organization, they would have likely acted by now. On the surface, Sasuke chatted amiably with Naruto, yet he remained vigilant, observing the movements of the Umbu. Fortunately, they had not descended into madness by directly confronting a child like him. Before long, the two boys beheld the Uchiha clan's compound in the distance. Naruto, this is my home. I've informed my mother, so let us proceed inside. We'll be having a grand feast soon, so we should work up an appetite, Sasuke exclaimed, pulling Naruto along as they entered Fugaku Uchiha's residence. The Umbu merely lingered outside the Uchiha clan's domain. The members of the Umbu, lacking the authorization of the Hokage, are unable to infiltrate any clan's inner sanctum, let alone the residence of the clan leader. At this juncture, all that remains is to await the response of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, a young Uchiha has abducted the Jinchuriki to the Uchiha clan grounds. What could their intentions be? Are they preparing to harness the power of the Sharingan once more to seize control of the Nine Tails and wage war against the village? Could it be that our previous insistence on their relocation has driven the Uchiha clan to a desperate stand? Tsunade Haruno wore a face of unease. The current Uchiha clan boasts formidable veterans like Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Nagasawa, and Uchiha Natsum, alongside rising prodigies such as Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. Should they conspire together, augmented by the strength of the Nine Tails, can Konoha truly withstand such an assault? I believe this is merely a matter of childish rivalry. The Uchiha's resentment towards the Nine Tails is no less than that of the villagers. Moreover, with Fugaku's son bringing the Jinchuriki back, there may come a time when the Uchiha themselves discard the Nine Tails without us needing to intervene. There is no need for such anxiety. Mitokaze remained optimistic. After all, their coercion of the Uchiha to relocate was rooted in the turmoil caused by the Nine Tails. Regardless of whether the Uchiha harbored such intentions, the threat must be neutralized at its inception. Allow me to take action, proposed Danzo, his expression shadowed. At this moment, he was not yet the bandaged figure he would later become, exuding an air of ironclad resolve. It is merely a matter among children. Furthermore, you may have forgotten the endeavors I have been pursuing. Rest assured, if the Uchiha possessed true strength, they would not be driven to the fringes of the village. This matter can be entrusted to the Umbu for surveillance. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, maintaining his usual calm demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the concerns of those present. Third Hokage, you should, Tsunade began, but upon seeing Mitokaze heading towards the exit of the Hokage office, she refrained from continuing her sentence and turned to leave. Why? Once the two departed, Danzo glared discontentedly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now is not the time for the Uchiha to vanish. Sarutobi Hiruzen merely uttered a brief remark before bowing his head to resume his duties for the village. Danzo clenched his fists tightly, choosing not to speak further, and vanished in an instant. After everyone had departed, the slight tremor of Sarutobi Hiruzen's pen revealed the turmoil within his heart. There are matters he must carefully weigh. Rather than merely pursuing the immediate interest that the three individuals before him seemed fixated upon. Uchiha, I hope you refrain from actions that would place me in a difficult position. The scene shifted back to the Uchiha clan grounds. Thud, 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 several kunai landed steadily upon a distant human-shaped target. Sasuke, I did it. It turned out that one needed to guide the kunai's trajectory through their own skillful hands. Moreover, it is not necessarily the case that greater strength equates to better results. When Naruto first launched a kunai at the target, his face was alight with undeniable excitement. Indeed, what followed was a matter of practice making perfect. Furthermore, when throwing kunai and shuriken, one must be acutely aware of the surrounding environment. We shall begin this in the afternoon. Sasuke praised him, then led Naruto out of the training ground, as he was feeling quite hungry. Additionally, the day's purpose was not solely to accompany Naruto in his training. Upon arriving in the living room, they found lunch already prepared. Hello, Auntie. Mother. Aside from Mikoto Uchiha, both Fugaku and Itachi were not home. Faced with a table laden with delectable dishes, although Naruto was eager to dig in, he still politely greeted them. You are Naruto, right? Sasuke remarked. You are his best friend. Once you are at home, do not hold back. Consider it your own abode. By the way, after lunch, try on some clothes. Annie has prepared several outfits for you. Also, you won't be going home tonight. You'll be sleeping with Sasuke. Mikoto gazed at Naruto. Her heart softened, yet she maintained a gentle smile as she spoke. Thank you, Auntie. Naruto, who typically lacked the understanding of what it meant to refuse, found himself at a loss for words in the face of such kindness and sincerity. He could only express his heartfelt gratitude, with joyful tears gleaming at the corners of his eyes. However, he soon found himself with no time for sentimentality, as Sasuke was about to devour the entire table of food. In the afternoon, Naruto donned a new training outfit that fit him snugly. Throughout the entire afternoon, he was in a state of exhilaration. Not only did he have a friend to accompany him in training, but with Sasuke's resources, he could practice kunai and shuriken endlessly. Such luxury was an experience he had never known before. Moreover, there was always someone bringing him delightful treats. This lifestyle left Naruto utterly content. As for feelings of envy or jealousy, with his simple-mindedness, he harbored none. After dinner, the two youngsters bathed and returned to their room. Sasuke, why did you choose to be my friend? Naruto inquired, curiosity etched on his face as he lay on the bed. Why? There is no particular reason. I simply wanted to be your friend. By the way, Naruto, I have an extraordinary training method. Would you like to try it? It might help you become strong quickly. Sasuke suddenly sat up, looking at Naruto with utmost seriousness. What is it? Upon hearing the promise of strength, Naruto instantly cast aside his earlier curiosity, eagerly anticipating Sasuke's response. Crackling sounds filled the air as Sasuke raised his hand, a sphere of lightning dancing in his palm. Lightning Release. Sasuke, you have mastered not only Fire Release, but also Lightning Release. I'm so envious. Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. This is my unique training method, but I believe you could also master it. You already learned about chakra refinement in class, right? The essence of our training is the fusion of our experiences with the refined energy stored within our cells. The Lightning Release can stimulate these cells. In other words, I can utilize Lightning Release to temper my cells, enhancing their strength. Upon revealing this principle to Sasuke, Naruto's eagerness was palpable. Despite the slight sting from the arcs of electricity in Sasuke's hand, Naruto's anticipation could not be quelled. I want to give it a try, Naruto affirmed earnestly, nodding his head. All right, Sasuke replied, extending his hand forthwith. Naruto swallowed hard, then resolutely reached out to grasp Sasuke's hand. The Lightning Release surged forth instantaneously. The overwhelming sensation of invasion caused Naruto's body to shudder, yet he remained resilient. This level of Lightning Release posed no threat to his core. Simultaneously, Sasuke, through the Lightning Release, began sensing the condition of Naruto's body. Remarkably, under the baptism of Lightning Release, his powerful cells commenced their refinement almost instantaneously. Quick, initiate chakra refinement. Sasuke commanded sharply. Yes. Naruto straightened his posture immediately, embarking on the process of chakra refinement. Coupled with the memories of their training earlier that day, the two young shinobi entered a unique dual cultivation mode. Soon, an expression of astonishment and delight spread across Sasuke's face. Indeed, Naruto was the cherished son of Kishimoto. His physical prowess and chakra refinement capacity were extraordinary. Even Sasuke, in his current state, felt a twinge of envy. Meanwhile, he also observed the condition of Naruto's body. The Uzumaki clan's constitution was undeniably formidable. In comparison, the cells within his own body appeared lacking. Perhaps this was a consequence of the Uchiha bloodline. Just as Sasuke pondered this, a peculiar sensation emerged within him. Although he had not initiated chakra refinement, he found himself instinctively commencing the process. The cells expanded and contracted as chakra surged. Remarkably, this chakra began to amalgamate with the Lightning Release, refining Sasuke's cells as well. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the 268th refinement. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the 269th refinement. As the familiar system notification echoed, a smile gradually graced Sasuke's lips. Though the source of this phenomenon eluded him, he sensed he had uncovered the secret to this task. Naruto, follow my chakra refinement technique. Prepare yourself. I shall amplify the output of the Lightning Release, Sasuke declared in a firm tone. Noticing Naruto's unwavering determination, Sasuke decisively unleashed an even more potent Lightning Release. The chaotic electricity crackled and spread outward, only to be swiftly reined back under Sasuke's control. Throughout the night, both of them diligently continued their training. The following morning, Sasuke gazed at the progress displayed on the panel. Lightning Release Nature Transformation Refinement Progress, 659-1000, and his spirits soared. Once or twice more. This task is likely to be completed. Aside from the anticipation of the rewards, Sasuke also harbored expectations regarding the transformation of his body after 1,000 refinements. Just then, a series of clucking sounds interrupted his contemplation. Hee, I seem to be hungry, Naruto said, scratching his head awkwardly. Let us go eat. Sasuke took Naruto by the hand to wash up, and they headed towards the living room. At that moment, Mikoto and the chef had already prepared breakfast. After a night of training, their bodies had no resistance to food whatsoever. After exchanging greetings, they dove straight into the meal. Mikoto rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the two boys with a gentle smile. A fleeting image of red appeared in her thoughts. Kushina, this child is healthy and kind-hearted. Mikoto murmured to herself, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, revealing her emotional state. It was the weekend. Mom, Naruto and I went to his house to play. Tomorrow, I will go to school with him. Don't worry, I've packed everything, she assured. Yes, I will cook, and Ani Takahashi will be joining us. We are off. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Makoto, Sasuke and Naruto set off towards the village. Unbeknownst to them, elite Uchiha Jonin and Umbu ninjas were stealthily following their movements. Undoubtedly, the most significant event in the village at that moment revolved around these two young boys. Sasuke was fully aware of the implications, while Naruto remained blissfully oblivious. In the Hokage's office, the Umbu reported their intelligence, kneeling on one knee in anticipation of the Hokage's orders. Understood. Go to the school and inform them that I will give a speech on Monday. Proceed with the remaining matters as previously arranged, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated calmly. Understood. The Umbu vanished. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the report. Uchiha Sasuke's displayed talent is already on par with Uchiha Itachi. Currently, he has caught the attention of Uchiha Fugaku, who is fully committed to nurturing him. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt no concern over the emergence of a new genius within the Uchiha clan. As long as they remained in the village, that genius belonged to the village. Conversely, upon arriving at Naruto's home, Ani Takahashi found the situation intolerable. This hardly resembles a home. The refrigerator was filled with expired milk and bread, while the shelves were cluttered with numerous expired instant noodles. Is this what a child subsists on? Leaving aside whether such sustenance could meet the nutritional needs of a growing boy. Merely surviving on these expired items was nothing short of miraculous. As a professional chef, she possessed her own sense of ethics and capabilities. Given the excessive resources provided by Uchiha Fugaku, she felt compelled to fulfill her duties diligently. Young Master Sasuke, young Master Naruto, I will take care of the house. You may go play for a while and return for lunch, Ani Takahashi said, her expression filled with fondness as she looked at the two boys. The two young lads were remarkably polite, exhibiting no arrogance whatsoever. Within just a few days of their acquaintance, Aunt Boobeen had already developed an affection for these two youths, leading to a more endearing manner of conversation. All right, Sasuke, allow me to take you to my secret base. It's quite delightful. With that, Naruto grasped Sasuke's hand and dashed out of the room, heading towards the distant forest. Naturally, Sasuke was aware of this secret hideaway. Yet after an extended period of rigorous training, he was more than willing to accompany Naruto for a moment of relaxation. Even adults experience moments of fatigue. With their mission nearing completion, a little leisure was entirely permissible. After catching fish and shrimp, the two returned to Naruto's home by evening. As Naruto swung open the door, he was momentarily frozen in shock. Where are my precious instant noodles? What about the milk bread gifted by old man Hokage? And my new clothes? He surveyed the tidy room, only to find that his cherished belongings had vanished without a trace, leaving him utterly bewildered. No matter how much Naruto adored food, he couldn't keep it indefinitely. Those items had long since expired, and consuming them would be detrimental to his health. Annie has prepared new food for you, along with new clothes. Dinner is ready too. You should hurry and eat. But first, wash your hands. Those are too dirty to sit at the table. Aunt Boobeen maintained her gentle demeanor. What does expired mean? Naruto inquired curiously, glancing at Sasuke. Expired means the food has spoiled and is no longer safe to eat. Sasuke felt a wave of exasperation. How had this fellow survived to this point? Perhaps it was a trait of the Uzumaki clan. If it had been anyone else, consuming such things at this age would have led to dire consequences. Yet, he had never perceived an issue with it, though he occasionally experienced stomach troubles. Naruto felt embarrassed but remained defiant. After all, he possessed the strongest verbal skills in the entire ninja world. All right, let us wash our hands and eat. Then you can try on your new clothes, Sasuke suggested, nudging Naruto towards the restroom while casting an appreciative glance at Aunt Boobeen. What a perfect assist. While Sasuke pondered how to make Naruto realize these issues himself, Aunt Boobeen voiced them directly. The joys and sorrows of children are fleeting. After trying on his new clothes, Naruto's earlier sadness over his discarded treasures had completely evaporated. After Aunt Boobeen prepared the evening meal, she departed from the room. In Naruto's chamber, Sasuke observed the progress bar at 981-1000 and once again urged Naruto to resume their training. At this point, Sasuke had mastered his control over chakra, preventing any leakage. Thus, even with the Umbu monitoring outside, he felt no fear of being discovered. Moreover, with members of the Uchiha clan present, Sasuke felt even more at ease. Congratulations, host, on completing 1,000 instances of lightning release chakra refinement on your body. Reward, Raijin mode. Excellent task completion, additional bonus rewards await. As the system's prompt resonated, Sasuke ceased channeling his chakra. Naruto, have you mastered the chakra refinement technique I taught you? Sasuke inquired with a smile as he released Naruto's hand. Yes. Are you going to let me train on my own tonight? Naruto replied, nodding eagerly. Indeed. However, let us first nourish ourselves to maintain our stamina before embarking on our training. Tomorrow, share your feelings with me, Sasuke stated with a nod of seriousness. Sasuke had no trouble leading Naruto astray. Observing Naruto engage in the chakra refinement practice, Sasuke activated his own panel. System, activate the special gift package. As he felt the transformation within his body, he initiated the special package. Beep. Special gift package activated. Acquired 3 Tomo Sharingan. At the moment he sought to sense the effects of the reward, the system's prompt chimed in again. Concurrently, an unusual power surged into Sasuke's eyes. His original black pupils vanished in an instant, replaced by crimson orbs adorned with 3 Tomo encircling the pupils. His vision, insight, perception, and mental strength surged dramatically. Is this the Sharingan? Sasuke realized he no longer needed to consciously exert any effort to sense his surroundings, as he could clearly perceive the activities of the Umbu outside. He could even effortlessly observe the massive flow of chakra coursing through Naruto's body, along with the terrifying red chakra deep within his abdomen. At 5 years old, he awakened the 3 Tomo. Perhaps, achieving the Mangekyo Sharingan upon graduation from the academy would not be too far-fetched. He anticipated the ocular techniques that his Mangekyo would bestow upon him. Gently closing his eyes, he deactivated the Sharingan. Now was not the time for ostentation. With the Thunder God mode and his newly acquired 3 Tomo Sharingan, he should have no trouble facing ordinary Jonin. This is truly a game changer. With such enhancements, one can indeed act with impunity. Next, he needed to seek opportunities to learn Jinjutsu and lightning techniques. With Uchiha Fugaku as his esteemed uncle, acquiring these skills would pose no significant challenge. With this thought in mind, Sasuke resumed his training in the Thunder God mode. The night swiftly passed. The following day, the two enjoyed breakfast together before heading to the Ninja Academy. Upon their arrival, they encountered an announcement. Hokage speech. Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly at the information displayed on the bulletin board. It seemed that the third Hokage could no longer remain idle. Meanwhile, within the principal's office at the Ninja Academy, Hiruzen Sarutobi had gathered all the enrollment records of the students. This was Hiruzen's grand strategy. In the village, any family could produce a genius. However, his aim was to utilize the will of fire as a crucible, transforming these talents into the village's strength. Soon, Hiruzen completed his review of the new students' information at the Ninja Academy. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. The promising descendants from these esteemed clans have been set aside for special consideration. This selection is made solely from the perspective of their families. These individuals warrant particular attention, as they will be subject to unique arrangements when it comes to selecting mentors for the elite shinobi. As for the offspring of ordinary ninja families, only those who demonstrate exceptional talent will receive further arrangements. This is the method by which Hiruzen Sarutobi exerts control over the clans through the Ninja Academy. Soon, Hiruzen's focus shifted to the dossier of Sasuke Uchiha. Recently, the Uchiha clan has been quite active. However, drawing from the experiences with the late Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, a smile crept onto Hiruzen's face. What does it matter if there are many geniuses? As long as he can master the younger generations of each clan, these families will inevitably become integral to the village. Hiruzen's ultimate goal is to achieve the unification of the clans within the village, a feat even his mentor could not accomplish. Before long, the new students gathered in the playground. On the platform stood the figure clad in the Hokage's robe. Though not particularly tall, he emanated an aura of reliability. Is that the Hokage? So impressive. I want to wear that outfit someday. I will definitely become Hokage. The Hokage is the best person in the village. A group of freshly enrolled children could not help but chatter excitedly, their words brimming with admiration for the Hokage. Even some of the clan ninjas gazed upon him with a glimmer of aspiration. After all, he is the strongest shinobi of the entire village. Naruto, why are you so quiet? That's the Hokage. Weren't you always shouting about wanting to become Hokage? Sasuke gently nudged the somewhat dazed Naruto, teasing him. I do want to become Hokage. Naruto did not continue, and it was evident that his spirits were low. The little Naruto seemed to be grappling with some peculiar troubles. Sasuke refrained from speaking. He understood that Naruto was no fool. Aunt Bookie's words from yesterday must have struck a chord. Hiruzen Sarutobi, this time, it will not be so easy for you to brainwash Naruto. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns eternally. Konoha's status as one of the 5 great shinobi villages is founded upon the will of fire. And you all are the inheritors of this will of fire, destined to carry forth this flame and uphold Konoha's legacy. As the discussions among the crowd reached their crescendo, Hiruzen began his speech. From the very first words, it was clear he was a seasoned orator. This village is akin to a family, and the theory of placing the village above all else was something Sasuke deeply resented. After all, Hiruzen's actions during the Nine-Tails crisis, sending Minato to his death, stood as the greatest mockery of the will of fire. The third Hokage chose not to sacrifice himself, allowing the younger fourth Hokage to take his place. Naturally, few were aware of these events. Adding to the facade of a congenial persona that the third generation has so meticulously crafted, it indeed presents a certain allure, at least among this group of young miscreants. It holds considerable appeal. Even Naruto, who had only recently begun to harbor doubts about the Hokage, now wore a foolish grin upon his face. The speech extended for over 2 hours. Had it not been for the brief torment inflicted by the principal's perfunctory remarks, Sasuke might have truly struggled to endure it. As applause erupted, Sasuke joined in the clapping, preparing to make his exit. Uchiha Sasuke, the Hokage requests your presence in the principal's office. At that moment, Irika, the homeroom teacher, appeared before Sasuke. Sasuke fell into a momentary silence, yet refrained from voicing any objections, following Irika out of the room. Sasuke has been summoned by the Hokage. Could it be that the Hokage has taken notice of Sasuke's excellence? Alas, if only he were not so close to that demon fox, he would indeed be the epitome of perfection. However, how handsome he truly is. The flurry of infatuated remarks from the onlookers left Sasuke unfazed. After all, his mental age was nearing 30. He had no inclination towards the whims of kindergarten children. If he were to harbor any aspirations, they would be directed toward formidable figures like Tsunade and Meitarumi. Yet, that is a matter for another time. In the principal's office of the Ninja Academy, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke warmly. So, it's you, Sasuke. When you were born, Fugaku came to me, expressing his desire to name you after my father. Who would have thought time would pass so swiftly, and you would grow up so well? Just like Itachi. You possess remarkable talent. Itachi often praises you in my presence. Upon hearing this, Sasuke could not help but silently criticize the old man, Hiruzen, for his cunning ways. Having charmed Itachi, he was now preparing to weave his persuasive spell on Sasuke. Old man, no Hokage. As Sasuke pondered how to respond to Hiruzen in a manner that would not betray his impatience or disdain, a naive voice interrupted the conversation. Indeed, having discovered that the Hokage was that caring old man, Naruto was determined not to miss the opportunity to engage with Hiruzen. Thus, as the crowd dispersed, he approached. Naruto, why haven't you returned to the classroom? This is a crucial time for your studies. Hiruzen maintained his amiable demeanor. I aspire to become Hokage one day. That is my dream. Therefore, I wish to ask you, is it possible? Naruto stammered slightly. That is a commendable dream. However, to become Hokage, one must train diligently. Keep pushing forward, Naruto. By the way, Sasuke, what is your dream? Hiruzen feigned encouragement before redirecting the conversation back to Sasuke. Naruto, filled with curiosity, gazed at Sasuke. He knew that Sasuke was exceptionally skilled and could potentially become his most formidable rival in the quest to be Hokage. With this thought in mind, Naruto's eyes gleamed with fervor. As for me, I simply wish to take it easy and ensure I have enough to eat each day, Sasuke shrugged, revealing his own aspirations. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Naruto found themselves at a loss for words. It was stated by Itachi that you were earnest in your training. Surely, all this effort cannot be merely for the sake of idleness in the future? Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to unveil Sasuke's facade. After all, who among the indolent is also diligent in their training? It is to ensure that, during times of leisure, one possesses a robust physique to savor life, and to avoid being easily vanquished by others. Sasuke lifted his head, a naive smile gracing his face. Upon witnessing Sasuke's innocent expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a quiet relief. A prodigy who yearns for idleness poses no threat to the village. Simultaneously, a sense of regret lingered. After all, Sasuke was indeed a genius. And such a talent consumed by lethargy represents a loss for the village. As for Naruto, He gazed at Sasuke with a countenance full of confusion. He could not fathom how such a dream could be considered a dream at all. Compared to his own aspirations, it seemed vastly inferior. Subsequently, they engaged in some light conversation before returning to the classroom. Following their routine cultural lessons and the teachings of ninjutsu and tactics, the time for dismissal finally arrived. Sasuke, why do you wish to be idle? Sasuke, shall we train together with the goal of becoming Hokage? Sasuke, I believe this path is not wise. All the while, Naruto buzzed around Sasuke's ears, persistently persuading him like a bee. Naruto, we are friends now. Remember, if you encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to come to me. Do not consume expired food, nor endure hunger while training. Growing slightly irritable from the incessant urging, Sasuke turned. His expression serious as he fixed his gaze upon Naruto, slowly responding, all right. Then Sasuke, let us pursue the path of Hokage together. Finally, at the point where their paths diverged, Naruto's verbal onslaught came to an end. The surrounding quieted down a bit. After parting ways with Naruto, Sasuke's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. He had recently caught the attention of Uchiha Fugaku, and it was evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen had sought him out for a conversation, indicating that he was aware of Sasuke's transformation. Otherwise, according to the original narrative, this individual would not have particularly focused on him. With Itachi as a precedent, Sasuke's previous talents were utterly inconsequential. There was only one explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen had his eye on him. Just then, a low call echoed from the nearby public training ground. Turning to investigate, he spotted a boy with a watermelon hairstyle clad in a tight green outfit, Rock Lee. As Sasuke approached the training area, Rock Lee ceased his training upon hearing Sasuke's voice. Who are you? Rock Lee inquired, tilting his head with curiosity. I am Uchiha Sasuke, a new student at the Ninja Academy. Hello. Sasuke extended his hand graciously. Hello. Would you like to train together? Rock Lee exclaimed. Youth is a process of relentless advancement. We cannot afford to waste a single moment. Displaying a bright smile, he gave a thumbs up. All right. Sasuke nodded and stepped into the training ground. Many individuals tend to overlook the remarkable talent possessed by Rock Lee. It is worth noting that Mike Guy has remarked upon Lee's abilities, stating that his potential even surpasses his own. At the tender age of 15 or 16, Rock Lee was capable of unlocking the 6th gate of the 8 gates of opening, a feat achieved under numerous adverse conditions. During the Chunin exams, he forcefully opened the door of death, engaging in battle with Kimimaro despite being severely injured. In terms of physical prowess, there is certainly much to learn from him. Shall we engage in a sparring match? Rock Lee proposed, immediately forming the hand signs for combat directed at Sasuke. The name Uchiha is well known to him, associated with a celebrated clan renowned for their Sharingan, an extraordinarily powerful bloodline limit. Simultaneously, the Uchiha clan's taijutsu is not to be underestimated. Very well, Sasuke replied, harboring no intentions of concealing his strength. With the Uchiha clan, along with Shursui and Itachi, still by his side, the village would not dare act against a prodigy merely 5 years of age. Moreover, Sasuke had begun to entertain other thoughts regarding Rock Lee. The most effective method to subdue such a single-minded opponent is to overpower him with sheer strength. Suddenly, a heavy kick landed. Even though Sasuke raised his arm in defense, he was pushed back several steps. The immense force left his arm aching. Undeniably, Rock Lee's physical condition is exceptional. Lightning Release, Thunder God Mode. A surge of electricity coursed through Sasuke's body, enhancing his internal strength. While he could envelop himself in lightning for a dramatic effect, he could also retract it at will. In an instant, Sasuke vanished from his position. His lightning-fast speed rendered Rock Lee unable to perceive his form. Thud, bang, boom. A relentless barrage of attacks rained down upon Rock Lee, leaving him scrambling to respond, unable to escape Sasuke's assault. If he did not devise a strategy soon, defeat was imminent. Notably, it appeared that his opponent was refraining from utilizing ninjutsu, opting instead for taijutsu. This ignited a fervent fighting spirit within Rock Lee. Before long, he began to familiarize himself with Sasuke's attack patterns and initiated counterattacks. Although he still endured significant blows, he was no longer merely a passive target. Such a terrifying talent for taijutsu. Though Sasuke held the upper hand, he was still taken aback by Lee's rapid growth. I've got you. In a moment of distraction, Rock Lee charged toward Sasuke, his fist aimed squarely at Sasuke's face. Goodness, this fellow aims for the face, doesn't he? Zzz. Boom. A powerful burst of lightning erupted, immobilizing Rock Lee in place. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, enveloped in black smoke. Impressive. Greetings, I am Uchiha Sasuke. May we become friends and train together from this day forth? Sasuke extended his hand toward Rock Lee. The lightning release was impeccably controlled, showcasing his prowess. The interruption of Rock Lee's assault posed no threat to his physical well-being. Excellent. Henceforth, you shall be my friend, Rock Lee proclaimed. By the way, wait a moment. I have a gift for you, a true emblem of youth. In an instant, Rock Lee sprang to his feet, as if he had been jolted by electricity. He dashed over to his backpack without a moment's hesitation. The next instant, a vibrant green garment appeared before Sasuke. This is the outfit my teacher gifted me. And now it is yours. Simply wearing it will. Hey, what are you doing? Don't run away. Before Rock Lee could finish his sentence, Sasuke's figure had vanished from sight. Why would Sasuke refuse such a stylish outfit? Could it be that he deemed the gift too extravagant? My friend is rather overly courteous. After a moment of self-reflection, Rock Lee tucked the garment away. The thought of being bested by Sasuke spurred him to double his training efforts for the day. Upon returning home, Sasuke felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Indeed, geniuses often possess their quirks. The very thought of wearing that outfit made him cringe. Sasuke, are you back? A familiar voice sang out. Today, I have no missions and can accompany you in training. Just as Sasuke sighed in relief, he was met with the boisterous voice of his brother, Itachi. All right, brother, I have a question. Did you, by any chance, disclose my affairs to Lord Hokage? Sasuke looked at Itachi with evident disdain. He had been pondering who might have revealed his matters to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Certainly, Fugaku would not do such a thing. His mother would never betray his confidence either. As for Aunt Obito, her words to Naruto had already ruled her out. Thus, the only suspect remaining was the cheerful figure before him, his big brother. Indeed, has Lord Hokage expressed a desire to nurture your potential? Itachi responded, grinning like a child seeking praise. Clearly, his older brother had been easily swayed. Brother, let us head to the training grounds. Also, I wish to learn some Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu. Since father refuses to teach me, you should. Sasuke chose not to linger on the matter further. Changing Itachi would not be an overnight endeavor. Despite his stubbornness, Itachi was quite agreeable, at least in their relationship. Very well, to the training field we go. Noticing Sasuke's growing reliance on him, a smile crept across Itachi's face as they made their way to the training grounds. Their training persisted well into the night, only concluding after Aunt Obito delivered meals on 2 occasions. At that moment, Sasuke lay exhausted on the ground. Must you be so relentless? I am only 5 years old. He groaned, gasping for air. Sasuke, your recent progress has been remarkable. You must swiftly master these newfound powers. Have you activated your Sharingan yet? Itachi inquired with a sudden calmness. Yes, Sasuke replied without hesitation, affirming his brother's question. With Itachi's innate talent, combined with Sasuke's keen insight and perception from their recent battle, it became evident that the flow of chakra in his eyes, once the Sharingan was activated, could not be concealed. A genius like Itachi, who was sufficiently invested in Sasuke, would undoubtedly notice. I will soon set up a barrier, and we shall engage in combat once you activate your Sharingan, Itachi stated calmly. All right, Sasuke nodded. Gradually rising to his feet, he retrieved a soldier pill from his pocket and consumed it, which he had requested from Fugaku Uchiha under the pretext of preparing for training. As his strength was restored, Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, revealing the 3-tomo Sharingan. 3-tomo. Itachi gasped in astonishment. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed. Ding. Shock detected from Uchiha Itachi. Mission initiated. Complete 10 actions that astonish Uchiha Itachi. Shocked, are you? Sasuke had initially intended to showcase his Sharingan and his current prowess to gain Itachi's recognition, no longer being perceived as a mere child. This acknowledgement would be pivotal for the future actions he planned, as it would lead to a gradual change in Itachi's perception of him. Brother, I am ready. I shall commence my attack now, Sasuke declared, and in an instant, activated Raijin mode. Boom. The ground shattered as he surged towards Itachi. The sheer physical prowess and martial skill left Itachi once again in awe. However, being a genius in his own right, Itachi quickly recovered from his brief daze to counter Sasuke's assault. In Raijin mode, their battle unfolded with remarkable precision, devoid of any superfluous movements. Each strike was executed with flawless accuracy, augmented by the Sharingan, which significantly enhanced their precision. Bang! An error on Sasuke's part resulted in him being sent flying by Itachi's counterattack. At that moment, Itachi's eyes sparkled with surprise. His younger brother was capable of engaging him for such an extended duration. Sasuke using. A bolt of lightning struck, interrupting Itachi's words. In the next instant, Sasuke, enveloped in electrical energy, launched himself once more at Itachi. With attacks infused with lightning attributes, the combined speed, power, and paralysis forced Itachi to take the situation seriously. In a state of renewed astonishment, Itachi unleashed ninjutsu to aid in the battle. Lightning release and fire release soon enveloped the training ground in a cloud of dust. Yet, the fight did not cease. With their Sharingan, both combatants remained immune to the visual obscurity. As the dust settled, Sasuke found himself once more on the ground. Such an exhaustive combat, given his current chakra reserves, could not be sustained for long. He envied those with abundant chakra reserves. Sasuke, when did you master this combat style? Itachi settled beside Sasuke, a look of surprise crossing his face. Recently, while attempting to harness lightning chakra, I discovered something. Brother, do you possess anything that can restore chakra? I have other combat techniques yet to be revealed. Sasuke feigned a spirit of competition. Indeed, here, take this. It is a specialized potion intended for the Umbu. After consumption, it will rapidly replenish your chakra. Coupled with your own chakra refinement, you should be fully restored in 2 hours. I shall await your return. Itachi handed over the potion, patiently explaining. Brother, how do you interpret the mindset of the Hokage? After swallowing the potion, Sasuke sat up and immediately posed the question. The mindset of the Hokage? To protect the village with one's own life. Itachi, after a brief contemplation, provided the answer he deemed acceptable. Whose village, then, is it that we protect? Sasuke inquired once more. Whose village? Naturally, it is Konoha. It belongs to everyone. At this point, Itachi's expression faltered. The answer he had once held as self-evident now invited scrutiny. Brother, the Uchiha clan is a part of the village. Therefore, the village should also encompass a place for the Uchiha. And now, as you guard it, have you truly included the Uchiha within? After Sasuke finished speaking, he fell silent. For the progress bar had already provided him with the answer. As he observed Sasuke, who had closed his eyes and began to refine his chakra, Itachi's mind began to entertain other thoughts. Had Sasuke still been that little brat who merely trailed behind him, calling for him to train together, he might not have pondered too deeply. But the current Sasuke, a peculiar seed began to take root within Itachi's heart. Soon, Sasuke's chakra was fully restored, and he directly requested to continue battling Itachi. Naturally, Itachi agreed, yet Sasuke's subsequent performance consistently astonished him. Can the fire release, Great Fireball, truly explode? Is this terrifying range genuinely merely a C-rank technique? How could a 5-year-old possess such precise chakra control? The mental acuity of a 5-year-old sustaining the use of the 3-tomo Sharingan? After their third training bout, Sasuke lay on the training ground, utterly spent. Even with the assistance of the system and the training he had undergone during this time, he still found himself lacking in comparison to Itachi. Sasuke, was that remark you made earlier conveyed to you by father? Itachi had initially intended to accompany Sasuke in training to foster their brotherly bond. However, now, his heart was anything but tranquil. Before him stood a brother, both a genius and a monster, equipped with a unique mindset that even made Itachi, once the prodigy, feel a sense of inadequacy. That was my own interpretation. Perhaps father still harbors a flicker of hope for the village. Otherwise, he would not have allowed you to join the Umbu. Sasuke spoke softly, his voice tinged with fatigue, echoing in Itachi's ears. Release. Itachi raised his fingers and dispelled the surrounding barrier. He then lifted Sasuke onto his back and proceeded toward the room. After placing Sasuke on the bed, Itachi departed from the area. Just 2 more times. What could he do next to astonish his beloved older brother? Sasuke gazed at the system panel, feeling somewhat helpless. If only he could endure for just 1 more round, he would complete the task today. Nevertheless, with his brother's protective persona, it wouldn't be long before he came looking for him. For now, he needed to focus on enhancing his own strength. With that thought, Sasuke directly commenced his training to refine cell vitality and chakra. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi donned his mask and entered the Hokage's office. How is the investigation progressing? I remain quite curious about your younger brother. With such formidable talent, he should be properly guided to become a powerful protector of the village. In the future, cultivating him to become Hokage is also a possibility, Sarutobi Hiruzen said amiably, holding his pipe. Sasuke sought my counsel today regarding physical training methods and some insights into fire release. Compared to other children, he is indeed stronger. But I wouldn't classify him as a genius just yet. At the very least, the feats he can accomplish now, I could also perform at 5 years of age. As for persuading him to shift his dreams, that will take time, Itachi replied, devoid of emotion, standing before Sarutobi. His mask obscured any visible expression. Well then, I shall leave this matter in your hands, Itachi. If there are areas where the village's cooperation is required, do not hesitate to inform me. Also, avoid any contact with Danzo, Sarutobi said, waving his hand. Itachi nodded and vanished from the scene. At that moment, Sarutobi was unaware that Itachi's demeanor had shifted. Instead, Itachi's remarks alleviated his concerns regarding Uchiha Sasuke. With such a devoted older brother around, there was little cause for alarm, much like the influence Shisui had on Itachi. Itachi's efforts to guide Sasuke would not be overly simplistic. The more pressing issues lay with Shimura Danzo. Although the reasons remained unclear, Danzo's targeting of the Uchiha clan seemed to intensify. Later that night, a pang of hunger jolted Sasuke from his training. Oh no! He had forgotten to prepare a late-night meal. The energy expenditure from refining chakra and enhancing cell vitality was substantial. Finding food at this hour would not be easy, and he did not wish to disturb his mother's rest for a mere snack. But Ichiraku Ramen was likely open at night. He decided to experience the so-called Ōtsutsuki uncle. With this thought in mind, Sasuke promptly rose and exited his room, following the route etched in his memory. He swiftly arrived at the still-lit Ichiraku Ramen. Was there anyone there? Behind the curtain, a small shadow lingered. To his surprise, he discovered that he was not alone in seeking a late-night snack. Uncle, I'll have 10 bowls of your signature ramen, Sasuke declared as he lifted the curtain and settled into his seat. 10 bowls. We certainly do not recommend such late-night indulgence. Nowadays, it seems the youth possess insatiable appetites. The chef initially intended to advise, but recalling the little girl he had just seen, he refrained and proceeded to prepare the noodles. Hinata? Sasuke? At that moment, both individuals recognized each other. It was unexpected to see the princess of the Uchiha clan out for a midnight meal. They were both somewhat taken aback by their encounter. Training this late? Does the Uchiha family not provide food? Sasuke jested. And no, Hinata, by nature shy, felt her cheeks flush as her classmate discovered her late-night venture, particularly with 10 empty bowls before her. She struggled to maintain composure. Would you care for another? As a classmate, I insist, Sasuke offered generously. Ever since Sasuke had displayed extraordinary talent, his father, Fugaku Uchiha, had generously provided him with pocket money. I'm not hungry anymore. I've had enough. Hinata initially intended to decline. Yet, upon seeing the chef serving 2 bowls of ramen, she inexplicably uttered, all right. Sasuke found this intriguing. This girl, in the original storyline, was renowned for her voracious appetite, surpassing even Naruto and Choji. He never anticipated that her talent for eating would awaken so early. However, it made sense. The energy required for training was immense. As the heir of the Byakugan, Hinata's demand for sustenance was indeed substantial. Moreover, given her timid disposition, she likely hesitated to eat excessively within her family, leading to such a situation. Yet, this amusement was fleeting. Sasuke soon became astonished. After devouring 10 bowls of ramen, Hinata astonishingly consumed 5 more, and she appeared far from satisfied. Over an hour later, Sasuke and Hinata exited the Ichiraku ramen shop, leaving the chef in a state of bewilderment as he gazed at the mountain of bowls before him. It was the first time in many years he had encountered someone with such an appetite. I'll escort you home. It's best for a girl not to be out at this hour. In the future, prepare some food at home if you feel hungry. There's no need to venture out, Sasuke stated, not waiting for Hinata's reply as he headed toward the Uchiha clan's residence. To most fans, this princess of the Uchiha clan epitomized the ideal character, either a quintessential princess or a perfect wife. However, in Sasuke's eyes, it was an entirely different matter. As the legitimate daughter of the Uchiha clan, Hinata's talents had been overlooked by far too many. The gentle fist, despite Hinata's insufficient energy intake during her tender years, stemming from her insecurities due to her Byakugan, still managed to reach a commendable level, clearly indicating her remarkable talent. Should she fully harness this ability, she would undoubtedly become a formidable ally in the future. Strengthening their bond was undoubtedly a wise choice. Before long, the two arrived at the back entrance of the Uchiha household. I shall see you here, Sasuke said, waving his hand before turning to depart. Thank you. Hinata mustered the courage to utter these words, but by then, Sasuke had already vanished from sight. He is truly a kind-hearted individual. The Uchiha clan is not as dreadful as it seems. Hinata clasped her hands before her chest, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Upon returning to his room, Sasuke once again summoned his chakra, embarking on the arduous path of cellular refinement. For an extended period, Itachi appeared to have vanished from existence. It had been over half a month since he last laid eyes on him. What are you pondering, Sasuke? At that moment, a pair of immense crimson eyes suddenly materialized before him, distorting the very fabric of space with their terrifying power, effortlessly shattering the illusion he had just conjured. The Forest of Thorns. After a brief disorientation, Uchiha Fugaku, with a grave expression, fixed his gaze upon Sasuke. Father, I was contemplating my brother. Why have I not seen him recently? My apologies, father. I should not have allowed my thoughts to wander during my training. Sasuke promptly acknowledged his mistake while voicing his concerns. Itachi has gone on a mission. Continue with your training. The potency of an illusion, although reliant on the strength of the mind, is far more challenging to manipulate than chakra. During the initial stages of training, one must never underestimate such intricacies. Uchiha Fugaku patiently imparted his wisdom. The more he interacted with his younger son, the more astonished Uchiha Fugaku became. Regardless of the jutsu, Sasuke would swiftly master it, often unleashing an intensity that surpassed ordinary techniques. At times, even Fugaku questioned his own finesse and chakra control. This was precisely why he readily acquiesced to Sasuke's request for illusion training. As the father of two prodigies, Uchiha Fugaku felt immense pride, yet pondered the direction of Sasuke's training. Itachi had developed a pathological aversion to the brutality of war due to his premature exposure to the battlefield, resulting in his current ambiguous stance between family and village. Thus, Sasuke must be nurtured in a manner that diverges from that path. Time, as it often does, flew swiftly. 2 months later, the Ninja Academy faced its inaugural examination. Sasuke, you have an exam today. I scarcely slept last night. Are you feeling confident? Naruto's incessant chatter filled the air as they walked to school. It's merely a test. There's no need for such anxiety. Moreover, with your current abilities, there is nothing to fear, Sasuke replied with a reassuring smile. Sasuke, let us race to school today. If I lose, I shall double my training today, exclaimed Rock Lee, charging forward in his youthful, form-fitting attire. No, we have a test today. I must conserve my energy. By the way, this is Naruto Uzumaki, my friend, and he should also be considered your friend from now on. How about a friendly competition between you two? Sasuke pushed Naruto forward, suggesting that a contest among such simple-minded beings could prove quite entertaining. Me? Then let us have a match. Naruto, unfazed by the nature of the competition, was eager to prove himself worthy of being Sasuke's friend. Come on, my youthful companion, Naruto Uzumaki. Rock Lee was among the few in the village who did not harbor prejudice against Naruto, for he devoted all his time to training rather than discrimination. All right, let us begin. The two dashed off, vanishing from sight. I wonder, are there still some watching me? Root? Or perhaps the Umbu? As Naruto sprinted away, a portion of the surveillance presence faded, yet there remained others lurking in the shadows. Sasuke-kun, shall we head to school together? I brought you breakfast. As Naruto departed, a throng of girls quickly surrounded Sasuke. It became clear to him why his original self had transformed into that aloof, arrogant persona after entering school. Facing such an overwhelming number of admirers was indeed a headache. Finally arriving at school, with Naruto acting as a charm to ward off the girls, Sasuke found himself surrounded by significantly fewer distractions. Naruto, you should continue to accompany me to school, Sasuke remarked, hinting at a deeper meaning before returning to his seat. The morning's examination involved cultural subjects, history, strategy, geography, and the culture of Konoha. With his formidable mental prowess, Sasuke navigated these topics with ease. However, the final question of the last paper caused his lips to twitch in exasperation. Reflections on the third Hokage's legacy. No fewer than 500 words. Sasuke had long been immune to the shamelessness of the third Hokage, yet this question still made him feel a twinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, he was prepared to tackle it. The embodiment of the will of fire in my heart, the third Hokage, he began to extol the virtues of Hiruzen Sarutobi with a flourish of eloquent prose, swiftly composing over 2,000 words expressing his admiration, akin to a boundless river. If only there were more pages, he could have easily penned another 2,000 words. As the bell rang, signaling the end of the cultural assessment, the focus shifted to the afternoon's combat testing. The combat assessment consisted of 3 parts: the first being an obstacle course, the second involving individual battles, and the third consisting of team duels. As students of Class 1, most were either high achievers or the promising offspring of notable clans. They all completed the obstacle course with ease, and soon they moved on to the individual combat segment. In the inaugural match, Inuzuka Kiba squared off against Fei Shui. On the training grounds, the two emerged, each forming the sign of opposition. The battle commenced in an instant. Even without mastering the secret techniques of his clan, Kiba effortlessly defeated his opponent. Witnessing this clash, Sasuke gleaned a profound truth. It is exceedingly difficult for a common ninja to surpass the prowess of a clan ninja. The disparity in nurtured resources and foundational heritage had already begun to manifest at this juncture. In the sixth match, Uchiha Sasuke faced Shimizu Ruma. At long last, after the conclusion of the first 5 encounters, it was Sasuke's turn. "Go, Sasuke! You can do it!" exclaimed the crowd, their spirits buoyed. Sasuke's presence ignited an enthusiastic atmosphere. One cannot deny that, in the eyes of the masses, physical allure is often equated with righteousness. A glance at Shimizu Ruma's expression revealed his arrogance. He was the nephew of Danzo, the leader of the Root organization. This insufferable individual would undoubtedly be defeated, teaching those infatuated admirers that in Konoha, power reigns supreme. Moreover, Sasuke had heard from his father that the Uchiha clan would eventually be eradicated by Root. What right did this arrogant fool have to flaunt his bravado here? Today, he would be reduced to a fool. With the proclamation of the sign of opposition by Iruka, both participants raised their fingers. Bang! Shimizu Ruma charged at Sasuke. His practice kunai aimed directly at Sasuke's throat. It is crucial to note that even practice kunai possess lethality. A hit, while not life-threatening, could render one voiceless for days. What malice did this boy harbor towards him? Fire release, fire serpent technique. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, summoning flames that encircled his body, surging towards Shimizu Ruma. Faced with the scorching inferno, Ruma was compelled to evade its wrath. Being scorched by fire release was no trivial matter. Lightning release, thunderstrike. Just as Ruma contemplated how to flawlessly vanquish Sasuke, a crackling sound of electricity filled the air, causing his hair to stand on end. Too slow. With a swift chop, Sasuke struck Ruma's neck. Bang! Ruma's body collapsed, unconscious. With the conclusion of the sixth individual match, Sasuke emerged victorious. Following Iruka's announcement, a nearby medical ninja promptly retrieved Ruma for treatment, for there lay ahead a team battle. Naruto faced a common ninja child, Sanada AI. What bad luck. Why is my opponent this demon fox? Will he kill me? This fox should leave the village. Why must he stand here alongside me for training and testing? Sanada AI wore a discontented expression. Since childhood, he had been warned against associating with this so-called demon fox. In his perception, Naruto was merely a monster that could obliterate the village at any moment. He harbored a sense of dread when faced with such a creature. To suppress this fear, Sanada boldly resorted to derision. This caused Naruto, who had initially been brimming with enthusiasm, to instinctively lower his head. After all this time, why did his classmates still regard him in such a manner? He had done nothing wrong. Why should he be treated this way? A demon fox? A monster? If Naruto were truly a monster, how could you dare to utter a word here? You would have been slain long ago. How can one be so blind? Sasuke remarked disdainfully. Form the hand signs. And both combatants, please focus. Iruka finally reacted. He should have intervened from the very beginning. However, during the chaos of the Ninetales incident, his parents had perished, leaving Iruka with lingering resentment. Nevertheless, Sasuke's words had awakened him. How could a 5-year-old child possibly be a demon fox? If that were the case, how could he be so well-behaved? As a steadfast executor of the will of fire, Iruka swiftly realigned his mindset and identity. He was, after all, the homeroom teacher for these children. Naruto, show him that you can defeat him as a ninja. Go for it. Sasuke encouraged, giving Naruto a thumbs up. Yeah, Naruto, who had previously worn a despondent expression, now regained his smile. Wow, Sasuke-kun is so cool. I think Naruto Uzumaki doesn't seem like a monster at all, especially since he has earned Sasuke-kun's recognition. A certain infatuated girl. Humph, girls are so boring. Shikamaru. Chips are delicious. Choji. Even Sasuke was taken aback by how his words had shifted the crowd's attitude towards Naruto. Particularly, the children from various ninja clans began to harbor curiosity about him. As for Naruto, he lived up to expectations and quickly defeated Sanada. It was no joke. During this time, Under Sasuke's intense training regimen, Naruto's abilities had undergone a significant enhancement. Coupled with daily training and battles, his overall combat prowess in class was among the finest. After the individual matches concluded, it was time for team battles. Iruka instructed everyone to form their own teams. This posed a dilemma for Sasuke, as Naruto occupied one spot in his squad, while a throng of girls had already surrounded him. "Teacher, my team is set," Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Hyuga Hinata, Sasuke declared loudly, raising his hand and announcing the three names. Hearing her name from the corner, Hinata trembled. "Me?" She timidly pointed to herself, shyly inquiring, "Is that all right?" Sasuke smiled warmly. Hinata was unsure of her feelings in that moment, yet she found herself unable to refuse. After a gentle nod, she approached Sasuke and Naruto. Hinata's character, despite her illustrious lineage, lacks a notable presence among her peers. At this age, girls are typically lively and spirited, making it difficult for Hinata to integrate into their social circles. Following Sasuke's selection of Hinata as a teammate, although the other girls felt a pang of disappointment, they swiftly sought their own partners. After all, this test would be recorded in their academic performance, which holds significant weight in their future as ninjas. The teams were quickly established. Group 1, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata. Group 2, Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, Haruno Sakura. Group 3, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino. Group 4, Kamizuki Izumo, Hurigane Shun, Gai Konoha. Group 5, Morishita Shin, Watanabe, Shimura Yoda. Group 6, Akahoshi. In total, 24 students were divided into 8 groups. A drawing would determine their opponents. The first group to triumph in this team battle would receive rewards provided by the school, a privilege bestowed by the Hokage. Once the rules were articulated, the drawing commenced. Group 4. "It appears we shall be the last to engage," Sasuke remarked, handing the number to Iruka before taking his seat in the audience. Observing Sasuke's composed demeanor, Iruka's face revealed a hint of perplexity. It is well known that the final group indeed possesses the advantage of observing their opponent's strategies. However, this also implies that their rest period would be the briefest. Even if they secured victory, they would immediately face more formidable adversaries. Yet, the current Uchiha Sasuke exuded an unsettling calmness. As for Hinata and Naruto, one seemed to be a simple-minded creature, her face and heart brimming with anticipation for battle, while the other was preoccupied with fiddling his fingers, lost in thought. Team battles are not individual contests. Is this the pride of the Uchiha? Before long, Iruka refocused his thoughts. The first battle commenced, Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino versus Kamizuki Izumo, Hurigane Shun, and Gai Konoha. As Iruka's voice rang out, both teams stepped onto the battlefield. Do not expose too much. The concentrated medicinal materials for this reward are quite precious. This is quite troublesome. I really do not wish to face that Uchiha guy, Nara Shikamaru sighed, expressing his frustration with a yawn. I share your discontent. Is this the fate of beautiful girls? Ultimately, one must stand against those they cherish, Yamanaka Ino mused dreamily. Akimichi Choji continued to munch on snacks, while Gai Konoha swiftly launched a flurry of practice shuriken. In response, Kamizuki Izumo and Hurigane Shun immediately charged forth, selecting Ino and Choji as their targets. Gai Konoha, however, eyed Shikamaru with a mixture of wariness and respect. The clans of the three individuals were well known within the village. Traditionally, the Nara clan organized battles, and as long as they kept a close watch on this individual, the opponent's tactics would struggle to materialize swiftly. His daily, arduous training is aimed at overcoming the formidable ninjas of his clan today. Shikamaru, feeling somewhat bored, let out a yawn and sat down on the ground. For him, the inactivity of the opponents was a welcome respite. At this moment, Choji exhibited an unusual demeanor. He had put away the chips in his hands and was intently focused on his adversary, Yamashita Yuta. The latter, with a portly physique, was clearly a powerhouse. With a resounding crash, the two clashed like sumo wrestlers, a tremendous force stirring up clouds of dust. However, it quickly became apparent to Yamashita Yuta that he could not budge Choji in the slightest. Wait, no, this was sheer strength. In the face of overwhelming power, Choji effortlessly sent Yamashita Yuta flying. He then charged forward, delivering a crushing blow akin to Mount Tide descending upon its foes. It must be said that such a straightforward and brutal approach to combat proved remarkably effective at their age. In merely 3 minutes, Yamashita Yuta was defeated by Choji. As for Ino, while her mind transfer technique was not particularly potent, it was more than sufficient to control a child. Her opponent, Kaguya Nakachi, launched a surprise attack on Shikamaru, prompting Shikamaru to spring into action. Surrounded on both sides, Kaguya Nakachi soon succumbed. In the first match, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino emerged victorious. In the second match, the previous battles unfolded without much suspense. Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and Haruno Sakura advanced. Now, it was Sasuke's turn. I can handle this myself, he stated calmly. Hinata, Naruto's eyesight isn't as sharp as yours. You should observe my upcoming battle closely. Train in this direction in your future endeavors. Sasuke stood up, exuding tranquility. What? Why is that? I also want to fight. Naruto complained, looking disheartened. Hinata nodded, not contesting his desire. Naruto, do you wish to claim the top spot? Isn't your dream to become Hokage? Wouldn't starting from first place make you even cooler? Sasuke remarked with a smile. I suppose you're right. Okay, I'll heed your advice. Though Naruto still longed to battle, Sasuke's words were undeniably more enticing. Just you alone? You underestimate us too much. Even as Uchiha, we have every confidence in our ability to defeat you. The opponents felt deeply insulted as they watched Sasuke step forward alone. So cool, Uchiha Sasuke. Swooning girls, so full of himself, always acting cool. Collective boys remark, including Naruto, Raijin mode. Sasuke activated his Raijin mode, electricity crackling around his body. Lightning release. Is he preparing to engage in ninjutsu combat so soon? Why reveal his trump card at this early stage? Irika, serving as the teacher, though not particularly powerful, possessed keen insight. He immediately recognized that Sasuke had unleashed lightning release. However, I did not observe him forming any seals. Could it be that he employs a seal-less ninjutsu? Just then, a panel appeared before Sasuke. Itachi is also present? Sasuke's heart skipped a beat. It seemed he had not performed any extraordinary actions. What could Itachi possibly be astonished by? He had witnessed this Raijin mode before. Sasuke internally scoffed, yet he felt pleased with the outcome. Simultaneously, it sparked a new thought within him. Since Itachi was watching, he needed to present himself well. With that in mind, Sasuke vanished from his position in an instant. Body flicker technique. No, there was no chakra fluctuation. Was it taijutsu? No, that couldn't be right. He had just employed lightning release, hadn't he? This maneuver left Irika utterly bewildered. In a mere breath, the three opponents collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Irika hurriedly approached the trio, and upon confirming they were merely unconscious, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there had been instances of casualties during training battles due to mistakes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of shocking Itachi 10 times. Reward. I Technique. Abyss of Naraka, Soul Inquiry, Mysterious Experience Card X1. After defeating the three, the anticipated system notification chimed in Sasuke's ears. 2 B rank illusions and 1 experience card. However, the experience card bore a question mark. System, use the experience card. Sasuke was not fond of hoarding items. He chose to activate the experience card directly. As the question mark vanished, Sasuke was momentarily stunned. The information displayed was somewhat shocking to him. Such a thing, if utilized wisely, could be a lifesaver. A weight settled in Sasuke's heart as he suppressed his excitement. He returned to his group. Hinata, did you observe the battle just now? Do you have anything to say? Sasuke inquired directly. Just now, you asked me where their chakra was the least concentrated. And the precise acupoints. Was that to execute such a precise combat maneuver? Hinata looked at him with admiration. In just a matter of seconds, Sasuke had devised such an excellent strategy. Moreover, this was their first collaboration. Indeed, in such battles, there is no need to exhaust too much energy. The current shinobi world is unstable, and we may encounter more adversaries in the future. If we cannot treat every battle as a battlefield, we will find ourselves at a disadvantage down the line. Sasuke spoke with earnestness. In the original narrative, Team 7 often found themselves in a state of confusion when facing numerous foes, leading to panic and disarray against Gaara's team and Orochimaru alike. Understood. Hinata nodded gravely. Have you spoken with your family regarding the food situation? Yes, I have addressed it. That is good. We must strive to train hard and hope to continue fighting alongside you in the future. Hyuga Hinata, what troubles you? Your face is so flushed. Could you speak in a manner I can comprehend? As Hinata stood bewildered, Naruto spoke up. He could grasp the essence of their previous conversation when separated. Yet when woven together, it became utterly incomprehensible. Just moments ago, Sasuke had illuminated the locations of the adversary's vital points, and with unmatched speed and minimal exertion, he had vanquished them. Although neither of them engaged in the battle, this truly exemplified a facet of teamwork. I was responsible for intelligence, Sasuke for the combat, and you for not causing a ruckus. Indeed, that is how it is, Hinata affirmed earnestly. At this juncture, there existed no unique bond between Hinata and Naruto. Conversely, she harbored a special sentiment for Sasuke, which rendered her words devoid of any concern for Naruto's feelings. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged looks of bewilderment, their expressions drenched in sweat. Who could have anticipated that such an adorable girl would utter such words? Even Sasuke was taken aback. Very well. Let us proceed to the second phase of the team battle. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, vs. Shimizu Hayata. The second match quickly approached. Meanwhile, Itachi bore an expression of astonishment. Sasuke's recent maneuvers had been nothing short of flawless. He pondered to himself the impossibility of devising such a perfect plan under equivalent circumstances. Though victory was assured, the Hokage summons you. At that instant, a member of the Umbu appeared behind Itachi, his tone somewhat unfriendly. This was to be expected, as the Uchiha clan was not particularly favored within the village. Even now that Itachi had joined the Umbu, aside from mission-related interactions, the members often regarded him with disdain. Although he longed to witness Sasuke's battle unfold, Itachi ultimately chose to depart. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed solemnly at a test paper before him. Hokage-sama. Itachi's figure materialized in the room. Please take a look at this test paper, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, handing Itachi an unmarked sheet. Its accuracy was flawless, and even the analysis of certain battle scenarios had reached the level of a chunin. And this, the will of fire? Hokage-sama, is this a standard test? Itachi inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice as he scrutinized the answers on the paper. Why are you showing me this? Is it merely to boast about the standard test? At that moment, Itachi remained oblivious to the subtle aversion he was developing towards this so-called will of fire. This is Uchiha Sasuke's test paper. How many points do you believe it would earn? After taking a deep drag from his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke slowly. Sasuke. Itachi's Sharingan activated in excitement, his mind overwhelmed by the implications of this information. If this truly is Sasuke's examination paper, I would bestow upon him a perfect score. After a few breaths, Itachi realized his previous indiscretion and promptly provided a response. Why, one might ponder, would a perfect score be awarded solely because it is Sasuke? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with keen interest. First and foremost, Sasuke is merely a 5-year-old child, yet his examination reflects a commendable foundation of knowledge. Furthermore, his comprehension of the will of fire, I believe, rivals even my own. Lastly, it is precisely because he is my younger brother that I feel compelled to grant him a perfect score. This score is devoid of any emotional bias. Itachi's expression was one of utmost seriousness, and in his fervor, his body trembled involuntarily. I too believe he deserves full marks. Moreover, his practical strength and skills are quite impressive. Itachi, I hope you can dedicate more time to mentoring Sasuke, guiding him to become a valuable asset to our village. The strongest bulwark of Konoha still requires the contributions of these young talents. Sarutobi Hiruzen began his subtle persuasion, and it was evident that Itachi was quite receptive to it. This dialogue not only assigned Itachi a special mission, allowing him ample time to be with his brother, but also conveyed Hiruzen's recognition of Sasuke for a devoted older brother. This was a source of unrestrained joy. After conveying a few matters, Itachi bowed and vanished from the scene. Uchiha Fugaku, you may not have anticipated how flawlessly your two sons would inherit the will of fire. From the very outset of this contest, you have already lost. Beneath the swirling clouds of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a satisfied smile. Upon Itachi's return to the training ground, Sasuke had already claimed victory over Shirtera Kenta. This young lad should return and inform his father of these developments. Perhaps Itachi chose not to elaborate further, instantly vanishing from the location. Meanwhile, the battle reached its climax, Shikamaru's team versus Sasuke's team. Teacher, we concede, Shikamaru declared, raising his hand to signify their team's surrender just as Iruka was about to announce the commencement of the battle. Why surrender? Shikamaru, you cannot win. So far, only Sasuke has engaged in combat. Hinata and Naruto have yet to make a move. Even if our team faced Sasuke alone, victory would be uncertain. let alone with two others involved. We prefer to avoid a beating, hence our surrender, Shikamaru shrugged. Knowing he couldn't win, charging into battle was simply not his style. Very well, the victorious team in this group battle is Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, and Uzumaki Naruto. The reward is a set of rare medicinal herbs, beneficial for crafting restorative potions and enhancing physical well-being after bathing, alongside a monetary award of 50,000 yen. As Irika spoke, he presented the herbs and cash to the trio. Sasuke, am I dreaming? Yay. Hahaha, I'm not dreaming. Naruto exclaimed joyously. 50,000 yen. This is undoubtedly a staggering sum for Naruto. As for that herbal medicine, Naruto exhibited no interest whatsoever. He was currently preoccupied with calculating how many bowls of ramen he could savor with the 50,000 yen he possessed. Due to the testing schedule, school would be dismissed immediately after the exam today. Naruto wished to invite Sasuke to Ichiraku Ramen to celebrate, but Sasuke had other matters to attend to at home, particularly regarding Itachi, who was presumably observing him. In order to restore Itachi to normalcy in the shortest amount of time, Naruto realized he must seize the opportunity while Itachi was at home. Thus, he decided to venture out alone. Hinata, too, departed to engage in her training. Was everyone returning home? Must I dine alone on ramen? Just then, Naruto's mood began to plummet. Hey Naruto, are you still not home? Would you like to join me for some youthful training? At that moment, Lee appeared, and soon, the two simple-minded individuals embarked on what they dubbed a trial of youth. Upon returning home, Naruto discovered that Itachi had indeed returned. However, the atmosphere in the living room felt somewhat peculiar. Fugaku Uchiha sat gravely in the main seat, while Itachi lowered his head in resignation. Their mother, Mikoto, sat quietly to one side. Father, mother, brother, what is going on? Sasuke inquired, placing his bag aside and curiously observing the three. This bizarre situation was a first for Sasuke. It was well known that even on the fateful night of the clan's demise, Fugaku and Mikoto chose to forgive Itachi. Mikoto, could you check if the meal prepared for Sasuke is ready? Fugaku spoke. All right. Mikoto glanced at Sasuke, then at Itachi, before smiling and rising to head towards the kitchen. Sasuke, your brother mentioned that you scored full marks on your cultural test and achieved first place in the practical assessment. What are your thoughts? Fugaku found himself at a loss, uncertain how to question his younger son. Sasuke's recent performance had been overwhelmingly impressive, leaving Fugaku with an odd sensation akin to being overindulged and unable to digest. Full marks? It seems the third Hokage was quite pleased with the essay I submitted. Father, is there a reward for me? Sasuke innocently extended his hand, his round eyes wide with anticipation. A reward? Wait, what do you mean by essay? Fugaku was initially curious about why Sasuke exhibited such a strong will of fire. He suspected it might be influenced by Itachi, and the tasks Itachi was undertaking left Fugaku feeling slightly uneasy. However, Sasuke's response only added to Fugaku's confusion, as if he had thrown a punch only to miss the target entirely. An essay is a composition created based on the requirements of a given prompt, drawing upon knowledge acquired through learning. Praises for the third Hokage can be found everywhere. To weave these elements together, adorned with eloquent embellishments, is akin to crafting a poignant essay. Father, what has prompted your sudden interest in this matter? Sasuke queried, gazing at Uchiha Fugaku with a measure of bewilderment. If it were solely due to such trivialities, there would be no need for further entanglement, lest it impede his mealtime. Thus, Sasuke boldly posed his inquiry. There's no need for concern. Go wash your hands first, then proceed to dine. Shortly, come to my study with your brother, Uchiha Fugaku instructed, rising slowly, his brow furrowed. Still adorned with an air of seriousness and perplexity, he vanished from their sight. Sasuke, was what you just said the truth? Is it not a fabrication of your imagination? Itachi's voice bore a hint of disappointment. After all, he had recently undertaken the responsibility of nurturing Sasuke. Inner reflections? The third Hokage has relocated our clan to such a remote place. My daily commute to school has become a lengthy ordeal. Do you believe I possess any profound sentiments towards him? Certainly, feelings of disdain must exist, Sasuke replied earnestly. Itachi, there are certain matters Brother, I must eat first. I'm famished. With that, Sasuke dashed away. This boy, is the will of fire truly the correct path? Doubts began to cloud Itachi's mind. Though he yearned to uphold the convictions he had maintained for so long, the truths presented by Sasuke were undeniable. The clash of these two perspectives left Itachi increasingly unsettled. Meanwhile, the instigator of this turmoil, Uchiha Sasuke, had embarked on his journey of indulgence, seeking to replenish the nutrients necessary for his training. News of Uchiha's latest prodigy swiftly spread through the Hidden Leaf Village. Undeniably, as the most formidable clan in Konoha, the Uchiha attracted considerable attention, and Sasuke's name began to resonate among the populace. Concurrently, Hinata found herself under scrutiny as well. In the Hyuga clan's estate, Hayashi Hyuga and Hinata sat across from one another. Hayashi's serious demeanor, marked by tightly furrowed brows, indicated his discontent. As for Hinata, though somewhat constrained and anxious, her gaze betrayed a remarkable resolve. Is this the reason you seek friendship with Uchiha Sasuke? Over a mere bowl of ramen? Hayashi finally spoke, taken aback by the revelation that his daughter would venture out late at night for food, unbeknownst to him. Had she not disclosed this, it might have gone unnoticed. Given the Hyuga clan's status as a prominent family in the village, where provisions were ample, yet he had not anticipated Hinata's substantial appetite. It was not merely a bowl, but 12 bowls indeed. Hinata earnestly corrected Hyuga Hayashi's words, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Following the birth of Hyuga Hanabi, Hayashi's demands on Hinata had reached an almost pedantic level, as he sought to challenge certain long-standing traditions of the Hyuga clan. The division between the main and branch families was a deeply entrenched practice. The memory of his younger brother, Hyuga Hizashi, sacrificing himself in his stead weighed heavily on Hayashi. Presently, with the emergence of Hanabi and Hinata, he feared they might encounter similar predicaments in the future. Thus, Hayashi's strictness towards Hinata stemmed from a desire for her to possess sufficient strength to abolish this rule as the clan leader. However, Hinata's innate talent left Hayashi feeling somewhat dissatisfied, as her progress in training was exceedingly slow. Initially, he attributed this to her lack of talent, only to discover that her sluggishness was due to inadequate nourishment. In the brief span of a few months, Hinata's improvement was markedly visible, creating a conflict within Hayashi. Her close relationship with the Uchiha clan could potentially incite unforeseen dangers and complications. Yet, given Hinata's disposition, attempting to distance her from that Uchiha boy at this juncture would likely have a profound psychological impact on her. Father, do you also harbor negative sentiments towards the Uchiha clan? Could you share your thoughts on them with me? Hinata mustered the courage to voice her concerns directly. She was not foolish. On the contrary, she was exceptionally astute and aware of many matters. Very well, Hinata, let me enlighten you, Hayashi began. The Uchiha clan, as one of the founding families of the village, once stood alongside the Senju clan as the two strongest families in Konoha. However, the Uchiha's haughty demeanor and their obsession with power were well known. Hayashi's understanding of the Uchiha ran deep, and he swiftly recounted the clan's history, from Uchiha Madara to Uchiha Fugaku, encompassing even the recent prodigies like Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. He refrained from mentioning Sasuke specifically. As one of the two prominent clans of the village, they had demonstrated remarkable prowess in several ninja world wars. During the Third Great Ninja War, they single-handedly repelled the Mist Village's offensive. The clan was currently teeming with talent, boasting a considerable number of elite jonin. Was it merely their pride that led to their ostracization? Hinata fervently shared all the information she had gathered, her determination shining even brighter than before. Hayashi was well aware of these facts. The Hyuga clan had managed to maintain its substantial presence in Konoha due to its avoidance of power struggles. However, should they become entangled with the Uchiha, the attention of Konoha's upper echelon would inevitably shift towards them. Yet, articulating such concerns proved difficult for Hayashi. Father, I have become friends with Uchiha Sasuke. I will strive diligently in my training to meet your expectations. Therefore, could you refrain from obstructing me? Hinata lifted her gaze to meet the eyes of Hayashi Hyuga. With each word, she earnestly articulated her request. After a moment of contemplation in response to his daughter's plea, Hayashi appeared to arrive at a significant resolution. Hinata, do you comprehend the implications of your current decision? Hayashi rose from his seat. I understand, Hinata replied, standing up and activating her Byakugan. Very well, then let your actions validate your resolve. Should you falter? I understand, father. Before Hayashi could finish his sentence, a look of joy illuminated Hinata's face. Hayashi nodded, signaling that Hinata could take her leave to rest. I hope I have not erred in this choice. A look of resignation crossed Hayashi's features. He had staked everything on Hinata. Moreover, he was aware of the transformation she had undergone. The Hinata of the past would never have expressed such sentiments. This change in her character instilled Hayashi with confidence regarding his desire to alter the family's traditions. If Hinata had remained timid, she would not have been able to engage in such matters. But now, things were different. Meanwhile, in the forest, is this what Sasuke-kun referred to as a new training method? It seems quite intriguing, exclaimed Rock Lee, his eyes wide with curiosity. It's not interesting at all, and it actually hurts a bit. However, the benefits to physical enhancement far outweigh mere conventional training, Naruto remarked, having fully immersed himself in this training approach. He recalled the fear instilled by Sasuke's lightning techniques. It was known that during class, Sasuke would occasionally zap him. Had it not been for his resilient spirit, he would have been expelled from the classroom long ago. Naruto Lee, regardless of the direction of our training, physical strength remains fundamental. Lee, without a doubt, possesses the best physical condition among us three. Yet, there remains ample room for improvement. Thus, our forthcoming training cannot merely revert to the simplistic approach of the past. Today, we shall complete 10 iterations of physical refining. The subsequent physical training will serve as a means to master our bodies. Are you prepared? Upon concluding his statement, Sasuke conjured a powerful arc of electricity in his hands. Observing the electric arc, both Naruto and Lee couldn't help but twitch their lips. This might be a bit painful. Following the conclusion of such rigorous training, the trio returned to the communal training grounds. Sasuke, you achieved a perfect score in this cultural class. Could you enlighten me? Yes. Sasuke, I also require assistance with this, Naruto and Lee said, their faces brimming with anticipation as they looked at Sasuke. Cultural studies, you say? In truth, it's quite simple. The material that necessitates rote memorization should pose no challenge for both of you. The primary concern lies in the analysis of the battle situation and the comprehension of the will of fire. Let us commence with the will of fire. Sasuke's voice distinctly rose in pitch. Subsequently, he fervently expressed his sentiments towards the village, along with his deep admiration for the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and his understanding of the significance of combat. After elucidating these points, he then embarked on a detailed exposition regarding the analysis and management of the battle conditions. The weekend swiftly passed amidst the training of the trio. At this juncture, the higher-ups of Konoha became unsettled. Within the root organization, one remarked, "Are you suggesting that the little brat from the Uchiha clan is growing close to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and is instilling the will of fire in him?" Upon receiving this intelligence, Danzo appeared as though he had encountered a ghost. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi need not be mentioned, for both had already become deeply entrenched in the will of fire. Even Uchiha Fugaku found this matter exceedingly troublesome. He had repeatedly attempted to reign in the hearts of both, only to meet with failure. Now, with the 5-year-old Uchiha Sasuke, Fugaku would surely be even more concerned. Why would a mere child be labeled as a proponent of the will of fire? Moreover, in his plans, both the Uchiha and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki were essential components. What on earth has that third Hokage done? How could he persuade the Uchiha clan members in such a brief period? Could it be that Danzo's thoughts began to wander? After all, his original intentions had already infringed upon the interests of the third Hokage. Coupled with his prior actions post the Nine-Tails incident, he had long since garnered the Hokage's dissatisfaction. Within the Hokage's office, it appeared that Itachi had not betrayed his trust. During the forthcoming period, let Itachi continue to execute his previous mission. As for Uchiha Shisui, a modicum of protection is warranted. Ensure that the root organization does not encroach upon him. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled subtly. The current circumstances had illuminated for him the path that rightly belonged to him. Once he had managed the notoriously difficult Uchiha clan, the assimilation of the other clans would become a mere formality. As for Danzo, he had refrained from taking action against the root organization previously, for the village still required such an entity. However, with the subjugation of the Uchiha clan now within reach, it was time to consider the issues surrounding the root organization. Have Shisui come to see me. After Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke, he glanced at several documents on the table and began to contemplate. They comprised Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Chozo, Uchiha Shikaku, and Uchiha Sasuke. Within the Uchiha clan, Fugaku tossed the document down before Itachi with a sense of impatience, the first time he had shown such toward his son. "Father, you," Itachi paused, taken aback by the contents of the document. Uchiha Sasuke, the proponent of the will of fire. After reading this, Itachi inwardly sighed. What a remarkable turn of events. Such matters would astonish even Uchiha Fugaku. If it were not for Itachi's knowledge, he himself would not have believed he had promoted these ideas to Sasuke. "Father, this is not my doing. Aside from our daily training sessions, Sasuke seldom engages in much conversation with me due to the constraints of time. Itachi placed the documents before him, speaking with a calm demeanor. Naturally, he did not divulge everything to Uchiha Fugaku, as he currently harbored doubts about the will of fire. How could he possibly indoctrinate Sasuke? Not your doing? Then is it Shursui? However, Shursui had not interacted with Sasuke at all. If anyone in the family had the most contact with Sasuke, it was undoubtedly him as a father. The fog began to lift for Uchiha Fugaku. As for the other clans, they were left bewildered by the peculiar relationship between the Uchiha and the higher-ups of Konoha. Fortunately, many children from various clans had the opportunity to interact with Uchiha Sasuke. They had already begun to set up investigations. Meanwhile, within the Ninja Academy, Naruto watched the occasional electric arcs dancing across Sasuke's body, his lips twitching involuntarily. This guy is truly relentless with himself. Not even during class time does he relent. Still immersed in training. The next moment, it was Naruto's turn to feel the pressure. During this period, Sasuke's progress was remarkably smooth, refining chakra, enhancing physical qualities, mastering ninjutsu. Consequently, even Naruto experienced substantial growth. Sasuke, why must I recite this too? And with such fervor? Don't you dislike the third Hokage? Naruto expressed his bewilderment. Despite his usual clumsiness, Naruto adhered strictly to Sasuke's directives. This was the bond they shared. Only through such efforts could they grow better together, minimizing obstacles along the way. There are things you do not understand now, but you will in the future. Some truths Sasuke could not yet convey directly to Naruto. Although he was aware of the Hokage's development, such matters were too premature for Naruto at this moment. Though I don't fully grasp it, I suppose I should just remember these things, right? Naruto scratched his head, indicating a bit of confusion. For a simple-minded individual like him, following Sasuke's instructions without question was undoubtedly the right approach. Alright, quickly recite what you've memorized aloud, Sasuke encouraged. This feels a bit embarrassing. My goal is to become a Hokage like the third, possessing both fame and strength. This is my ninja way, to protect the village, to fend off external threats and ensure the well-being of the people. Though he claimed it was embarrassing, when Naruto actually spoke those words, he radiated enthusiasm. Indeed, he was perfectly suited for such a spirited, passionate persona. A shadow lurked in the darkness, observing intently. Once Naruto had finished speaking, the sensation of being watched vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. Noticing the absence of scrutiny, a more pronounced smile crept onto Sasuke's lips. Clearly, Naruto's words held greater persuasive power than if Sasuke himself had uttered them. Achieving such a feat, even the cunning Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely harbor no further doubts. After all, what malice could possibly reside in the hearts of two 5-year-old children? The following night, outside the village of Konoha, within a cavern, the adults have completed their investigation. Indeed, that so-called genius of the Uchiha clan has been thoroughly brainwashed by the will of fire. Moreover, his displayed talent far exceeds the information that has circulated. I have observed their training, and the intensity of their practice left me somewhat astonished. Most importantly, Uchiha Fugaku's attitude towards him appears to be quite indulgent. Should we take action against him? A figure emerged from the shadows, gradually revealing a sinister visage beneath white hair. The glint in his eyes signaled that he was no ordinary individual. It was none other than Mizuki, a teacher at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Before Mizuki stood the individual he referred to as Master, the foremost scientist in the ninja world, Orochimaru. How confident are you? Orochimaru inquired, a sly smile tugging at his lips. Next month, there will be a special training session, originally led by Iruka, but I can secure that slot for myself. The location is chosen within the dense forest to the west. At that time, I will bring your target to your side. Mizuki gazed at Orochimaru with anticipation. Indeed, the emergence of Uchiha Sasuke had prompted Orochimaru to seek out Mizuki sooner than expected. Mizuki, who was singularly focused on acquiring immense power and securing his own renown within the ninja world, had begun contemplating his future path ever since he caught a fleeting glimpse of Uchiha Itachi's prowess. However, due to Itachi's rapid ascent, Orochimaru hesitated to act against him. After all, as a member of the Umbu, Itachi was typically accompanied by other formidable Umbu operatives. If their position were to be exposed, even Orochimaru might find himself facing death in battle. This was a risk that the cautious Orochimaru could not afford to take. Yet now, another genius had emerged from the Uchiha clan. Most notably, this genius, Uchiha Sasuke, was merely over 5 years of age. Such youth was perfectly suited for molding into the ideal vessel. Thus, the current scene unfolded. This is the reagent to activate the cursed seal. However, it is still in the developmental stage and should only be used as a last resort. Of course, once you have brought Sasuke to my side, you will possess the most perfect cursed seal. At that time, the power that belongs to you will transcend your wildest imagination. Orochimaru tossed a vial of the reagent into Mizuki's hands. Instantly, a serpent emerged from the ground, swallowing Orochimaru whole, vanishing from sight. Hihei, Irika, Hokage, just wait and see. I, Mizuki, shall become the entity that instills fear within your hearts. Clutching the reagent, Mizuki's face contorted with excitement. Little did he know, even the revered and anticipated Orochimaru would not dare to exhibit such audacity in the face of Konoha. Of course, Mizuki remained oblivious to this reality. He was firmly convinced that he would leverage Sasuke as a stepping stone to become a ninja that would send shockwaves through the shinobi world. Shortly after the two vanished, a figure with white hair emerged. The chakra signature of Orochimaru. How dare he come here? Jiraiya, sensing the lingering chakra in the vicinity, wore a grave expression. Since Orochimaru's defection, he had been in pursuit of him. Simultaneously, he had been traversing the shinobi world in search of enlightenment. This time, he had returned to the village to attend to pressing matters, only to unexpectedly detect Orochimaru's presence here. Jiraiya's mood darkened, for he had returned to finalize the latest chapter of Ika Ika, which required gathering materials from Konoha. As one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, he harbored significant attachments to the village. Damn it, how could I still be contemplating other matters at such a critical time? Orochimaru has undoubtedly fled. I must prioritize collecting materials. Jiraiya slapped himself and then vanished from the spot. Upon returning to the village, he relayed the information to Hiruzen Sarutobi before retreating. He had little else to convey to his mentor. In the Hokage's office, Orochimaru? How could he appear here? Is this fiend truly intent on attacking the village? Hiruzen retrieved a dusty document, his expression darkening. Once, these three were his pride. Now, they were an indelible stain upon his honor. Chu, take 3 squads and investigate. If you uncover any valuable information, report back immediately. Hiruzen ultimately issued the pursuit orders. Understood, Hokage-sama. Chu, one of Hiruzen's elite guards and a distinguished pursuer among the ninjas, sprang into action upon receiving the orders. In the dead of night, having completed his training, Sasuke departed from Shadow Leaf Lake, making his way towards the clan grounds. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. The Raijin mode activated instantaneously, mobilizing his chakra and muscles. Have I been discovered? Truly, the genius of the Uchiha name holds true. A massive serpent surged from the ground. From its gaping maw, a figure slowly emerged, speaking ominously. Orochimaru. Upon recognizing the individual, Sasuke silently lamented. How could this man appear in Konoha? As an S-rank rogue ninja, if discovered. At present, it seems that even multiple lives would not suffice for Orochimaru. Could it be that this fellow has set his sights on me? Suddenly, Sasuke became acutely aware of an alarming predicament. He was, in fact, being targeted by Orochimaru. What an audacious individual. Orochimaru, instead of confronting his elder brother in a 1-against-7, has chosen to pursue a mere fledgling like myself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Orochimaru, once a ninja of Konoha. You may not recognize me, but shortly, I shall grant you the opportunity to become well acquainted with my presence. Come with me. Serpent's Shadow. With that, Orochimaru unleashed an attack upon Sasuke. Fire style, great fireball technique. In the face of the myriad serpent shadows, Sasuke swiftly countered with an inferno that could not be extinguished by mere mortals. Beneath the colossal fireball, the serpent shadows were incinerated. Have you already mastered such a technique in fire style? Quite impressive indeed. However, the stronger you become. Orochimaru's words trailed off as he licked his lips. His senses fixated on Sasuke. Once the flames dissipated, he would seize the moment to capture Sasuke with all his might. Boom. In an instant, the fireball erupted. The blast radius engulfed Orochimaru entirely. Observing the explosion before him, Sasuke promptly opted to retreat towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Orochimaru is an exceedingly perilous entity. Most importantly, being taken by him might result in the imposition of some bizarre contraption upon his being. If such an item were to compromise his foundation, it would spell disaster. Without allowing Sasuke to delve into the thicket, several serpent heads emerged from the trunks of trees. Each serpentine head opened wide, spewing forth a replica of Orochimaru. Concurrently, the dust and debris from the explosion began to disperse with the wind. On the ground lay a discarded snake skin. Indeed, this fiend possesses the most extensive array of substitution techniques in the ninja world. Initially, I intended to gently escort you away from Konoha, considering your youth. However, it appears that more forceful measures are now required. 5 Orochimarus spoke in unison, and forthwith, countless venomous serpents surged from their mouths, lunging toward Sasuke. This situation necessitates the use of that technique. Sasuke raised his hand, and a card materialized within his grasp. Bang! As chakra infused the card, a vast cloud of smoke enveloped the surroundings. What is this? A familiar aura reached Orochimaru's perception. Within the smoke, an enormous phantom emerged, exuding a terrifying pressure. Boom! Subsequently, a colossal blade descended. The venomous serpents on the ground were all swept away by this single strike. The white mist gradually dissipated, revealing a toad wielding a short dagger. It was none other than Jiraiya's summoning beast, Gamabunta. This isn't Jiraiya? It's just a mere child? Gamabunta fixed his gaze upon Sasuke, a perplexed expression adorning his visage. An unfamiliar chakra, an unfamiliar boy. Were it not for the presence of Orochimaru as his adversary, Gamabunta might have turned and departed without a second thought. Indeed, this is the experience card, Gamabunta, that Sasuke acquired during his mission. Upon its activation, one can effortlessly disregard the world's rules and summon Gamabunta. As for his obedience, that is beyond the system's purview. Regardless, Gamabunta will indeed be summoned. Gamabunta? When did this little rascal become entangled with that Jiraiya fellow? Alas, it seems that serious measures are now necessary. Orochimaru bit through his own finger and unleashed the summoning technique. In the next moment, a terrifying serpent emerged. Orochimaru remarked, the quality of the last offering was rather subpar. I hope this time I do not have to consume something of that nature again. The serpent, Manda, hissed and lunged directly at Gamabunta. Meanwhile, Orochimaru wasted no time and charged at Sasuke. This little brat has even managed to summon Gamabunta. Who knows what other tricks he has up his sleeve? He must be taken away. Engaging in battle within Konoha is hardly a prudent choice. To Orochimaru, it already felt as though he was wasting precious time. The more this unfolded, the greater his anticipation and excitement for Sasuke grew. This little imp might just surprise him in ways he could not fathom. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke raised his finger and invoked the name of the fire technique once more. Orochimaru showed no inclination to evade, continuing his advance. Zzz. In the next instant, a powerful surge of lightning erupted, enveloping Orochimaru completely. The paralysis induced by the lightning temporarily incapacitated him. Lightning God mode, Thunderstrike. Sasuke formed hand seals again, arcs of electricity dancing across his body. Even his hair stood on end, charged with electricity. Boom. The ground shattered beneath him as Sasuke vanished from sight. By the time Orochimaru regained his faculties, he had lost the optimal window to pursue. Even if he could catch up to Sasuke now, this was Konoha. Before he could even act, he would be ensnared by those troublesome individuals from the village. Manda, retreat. Orochimaru snorted, sinking into the ground. Manda ceased its engagement with Gamabunta, dissipating into white mist. After all, he was billed by the number of summons. With Orochimaru declaring the end of the fight, Manda had no intention of lingering any longer. Though much transpired, it all concluded within mere seconds. Once everyone had departed, only Gamabunta remained, bewildered in the wind. Rustle, rustle. As Sasuke made his escape, several figures appeared before him. Sasuke, are you alright? Uchiha Shursui gazed at Sasuke with concern. Responsible for his safety. Due to an urgent matter requiring attention at the security department that evening, he had stepped away for a brief moment. He never anticipated that during that short span, Sasuke would almost find himself in peril. An individual known as Orochimaru infiltrated the village. Rumored to be one of the legendary Sannin. Quickly report this intelligence to the Hokage, Sasuke urged before vanishing once more. It was best to return home. Given the ominous and fearsome nature of Orochimaru, his presence near Uchiha Shursui and others does not guarantee safety, especially not alongside Uchiha Fugaku. Had it not been for the experience card from Bunta, he might have indeed been captured by Orochimaru. Soon, news of Orochimaru's incursion into Konoha spread among the higher-ups. In the Hokage's office, several individuals stood with grim expressions. Third Hokage, your hesitance to take action and allow Orochimaru to escape has now jeopardized the safety of our village. You owe us an explanation, spoke Tsunade first. Orochimaru undoubtedly posed a significant threat. What do you believe motivated his infiltration of Konoha? Added Mito Gaidon. As for Danzo, he observed Sarutobi Hiruzen with a mocking demeanor, never expecting Orochimaru would intervene at such a critical moment. With Orochimaru's assistance, Danzo had already begun to plot his own ascendancy to the position of Hokage. He was exceedingly confident in the village's safety, believing that an individual like Orochimaru could not orchestrate a significant upheaval. Orochimaru had already departed, targeting Uchiha Sasuke. The circumstances surrounding Sasuke's escape remained unclear. However, esteemed elders, will you merely engage in verbal condemnation here? At that moment, a figure appeared at the window. The white hair confirmed his identity. It was Jiraiya. He had obtained this information from Bunta. Originally intending to inform Sarutobi Hiruzen of the situation, he was taken aback by the scene before him. As a member of Konoha's elite, rather than contemplating solutions, they merely questioned one another. Indeed, Tsunade's departure from the village had its reasons. Jiraiya? You. Sarutobi began. But Jiraiya interjected. I am merely here to clarify the situation. I did not intend to participate in your meeting. Hokage-sama, I must attend to my mission. Without waiting for Mito Gaidon's response, he uttered those words and vanished. Third Hokage, this is your esteemed disciple. Mito Gaidon scoffed. Humph. You must handle this matter yourself. Frustrated, he waved his sleeve and departed. As for confronting Jiraiya, what trouble could I possibly bring to him? The only connection left to Jiraiya is you, third Hokage. He had not yet inflated his ego to the point of confronting Jiraiya in such a posture. In frustration, he cast a glare at Sarutobi Hiruzen before leaving. Third, you must address this swiftly. Additionally, the selection for the fifth Hokage should be nearing a conclusion. Tsunade remarked with a hint of significance. After casting a glance at Danzo, she turned and exited. Sarutobi Hiruzen, already with a headache, felt it intensify upon hearing Tsunade's words. The intentions of Danzo had become glaringly apparent, to the point of being blatantly unmasked. Tsunade's remarks were merely aimed at solidifying her and Mito Gaidon's positions among the elite. After all, when it comes to selecting a new Hokage, the influence of the two of them is undeniably significant. Danzo, if you have nothing further to say, you may take your leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not in the mood to engage in a battle of wits with Danzo at this moment. The man's intentions are almost inscribed upon his visage. Sarutobi has already shown considerable restraint without resorting to hostility. As for you, third Hokage, I can indeed resolve the matter, but I shall not acquiesce to your proposal. Before Danzo could finish his statement, Sarutobi swiftly delivered his negative response. Very well. Danzo nodded slightly and strode out of the Hokage's office. Once Danzo departed, Sarutobi sank heavily into his chair. Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke, each of them is a figure of considerable notoriety, now entangled in this situation. Jiraiya's temperament also precludes him from standing on his side. If those two were still present, he would not find himself in such a passive position. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan grounds, are you saying that Orochimaru wishes to take you away? Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin and an S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha, has now set his sights on his younger son. Father, Sasuke, at this moment, Itachi rushed in. Somewhat flustered, he had been spurned by Sasuke and had been invited to dinner by Izumi. Thus he had gone out for dumplings. Little did he expect such a turn of events. Upon seeing Sasuke standing unharmed, Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. Itachi, for the time being, your task is to ensure Sasuke's safety. All other matters can be set aside. Uchiha Fugaku made a decisive statement. Understood, father. By the way, father, what mission is Shursui currently undertaking? If possible, it would be better to have Shursui join in protecting Sasuke. Itachi spoke directly. Shursui, he will be back tomorrow. You can seek him out then. However, father, brother, thank you. Without waiting for Uchiha Fugaku to finish, Sasuke interjected, his face brimming with gratitude, prompting Fugaku to swallow the words he had intended to express. Go rest now. I have guests arriving. Uchiha Fugaku spoke calmly. Yes. Itachi nodded, leading Sasuke out of Fugaku's study. As the two departed, another individual entered the room. Lord Jiraiya, I presume your late-night visit concerns the matter of my youngest son? Uchiha Fugaku placed a cup of tea on the table and spoke plainly. Indeed. Is this something belonging to your Uchiha clan? Jiraiya remarked, producing a half-burnt card. On it, the characters, bunta, were clearly visible, while the word's experience card had been consumed by flames. What is this? Uchiha Fugaku appeared bewildered. He had never encountered such an item. Today, you are undoubtedly aware that your second son, Uchiha Sasuke, was attacked by Orochimaru, correct? At a critical moment, Sasuke summoned my summoning beast, Bunta, to thwart Orochimaru's assault. I wish to inquire further about this occurrence. Furthermore, regarding Orochimaru, I wish to inquire about certain matters with him. Minister Fugaku should not impede my inquiry, should he? Jiraiya, noticing the unknowing expression on Uchiha Fugaku's face, continued to speak candidly, articulating his questions. It is said that one can summon a summoning beast without signing a contract. To have been targeted by Orochimaru, yet managed to escape unscathed raises suspicion. The prodigy of the new generation of Uchiha possesses the identity of a bearer of the will of fire. With such attributes converging in a single individual, how could Jiraiya refrain from questioning? Has such an incident truly transpired? Lord Jiraiya, what are your intentions regarding Sasuke? Uchiha Fugaku lifted his gaze, revealing his crimson eyes, his terrifying ocular power beginning to emanate. Oh dear Fugaku, you remain so easily agitated. We are not adversaries. There is no need to utilize your Sharingan against me. Jiraiya remarked with a smile, alleviating the tense atmosphere. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Uchiha Fugaku retracted his Mangekyo. I merely seek to understand. Furthermore, if he can summon Bunta, it may indicate a special connection with Mount Myaboku. Should I take him there to see for himself? Jiraiya inquired. This proposition left Uchiha Fugaku momentarily speechless. The legendary Mount Myaboku, one of the three great lands of the sage. Is it truly appropriate for a child as young as Sasuke, yet to reach 6 years of age, to enter such a place? The matter ultimately hinges upon Sasuke's own desire. As a father, I shall not impose my will upon him. Let us reconvene tomorrow. Allow him to rest well tonight. After contemplation, Uchiha Fugaku provided his answer. Given Sasuke's current display of talent, should he receive guidance from Jiraiya and gain access to sage training at Mount Myaboku, it would undoubtedly enhance his future prospects. Nonetheless, Uchiha Fugaku could not shake the feeling that something felt amiss. Sasuke found no surprise in Jiraiya's visit, considering he had summoned the man's beast. He harbored a considerable fondness for Jiraiya, not only as a mentor, but also for his ability to craft risque literature. However, Sasuke had no intentions of becoming Jiraiya's apprentice. Yet, with this fellow's gaze upon him, it seemed unlikely that Orochimaru would dare to act against him in the near future. Thus, in summation, these developments held merit. The following day, Sasuke attended school as usual, engaging in cheerful banter with Naruto and Lee on their way to the Ninja Academy. At that moment, a pair of watchful eyes trailed behind him. The Umbu, the root organization, Uchiha, and now the added presence of Jiraiya. With so many eyes upon him, it appeared that Orochimaru would refrain from making a move in the short term. With this assurance, Sasuke returned to his normal state. Who could have anticipated that the composed Sasuke in the classroom had been attacked by Orochimaru the previous night? Even Jiraiya could not help but admire how remarkably steady Sasuke appeared in this form. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's gaze fell upon another individual, Naruto Uzumaki. Is he the son of Minato? The only family in the village bearing the Uzumaki name is that one. His golden hair and azure eyes unmistakably reveal Naruto's identity. However, after a brief investigation, Jiraiya felt a surge of discontent rise within him once more. He found himself beneath the Hokage building, pondering whether to confront Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yet, the Jiraiya of today was no longer the impetuous youth he once was. Gazing at the towering edifice that symbolized the supreme authority of Konoha, he shook his head in resignation and departed. Some matters, he realized, were beyond his power to alter. Indeed, any changes he might instigate could potentially bring even greater peril and hardship to Naruto's life. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiraiya resolved to adhere to his original plan. As for Naruto's situation, he decided to set it aside for the time being. With Sasuke as a steadfast friend, Naruto's life had evidently improved significantly. For now, there was no need for him to worry excessively. He must prioritize addressing the most pressing threat, Orochimaru. After school, Naruto inquired, Sasuke, shall we continue practicing shurikens? Or perhaps we should try a different training method? Sasuke responded, Naruto, when an elder approaches, it's best not to speak out of turn. Just as Naruto was chattering away, Sasuke sensed a formidable presence approaching and promptly interrupted him. An elder? Naruto instinctively glanced around. As he turned, a large face loomed before him. the distance between them shrinking to a mere fraction of a centimeter. Ah! Startled, Naruto yelped and stumbled backward. Who are you? Sasuke, however, remained composed. Jiraiya, although aware that this individual would seek him out, was surprised by the swiftness of his arrival. This person's decisiveness was indeed remarkable. Suddenly, a dramatic sound echoed from somewhere nearby. Jiraiya began his self-introduction, proclaiming, "I am the legendary sage of the Toads, a figure shrouded in mystery, unmatched across the land, a true paragon among the Sannin known as the white-haired boy, the Toad Sage. Even the weeping child will fall silent in my presence. For I am the illustrious Jiraiya. Is this the Toad Sage, Jiraiya?" Sasuke feigned curiosity. Ah! Suddenly, Naruto let out a loud shout, raising his hand to point at Jiraiya. He trembled uncontrollably. Naruto, you... Sasuke felt a twinge of embarrassment. Surely, these two wouldn't have some unknown connection at this moment? Could this be what is meant by the world's power correcting the narrative? Sasuke, you have no idea. This morning, as I was on my way to school, I passed the bathhouse and caught this guy peeping, only to be caught in the act. Moreover, he had a plethora of photographs of scantily clad women in his possession. What he just said is undoubtedly a lie. What a frog sage. I believe it is the lecherous sage that truly fits, Naruto exclaimed, revealing everything he knew in one breath. Huh, what? In an instant, both Sasuke and Jiraiya found themselves in an awkward predicament. The two had prepared themselves for a certain dynamic in their interactions, but Naruto's interruption left them both momentarily stunned. Hahaha, Naruto, surely you've been dreaming. This esteemed individual is none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. His strength is formidable. If he so desired, he could even become Hokage. Sasuke swiftly shifted the topic. They couldn't remain in this uncomfortable silence. After all, Jiraiya had come to address a matter of significance. Hokage. A person of such lascivious tendencies could become Hokage? Naruto was taken aback. His image of a Hokage was that of a heroic guardian of the village, not a lecherous voyeur lurking in women's baths. Naruto, every individual has their own unique path to mastery. We must not cast peculiar judgments upon the training of adults. Now, let's head back. I must return home for a meal. I am quite famished. Sasuke interrupted Naruto's fanciful musings and then parted ways with him. As he watched Sasuke depart, Naruto numbly waved goodbye, still wearing an expression of bewilderment as he headed homeward. Jiraiya considered chasing after him to provide some clarification, especially since this was the son of Minato. However, reflecting on the matters at hand, he decided to seek out Uchiha Sasuke first. At present, approaching Naruto would yield nothing beneficial and could even place young Naruto in danger. Oh, I understand now. This must be the way of adult training, Naruto declared, retrieving a book from his backpack. He quickly flipped to the page detailing the transformation technique, recalling the contents from the book Jiraiya had dropped. A look of confidence appeared in his eyes. Meanwhile, Jiraiya soon caught up with Sasuke, who had paused by the lakeside to await him. Jiraiya-sama, you are here for me, are you not? Is it concerning the summoning beast? Sasuke cut straight to the heart of the matter, avoiding any roundabout conversation. There was no need for such circumlocution when addressing Jiraiya. Indeed, can you tell me how you acquired this? Jiraiya handed a card he had been holding to Sasuke, his expression serious as he gazed intently at him. The issue surrounding this object was both grave and significant. Most notably, even Wanta was unaware of why he had been summoned. Jiraiya had even asked Wanta to inquire with the frog sage, but had received only an enigmatic response. This only deepened Jiraiya's curiosity. Now, if there existed a method to forcibly summon a beast, what might the future hold? Who could guarantee that a means of controlling summoned beasts would not emerge? Most importantly, this was an Uchiha we were discussing. Although Jiraiya firmly believed that the chaos wrought by the Nine Tails was not the doing of the Uchiha clan, the higher-ups had consistently used this incident as a pretext to suppress them over the years. Should they truly succeed in developing a technique capable of controlling summoning beasts, alongside this blatant disregard for the rules of summoning, the consequences would be unpredictable. The card I found was quite the enigma. During the attack by Orochimaru, it unexpectedly siphoned a portion of my chakra, leading to the manifestation of a colossal toad. Sasuke hastily distanced himself from the situation, and with his tender age of 5, who would dare question such a seemingly plausible fabrication? Found it. Jiraiya's lips twitched, his demeanor shifting uncomfortably. Had Sasuke's words been less casual, Jiraiya might have entertained some doubts. Yet, The blatant nature of the boy's tale left no room for suspicion. Indeed, Sasuke affirmed with a nod. Judging by Jiraiya's current disposition, he seemed to be devoid of immediate peril. The next task was to devise a means to keep Jiraiya in his proximity. The remaining matters would then be straightforward. I need to verify your claims. Will you accompany me to a certain location? Jiraiya suddenly conceived a highly effective method, particularly for a young child whose resolve was not yet steadfast, an approach that could yield remarkable results. Of course, Sasuke replied, his gaze revealing a blend of curiosity and discernible determination. Excellent. Let us proceed. With that, Jiraiya extended his hand and grasped Sasuke firmly. Instantly, the scroll behind him unfurled with a flourish. With a swift motion, Jiraiya bit his finger and pressed it against the scroll. A burst of white mist enveloped them, and in an instant, Jiraiya and Sasuke vanished from sight. Within the Hokage's office, in Uchiha Fugaku's study, the news struck like a thunderbolt. Sasuke has been taken by Jiraiya? Sarutobi Hiruzen was astonished. Could it be that Jiraiya intended to take Sasuke Uchiha under his wing? This development would necessitate a re-evaluation of their forthcoming strategies. After all, with Jiraiya's influence, gaining favor with the Uchiha would be considerably easier, potentially allowing them to discard other hindrances. Conversely, Uchiha Fugaku's bewilderment stemmed from uncertainty regarding Jiraiya's intentions. Inside Mount Myaboku, surrounded by a world reminiscent of a fairy tale, Sasuke's face lit up with curiosity. Although he was aware of the location, a 5-year-old child could not help but exhibit a sense of wonder. This is Mount Myaboku, one of the 3 great sacred lands of the ninja world. The creature you summoned earlier, Munta, is one of its inhabitants. Come, I shall introduce you to someone, Jiraiya said, leading the way forward. Sasuke reluctantly withdrew his inquisitive gaze and followed Jiraiya's footsteps. At that moment, a sense of apprehension began to envelop him. Were they truly destined to meet the legendary Toad Sage? This creature had existed since the era of the Six Paths Sage. Moreover, Sasuke was acutely aware of the information surrounding this formidable toad, particularly its ability to foresee the future, which filled him with trepidation at the thought of being exposed. Yet, such concerns had to remain buried within his heart for the time being. Soon, the two arrived before a grand palace. At the entrance, 2 statues of toads stood sentinel, Fukasaku and Shima. Indeed, they were to meet the Toad Sage. Jiraiya, did you bring this young one here because of last time? Shima inquired. Yes, I still wish for the Toad Sage to take a look, Jiraiya affirmed, unambiguously stating his purpose. Enter, a deep, resonant voice emanated from within the palace. The mere sound of it sent a shiver through Sasuke's very being, as though it penetrated his soul. Let us proceed, Jiraiya uttered, stepping forward into the palace. However, Sasuke found himself unable to move his feet, for an overwhelming aura of pressure had enveloped him. It was clear that this imposing presence belonged to the Toad Sage. What did this old toad wish to achieve? Was it not sufficient to seek the destined child they were after? If they truly could not find him, he could simply inform them that it was Naruto. Why must they seek validation from him? The more he pondered, the more his frustration grew. Were it not for the fact that the great toad, Gamabunta, had indeed saved him, Sasuke would have likely chosen to turn back. With gritted teeth, Sasuke took a step forward. The mere act of moving an inch intensified the pressure, causing his mind to feel as though it had been struck by a hammer. Gasping for breath, he gradually raised his gaze to the palace before him. He took another step. This time, not only did the pressure increase, but he felt as though his very soul were under assault. Stumbling slightly, he nearly lost his footing on the steps. Regaining his balance, Sasuke continued his ascent, each step taking him far longer than before. His breathing grew increasingly labored and chaotic, and a pained expression crossed his face. Yet, the one constant remained his unwavering determination. Inside the palace, a massive screen displayed Sasuke's struggles outside. Jiraiya, when you first set foot in this palace, you did not even manage to step onto the first stair. It took you 5 attempts to accomplish that first step, consuming a total of 8 days. Before Fukasaku could continue, Jiraiya recounted his own experiences from that time, his expression one of disbelief. Even if the Uchiha clan was renowned for its genius, this was rather excessive, was it not? Could such a feat still be deemed genius? It is akin to a monster. This sentiment is not solely held by Jiraiya. Both Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima share the same thoughts. Even the typically closed-eyed Toad Sage has opened his eyes at this moment. Little Jiraiya, this boy is indeed remarkable. Those who arrive with ulterior motives and deceit cannot ascend the steps. As for the future, I cannot provide you with an answer. His destiny remains obscured within a thick fog. Very well, I understand now. Can he cultivate here? Jiraiya spoke slowly, initially intending to merely assess Sasuke, without any ulterior motives. Yet now, Jiraiya genuinely wishes to take Sasuke under his wing. He may cultivate here, but he cannot sign a contract with Mount Myaboku. After uttering these words, the Toad Sage closed his eyes once more. Although Jiraiya remained perplexed, he chose not to voice further inquiries. The Toad Sage is quite aged now, and each time he opens his eyes, it consumes a significant portion of his life force. Subsequently, Jiraiya shifted his attention to Sasuke. The boy's gaze remained resolute, undeterred despite the trembling of his limbs. Little Jiraiya, take him to rest. Continuing this way will harm his essence. Sage Shima spoke gently. Understood. Jiraiya nodded and exited the palace. Lord Jiraiya, have you been waiting for me? In the brief interval, Sasuke had already arrived at the palace entrance, his face adorned with a hint of provocation. However, this defiance was short-lived, for Sasuke soon lost consciousness. At the final 2 steps, his body had reached its limit. In such a state, he unhesitatingly opted to utilize the Raijin mode. The cells within his body, stimulated by the lightning, instantaneously broke through their constraints, allowing him to ascend the last 2 steps. This was indeed his limit. Truly, he is a monster. I somewhat regret bringing this child here, Jiraiya lamented. Nevertheless, he first took Sasuke away from the palace to the wooden cabin he had constructed for his training. Sage Shima and Sage Fukasaku accompanied him. Half an hour later, the 2 toads and 1 human stood in astonishment beside a bed. Little Jiraiya, did you truly bring this boy merely to test if he was lying? Sage Fukasaku struggled to close his mouth in disbelief. Surely, I should have been certain. Jiraiya scratched his head, responding awkwardly. Well then, let him rest properly. Little Jiraiya, please prepare some food. He will undoubtedly need sustenance upon awakening. We shall stay here and watch over him, Sage Shima instructed. Understood. Jiraiya did not argue and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Sasuke's body continued to gradually absorb the surrounding energy, a unique natural energy intrinsic to Myaboku Mountain. Generally speaking, the ninja world possesses natural energy as well. However, its scarcity renders it almost negligible. The natural energy within the sage realm is precisely what can be absorbed and transformed into sage chakra. Without the distinctive cultivation methods of the sage realm, attempting to harness this natural energy would be tantamount to a fatal act of self-poisoning. Yet, at this moment, Sasuke exhibited no signs of rejection. The so-called guardianship of Sage Jiraiya is to rectify any issues within Sasuke's body before they arise. Several hours later, old man, have you discerned anything? Sage Jiraiya's gaze gradually filled with disbelief. Sasuke's body was autonomously harmonizing with the natural energy, and he was already exhibiting the nascent form of sage chakra. It seems we have little impact. Sage Fukasaku voiced his observations. Beyond astonishment, Sage Fukasaku pondered the deeper implications of this phenomenon. The transformation of natural energy into sage chakra was something he had never even heard of, let alone witnessed. Goo. Hee. Pardon me, gentlemen. May I have a bite to eat? Just as the 2 frogs were in shock, an incongruous gurgling interrupted their thoughts. Simultaneously, the previously unconscious Sasuke awoke. You're awake. You're awake. Both frogs stood up in excitement. It was remarkable that his body had not succumbed to the onslaught of natural energy. Given his prior dire condition, it was astonishing that he had recovered in such a short span of time, even exhibiting signs of hunger. One must understand, typically, when the body reaches its limits of exhaustion, hunger sensations do not manifest. Should I go back to sleep? Sasuke expressed a hint of embarrassment. In truth, he had not truly been unconscious. Rather, his body entered a state of temporary slumber under extreme conditions. However, his mind remained clear, allowing him to perceive the changes within his body and hear the sounds of the outside world. He had indeed heard everything they had said. The 2 frogs felt a sudden flush of embarrassment. Sasuke's words left them at a loss for a response. I'm back. Just then, Jiraiya entered, carrying a large bowl. Outside, there was still the sensation of something immense stirring. Clearly, there was some colossal being outside. Yes, I'm awake. Goo. Before Sasuke could continue, his stomach growled once more. Hungry. Quickly, eat something. This is the best food I could find. I truly couldn't procure anything else. After much persuasion, Jiraiya handed a bowl of moving ramen to Sasuke. I don't think I'm that hungry anymore. Besides, I brought some bento. MMM. I want to eat MMM. A few minutes later, Sasuke lay on the bed with a face full of frustration, wanting to vomit but unable to do so. As the ramen swiftly entered his body, it was quickly digested. Yet, the mere thought of that writhing sensation in his mouth made Sasuke's stomach churn. "Here, little one," said Sage Zetsu, stepping before Sasuke and handing him a black scroll. "In the future, should you ever require the assistance of Myobo-Kuzan, do not hesitate to seek us out." After spending more than a day in Myobo-Kuzan, Jiraiya escorted Sasuke back to Konoha. Within the Uchiha Clan grounds, Jiraiya remarked, "I shall consider what you have said, Sasuke. However, you must exercise caution. Orochimaru is no ordinary ninja. I must take my leave. Once I have completed this exceedingly important task, I will return to find you." With those parting words, Jiraiya vanished. Sasuke was keenly aware that the release date for Jiraiya's latest novel, Ika Paradise, was drawing near. This so-called important task was merely a pretext for him to indulge in voyeurism. "Sasuke, you're back?" At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Indeed, it was Itachi Uchiha. "Brother, have you finished your mission? Do you have time to train with me today?" After taking a deep breath, Sasuke donned a warm smile. While he held reservations about some of Itachi's views, he acknowledged his brother's competence as a training partner. "Not today. Come, I will take you somewhere." Itachi crouched before Sasuke, smiling. "Come on, I'm not a child anymore. Do I really need you to carry me?" Sasuke protested. "Don't look at me like that, as if I've done something wrong. Can't I just climb up myself?" Faced with Itachi's melancholic expression, Sasuke climbed onto his brother's back. In an instant, Itachi whisked him away from that place. In a dense forest, Sasuke soon spotted a familiar figure. "Itachi, is that Shisui?" It seemed Itachi's faith and mental defenses had been breached by Sasuke. Was he preparing for a confrontation with Shisui to reprogram his mind? Once they landed, Itachi set Sasuke down. "Brother, did you bring me here to learn some special training method from Shisui?" Sasuke tentatively inquired. "Sasuke, Itachi has brought you to see me not for training," Shisui replied, producing several sheets of paper. "You wrote this, didn't you?" The papers contained various statements extolling the virtues of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Some interpretations of the will of fire even surpassed those of the Hokage himself. Certain staunch executors of the will of fire regarded Sasuke's words as gospel, unaware that he had crafted them to be memorized by Naruto, solely to obfuscate Hiruzen's perception. Little did he know, Shisui had also been misled by this ruse. Sasuke nodded, contemplating. "Given your profound understanding of the will of fire, why then did you speak such words to Itachi?" Shisui expressed his confusion. In his view, a person possessing such awareness ought to be an executor. Yet, the reality stands in stark contrast. As for Sasuke, he could not help but silently ridicule. His elder brother truly is quite naive. Why must he disclose everything? The understanding of the will of fire encompasses certain praises for the third Hokage. "Brother Shisui, do you not comprehend? The Uchiha clan does not require overwhelming power or formidable assistance at this moment. What we truly need is a stable environment. My intention behind this is to ensure my training remains undisturbed." After taking a deep breath, Sasuke directly articulated the words he had originally intended for Itachi and Fugaku Uchiha. Were it not for this encounter with Shisui, Sasuke might have nearly forgotten. This individual before him appears to be on the brink of death. It is precisely due to this person's demise that Itachi Uchiha became resolute in the necessity of executing the will of fire, ultimately transforming into the harbinger of his clan's slaughter. A stable environment, you say? Are you suggesting that once you attain sufficient strength, you will strike against the village? A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Shisui's eyes. Coupled with the battle intent and killing aura accumulated through prolonged combat missions, he unleashed it all. What purpose would there be in attacking the village? Once one possesses overwhelming strength, the village will merely seek the protection of our Uchiha clan. As for the current discord, at its core, it remains that we are simply not powerful enough. Sasuke shrugged, expressing indifference towards the two individuals before him. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi. Perhaps both have surpassed their peers in talent, yet their intellect leaves much to be desired. After awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, Shisui's first thought was not to alter the village's perception of the Uchiha. Instead, he chose to relay this significant information to Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo. This individual has effectively brought about his own demise through his folly. As for the events of the Uchiha clan's massacre, they can never be absolved. No matter how fervently Kishimoto attempts to cleanse it, black shall remain black. Powerful, If recognition is merely attained through the exertion of force, such acknowledgement will not endure. In the past, did we Uchiha ever find ourselves coerced in such a manner? The Uchiha were compelled to relocate. The security department within the village was rendered virtually ineffective. What was the village's attitude towards the Uchiha? Before Shisui could finish speaking, Sasuke bombarded him with 3 consecutive questions, rendering him speechless. Sasuke, let brother Shisui finish. Some matters are beyond your experience. Itachi Uchiha refrained from continuing, for what Sasuke had just stated resonated with his own experiences. Moreover, this was the result achieved through the relentless efforts of both Shisui and Itachi Uchiha. Brother Shisui, Sasuke called out, and subsequently activated his own 3-tomo Sharingan. The instant his ocular power manifested, it directly invoked Shisui's Sharingan. You have awakened your 3-tomo Sharingan. Itachi, Shisui found himself struggling to articulate. The awakening of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan is not a tranquil affair. Shisui, possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, is acutely aware of this. Brother Shisui understands that salvaging the current state of the Uchiha clan cannot be achieved merely through flattery of the higher-ups. In this moment, it is indeed the 3 of us who are capable of effecting such change. Shisui, the 3rd Hokage holds a certain trust in you. As for you, brother, I believe my performance has elevated my standing in the 3rd's eyes. Thus, we must now judiciously leverage this identity to forge a new adversary, or, rather, to draw out a new foe, the Root Organization. While Shisui was lost in thought, Sasuke resolved to seize the moment, launching into a verbal onslaught. Against an individual so entrenched in obsession, the effectiveness of verbal jutsu is unparalleled. Discovering the right direction proves more efficacious than even the most advanced ninjutsu. Upon hearing Sasuke mention the Root Organization, both Itachi and Shisui exhibited expressions of astonishment. Given Sasuke's current standing, he should not be privy to the existence of Root. After all, this organization was established by the 3rd Hokage to manage affairs shrouded in darkness. Could it be that the clan leader, our father, revealed this to Sasuke? Sasuke, why do you bring up the Root Organization? Shisui pondered, unable to fathom the connection. This organization is directly managed by Danzo and is accountable to the Hokage. How could such an entity be utilized to deflect conflict? Brother Shisui, why do you think the higher-ups of Konoha have targeted our Uchiha clan? Is it merely due to our excessive pride? Or perhaps because of the unfounded accusations stemming from the Ninetales incident? Sasuke refrained from answering Shisui's queries. Some matters need not be articulated so plainly. Sasuke's current objective is to ensure that Shisui, a formidable force within the clan, returns to the familial fold. In doing so, the Konoha elite, now aware of Shisui's ocular abilities, would be less reckless in their actions. Did the clan leader divulge something to you? After a moment of contemplation, Shisui remained at an impasse. His mind seemed too consumed by innate talent to grasp the gravity of the situation. It is our power. There are those who covet our Sharingan, and those who fear our strength spiraling out of control. If one faction among the higher-ups seeks to acquire our abilities, while another wishes to contain them, do you believe the Uchiha still have a chance for reconciliation with the village? Sasuke laid bare the essence of the issue with clarity and fluidity. Regardless of Shisui's reluctance to accept it, this is the undeniable truth. The esteemed individual from the Root Organization desires our eyes. The Hokage seeks to control our strength? Sasuke, is this your intent? Itachi interjected. Having been previously impacted by Sasuke's unique perspective, Itachi found it easier to accept these revelations. Indeed, therefore, our immediate course of action is to use the will of fire as a breakthrough, allowing the Hokage to witness the transformation within the Uchiha, particularly the changes in the prodigies and the strong. In this manner, under the delusion of having mastered the power of the Uchiha clan, how likely do you believe it is for the opposing side to strike forcefully? A contradiction that cannot be displaced. Although Sasuke gazed at Itachi as he spoke, those words were entirely directed at Uchiha Shisui. Itachi is indeed a genius. At just 11 years old next month, he has already attained the strength of an elite jonin. However, compared to Uchiha Shisui, who wields the Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo, he still falls significantly short. Shisui is a bona fide shadow-level powerhouse, and with his almost supernatural abilities, safeguarding a Uchiha is certainly within his purview, provided he remains vigilant. Sasuke, I assure you I will keep what you said today confidential. However, I cannot place my complete trust in your words. I shall conduct my own investigation. After uttering this, Shursui vanished from sight. Itachi raised his hand, intending to say something, but ultimately lowered it in resignation. Shursui is typically a gentle soul, yet what Sasuke had just conveyed had evidently crossed Shursui's threshold. The absence of Shursui's immediate rebuttal to Sasuke's claims suggested a considerable authenticity in those matters. Perhaps it would be best for him to take a moment to collect himself. Brother, Shursui is on the brink of death. Just as Itachi was deep in thought, Sasuke suddenly interjected. What? Itachi's expression shifted dramatically, staring at Sasuke in shock, attempting to discern any falsehood from his countenance. It was not their father who intended to make a move against him, but rather the root of the issue. They could hardly contain their impatience any longer. Sasuke's voice carried a hint of urgency. In an instant, his three-tomo Sharingan activated, chakra surging forth with a palpable intensity. Sasuke, your eyes. Yes, my Sharingan possesses certain peculiarities, Sasuke affirmed with a nod, promptly fabricating an elaborate narrative regarding the abilities of his Sharingan. Initially, I believed it to be mere illusion. An unpredictable foresight ability manifests randomly, with varying individuals and events, and the timing remains uncertain. I witnessed the future of the Uchiha clan, facing annihilation at the hands of one of their own, Uchiha Shursui. In a bid to protect his family, had his eyes gouged out by Danzo, ultimately leading to the extraction of his remaining eye before he took his own life before Itachi. As a transmigrator, such capabilities were best concocted. The lack of specificity and certainty regarding time granted it a vast operational scope, coupled with the fact that Uchiha Itachi was deeply protective of his younger brother. These events would become exceedingly plausible and remarkably executable. Have you informed our father of this matter? Itachi inquired, his astonishment lingering before he spoke slowly. No. You are the only one who knows aside from me, Sasuke replied earnestly, gazing intently at Itachi with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi immediately placed his trust in Sasuke's words. What could be more gratifying to a brotherly protector than the acknowledgement from his younger sibling? Sasuke, for the time being, do not disclose this to anyone. I will first seek out our father and then find Shursui. Your current focus should be on training. Recently, have you found yourself short on funds? Here, take this sum of 10 million yen for your immediate needs. Should you find it insufficient, do not hesitate to inform me. After a few minutes of discourse, Uchiha Itachi left behind a stack of currency and vanished from the scene. Alas, it seems he forgot to take me along, thought Sasuke, his expression one of resignation. Fortunately, he was currently within the village, not far from the clan's grounds. Moreover, with Orochimaru having just retreated, there was little cause for concern. With this in mind, Sasuke activated his Raijin mode, commencing the refinement of his physique and the honing of his martial arts. Meanwhile, in an underground edifice, a conversation unfolded. What is your intention with this Uchiha dossier? Danzo inquired, a hint of displeasure flickering across his face. His dissatisfaction stemmed not only from a distaste for the Uchiha clan, but also from the progress of the individual before him. Lord Danzo, I require the individual mentioned here. Everything else is manageable, and I am prepared to commence the experiment, the cloaked figure stated, gradually unveiling his hood to reveal a pallid visage. Indeed, the individual standing before Danzo was none other than the S-rank rogue ninja, Orochimaru. The dossier in Danzo's possession contained information on Uchiha Sasuke. Upon hearing Orochimaru's request, Danzo's expression remained inscrutable, as if time itself had frozen, suspending any further dialogue or movement. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I can accommodate your request. However, before he could finish, Orochimaru produced a vial from his sleeve, containing a mass of vibrant cells pulsating with life. Has the issue of viability been resolved? Danzo exclaimed, rising with fervor. It has been resolved. During this interval, I have conducted live experiments. There are no significant issues. Once the data is compiled, we can proceed. The time frame will not exceed 1 year. Therefore, I hope to obtain this young boy swiftly, Orochimaru declared, stowing the vial away and regarding Danzo with a knowing gaze. For Orochimaru, the intricacies of schemes held little importance. With Danzo, it was a straightforward transaction. He sought Uchiha Sasuke, while Danzo craved the techniques in Orochimaru's possession. Both parties sought their respective desires. The dynamics were not of hierarchical nature, neither in the past nor in the present. Understood. I shall ensure he is delivered to you promptly. You need not worry. The boy possesses ample capability, Danzo reassured, suppressing his inner dissatisfaction with a gentle tone. I shall await your favorable news, Lord Danzo. I have matters to attend to in my laboratory and must take my leave, Orochimaru concluded, raising a finger. At once, a serpent emerged from the ground, engulfing Orochimaru before dissipating into mist. With a resounding crash, Danzo's expression soured as he shattered the table before him, rising in a fit of rage. My lord. In an instant, 3 members of the Root organization appeared before Danzo. All 3 bore the visage of foxes, albeit with varying facial patterns. This was the target. Seize an opportunity to bring this little brat in swiftly. Remember, do not let the Uchiha clan discover your actions. Execute the task with utmost precision. After delivering these instructions, Danzo cast aside the information regarding Uchiha Sasuke to the trio and turned to depart. At that moment, Danzo's demeanor was far from pleasant. The 3 picked up Sasuke's intel, their expressions concealed beneath their masks betraying a hint of peculiarity. However, their mission was not to investigate the reasoning behind their orders, but rather to fulfill them. After exchanging glances, the trio vanished from sight. Naturally, Sasuke remained oblivious to these developments. Even a time traveler cannot predict the butterfly effect that follows their crossing of timelines. Upon concluding his training, Sasuke returned to his quarters. The information divulged today was sufficient. However, considering Itachi and Shirsue's steadfast natures, there should be little cause for concern. Moreover, given Uchiha Shirsue's capabilities, investigating these matters would not take long. With the seeds of suspicion already sown, it would not be so easy for Danzo to ambush Shirsue. Next, he must focus on his own training and infiltrating the other clans. Penetrating the schemes of those crafty old foxes would prove challenging. Yet, infiltrating their offspring would be an entirely different endeavor. The following day, after engaging in his usual routine of imparting the will of fire to Lee and Naruto, the trio agreed to train together at the public training grounds after school. An announcement was made, due to health reasons. Iruka-sensei would be unable to lead next month's village trial, and I would take charge. After sharing this news with a smile, Mizuki began today's lesson. Sasuke, have you noticed something peculiar about Mizuki-sensei? After class, Naruto approached Sasuke with a conspiratorial tone. Sasuke was taken aback. When did Naruto become so perceptive? It was surprising that he could discern Mizuki's oddities so early on. His hand is injured. Should we check on him? A bright smile illuminated Naruto's face. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression darkened. Indeed, this was Naruto. What was he expecting? Have you dedicated enough time to your training? You aspire to become Hokage, and if you do not exert yourself diligently, someone will surpass you. Teachers have their own arrangements. It would be inappropriate for us to interfere. After a brief exchange of words from Sasuke, Naruto nodded in defeat. The afternoon lessons passed swiftly. Due to their age difference with Rock Lee, the two set off together to find him at the public training grounds. Soon, they arrived, but today, in addition to Lee, another individual was present, Hyuga. Lee. Naruto called out exuberantly, oblivious to the new presence. Hey, who are you? Your eyes bear a striking resemblance to Hinata's. Ah, by the way, Sasuke mentioned that this is the Byakugan. You and Hinata must belong to the Hyuga clan, correct? As Naruto approached, he became aware of an additional presence. Hello, Uzumaki Naruto. And you, Uchiha Sasuke. Neji regarded Sasuke with a serious expression, a glimmer of battle intent evident in his gaze. Even a mere glance was sufficient to activate his Byakugan. Upon perceiving the immense chakra coursing through Sasuke's body, Neji was taken aback, despite his preparation. He even discerned that Sasuke's chakra was continuously surging at this moment. So this is the talented friend of the Uchiha, as Lee described? Greetings, Hyuga Neji. Have you come to train with us? Sasuke greeted him amicably, unfazed by Neji's impudent demeanor. Indeed. However, if your performance is lacking, Neji remained silent, directly assuming the initial stance of the 8 trigrams palm. Neji was formidable. Let us observe their battle. Lee pulled the bewildered Naruto aside to the viewing area. You won't be disappointed. However, since this is a fight, let us wager something. Sasuke suggested with a slight smirk, also positioning himself in the Uchiha's martial arts stance. If you lose, you shall follow my directives until you surpass me. Should I lose? The same applies. Sasuke laid out the terms of the bet. Agreed. But I want to lose. Neji declared, vanishing from sight instantaneously. His speed astonished even Lee, revealing that Neji's strength had indeed escalated. Bang! Sasuke raised his hand to block Neji's palm strike, simultaneously channeling lightning chakra through his arm. neutralizing the chakra accompanying Niji's gentle fist. Upon feeling the lightning coursing through his palm, Niji swiftly adopted an unusual posture to dissipate Sasuke's force, bending low. His hand targeted Sasuke's ribs, striking without hesitation. Zzz. Before Niji's palm could land, a surge of electricity erupted around Sasuke's body, forcing Niji to retreat once more. Although he managed to push Niji back, Sasuke was taken aback. In his past life, he was single, and in this life, he was still a child. This fellow seemed intent on jeopardizing his future happiness. It was time to take this seriously, given that they were in a public training ground. Sasuke typically refrained from revealing too much of his power. However, it was evident that Niji was not an opponent to be handled with mere concealment of strength. Boom. In the next instant, Sasuke vanished from his original position, leaving cracks in the ground. Bang! Before Niji could react, a fist struck his back, accompanied by a formidable jolt of lightning. The moment the electricity coursed through his body, Niji felt as if every cell was lamenting. Fortunately, the sensation did not last long, allowing him to stifle any outcry. Nevertheless, the disdain in his eyes transformed into seriousness. He practiced his palm strikes countless times each day. Every day, he pushes the limits of his endurance. He gazes at the courtyard belonging to the Uchiha clan, clenching his fists in silence. No, if he were to concede defeat after such a minor setback, he would not be Hinata Niji. 8 trigrams 4 palms. The first palm strikes the air. The second palm seals the chakra points. The third palm splits the channels. The fourth palm opens the gates. Niji resolved to confront Uchiha Sasuke with his utmost strength. With each palm he unleashed, Niji's chakra surged, intensifying with each subsequent strike. By the time he reached the fourth palm, both speed and power had reached the limits of what his body could endure. Lightning release, white insects. Sasuke raised his hand, summoning arcs of white lightning that danced around him. As Niji charged forward, the bolts of lightning met the palm of his hand. The familiar sensation of corrosion and numbness enveloped him once more. However, in this state, Niji was far beyond the level of lightning that could impede him. Bang! In the next moment, Niji's palm connected with Sasuke's body. "You have lost," Niji declared, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Lost? Surely that could not be the case. Niji, you can no longer move forward," Sasuke retorted, his body hurtling backward and crashing to the ground. "Sasuke!" Naruto exclaimed, rushing toward him with concern. He quickly helped Sasuke to his feet, inspecting his injuries. Though there was little he could discern, it was clear that Sasuke had been hurt. A genius. Yet even they have their limits? Perhaps this young man from the Uchiha clan deserves closer scrutiny. Coupled with the strife within the Uchiha family, there may be opportunities to manipulate the situation. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the crystal ball before him. Utilizing the telescope technique, he could clearly witness the thrilling battle unfold. For 2 young children to reach such a level was indeed impressive. One must acknowledge that Sarutobi Hiruzen was exceedingly busy, balancing the power among various clans, safeguarding the interests of the higher-ups, managing the myriad affairs of the village, and monitoring for the emergence of new prodigies. He even had to keep an eye on certain matters. I digress. Returning to Sasuke, who was helped by Naruto, he gradually moved to a side of the spectator area to sit down. The sensation of being observed had vanished, indicating that Sarutobi Hiruzen had concluded his surveillance over them. "I have lost. I will accept the wager we made earlier. When I defeat you, it will be your turn to heed my words," Niji shouted, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Yet, only he knew that Sasuke had not been sent flying by him. In that fleeting moment, Sasuke had accomplished many things. The lightning sealed Niji's body, and the shuriken had already grazed his palm. Had Sasuke acted in that instant, it would not have been him lying there, but rather Niji himself. Niji pondered, perplexed, as to why, despite his victory, Sasuke would feign defeat. Within his small mind, a great confusion lingered. Naruto. Today, the two of you should engage in battle with Niji. Niji, refrain from dwelling on those thoughts. Instead, take a moment to truly connect with your body. After Sasuke spoke, he feigned a meditative posture and began to heal. What? Niji paused in confusion. Sasuke's words seemed to resonate with him, yet left him pondering their meaning. In the next moment, Niji became acutely aware of his own body. The lightning release that Sasuke had infused within him was still present. Most notably, this lightning was refining his very cells. This process of refinement was no stranger to a member of the Uchiha clan. Typically, they employed expensive herbs or potions for such enhancement. Yet now, it was merely a jutsu that achieved such a remarkable effect. Niji, hurry. Rock Lee urged from the side. You just injured Sasuke. This time I shall aid him in revenge. Naruto added, visibly irate. All right. A smile crept across Niji's lips, one that he himself did not fully realize. The three soon found themselves engaged in combat. Meanwhile, Sasuke observed the changes occurring within Niji's body. As a prodigy from one of Konoha's esteemed clans, it was essential to take note of him. Sasuke noted that while the physical strength of the Hyuga clan may not rival that of the Uzumaki, their chakra pathways were indeed astonishing. The chakra he had infused into Niji's body required no delicate handling. It could freely refine his physique without reservation. As for the lightning release, it was a manifestation of Sasuke's insights into the lightning god mode, allowing him to manipulate the lightning away from his body while retaining control over it for a time. This way, he need not remain close to Naruto and the others during their physical enhancement sessions. As time passed, Naruto, Niji, and Lee found themselves sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted from their recent skirmish. It must be said, this practical training was quite taxing. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Their stomachs, in unison, expressed their demands. Haha, I'm starving. I must return for a grand feast. Naruto exclaimed as he sprang to his feet, grabbing a nearby bag and preparing to leave. Naruto, let us go have ramen. Niji and Lee can join as well. It's on me, Sasuke said, finally opening his eyes and extending the invitation. At the mere mention of ramen, Naruto was unable to resist. Lee readily agreed without a second thought. Only Niji hesitated, glancing at Sasuke with a hint of embarrassment. But there are 4 of us, and it seems we all have quite the appetite, Niji awkwardly remarked. Given their age and current state, they were likely to consume a considerable amount. Not to worry. My brother just gave me some money. Let us go, Sasuke replied, making his way toward Ichiraku Ramen, feeling a sense of appreciation for the Hyuga clan's upbringing. Niji, at the tender age of 6, already exhibits a remarkable capacity for empathy. Inside the Ichiraku Ramen shop, the atmosphere is lively with exclamations for another bowl. One more for me. Please, another bowl. It's undeniable that the 3 of them possess extraordinary appetites. The empty bowls have begun to accumulate significantly. Sasuke, having expended little energy, halted after devouring his 5th bowl. After nearly 2 hours of feasting, the trio felt as if they might burst. Initially, Niji had displayed a modicum of restraint, but soon, an unspoken competition arose to see who could consume the most. Ultimately, Naruto triumphed with an astonishing 19 bowls, followed by Lee with 16 and Niji with 15. Master, here is 50,000 yen. Please keep the remainder for my classmates who wish to dine here, Sasuke declared, leaving the money on the counter as he prepared to exit the ramen shop with his companions. On their way back, Naruto and Lee resumed their playful rivalry, racing to see who could complete a lap around the village the fastest, thus parting ways ahead of time. Sasuke and Niji, however, walked together in a different direction. After a moment of silence, Niji finally spoke, albeit reluctantly. Sasuke, what do you think of the Uchiha clan? He inquired. Sasuke responded cheerfully. Is there something particular about us that you find noteworthy? Niji replied. It's just that you seem different from the tales I've heard of the Uchiha. Despite your prodigious talents, you remain humble and sincere towards your friends. You are truly commendable. A faint blush crept onto Niji's cheeks. One could not help but note that this proud Niji was not one to easily express his feelings. Thank you. From now on, we shall be friends, Sasuke said, lifting his hand to conjure a rich swarm of small white insects. These can enhance your physical abilities, but be cautious not to overindulge, as it could harm you. There is something within you that my insects can consume as well. By the way, Hinata is also my friend. With that, Sasuke waved goodbye and dashed off into the distance. After all, the Uchiha clan's territory was not situated in the village center, making it inconvenient to continue alongside Niji. As the insects burrowed into Niji's fingers, a familiar sensation enveloped him. Compared to their previous encounter, these insects were markedly gentler, gradually refining his cells. To his astonishment, Niji, with his keen perception, discovered that the lightning release was actually eroding the caged bird seal on his forehead. This revelation left Niji astounded. The caged bird seal, developed by the Hyuga clan, had remained unbreakable for many years. Did Hinata possess knowledge of this? He thought of the girl who affectionately called him Brother Niji, a perplexed expression crossing his face, a tightly clenched fist accompanied by a heavy visage. Soon, it seemed as if the hostility emanating from Niji dissipated. The entire atmosphere felt somewhat lighter. Perhaps I have encountered an extraordinary friend. Niji shook his head, momentarily setting aside those thoughts. He gazed into the distance at the Hyuga clan and gradually departed from this place. Within the Uchiha clan's territory. What? Lord Shisui wishes to rejoin the guard division? Uchiha Shisui. Was he not in the Umbu, oppressed by the third Hokage? Now he desires to return to the guard division. How absurd. Nevertheless, he is a member of our clan, and his prowess is indeed formidable. What will the clan leader say? Will he simply permit him to re-enter the guard division? Upon returning home, Sasuke noticed a gathering of several members from the guard division in front of his house. From their conversations, the reason became apparent. Uchiha Shisui intends to withdraw from the Umbu? Sasuke, with an innocent and romantic demeanor, stepped inside, disregarding their discussions. Such gossip, a mere understanding sufficed. Observing was never Sasuke's nature. Once home, his aunt had prepared the meal. After washing his hands, he ate and logged his training session. Following this, Sasuke returned to his room. Mission: encourage Niji Hyuga to relinquish his obsession with the main family and branch family distinction. Upon seeing this mission, Sasuke felt a headache coming on. The reason he had spoken such words during his farewell to Niji was precisely due to the emergence of this system task. Yet, the root of the conflict within the Hyuga clan lay in those peculiar rules. Altering their regulations would be akin to transforming all Uchiha into amiable and congenial beings. Sasuke, are you asleep? At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the door. It was Itachi Uchiha. With a swift motion, Sasuke opened the door. Brother, what brings you here? He inquired, curious about Itachi's visit at this hour. Father wishes for you to accompany me to his study. He instructed that if you are already asleep, we shall postpone until tomorrow. Itachi conveyed Uchiha Fugaku's message. Very well. Let us go. Itachi surmised the reason for their summons was likely related to Uchiha Shisui's situation. In Uchiha Fugaku's study, Sasuke, you must have encountered Uchiha Shisui by now, correct? He intends to return to work in the guard division. What are your thoughts? As soon as Sasuke took a seat, Uchiha Fugaku revealed the purpose of their meeting. Brother Shisui? He is quite strong. His joining the guard division would be excellent. Sasuke succinctly expressed his opinion. Is strength alone sufficient? What if he were placed in the guard division by the third Hokage, ultimately seizing control of it? Uchiha Fugaku interjected suddenly. Such a blunt statement left Itachi momentarily stunned. Was it appropriate to speak so candidly in the presence of a child? Observing his younger brother, he noticed no hint of panic or unease. His younger sibling, though Uchiha Fugaku appeared calm, a sense of tension stirred within him. To articulate such matters directly is akin to a gamble. The decision to bring Itachi to the battlefield was one thing. Now, having Sasuke analyze this predicament is another. It must be said that Uchiha Fugaku is not particularly suited for the role of a father. However, that was the perspective of the former Sasuke. As for now, regarding fatherhood, such concerns need not weigh heavily. Instead, I believe we should adeptly leverage this situation. After a prolonged contemplation, Sasuke replied gradually. Leverage? Pray elaborate. Uchiha Fugaku expressed his astonishment, taken aback by Sasuke's line of reasoning. Let us consider the worst-case scenario. Brother Shisui. He was assigned by the third Hokage to infiltrate the Will of Fire. If we were to refuse, what consequences might ensue? Sasuke countered. It would incite greater apprehension and discontent among the higher-ups. Uchiha Fugaku interjected. Precisely, what we require is time. Time for the Uchiha clan to grow sufficiently strong. Thus, regardless of the reasons behind Brother Shisui's entry into the guard division, it is imperative. Ideally, he should be granted a high-ranking position with substantial authority. Sasuke articulated his analysis. That does seem reasonable. But what of your earlier mention of leveraging? Uchiha Fugaku inquired again. By fulfilling the third Hokage's demands while entrusting him with significant responsibilities, we can ensure that he is less wary of the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, with my brother and I as steadfast adherents of the Will of Fire. Sasuke chose not to continue, as he noticed the spark of understanding illuminating Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. He had grasped the essence of the matter. As for Itachi, he remained still, having comprehended these intricacies immediately upon Sasuke's utterance. What perplexed him was how Sasuke could conceive such notions despite his rigorous training consuming all his time. Yet, within Itachi's heart, pride and admiration swelled. Do you see? This is my brother, Sasuke. You speak wisely. Now, go take a medicinal bath and then rest. Uchiha Fugaku gestured with a wave of his hand. Very well, father. Sasuke did not linger, but rose to depart. Some matters lose their significance when articulated too clearly. Moreover, once Uchiha Fugaku grasped the family's situation, he would be better equipped to make choices and decisions. Such matters shall be entrusted to them. As for Itachi, he remained behind. Influenced by Sasuke, he had sought Uchiha Fugaku for private discussions on several occasions, thereby regaining his trust. Father, you must have kept me back to discuss what Sasuke just mentioned, correct? Were those words not a signal from you? With only the two of them remaining, Uchiha Itachi directly voiced his confusion. Both Sasuke's previous remarks to Shisui and his current audacious analysis left Itachi in a state of bewilderment. Such thinking is beyond the capacity of a mere 5-year-old child. It is not something I have imparted. It appears that Sasuke possesses a unique way of thinking. Itachi, this is the essence of what it means to be a Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku felt a wave of melancholy. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, two prodigies of the Uchiha clan, uphold the ideals of the will of fire. As the clan leader, Fugaku is acutely aware of his own shortcomings. He lacks decisiveness. Yet, within this younger generation, he glimpses something both different and familiar. Perhaps this legendary figure from the past embodied such a mindset. So, father, what are your plans moving forward? The situation within the clan is far more intricate than Sasuke realizes. It is not merely a matter of reassigning Shisui back to the security division and entrusting him with significant responsibilities. The attitudes and opinions of other clan members hold considerable weight as well. Itachi remarked with a hint of resignation. The current passivity of the Uchiha is largely attributed to internal circumstances. Such a decision would undoubtedly provoke discontent among many clan members, particularly the hawkish faction. They are already dissatisfied with the upper echelons of Konoha's leadership. Now, not only is the clan's territory being relocated, but there are also intentions to place individuals in high-ranking positions within the security division. The captains and elders are likely to express their grievances. I understand your concerns. That is enough for now. You should take a good rest. I will handle the remaining matters. Uchiha Fugaku spoke gravely after taking a deep breath. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi nodded, rising to leave his father's study. After closing the door, a smile crept onto Itachi's face. Father, you too are being influenced by Sasuke. Perhaps you are unaware of these changes. Uchiha Itachi chuckled, his heart swelling with joy. As for the way of thinking that father mentioned regarding Sasuke, Itachi had begun to form some conjectures. This approach, grounded in self-awareness and then contemplating responses to others, is indeed remarkably efficient. Furthermore, it is the most convincing to oneself. Confidence. Uchiha Itachi sensed an overwhelming state of self-assurance emanating from Sasuke. After Itachi departed, Uchiha Fugaku also rose and left the study. Within the Nanha shrine, in a modest wooden hut, the elder spoke. Now that Shisui has returned to the clan, his position will be decided tomorrow. Fugaku expressed his curiosity, hoping for clarity from the elder. In truth, you already possess the answer, do you not? You should have observed some changes among the new generation of youth. These transformations may very well represent the correct path for the Uchiha in the future. To boldly experiment is far better than to remain stagnant. A steady voice resonated from within the wooden hut. However, by the end, it bore a note of wistfulness. Some elders within the Uchiha clan have offered their assistance in addressing the issues concerning the elders, while the matters pertaining to your subordinates must be resolved by you alone. After all, you are the current leader of the Uchiha clan. Before Uchiha Fugaku could conclude his thoughts, the answer was already provided. Thank you, Elder Kagami. Uchiha Fugaku turned and vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, within the wooden cabin, a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan gradually opened. Is the era of the Uchiha about to commence? Before Uchiha Kagami stood a blank sheet of paper, inscribed with the names of the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. On this fateful night, many within the Uchiha clan were destined to find no solace in sleep. At that moment, the infiltrating members of the Umbu and the root organization within the Uchiha were entirely eradicated. Similar to the members of the Uchiha clan, the higher-ups of Konoha found themselves unable to rest. In the Hokage's office, the Hokage remarked, Lord Hokage, the Uchiha have purged all members of the Umbu. Even several internal informants within the Uchiha have been subdued. The Uchiha have erected a barrier, and we remain entirely unaware of what transpires within. Should we forcibly intervene? One of the Umbu members inquired with concern. Among them was a white-haired youth, who furrowed his brow upon hearing the Umbu's words. Lord Hokage, it is not surprising that the Uchiha, as the foremost clan in the village, possess such capabilities. However, their sudden actions may stem from reasons they wish to conceal from us. If we act rashly, it could yield dire consequences, the white-haired Umbu member stated. His close friend was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan, albeit one who had perished on the battlefield. Nevertheless, based on his interactions with the Uchiha, they did not align with the notorious reputation attributed to them. The behavior observed, aside from a few individuals who were undeniably arrogant, was largely a result of certain villagers maliciously disseminating disparaging tales about the Uchiha. Indeed, the speaker was none other than Hatake Kakashi, the son of Konoha's White Fang. Hatake Tsukumo. The sudden turmoil within the Uchiha clan was likely an internal affair. Let us refrain from making any moves for now, while simultaneously keeping a watchful eye on the members of Root. We must prevent them from causing any disturbances, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, taking a deep drag from his cigarette before speaking. Understood, Lord Hokage. The Umbu members nodded in acknowledgement and subsequently vanished from sight. Kakashi exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, he still bore the Sharingan of Uchiha Obito. The idea of taking action against the Uchiha at this juncture was instinctively repugnant to him. Soon, outside the Uchiha clan's stronghold, a group of masked ninjas gathered. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of battle soon echoed from the nearby dense forest. Half an hour later, within the Root organization, members reported, "Sir, our mission has failed. We were unable to approach the Uchiha stronghold." The returning members bore various injuries, demonstrating the severity of their unsuccessful endeavor. "Uchiha is ambushing you." Danzo observed the situation of his subordinates, his expression darkening. Now, the Uchiha dared to act in such a manner. This indicated that they had grown powerful. Would they not directly strike at the village? Indeed, as my mentor had foretold, the Uchiha possessed an inherently malevolent lineage. It appears that I must seek an opportunity to suppress them once more, or perhaps even ally with the Hokage to expunge them from the village entirely. They are not Uchiha. They are members of the Umbu. A member of the Root organization spoke helplessly. If they were Uchiha, it would have been simpler. We could have directly contacted Danzo and coordinated a substantial number of Root members to take action. Simultaneously, we could join forces with the Umbu. However, it is precisely the Umbu members who are currently obstructing them. The Umbu. Danzo abruptly rose from his seat, his eyes filled with disbelief. "I understand now. You all go tend to your injuries. I shall seek out the third Hokage." After speaking, Danzo promptly left the room. During this time, Danzo had also noticed the changes in Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he had been reluctant to accept them. Yet now, the Umbu had already engaged with the Root organization regarding the Uchiha dilemma. Danzo needed to inquire about the situation. At the home of the Mitarashi clan. "Koharu, have you come so late due to the Uchiha matter?" Mitarashi Anko observed the calm demeanor of the seated Koharu, her expression serene. "You are aware?" Koharu replied. "Since you know, why do you remain seated here?" At that moment, Mitarashi Anko found it incomprehensible that Koharu could be so unperturbed. Once, the five of them served as the guardians of the second Hokage, yet only four ascended to high positions. Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage, Shimura Danzo as the leader of the Root, Mitarashi Anko as a senior advisor, and Koharu as a senior advisor. Uchiha Kagami, however, had vanished without a trace. Only they were privy to those matters. Now, it was evident that the Uchiha were about to make a move. So how could Mitarashi Anko remain so calm? This matter bears little relation to the Uchiha. The critical factors are the third Hokage and Danzo. Can't you see that? Mitarashi Anko sighed, realizing that Koharu, despite her many virtues, was overly impulsive, prone to making judgments based solely on her instincts. The third, Danzo? Anko's mind struggled to process the implications. "Just tell me directly," she urged, her thoughts almost overwhelmed. The third Hokage's dissatisfaction with Danzo has reached an intolerable level. It had been brewing for some time, but previously there was no alternative to Danzo. Now, however, the Uchiha have demonstrated sufficient sincerity and are willing to become a blade in the hands of the third. Do you believe the third would forfeit such an opportunity? Or do you think that a Danzo, who constantly eyes the Hokage position, is more useful than the Uchiha? Mitarashi Anko meticulously conveyed the intricacies of the situation to Koharu. This is a struggle that belongs to the upper echelons. There is no necessity for them to engage. They might as well observe from the sidelines. Regardless of which side emerges victorious, it bears no consequence for the two of them. All right then. Next time inform me in advance, so I won't be agitated, Tsunade Koharu remarked before departing. Staying up late at night is detrimental to one of her age. After enduring a tirade from Tsunade Koharu, Mito Munharu could only express a look of helplessness. The following morning, the barrier was lifted. Sasuke attended school as usual, indifferent to the family matters that held little significance for him. At present, he was merely a child, capable of making flippant remarks. But the actual execution of such matters was still far from his reach. He decided not to concern himself with the unattainable. Instead, he chose to uphold the noble tradition of diligent study, striving for improvement day by day. Moreover, he had a Niji to conquer. Thus, it was imperative to focus on his tasks first. Sasuke. From a distance, he heard Naruto's voice. Upon spotting this simpleton, Sasuke couldn't help but wonder. Was this fellow truly the chosen one? Surely he should have triggered some sort of quest by now. Time spent in the schoolyard always seemed to pass swiftly. Those who once fidgeted in class, starting with Sasuke and Naruto, had now expanded to include Sasuke, Naruto, Niji, and Lee. After school, a group of infatuated girls whispered excitedly in the hallway. Isn't that Hinata Niji-senpai from a higher grade? So handsome. That cool demeanor, those unique Byakugan eyes. Oh, I feel faint. Compared to our classmate Sasuke, he still fell slightly short. Uchiha Sasuke or Hyuga Niji? How do I choose? The object of their affection. Hinata Niji, usually aloof, surprisingly weighted in the lower grades, inciting the imaginations of the love-struck girls. Niji and I, are you waiting for me? Upon exiting the classroom, Hinata met Niji's gaze fixed on the entrance. Their relationship was not particularly close, yet Hinata had always admired Niji, his talent, his unwavering determination, and prowess in training. Every time they sparred within the clan, he showcased his formidable strength without reservation, aiming to push her to grow stronger. She held a deep admiration for such a Niji. There are others waiting as well. Niji intended to ignore her, but a voice and figure flashed in his mind. Hinata is my friend too. That cheerful tone, that radiant smile. Niji and I, have you met anyone from our class? Hinata asked, puzzled. Given her understanding of Hinata Niji, she believed he would not engage with those weaker than himself. Could it be? Hey Niji, are we training together again today? Naruto waved cheerfully at Hinata Niji. In just a few short months, Naruto had made several friends, a concept he had never dared to imagine before. Thus, he now cherishes this friendship immensely. And what of Sasuke? I had Lee secure a spot first. So I await you all here. Niji nodded, responding candidly. It is indeed a wise strategy. You upperclassmen finish your classes earlier than we do. If we were to set out after our lessons, there would be no places left. Naruto exclaimed joyfully. Let us proceed, today. We should bring Hinata along so the two of you can return together. At this moment, Sasuke emerged, offering a suggestion. Am I also included? Hinata shyly glanced at Sasuke. Merely the invitation from this exemplary youth made her cheeks flush. Let us go. In a few days, we will engage in practical drills. It is imperative that we elevate our abilities swiftly. Sasuke ruffled Hinata's hair and then greeted Niji as they walked out of the school together. Bang! Hinata's face instantly turned crimson, even producing an exaggerated steam-like effect. Yes, I will. Hinata felt a surge of determination within her and quickly chased after them. At the public training ground, Lee, upon seeing the severely injured Lee, Niji rushed over with concern, helping him to his feet. I'm sorry, I lost the match. I failed to secure the area. Rock Lee lifted his head, seemingly oblivious to his injuries, his face etched with remorse. In his eyes, it was a privilege for a talent like Niji to consider him a friend and to entrust him with such an important task. Yet, he felt he had let him down. Oh, isn't this the genius of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Niji? Just a mere branch family member. Daring to imagine himself as the heir of the Hyuga, the strongest outcast of the Hyuga, right? Haha. Several harsh voices pierced their ears. Looking up, they saw a group of boys who appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, each bearing expressions of arrogance and mockery. Upon hearing those words, Niji's pupils quivered slightly. TCH, what a bunch of trash. Niji, are these fellows truly so weak? It is the weak who seek superiority elsewhere when their strength is lacking. Sasuke's voice, though not loud, reached every ear present. In just a few words, the raucous laughter of the boys came to an abrupt halt. Niji also glanced sideways. Weaklings? Uchiha Sasuke, is it? Do you dare to battle me? Bang! Before the boy could finish his sentence, Sasuke was already behind him, pressing his head down forcefully into the ground. With but a single strike, the boy lost consciousness. A battle? Is this what you pride yourself on? Sasuke cast a disdainful glance at the others, his smirk deepening. Your actions are mere ambushes. If, bang, bang, bang. In mere moments, the remaining boys, once standing, had their heads buried into the ground. Lee, I must trouble you. Your body requires treatment as well. Please take them to the medical department. Sasuke entered the training ground with an air of nonchalance, leaving behind 2 simple phrases. All right. Although Lee was injured, his wounds were merely superficial, and he felt no hindrance in his movements. Consequently, he dashed towards the medical department, a place familiar to any taijutsu ninja. A few minutes later, several medical ninjas arrived to carry away the fallen comrades. Though he contemplated voicing his concerns, the sight of the esteemed members present quickly quelled that impulse. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, the heir of the Uchiha Clan, Hinata Uchiha, the strongest youth of the Uchiha Clan, Neji Uchiha, the second son of the Uchiha Clan head, the prodigious Sasuke Uchiha. With such a formidable assembly, it was hardly within the purview of a mere medical ninja to intervene. After all, he is not Roy. Thank you, Sasuke, Neji remarked, his tone slightly haughty as the first phase of training concluded. No need for gratitude. If I were to endure such humiliation, you would certainly retaliate. Would you not? We are friends after all. Sasuke extended his fist, radiating a sunny disposition. Bam! Indeed. Neji, who was generally not adept at expressing his emotions, reciprocated with a fist bump, nodding earnestly. Now, we shall proceed to our secret training. Sasuke chose not to dwell on the previous matters and shifted the conversation. Once the seed of friendship is sown, it requires no further interference. Hinata. Neji cast a troubled glance at her. In his eyes, Hinata was merely a young lady of noble birth. Average talent, average physique, average strength. He worried whether her participation in this specialized training would be prudent. His concern, however, could easily be misconstrued as disdainful arrogance. Seeing Neji's apprehension, Hinata felt a wave of emotion. I believe I can give it a try. If I find it too overwhelming, I will speak up, she timidly ventured. Do you truly wish to attempt this? It will be quite painful, and you will certainly feel famished. Naruto interjected. One must acknowledge that, given Naruto's experiences, these were paramount considerations. In the past, even if faced with such a training method, he would not have dared to partake, for the hunger would be unbearable without sufficient sustenance. Yes, I want to try, Hinata declared with determination. Rest assured, Hinata's strength may surpass what any of you can comprehend, Sasuke remarked, as chakra began to surge within him. Almost immediately, 3 small white worms surged towards the trio. The familiar sensation prompted Neji and Naruto to sit cross-legged, instantly attuning themselves to the changes within their bodies, while also beginning to refine their chakra. Hinata, however, was momentarily taken aback. The tingling sensation within her body was oddly pleasant. She involuntarily let out a soft sound, quickly covering her mouth as a flush of crimson spread across her cheeks. Hinata, if you feel you can endure, I shall prepare some more white worms to enter your body. This pertains to the refinement of cells, which can assist in the cultivation of physical techniques and chakra extraction. However, as it is your first time, it is essential to find the right balance. Sasuke provided a brief explanation. All right, I can manage, Hinata said, extending her hand with a determined expression adorning her cute face. I'm ready. Just endure a little. It may sting at first, but soon it will become comfortable, Sasuke remarked as he released his chakra once more. 2 small white worms entered Hinata's body. The intense stimulation caused her to convulse momentarily, and the chakra within her meridians began to fluctuate. Fortunately, Hinata's physique was inherently robust, and due to her ample nourishment during this period, she had experienced significant enhancement. She quickly acclimated to Sasuke's power. After completing this, Sasuke glanced towards the training field's periphery. Are they here? Bang! Sasuke raised his finger, unleashing the shadow clone technique. Keep watch over them. I shall handle matters over there. With that, he turned and exited the training ground. Upon stepping outside, 3 masked ninjas appeared before Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, due to your open assault on the students within the Ninja Academy, 3 individuals have sustained severe injuries. According to the rules established by the higher-ups of Konoha, you are required to return with us to the Umbu for punishment. We advise against any futile resistance. The leading Umbu member spoke with a calm demeanor. I refuse, Sasuke replied, his expression unyielding. I apologize, but should you attempt to resist, we will employ necessary force. Since when did the Umbu extend their reach so far? At that moment, a brazen voice interrupted the Umbu's words. Uchiha Shikome, Uchiha Yutaka, and Uchiha Chuan appeared on the scene, adorned with armbands. Indeed, they were not presenting themselves as mere Uchiha, but rather as members of the security division. Uchiha Shikome, you should be aware that we do not, Shikome interjected. If you intend to take Sasuke, produce the Hokage's execution order. Regardless of the facts, this matter falls under the jurisdiction of our security division. Shikome interrupted them once more. He held no fondness for the Umbu. These individuals, aside from lingering around the third Hokage, were often embroiled in various troubles. Such vermin, acting in the shadows, were beneath his contempt. The security division offended fewer people precisely because they operated under their true identities, whereas the Umbu remained shrouded in mystery. People only associated the Umbu with the Hokage. Thanks to Sarutobi Hiruzen's management, the Umbu's reputation was not as tarnished as it could have been. Today, Uchiha Sasuke must accompany us. Should you dare to lay a hand on me within the village, TCH. Before the leading Umbu member could respond, a flash of silver light cut through the air. The mask adorning the Umbu member's face fell away. Sanada? So it is you? Uchiha Shumi regarded the man before him with a hint of mockery, simultaneously uttering his name. Sanada Aoi was momentarily taken aback, hastily covering his face. Uchiha Shumi, are you fully aware of your actions? Your current behavior has drawn the attention of the Konoha Guard Division, which is executing its duties according to the regulations of Konoha. As a member of the Umbu, you are maliciously obstructing and attempting to misuse your authority to interfere with the normal operations of the Guard Division, all while resorting to intimidation. Sanada Aoi inquired. I wonder if you are satisfied with my commentary? A wicked smile crept onto Uchiha Shumi's lips, his three-tomo Sharingan activated. A palpable aura of hostility began to coalesce around him. It would be no jest. Uchiha Shumi had participated in 2 wars. The blood on his hands and the murderous intent that enveloped him were beyond the comparison of these blustering fools. Let us go. Sanada Aoi realized that he could not possibly take Uchiha Sasuke away today. Remaining would only subject him to further humiliation from Uchiha Shumi, rendering him utterly powerless. If he attracted the attention of others, he could jeopardize his position within the Umbu. TCH, coward. Uchiha Shumi scoffed as he watched the 3 vanish. Sasuke, are you alright? He then turned to look at Sasuke. I'm fine. Those guys are fine too, they won't die. In the presence of Uchiha Shumi, Sasuke displayed a naive smile once more. You should go and train with your friends properly. The family will handle the rest. Uchiha Shumi found himself increasingly fond of this young boy. Compared to Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's talent and character were precisely to his liking. Itachi was simply too unlovable. Thank you, Lord Shumi. After expressing his gratitude, Sasuke returned to the training ground. Indeed, Sasuke was aware of the presence of the guard division behind him, which allowed him to act so recklessly. Such playful antics among children could not be curtailed even by the Hokage himself. This was the confidence that came from having supporters. While relishing this assurance, Sasuke was also contemplating how to continue enjoying the substantial benefits bestowed by his family. He needed to expedite the advancement of his plans. He wondered how matters were progressing with his father. In the following days, no significant issues arose. Since Sasuke had directly confronted several individuals last time, they now had access to the training grounds daily, alleviating numerous troubles and allowing Sasuke to feel at ease. On the weekend, Sasuke sat within the Uchiha training grounds, a peculiar expression adorning his face. What on earth was Neji up to? The progress of his tasks was accelerating at an astonishing rate. Sasuke gazed at the data on the panel, utterly bewildered. Just this morning, the progress stood at 18. How could it have surged to 62 in merely half a day? Was he perhaps self-optimizing? Within the Hyuga clan, Hinata looked at Neji with hopeful anticipation. Brother Neji, have I made significant progress this time? After several days of training together, Hinata began to wonder if it was merely her imagination, but it seemed that her brother Neji had grown kinder towards her. Previously, he would decisively defeat her and depart with an air of indifference, not even uttering a single word. However, the situation had evidently changed. He now patiently corrected her mistakes in gentle fist techniques and even demonstrated the proper methods for her. There was a noticeable enhancement in strength, speed, and precision. I must hasten my training as well, or else I shall soon be surpassed by you. Hinata, Neji remarked with a slight smile. In response, Hinata beamed back at him. Just then, the voice of Hinata Hisashi echoed through the air. Clan leader. Upon seeing Hisashi's arrival, Neji's smile vanished instantly. The man before him bore a striking resemblance to his father. He was his uncle and the leader of the Hyuga clan. Niji's thoughts became tumultuous once more. For it was this very man who had caused his father's demise. In the heart of a young boy, no justification could quell such emotions. Stay for dinner tonight. I've already made arrangements. You both should wash up and join us in the living room shortly, Hisashi stated in his usual frigid tone before turning to leave. Once outside the training room, a smile crept onto Hisashi's lips. He was well aware of Hinata's transformation, and Niji's current relationship with her brought him even greater joy. However, having always maintained a serious demeanor, he continued to wear that expression. At this rate, I should be able to fulfill the promise I made you. Hisashi gazed at the sky, his smile shifting to one of bittersweet anticipation. In the living room, Hisashi inquired, Niji, have you encountered any issues in your recent training? Have you discovered any breakthroughs in your gentle fist practice? And regarding Hinata, do you think she is an unsuitable sparring partner? Faced with Hisashi's unexpected concern, Niji felt a twinge of confusion. They had never shared such a relationship before. He answered most of Hisashi's questions honestly, but when it came to Hinata, he affirmed his willingness to continue practicing with her. Niji, come with me, Hisashi instructed, rising to head toward the backyard. Soon, they arrived at the door of an elegantly appointed room. With a creak, he opened the door, and they stepped inside. This was Hisashi's chamber. Seeing your current condition, there are some matters I believe I can now share with you. You harbor feelings of animosity towards me, do you not? Hisashi suddenly spoke. Niji, who had been somewhat bewildered by being led into his father's room, was taken aback by this statement. Had he inadvertently revealed something? Hatred is justified. I have wronged Hisashi. It is my fault. This is something Hisashi wanted me to leave for you, he replied. Hinata Hisashi approached a cabinet and retrieved a notebook, handing it to Niji behind him. As Niji opened the notebook, he stood there, momentarily stunned. Niji, I am uncertain of your current age, but I trust you have managed to relinquish your hatred. I may be an inadequate father, yet I still hope to leave you something of significance, hence this notebook. The rules of the Hyuga clan are thus: do not blame your uncle, for he too is powerless against these dictates. We are, after all, very close brothers. The mere existence of this notebook signifies your growth. Heed your uncle's words, for he will impart all that you need to know moving forward. Lastly, I must say, I am truly sorry, Niji. As Niji finished reading, tears streamed down his face. He placed the notebook down heavily and looked at Hinata Hisashi with confusion. You have lost a father, while I have lost a brother. I promised Hayashi that as long as you are willing to let go of your hatred, we shall shatter this so-called rule. This is the awakening I have gained through the sacrifice of my brother. Hinata Hisashi proceeded to inform Niji of the actions they must undertake. Break the rule. What transpired between the two thereafter remains a mystery to all. However, when Niji departed, his gaze had transformed into one of unwavering determination. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Acquired Physique 10, Meridian's Growth 10, Soft Fist Tai Chi. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had just finished his training, was greeted by a system notification panel. Huh, it's done already? Sasuke was taken aback, still pondering how to resolve Niji's inner hatred. How had it suddenly resolved itself? As energy surged within him, Sasuke realized this was not merely a dream. Information about Soft Fist Tai Chi began to fill his mind. With the Tai Chi integrating into his consciousness, he found his ability to contemplate other matters fading away. The transformation of the universe reflected upon himself. The subtleties of Tai Chi liberated his spirit. Sasuke sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to absorb this profound essence. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, how goes the task? He set down the scroll, directing his gaze towards Uchiha Shursui, who bore the armband. It is on the right track. I am now fully accepted by the Uchiha, and I have my trusted confidants. As the deputy minister of the guard division, my authority is second only to the clan leader. I have successfully spread the will of fire throughout the guard division. Shursui respectfully reported the recent task status to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Observing the documents handed over by Shursui, a satisfied smile crept across Hiruzen's face. His prior decision to reintegrate Shursui into the Uchiha clan, a risky endeavor, had ultimately borne no issues. Shursui, the Uchiha clan is now in your capable hands. As the deputy minister of the guard department, it is almost certain that the next clan leader will be you. With my support, securing this position will be quite effortless. In order to enhance both the village and the Uchiha clan, Shursui, You will soon bear many significant responsibilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to paint a grand vision for Uchiha Shisui. It must be said that if Uchiha Shisui is willing to follow Sarutobi Hiruzen's guidance, the feasibility of this plan remains quite high. In fact, gaining control over the Uchiha clan is not an insurmountable challenge. Understood, Lord Hokage. There are still matters in the guard department that require my attention. To be a qualified clan leader, one must first impose strict standards upon oneself and avoid complacency. I shall take my leave now. Upon finishing his words, Uchiha Shisui instantly vanished from the scene. After Shisui's departure, a figure emerged from the shadows. The pawn Shisui has already fulfilled his utmost purpose. Controlling the Uchiha clan is sufficient for now. Other considerations can be postponed. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke softly, his tone laced with a hint of warning. The one who stepped forth from the darkness was none other than Danzo Shimura, the leader of the Root organization. Are all previous plans to be abandoned? Danzo did not refute, but instead posed a question in return. Abandoned. However, vigilance towards the Uchiha clan must be maintained until Shisui fully takes command of it. Once Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha mature, the Uchiha clan will no longer pose any threat. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen's words were calm, they could not conceal the pride swelling within him. After all, it was his will of fire that had subdued the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, resulting in the current scenario. Hiruzen had never fully agreed with Danzo's extreme methods. Very well, Danzo responded coolly, merely nodding before retreating once more into the shadows. Observing Danzo's departure, Hiruzen's expression revealed a sense of helplessness. Times are changing. Some matters are no longer as they once were. Now, he stands as the strongest Hokage of Konohagakure, directly overseeing its most powerful clan. Henceforth, his focus must shift from solidifying his position to enhancing his reputation. A figure like Danzo, a representation of darkness, has reached the point where he should exit the historical stage of Konoha. It appears that plans indeed require some alteration. As Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, he retrieved a scroll and extracted a document from within. A superstorm is about to arise within the upper echelons of Konoha. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Uchiha Sasuke continued his training as if untouched by the turmoil. Inside Uchiha Sasuke's room, he lamented, "No, it's still not sufficient. This method of refinement has its limits. My physical growth simply cannot keep pace. How can I ensure my body matches the enhancements in my training?" In this moment of distress, Sasuke sat on the ground, his face etched with frustration. Sensing the issues within his own body, Sasuke realized that his recent attempts to refine his cells had reached their limit. After all, he had merely simulated the cellular generation process found within Naruto's body, which paled in comparison. It seemed that physical training had to be prioritized once more. Suddenly, a thought struck Sasuke. If he were to embark on physical training, he knew just the person to consult. Indeed, the individual that came to mind was none other than the illustrious Guy, the man who nearly delivered a final blow with a single kick. Although somewhat eccentric, his prowess in taijutsu was undeniably formidable. Sasuke was not so much apprehensive about Guy's eccentricity as he was concerned about being coerced into donning those embarrassing outfits. After some contemplation, he resolved to give it a try. Thus, he closed his eyes and began to refine his chakra, regardless of what lay ahead. His chakra remained the foundation. "Kid, follow me." At that moment, a shadow materialized within Sasuke's room, swiftly seizing him and vanishing from sight. Jiraiya? What could he possibly want? As Sasuke was whisked away by Jiraiya, he felt no fear. Given Jiraiya's character, he was unlikely to impose any undue harm upon him. Before long, they arrived beside the hidden leaf lake. "Listen, kid, I have a crucial training task for you to complete. If you succeed, you may request anything within my power," Jiraiya said with a mischievous glint in his eyes. How thrilling to receive a promise from one of the legendary Sannin. The Toad Sage, wouldn't you agree? Training? Speak plainly. Are we to sneak into a bathhouse? Do you really believe a mere child like me could be of assistance? Sasuke expressed his disbelief, convinced that Jiraiya had no legitimate training in mind. Jiraiya deflated instantly, taken aback by Sasuke's intuition. Don't tell me it's the Uchiha Clan's bathhouse. Sasuke suddenly entertained a troubling thought. This guy, could it be? Had he been discovered before he had the chance to observe? Kid, wait. Help me this time, and I'll take you to Mount Myaboku for some delicious food. Your body needs the training, and I can provide you with the necessary resources. What do you say? Jiraiya spoke in a flustered manner. After all, being caught peeping at the Uchiha bathhouse would be quite the embarrassment. Very well. Here is the contract. You must first write down everything you just mentioned. Sasuke produced a scroll and handed Jiraiya a pen. You little rascal, I'll write it. Jiraiya scrawled a multitude of details. Additionally, you must include the reason for this agreement, specifically your intent to spy on the bathhouse. When we seal this with our handprints, the content must be covered. Should you attempt to renege, I will take this scroll to the third Hokage. Sasuke gazed at the myriad of notes written by Jiraiya, yet he offered no explanation. Given this fellow's character, or lack thereof, one could hardly expect any decency. After completing the hand seals, Sasuke carefully stored the scroll away. Right here, Lord Jiraiya, please, he declared, and in an instant, arcs of lightning surged around him, transforming his form into a mere shadow that vanished from sight. What do you mean, please? Jiraiya exclaimed. But before he could react, Sasuke's small fist had already struck his chin. The tremendous force propelled Jiraiya into the air, leaving his mind buzzing. You little rascal. Are you trying to kill me? Jiraiya couldn't help but retort. That blow had nearly caused his brain to short-circuit. As the saying goes, even the mightiest warrior fears a kitchen knife, and Sasuke's blade had been meticulously sharpened. In the ensuing moments, Jiraiya braced himself. Although Sasuke's strikes were fierce, Jiraiya managed to parry each one. It didn't take long for him to identify Sasuke's weaknesses, and instinctively, he began to correct them. In the heat of battle, he addressed Sasuke's flaws without uttering a word, merely guiding his attacks to resolve the issues. Sasuke soon grasped Jiraiya's intentions. Watch out, Lord Jiraiya, he warned, and summoned forth small white lightning bugs that emerged from behind him. These tiny creatures, now adorned with formidable scales, exuded an air of power. Unlike the ones used to enhance Naruto and Neji's bodies, these were specifically crafted for offensive purposes as part of his unique Raijin mode ninjutsu. Without the protection of Raijin mode, these mutated insects could even harm Sasuke himself. Self-created ninjutsu. Indeed, this lad is truly a genius, just as Fugaku claimed. Jiraiya, having traversed the ninja world and encountered many formidable talents, was nonetheless astonished by the techniques Sasuke unleashed. Go, Sasuke commanded, directing the lightning towards Jiraiya. The surrounding paths were entirely blocked by the white bugs, and crucially, the control over the released lightning remained firmly in Sasuke's hands. Capturing the trajectory of such lightning would prove impossible for an ordinary individual, but Sasuke Uchiha was far from ordinary. His Sharingan activated, the three tomos spinning into existence. The trajectories of the white bugs became clear within his sight, and simultaneously, he began to analyze Jiraiya's movements. Raising his hands, he commanded the white bugs to launch a full-scale assault on Jiraiya. Boom, boom, boom. As numerous bolts of lightning descended, the area where Jiraiya had been standing was enveloped in a thick cloud of dust. By the principle of where there is smoke, there is no harm. Jiraiya should have emerged unscathed. Damn it, Jiraiya, you shameless rogue. As Sasuke pondered the next course of action in battle, he suddenly perceived a shift in the surrounding environment. No, it was not the environment that had changed. The fleshy walls around him had already revealed the nature of his location. Jiraiya had summoned the Great Toad to obstruct his own lightning release technique. Indeed, they now found themselves within the belly of the toad. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke dissipated, revealing Jiraiya before Sasuke's eyes. The smoke had cleared, yet Sasuke's Byakugan remained undiminished. Ah, you little rascal. Attacking me from behind with the intent to kill. Showing not the slightest respect for your elders, Jiraiya remarked with a sly grin. Well, let us conclude this guidance for now. Once you manage to break through the seal I just placed, I shall continue to instruct you. This had been Jiraiya's initial plan all along, to handle Sasuke with ease and then showcase a suitable ninjutsu to demonstrate the disparity between them. This way, he could find an excuse to refrain from further training, leaving Sasuke with no grounds for complaint. How shameless. Never mind that. Let me state my requirements. I need weighted materials, similar to those of Might Guy. Additionally, I require some medicinal herbs, which you should be quite familiar with, given your close partnership with Lady Tsunade. Furthermore, I need money. I've spent quite a fortune recently treating others to meals. Wait. As Sasuke enumerated his demands, Jiraiya could hardly contain himself. Setting aside other matters, the weighted materials from Might Guy alone would cost at least 10 million ryo, not to mention the custom herbs from Tsunade, necessary for enhancing physical strength, which would also amount to a considerable sum. If Sasuke continued to make wishes, even Jiraiya's wealth would be depleted. I can fulfill your initial requests, but let us leave it at that. I fear I might regret agreeing to more, Jiraiya awkwardly admitted, feeling a flush of embarrassment at making such declarations in front of a child. Very well, father. At that moment, Sasuke caught sight of Uchiha Fugaku approaching with elite Uchiha Clan ninjas. A weight settled in Sasuke's heart. Could it be that Jiraiya was attempting to sneak a glance at his mother? Sasuke turned, his brow furrowed, glaring at Jiraiya. Jiraiya subtly shook his head, clearly understanding Sasuke's implication. Sasuke, what are you and Lord Jiraiya doing here at this hour? Uchiha Fugaku scrutinized Sasuke, casting a disapproving glance at Jiraiya. Although he was aware of Jiraiya's nature, his presence during family matters felt somewhat intrusive. I requested Lord Jiraiya for special training. Has something happened, father? Sasuke tilted his small head, inquiring with genuine curiosity. Observing Sasuke's innocent and whimsical demeanor, Jiraiya could hardly reconcile it with the bold figure he had just encountered. Lord Jiraiya, during your next visit to the Uchiha clan, please do not stray from the path. Let us proceed. Sasuke, it would be wise for you to retire early and rest. It is clear that Uchiha Fugaku is no fool. Even if Sasuke were to speak so, he would refrain from publicly exposing his son. Understood, father. Sasuke replied obediently with a nod. Jiraiya, relieved, felt at ease knowing that as long as Uchiha Fugaku did not pursue the matter further, the situation could be managed smoothly. Sasuke, regarding the weighted materials you requested, I shall have Might Guy deliver them to you. As for the medicinal herbs, I will procure those for you. Here is 1,000,000 yen. This should suffice for a while. I must take my leave now. With that, Jiraiya set the money down and swiftly vanished, anxious that Sasuke might present yet another request. As he picked up the money, a smile crept onto Sasuke's lips. Surely, this would cover the upcoming expenses, particularly with those gluttons who could consume so much. If he did not devise a way to earn some money, bankruptcy would soon follow. Content with his newfound wealth, Sasuke made his way back to his dwelling. However, moments after departing, he sensed an unusual presence. Come out, Sasuke commanded, halting his steps. Being so close to the Uchiha territory, he felt confident in his ability to escape should danger arise. He was curious to see who was watching him. With a rustling sound slicing through the air, 3 ninjas wearing fox masks emerged into his line of sight. They surrounded him in a triangular formation. Root, was it? What is this? Are you planning to make a move against me? Sasuke pondered, perplexed. Even though he was a prodigy and had recently garnered some attention, it hardly warranted the core members of the Root organization seeking him out. Moreover, Root would not dare to abduct him and confine him within their ranks. Not only would Uchiha object, but even Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely not permit such an act. Come with us. It will spare you some suffering. Resistance could lead to a bit of pain, one of the Root members remarked with a mocking tone, drawing forth a sealing scroll and a short blade from his back. Go with you? To Root? An inexplicable sense of unease surged within Sasuke. This decision must have been orchestrated by Danzo. Yet, surely he would not be foolish enough to bring him directly back to Root. There must be other motives at play. You need not concern yourself with that. Soon, you may find yourself among the dead. A corpse has no need for excessive knowledge, a shadowy voice whispered ominously in Sasuke's ear. Suddenly, hands seized his ankles. When did they employ earth release techniques? Sasuke was taken aback. With his heightened perceptive abilities, he should have sensed any movements beneath the ground. Yet, he had been utterly oblivious to the activity behind him. Now, with his feet ensnared and 3 core members of Root glaring at him, he wondered what Danzo's true intentions were. Could it possibly be that he was the target? A chilling thought struck him. Could it be Orochimaru? Initially, Shimura Danzo sought to support Orochimaru in his ambition to become Hokage, only to have the opportunity snatched away by Minato. The two shared a certain degree of transactions and connections. Tai Chi. Sasuke suddenly assumed the posture of Tai Chi, his body swaying slightly, and his chakra began to surge. A surge of dark energy instantly coursed through his feet, liberating him from his restraints. Fire release, great fireball technique. Shadow clone, Thunder God mode. Without hesitation, Sasuke summoned all of his chakra and unleashed the fire release before darting away in all directions. We must take him away tonight. Uchiha Fugaku would soon provide support. The leader of the Root organization called out sharply and pursued Sasuke in that direction. Just as he lifted his foot, a flash of lightning appeared before him. Simultaneously, a practice kunai pierced his heart. Before he could utter a word, the kunai erupted with violent lightning, obliterating his heart. He fell straight to the ground. Meanwhile, Sasuke swiftly relocated himself, plunging into the nearby thicket, dispersing his shadow clones to buy time. To confuse the members of the root organization. Each shadow clone wielded a bloodied kunai. Behind the tree, could he truly not suppress the feelings that followed a kill? How could those individuals? Sasuke panted, striving to stabilize his emotions. If he were to be affected, he might indeed be captured tonight. If Orochimaru were the employer, given his current strength, escape would be impossible. Uchiha Fugaku must have been entangled in some matter. He needed to buy 10 minutes. As long as he wasn't captured within that time, these individuals would be unable to harm him. With this thought, Sasuke tightened his grip on the kunai, settling his mind as he began to strategize. There were at least 3 more outside, all of elite Jonin caliber. Without specific information, he had no idea what the opponents excelled at. Why couldn't Kishimoto provide more details about the root organization? Found you. Bang. As a member of the root organization struck with a knife hand, the Sasuke before him transformed into white mist and vanished. A shadow clone. This guy a shadow clone. At this moment, the members of the root organization also released their shadow clones, launching attacks on all of Sasuke's forms. This would surely reveal the true body. Soon, dozens of figures emerged within the thicket, and the sounds of battle echoed continuously. 3 minutes later, the remaining 3 members of the root organization stood together, bewildered. All were shadow clones. How could this guy's concealment technique be so formidable? The root members were perplexed. They had eliminated all the Sasuke clones in the forest. Yet the real one remained undiscovered. Furthermore, their sensory perception had been active the entire time, and no one had escaped. Uchiha Sasuke had vanished. Outside, suddenly, an individual became acutely aware of something and hastened towards the edge of the dense forest. Wind release, wind flow wave. One of the members of the root organization unleashed a gust of wind, dispersing the lingering dust from Sasuke's recent battle. A figure abruptly materialized before them. So I've been discovered? Truly, the leader of the underground organization of Konoha is formidable. However, your time to take me away has already run out. Sasuke's calm voice resonated. Though merely 3 succinct sentences, they bore immense pressure upon the 3 individuals. 5 minutes had already elapsed. In the distance, the presence of the Uchiha clan was palpable. Should they choose to persist in battle, at that moment, crackle. While the members of Root deliberated, they were suddenly startled by the sound of electricity. Is that a kunai? Gazing at the kunai at their feet, a slow surge of electricity began to rise. They were momentarily paralyzed. Crackle. In the next instant, they found themselves enveloped by numerous small white insects. The violent lightning nature swiftly incapacitated their body. A sharp pain shot through their chest. Upon closer inspection, Sasuke had already appeared before them. Before the other 2 could react, the ninja collapsed to the ground, and blood pooled, gradually staining the earth crimson. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke was no longer perceived as a mere child to be toyed with. The Uchiha clan, endowed with the cursed eye, were indeed monsters. Come forth. Scum of the root organization. Sasuke extracted the kunai from the ground, his face splattered with the freshly gushing blood from the fallen ninja's heart. His Sharingan, illuminated by the moonlight, exuded an even more sinister and commanding aura. A mere 5-year-old child, yet he appeared to be shrouded in the shadow of a demon, momentarily paralyzing the 2 members of the root organization. Yet, beneath his facade of bravado and nonchalance, Sasuke's heart was far from at ease. The aftermath of taking a life lingered, compounded by the exhaustion from his recent assaults, leaving his chakra reserves critically low. His body, having overexerted itself in the Raijin mode, was beginning to fail him. It was not that he wished to linger here to show off. Rather, he simply lacked the capacity to depart from this place. Fortunately, the ruthless efficiency with which Sasuke had dispatched the first 2 members had instilled a sense of trepidation in the remaining root member, who refrained from striking immediately. Ding. Emergency mission activated. Resolve the troubles posed by the root organization. Just as Sasuke contemplated his escape, the system's alert chimed in. Goodness, in matters of life and death, it appears that activating the system's tasks is indeed standard procedure. Yet, the emergence of an urgent mission suggests that the crisis at hand is far from trivial. Contemplating this, a subtle smile crept upon Sasuke's lips. He channeled his remaining chakra entirely into his Sharingan, unleashing a terrifying ocular power. The root. Are you truly a bunch of shameless scoundrels? However, to witness the pinnacle of my Uchiha's ocular techniques firsthand shall indeed be your fortunate fate. From now on, devote your very existence to pleasing me. The ultimate eye technique, the Mako space. As Sasuke uttered these words, the power within his eyes had reached an overwhelming intensity. The two members of the Root organization instinctively adopted defensive measures. One of them even gripped the blade of his kunai tightly, attempting to endure the pain to remain alert. Bang! At that moment, a figure rushed forth. It was Uchiha Shisui, the young prodigy of the Uchiha Clan and the deputy leader of the Konoha Guard. Uchiha Shisui. Do not be afraid. It is merely an illusion. Such a trivial genjutsu. As long as I remain true to my heart, I shall not be affected. This illusion is astonishingly realistic. It simulates to such an extent. The two members of the Root organization began to lose their composure. Battling against an innate master of genjutsu like Uchiha Shisui was truly disconcerting. Genjutsu? Have you two forgotten where you are? This is Uchiha territory. Uchiha Shisui looked utterly bewildered. He had not cast any illusions, and as for his clanmate, Uchiha Sasuke, he lay on the ground, utterly exhausted. On the other side, the lifeless bodies of two Root members lay sprawled. Damn it. Merely analyzing the situation on site yields no real insight. Even these pieces of information seem fabricated. A mere Uchiha youth, no matter how talented, is constrained by his physical limitations and cannot possibly continue to fight. Look, the Shisui he conjured through genjutsu stands there foolishly, utterly motionless. Hahaha. Indeed, these are mere illusions, genjutsu. The members of the Root organization, seeing Uchiha Shisui's immobility, regained their confidence. Time could no longer be squandered. They must subdue Uchiha Sasuke in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, by the time the real Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku arrive, it would be too late. With that thought in mind, they ignored Uchiha Shisui and charged toward Uchiha Sasuke. Your words, even to the most patient of individuals, would incite fury. Bang! Uchiha Shisui instantaneously appeared before the Root member, delivering a knee strike directly to his face. Having assumed that Uchiha Shisui was merely an illusion, the member offered no resistance. In the next moment, propelled by the force of the blow, the ninja was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Just before losing consciousness, he thought, indeed, is my will not steadfast enough? How could an illusion inflict such pain? The other member, however, quickly abandoned such naive notions and prepared to flee the scene. Uchiha Shisui. What a joke. This guy is not someone an ordinary Uchiha can compare to. We must leave quickly. This situation here. Hey, are you really preparing to leave? Just then, a familiar figure appeared before the Root ninja. It appears he has forgotten one crucial detail. The individual before him is Uchiha Shisui, renowned for his instantaneous movements. With a swift motion, Shisui incapacitated the members of the Root organization. Simultaneously, he approached Sasuke's side and, upon examination, discovered that Sasuke was merely fatigued, which brought him a sense of calm. Brother Shisui at that moment, Sasuke opened his eyes. The reason he had dared to faint was that he had seen Uchiha Shisui. Though somewhat simple-minded, Shisui was undeniably a reliable presence. After a brief respite, Sasuke had regained a modicum of strength, enough merely to speak. Sasuke, do not utter a word. Rest first. I will handle this. No, Brother Shisui, we must eliminate the remaining two. Sasuke interrupted Shisui's words urgently. What? Shisui was taken aback. Those two had already lost their ability to fight. Moreover, as members of the Root organization, they had recklessly intruded upon Uchiha territory and would undoubtedly need to answer to Danzo. Not to mention, they had severely injured Sasuke. If they were to be killed, there would be no witnesses left. Eliminate them and dispose of the bodies. It would be best to incinerate them completely. Also, let me land a punch on you. At that moment, Sasuke was on the verge of losing consciousness. Explanations could wait. They needed to act according to his directives. Understood. Shisui, seeing the determination in Sasuke's eyes, though somewhat perplexed, resolved to follow Sasuke's wishes. Furthermore, having attacked the Uchiha, they could no longer be considered members of the village. This was distinctly different from the villagers he had sworn to protect. After several hours of unconsciousness, Sasuke slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he noticed was that he was not in a familiar room, but rather in the Konoha Guard department. His father, Uchiha Fugaku, was present, along with key personnel from the department. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Shikamaru, Uchiha Izumi, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo had arrived. What on earth is happening? Sasuke was utterly bewildered. Had the higher-ups of Konoha somehow learned that sleeping could make him stronger? Sasuke, you're awake. It makes sense. Why would you train with Shisui and resort to such extreme measures? You are a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, and if this battle has compromised your foundation, such recklessness is not a commendable approach to training. The first to speak was Sarutobi Hiruzen, appearing amiable and approachable. One must admit, his persona was quite admirable. This was my own request of Brother Shursui. I wanted to understand how strong I must become to live a life of ease. It seems my current strength is still insufficient. I assenti it. By the way, esteemed Hokage and the rest of you, have you all come to check on my injuries? Sasuke spoke to himself, as if he had only just realized the presence of the Konoha higher-ups before him. With wide eyes, he innocently inquired, leaving everyone momentarily taken aback. Very well, let us discuss matters outside, Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested, taking it upon himself to step outside. The others felt compelled to follow suit, recognizing that Sasuke's injuries were all too real. Soon, they found themselves in the conference room of the security department. Danzo, please share your thoughts on this incident. Members of the Root organization attacked by the Uchiha? Do you possess any evidence to support such claims? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was grave. Both sides held firmly to their narratives. Yet Hiruzen was inclined to trust the Uchiha at this moment. After all, Danzo's reasoning was far too tenuous. He had audaciously claimed that Sasuke Uchiha and Shursui Uchiha had joined forces to eliminate elite members of his Root organization. Moreover, among those 4 elite members were individuals known personally to Hiruzen. Let us not even mention Sasuke. Even without this troublesome child, could Shursui have assassinated all 4 within the confines of the Uchiha clan without leaving a trace? Was it plausible that they would not flee, even if they were not Shursui's match? Danzo, caught off guard by Hiruzen's sudden inquiry, found himself at a loss. Brother, this is not how the narrative unfolds. He silently lamented. Shouldn't you be unconditionally supporting my position and assisting me in thoroughly investigating the Uchiha clan? At that moment, Danzo's mind was rife with internal grievances. Yet such thoughts could not be voiced aloud. Lord Danzo, are you at a loss for words? Allow me to pose a question. Why did 4 members of the Root organization appear in the heart of the Uchiha territory? Why was it that when your Root members appeared, a mysterious ninja coincidentally attacked me? Why would you assert that they perished before my son, Sasuke Uchiha? Fugaku Uchiha was no fool. On the contrary, he was quite astute. His previous unsatisfactory performance stemmed from the collective suppression of the Uchiha by the Konoha higher-ups. No amount of intelligence could change that. However, the situation was now different. Sarutobi Hiruzen's recent inquiry towards Danzo had already indicated a shift in the dynamics. Was Minister Fugaku also aware of the intruders threatening Konoha? It seemed this incident was indeed not instigated by the Uchiha. Perhaps those 4 had fallen victim to an enemy ambush. I apologize for my rashness this time. I will return and thoroughly investigate this matter, Danzo stated before turning to leave. Uchiha Shursui raised his hand, wanting to say something, but was restrained by Shursui. Forcing Danzo to this extent was quite an achievement. Lord Hokage, we Uchiha harbor no issues. Should you uncover any problems, please feel free to bring them to our attention. After Uchiha Fugaku observed Danzo's departure, he turned his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Forcing Danzo to admit his faults was already a considerable advantage. Uchiha Fugaku had no desire to demand more, for one cannot consume an entire meal in one bite. Regardless of any lingering grievances, they must be suppressed. As the head of the security division, there are matters within your jurisdiction that warrant investigation. Ideally, some revelations may arise from this inquiry. Now that everyone appears to have concluded their business, I shall take my leave. Should any fresh reports materialize, do not hesitate to seek me out. Ensure Sasuke receives ample rest. Both of your sons are prodigies and must be nurtured accordingly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Sarutobi Hiruzen departed with the Umbu. As the crowd dispersed, Uchiha Fugaku exhaled a long sigh of relief. You may all return to your duties. Shursui, remain, I have some questions for you. Uchiha Fugaku commanded as he seated himself. Understood, Chief, Shursui replied. The members of the security division gradually exited the room. Shursui, however, looked at Uchiha Fugaku with a mixture of curiosity and concern. After all, the events had seemingly reached their conclusion. You just informed me that Sasuke single-handedly eliminated 2 members of the Root organization? Uchiha Fugaku voiced his confusion. He had only recently learned of this incident, yet such occurrences were unheard of. A mere 5-year-old, who had only recently entered the ninja academy, had dispatched Umbu operatives. I am unaware of the specifics. By the time I arrived, the 2 were already deceased. Even the remaining 2 were overwhelmed by Sasuke's presence, too intimidated to act. Moreover, they seemed somewhat deranged, leading me to believe that Sasuke must have taken action himself. Shisui recounted his analysis. Though these words emerged from Shisui's lips, even he struggled to fully accept them. Such a fantastical tale would evoke skepticism in anyone. I see. You may now attend to your own matters. Uchiha Fugaku gestured for Shisui to leave. Alone at his desk, he sat in contemplation. Meanwhile, within the root organization, bang, bang, objects were being hurled to the ground incessantly. A group of root members stood trembling, fearful of inciting Danzo's displeasure and facing his wrath. Did Uchiha truly believe they were of any significance? Merely puppets manipulated by that Sarutobi fellow, and yet they reveled in their delusions. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it seems you are truly prepared to act against me. A sinister expression crossed Danzo's face. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance was far from pleasant. He had anticipated that upon returning to the Hokage's office, Danzo would be the first to confront him. After all, his evident bias towards the Uchiha today would surely be intolerable to Danzo. What has become of this man? After the departure of Lord Danzo, he promptly returned to the root organization and has yet to emerge. As Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered this perplexing situation, a ninja from the Umbu appeared to report the specifics. The furrows on Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow deepened. Such unusual behavior undoubtedly signaled ominous tidings from Danzo. As for the thoughts swirling in Danzo's mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen had begun to form some conjectures. Consequently, the issues among the higher-ups began to accelerate in light of this incident. Turning to the instigator of this event, Uchiha Sasuke, within the confines of the guardhouse, he said, "Father, this may not suffice. I require more sustenance. The battle has depleted my energy significantly, and I must indulge in a proper meal. As for these injuries, a hearty meal will suffice for their recovery. Additionally, I need 3 portions of that meat roll. It is quite delectable." While devouring his food, Sasuke made his requests known. Uchiha Fugaku stood nearby, the dark lines on his face revealing his current mood. Who, after awakening a unique bloodline limit, becomes so gluttonous? Furthermore, this was not mere fabrication on Sasuke's part. Since Sasuke had developed an appetite, both his talent and strength had leaped qualitatively in a remarkably short span. Even his cognitive processes had seen a significant enhancement. This situation had instilled profound self-doubt in Uchiha Fugaku, causing him to question, is this truly his son? By the following morning, Sasuke had finally satiated his hunger, and his injuries had nearly healed. "Father, do you have inquiries for me? Please, feel free to ask." Sasuke rose, donned his attire, and approached Uchiha Fugaku's office. "The 2 individuals from yesterday were slain by my hand, but it came at a cost. Utilizing my bloodline limit, coupled with the insight of the Sharingan, made it manageable. However, I cannot divulge specifics. Those individuals are now deceased, and no one will know it was I who acted. Except for Brother Itachi, perhaps, Father. We should eliminate him as well." Their conversation came to an abrupt halt there. Uchiha Fugaku feared that should he probe further, Sasuke might entertain thoughts of eliminating him too. Though the questioning had concluded, Sasuke was not yet permitted to leave. It was essential to note that he had sustained considerable injuries the previous night. Departing too soon would undoubtedly draw Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. After requesting leave, Sasuke sat in the infirmary, extracting chakra with a sense of resignation. Before long, Itachi returned. Indeed, Itachi had been absent to secure Sasuke's leave. "I am fine now. Brother, who do you think in the village is most likely to act against our clan?" Without allowing Itachi to respond, Sasuke posed the question. "Root," Itachi answered without hesitation. "This time, Root must be aware of my talents and seeks to recruit me into their organization. My dear brother, there are certain matters that, unless we possess sufficient strength, we shall perpetually endure oppression and humiliation. Such issues cannot be resolved merely by refraining from provoking them or by our voluntary retreat." Sasuke once again embarked on a verbal expedition to enlighten Itachi. One must admit that the endeavor to guide Itachi is akin to Naruto's lengthy dialogues with Jiraiya. The reason Sasuke broached this topic was that he recognized the urgency of his mission, which remained unfulfilled. In other words, the Akatsuki organization had not yet relinquished their pursuit of him. Given Sasuke's understanding of the system, such tasks typically conclude upon distancing oneself from the threat. Unless, within a short span, the Akatsuki persisted in their assault, it should have already dissipated. Thus, it was imperative for him to skillfully engage in psychological persuasion with Uchiha Itachi, who is undeniably a formidable ally. At critical junctures, he could even surpass Uchiha Shisui. The brothers' conversation evolved from a discussion to inquiries about ninjutsu, genjutsu, and chakra, ultimately descending into playful banter. However, it was evident that both brothers relished this atmosphere, and as their dialogue concluded, they were left in relatively high spirits. Sasuke. At that moment, a familiar voice reached Sasuke's ears. The golden-haired figure who burst through the door with unrestrained exuberance was none other than his dear friend, Naruto Uzumaki. Behind him stood several familiar faces, Rock Lee, Hinata Hyuga, and Neji Hyuga. Forgive the intrusion, I am Neji Hyuga, a friend of Sasuke's. We heard he was injured during his training, and we wanted to check on him after school. Neji politely articulated their purpose. In truth, the injury was not severe. A few days of rest would suffice. You all converse. I shall prepare some fruit for you, Itachi said with a gentle smile before stepping outside to gather refreshments. All right, Naruto, you've examined me several times already. I assure you, I am perfectly fine, Sasuke remarked, growing increasingly irritated by Naruto's incessant checks. Indeed, no matter how touched one might feel, the urge to deliver a punch to this friend was hard to suppress. Naruto's inability to find anything amiss led him to even consider removing Sasuke's pants in a comical search for a deep-sea giant eel. Sasuke, how could you sustain such severe injuries during training? Neji finally spoke up, initially perplexed by the battle scars adorning Sasuke's body. Upon activating his Byakugan, Neji's suspicions were confirmed. Sasuke's wounds were not from training, but from combat. Have I been seen through? Sasuke thought. I engaged in practical training with my clan's seniors, essentially simulating battles. Alas, I incurred a few injuries, Sasuke deftly redirected the conversation. Not out of deceit, but because he believed the others were not yet ready to comprehend the truth. Upon hearing Sasuke's explanation, his friends felt a measure of relief and proceeded to regale him with tales from school. Sasuke had not attended that day due to an important task that involved an advanced combat trial. The most significant aspect of this trial is that students from both grades are required to participate. This implies that not only the freshmen, including Sasuke, but also those of Neji's generation will be involved. Consequently, the difficulty of the trial will undoubtedly be heightened. Has there been any change in the supervising teachers for this event? Sasuke remains indifferent to the participants. He perceives himself as being on a different echelon compared to them. When he exerts his full strength under equal conditions, Sasuke's current prowess is at the level of a special jonin. With stealth, he could severely injure or even eliminate elite jonin. Our newcomers are under the guidance of teachers Mizuki, Iga, and Hyakuman. On the other hand, Neji's group is led by Guy, Asuma Sarutobi, and Kurenai Yuhi. Upon hearing the names of the supervising teachers, the expression of the decision-maker shifted to one of contemplation. Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai. These senior teachers align with the formidable roster of the 12 Ninja Guardians. In contrast, the freshmen's mentors consist of Mizuki, a traitor, and 2 less noteworthy instructors. Sasuke is not well acquainted with the latter 2, but based on their positions, he estimates their strength to be merely that of a chunin. It seems that the dangers of this trial are rather substantial. Although he felt a weight in his heart, he maintained a facade of casualness while conversing with Naruto and the others. Over an hour later, the group bid farewell to Sasuke and departed. As they left, Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha entered Sasuke's room. Sasuke was somewhat taken aback upon seeing them. In his view, the one most likely to seek him out for inquiries should have been Fugaku Uchiha. Brother, Shisui, do you have something you wish to ask me? Noticing their hesitation, Sasuke took the initiative to speak. Sasuke, I would like to know the details of the recent events, as well as the true reasons behind them, Shisui said, taking a deep breath and deciding to be direct. Some matters, when convoluted, may yield counterproductive results. Last night, Lord Jiraiya found me. After completing my training with him, my father and the others arrived. It seemed they had discovered an enemy and went to address the situation, while I proceeded towards the clan. At that moment, 4 members of the root organization appeared before me. It was then that Sasuke began to fabricate the narrative of the battle, claiming that he was undaunted and solely focused on vanquishing his adversaries, and that he had suddenly gained insight into the optimal strategy for combat. When he intimidated the last 2 members, Itachi and Shisui arrived, claiming the kills. Initially, both Itachi and Shisui listened with rapt attention, but as Sasuke's tale progressed, it began to stretch credulity. All right, enough, Shisui interjected, halting Sasuke's recount. Let us not dwell on other matters. Are you certain that the root organization attacked you unprovoked, and that you single-handedly eliminated 2 of their members? Shursui emphasized the critical points. That is indeed the case. Sasuke, with no intention of concealing his strength, nodded affirmatively. Itachi, I realize now that I had previously overlooked Sasuke's thoughts. To be able to conduct such analysis during battle and eliminate those from the root organization is commendable. Furthermore, he even reminded me to dispose of the remaining 2 individuals. I must take seriously the matters Sasuke has raised. Uchiha Shursui spoke gravely. For if what Sasuke has said is indeed true, then Shimura Danzo has already begun to act against the Uchiha clan. Although I do not understand why their first target would be Sasuke, the fact remains that an attack has commenced. How shall we respond? Should we adhere to my father's counsel or modify our prior plans? Uchiha Itachi inquired slowly. No, our earlier strategy was predicated upon fostering harmony within our clan and village. Thus, there are too many aspects that require alteration. It would be prudent to devise an entirely new plan. Uchiha Shursui appeared deep in thought, as if engaged in a whirlwind of calculations. Hey, brother, Shursui, have you forgotten there is another person here? Could you speak in a manner I can comprehend? Sasuke exclaimed, visibly distressed. It was bad enough that these 2 were not particularly bright, but their manner of speaking was equally disorganized. Sasuke, you are still young. Your priority should be to enhance your strength. As for those who forge the path ahead, allow us to handle that. Itachi stated with a solemn tone. Shursui nodded in agreement, a look of understanding on his face. One must admit, the rapport between these 2 in such matters is remarkably similar. Very well, let me rest. Sasuke lay back on the bed, choosing to ignore the 2. Itachi and Shursui exchanged glances before departing from Sasuke's room. Once they left, Sasuke gazed wearily at the ceiling. Having guides is advantageous, yet these 2 seem somewhat simple-minded. He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. His objective was to become sufficiently powerful when the time came. He would confront any challenges directly. After all, he could not merely focus on the immediate crisis facing his clan, but also the looming threat from the celestial realm. Within the Ōtsutsuki clan, the likes of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki and Ishiki Ōtsutsuki already roam the shinobi world. It is uncertain when they might stir trouble. After all, their emergence has already led to the unraveling of this world's narrative. Contemplating the Ōtsutsuki, Sasuke was reminded of the original work, wherein it seemed his eyes had been blinded by that insurmountable force. Perhaps I should pursue Hinata and extinguish that insurmountable threat at its inception? As Sasuke refined his chakra, time gradually passed. On the 3rd day, he finally emerged from the infirmary. Although he was able to return to school, he could distinctly sense the intensified scrutiny directed toward him, primarily from the Uchiha's own assigned guards, as well as members from the Umbu and the root organization. This method of protection has undoubtedly instilled a sense of security in Sasuke. At the very least, during this period, the village will encounter no significant threats. Furthermore, it is likely that Shimura Danzo, at this juncture, harbors no intentions of causing trouble for him. Half a month has swiftly passed. In the training grounds of the Uchiha clan, the air is filled with the sounds of youthful exuberance. Shadow Clone Technique, Leaf Whirlwind, Gentle Fist of Byakugan, Fire Release, Little Fire Serpent Technique. Several small figures are engaged in spirited training. Brother Shursui, surely Sasuke's prowess should not warrant a struggle of this magnitude against his classmates? Is he merely going easy on them? But why would he choose to do so? Demonstrating the disparity in their abilities should serve as motivation for Naruto and the others, shouldn't it? Today, Shursui and Itachi are tasked with ensuring Sasuke's safety. Thus they remain concealed, observing his daily endeavors. Aside from his slightly larger appetite, thanks to the generous offerings from Itachi and Jiraiya, he appears to be quite ordinary in other respects. What perplexes Shursui and Itachi is that, given their understanding of Sasuke, his temperament should have matured beyond that of a mere child. Logically, he ought not to have formed such camaraderie with Naruto and the others. This perhaps highlights the wisdom that Sasuke possesses, which eludes them. When it comes to friends, the approach should not solely be one of suppression, but rather an equal positioning alongside them. Moreover, Itachi, have you not noticed a certain issue? Shursui remarked, casting a meaningful glance towards the training grounds where Sasuke and his peers were situated. Issue? Itachi questioned, somewhat puzzled, as he could discern nothing beyond Sasuke's apparent leniency. You will soon understand, Shursui replied, slowly articulating his thoughts. According to prior intelligence, these young ones should be heading outside shortly. True to his words, The skirmish among the children soon concluded, and they made their way beyond the Uchiha clan's territory. Once outside, the organization and the Umbu began their surveillance. Nevertheless, Sasuke remained unfazed by their professional scrutiny. The next phase involved cultural studies. Naruto, having diligently practiced, was now able to recite the will of fire with impressive speed, complemented by his own understanding. This proficiency was the primary reason for his anticipated success in the cultural examination. As a ninja of Konoha, it is imperative to be well-versed in our culture. Sasuke commenced his recitation. Naruto had grown accustomed to this routine. However, Neji, Lee, and Hinata displayed peculiar expressions. Even at their tender age, they were aware of the discord between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's upper echelons. The suspicions of the higher-ups had even resulted in the relocation of their clan to the outskirts of the village. Fortunately, they had all experienced significant growth under Sasuke's guidance, allowing them to overlook such matters. Neji, in particular, harbored a disdain for rigid doctrines, yet he remained silent, choosing to say nothing. As their understanding of the will of fire deepened, a few individuals began to uncover the flaws within its doctrine. That notion of forsaking everything solely for the village. The selfless dedication embodied by their forebears to protect the village. Such grandiose sentiments were merely a facade to the members of the CPU. The hearts of children are particularly perceptive. The issue soon became apparent. They were being watched. Thus they needed to feign enthusiasm and refrain from deeper contemplation. These so-called ideals of the will of fire were mere tools to navigate the trials they faced. Each individual ought to forge their own path of ninjutsu rather than adhere to a singular, purported will of fire. Sasuke slowly inscribed these thoughts onto the ground. Upon seeing this, Neji and the others quickly grasped Sasuke's intentions and began to recite the will of fire he had penned with renewed fervor. This action left Uchiha Itachi, who was nearby, utterly astonished. Do you comprehend the significance? Sasuke's companions are no ordinary friends. They include Neji, the foremost genius of the Uchiha clan, Hinata, the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Uchiha clan, Rock Lee, a disciple endorsed by the taijutsu master Might Guy, and Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Shursui revealed their identities. Are you suggesting that Sasuke aims to alter the prejudices held by other clans towards the Uchiha through his own efforts, and subsequently unite these clans? Thus, the Uchiha would no longer be seen as solitary warriors. Itachi articulated his understanding. Perhaps it is more than that. Among this group of youngsters, Sasuke has assumed a leadership role. In the future, once they mature, the transformation may transcend mere shifts in perception. Itachi, it is said you possess a mindset akin to that of the Hokage. Yet, you lack Sasuke's Hokage-like initiative. Uchiha Shursui remarked with a tinge of nostalgia. He had once been a staunch advocate of the will of fire. In his eyes, personal sacrifices were justified if they contributed to the betterment of the village. However, Shursui's perspective had begun to shift, particularly upon hearing interpretations of the will of fire that starkly contrasted with his own. I understand now. Brother Shursui, your recent endeavors must relate to this, correct? Itachi spoke slowly. Indeed, if the entire Uchiha clan adopts such a mindset, we shall become immensely powerful. Shursui gazed longingly at the sky. What he had previously hoped for might indeed be drawing nearer with each passing moment. Moreover, within the clan, the only ones capable of actualizing these aspirations were he and Itachi. After completing their training, they parted ways. For the next day marked the commencement of their special training trials. Sasuke invited Naruto to join him for dinner at home. Tomorrow, they could set off together. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Root organization, my lord, our operatives are under the vigilant watch of the Umbu and the Uchiha. There is no opportunity to act. Perhaps, my lord, you should consult with Lord Hokage. The Uchiha's audacity cannot be contained for long. A member of the Root organization, his face etched with concern, spoke up. Discuss? Sarutobi Hiruzen is currently consumed by the joy of having subdued the Uchiha clan. Do you truly believe he can heed my words at this moment? What a fool. He has placed his trust in the so-called will of fire that flows from the lips of a mere child. How could such a person ascend to the position of Hokage? The frustration within Danzo was palpable. According to his original plan, he should not be here pondering these issues. He ought to be embracing the technological advancements introduced by Orochimaru. The Uchiha clan and Sarutobi Hiruzen had become splinters in Danzo's heart. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, after receiving today's report from the Umbu, wore a face that seemed to be wrinkled into an uncountable number of folds. Coupled with the recent transformations within the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen was more convinced than ever of his decision. The security department no longer exhibited the same arrogance and disdain as before. During missions, they prioritized the safety of ordinary citizens, and their demeanor towards other ninjas had softened considerably. In light of these initial successes, how could Hiruzen possibly entertain Danzo's so-called threats posed by the Uchiha clan? He suggested reducing surveillance on the Uchiha. In the coming year, if they truly became the guardians of the will of fire, then the internal dynamics of the village would undoubtedly require modification. Hiruzen gazed at the report in his hands. The recent events had unfolded so smoothly that it felt almost surreal. The most significant issue was that the Uchiha clan had begun their transformation on their own. Furthermore, their compliance with Sarutobi Hiruzen had reached unprecedented heights. Yet, amidst this wave of fortuitous occurrences, there were still aspects that deeply displeased Hiruzen, notably the obstinacy of Shimura Danzo. This man was fixated on eradicating the Uchiha clan. Such formidable power, if it could not be harnessed for one's own ends, was to be eliminated. Yet now, in the face of change, Danzo persisted. This compelled Hiruzen to reminisce about past events. After the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, whether during the daimyo's conference or the high-level meetings within the village, Danzo had openly expressed his ambition to become Hokage. He even went so far as to belittle Hiruzen, attributing the chaos of the Ninetales incident and the fourth's sacrifice solely to him. Had it not been for Hiruzen's solid foundation and the support he received from various clans, perhaps he would have been impeached during that tumultuous time. The worst outcome could have seen Hiruzen vanish from the village altogether. Despite the years in which Hiruzen had appointed Danzo and tolerated some of the excesses of the root organization, his wariness of Shimura Danzo had never waned. At that moment, Hiruzen suddenly called out, Kakashi looked on, puzzled. It was well known that Hiruzen typically addressed him by his code name. However, today, his name was called. You must grow accustomed to this name. Your time in the Umbu will not be prolonged. Eventually, both you and Tenzo shall leave the Umbu to assume other roles. Now, I have a special mission to assign to you. After Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded, Kakashi departed from the Hokage's office. Upon returning home, Kakashi removed his mask. Gazing at the unfamiliar reflection in the mirror, a sense of numbness enveloped him. I persist in safeguarding what I hold dear, Obito and Rin. Kakashi fell into deep contemplation, simultaneously recalling Sarutobi Hiruzen's words from earlier that day. The notions that were once mere speculations had now been validated, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Soon, he would no longer act under the guise of the Umbu, but rather as Hatake Kakashi. In Uchiha Sasuke's room, he addressed Naruto. Tomorrow's trial may pose dangers. When that occurs, your task is to evade me at once, understood? Sasuke stated directly. Understood. If you tell me to run, I will definitely take off. Naruto earnestly nodded. Sasuke, feeling embarrassed, thought, this guy responds just like that disciple of the old master. You know I won't run. Thus, you must have something else to discuss with me. Naruto scratched his head, displaying a goofy grin. Well, when we reach outside the village tomorrow, even with the protection of our supervising teachers, we students are numerous. Previously, the S-rank rogue ninja Orochimaru attacked me. I believe he will not relinquish this opportunity. Furthermore, with the root organization's discontent towards our Uchiha clan, they may also intervene. As Sasuke spoke, his headache intensified. This situation indeed seemed perilously fraught. As a member of the Konoha Guard, the Uchiha clan could not leave the village without a mission. Thus, once outside, Sasuke would lose the protection of his clan. Orochimaru, Danzo, and Mizuki. Escaping from these adversaries would be akin to a hellish ordeal. Moreover, the urgent mission flashing a red warning on his system panel underscored the gravity of the threat they faced. Actually, I have a method to ensure Sasuke's safety. At that moment, Naruto suddenly spoke. Sasuke looked at Naruto with curiosity. Could the Chosen One be ready to shine at this very moment? If so, then. Naruto quietly revealed his plan to Sasuke. Initially, Sasuke thought Naruto was jesting. However, as a mechanical, electronic amalgamation of sounds filled the air, Sasuke was taken aback. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the threat mission from Root. Upon observing the completion information displayed on the system panel, along with the surge of energy coursing through his body, Sasuke was unequivocally convinced of Naruto's identity as the Chosen One. Such a notion could only originate from Naruto's unique perspective. It seemed that he could expertly maneuver this situation to his advantage. Thank you, Naruto. Next month's ramen is on me. However, Sasuke had intentions to undertake certain tasks during this trial and required Naruto's cooperation. He began to relay his plans to Naruto, emphasizing that this endeavor was not solely for his own benefit, but also for Naruto's sake. All right, whatever you say, I will do it. Naruto nodded earnestly. It must be said that such genuine friendship indeed reassured Sasuke. Particularly, Naruto's innocent camaraderie meant that once he agreed, betrayal was out of the question. Tonight, let us continue refining our chakra and see who gets hungry first. That person will be the victor, Sasuke proposed, then seated himself to commence his chakra refinement. You're sneaking away, Naruto exclaimed, promptly joining him in the endeavor. Previously, it wasn't until his teenage years that Naruto grasped the concept of chakra, often confusing it with the term chaktanra. As they initiated their chakra refinement, Naruto's inherent talents began to slowly manifest. After over an hour, Sasuke opened his eyes. Not because his chakra refinement had concluded, but due to the overwhelming chakra emanating from Naruto. Was this truly the extent of chakra refinement achievable by a 5-year-old? Sasuke felt a flush of embarrassment as he gazed at Naruto, whose body was enveloped in a radiant chakra. The situation was undeniably astonishing. Moreover, Sasuke discovered another revelation. The reason he was affected by Naruto's chakra, awakening from his refining state, was because Naruto's chakra contained a significant amount of the Nine-Tails chakra. Was this what it meant to be the child of destiny? Simply refining chakra had the power to extract the Nine-Tails chakra from its seal. Suddenly, an odd sound resonated in Sasuke's mind. The Nine-Tails? He stared at Naruto's abdomen, astonishment etched across his face. Logically, Naruto should not have encountered any events leading to the unsealing at this moment. Why, then, did the consciousness of the Nine-Tails manifest externally? Nevertheless, the sound quickly faded away, prompting Sasuke to cease pondering these questions. System panel. Due to the overwhelming influence of Naruto's tumultuous chakra, Sasuke found himself unable to continue refining chakra. Thus, he summoned his panel. Panel, dog author, do you not wish to increase the word count? It took you so long to release me. Host, Uchiha Sasuke talent. 60, ordinary person. 10, chakra. 11 cards ninjutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Fire release. Little fire snake technique. Lightning release. Little white bug. Lightning release. Thunder step. Lightning release taijutsu. Proficient in Uchiha taijutsu. Beginner. Proficient in Konoha taijutsu. Beginner. Jinjutsu. Dream Soul Valley. Thorny Forest. Chaotic impact. 100 turns technique items. Surprise gift pack X1. 100 kilograms of Cloud Iron Bloodline limit. Sharingan. 3 Tomo. Raijin mode ability. Super Chakra Refinement Technique. Chakra Refinement Speed 300 Mission. Resolve the Root Organization's assassination. Overall evaluation. Special Jonin. Upon observing the information displayed on the system panel, Sasuke's assessment aligned closely with his own judgment. His chakra had now risen to 11 cards, which was sufficient for the time being. Truly, the Divine Talent system provided resources solely aimed at enhancing one's abilities. However, specific combat capabilities had yet to be granted. System, activate the surprise gift pack. Sasuke had not found the opportunity to open the gift obtained after completing the last mission. Beep. Congratulations, host, on opening the surprise gift pack. Acquired Divine Tool, Susanoo. As the system's notification echoed, Sasuke sprang to his feet. Gazing at the item displayed on the panel, his breath instinctively grew heavy. Divine Tool, Susanoo. A swirling jewel lay quietly on the system panel. The humanoid divine tool had made a striking impression in the original narrative of the Red Eyes of Slash. Most notably, this divine tool possessed a culinary skill that Sasuke greatly admired. Furthermore, due to his substantial appetite, many were aware of it. Thus, having a chef by his side as a foodie seemed quite reasonable, didn't it? Sasuke exhaled deeply and extended his hand. Divine tool, he uttered with authority. The swirling jewel, once on the system panel, now materialized in his grasp. Simultaneously, the information panel for Susanoo appeared before him. Divine Tool, Lightning Fast Susanoo, Guardian-type Humanoid Divine Tool, Ability, Mastery of Daily Household Chores, Exceptional Culinary Skills, Knowledge of over 1,000 dishes, Combat Capability, Possesses Formidable Taijutsu, and Learning Ability. By absorbing the holder's life force, it can unleash awakening techniques, possessing the abilities of the Amaterasu Sword, the 8-Span Mirror, and the 8-Span Jewel. Note: According to system modifications, the divine tool can use chakra to amplify its combat power with no upper limit. Upon reviewing the description, it was indeed the divine tool of his dreams. Compared to the devastatingly powerful combat divine tools such as Village Rain's 1/kill or Demon Manifestation, Demon S Infusion, Sasuke found Susanoo to be far superior. After all, this divine tool possessed independent consciousness, requiring minimal operation from him. Manifest, Susanoo. Sasuke decisively drew his palm across the swirling jewel, allowing chakra and blood to be absorbed within. In the next moment, a terrifying wave of energy emanated, causing even Naruto's body to tremble slightly. Sasuke understood that it was not Naruto's consciousness, but rather the trembling of the Nine Tails, gripped by fear in the presence of the terrifying power of Susanoo. In the next moment, a tall and strikingly handsome man appeared before Sasuke. "Greetings, my master. Susanoo shall henceforth serve as your most formidable shield." Susanoo knelt before Sasuke on one knee. Clearly, given Sasuke's admiration for Susanoo, gaining his recognition was a simple matter. Coupled with the nature of Susanoo's existence, there was no need to worry about the backlash from the Imperial artifact. Now, only one issue remained to be resolved: vitality. It seemed that he needed to accelerate his physical training. Otherwise, what would happen if he exhausted himself with a single awakening technique? From now on, do not call me master. Simply refer to me by my name. I am Uchiha Sasuke. Just call me Sasuke. I look forward to your guidance, Susanoo. Sasuke smiled, extending his hand. "Hello, Sasuke." Susanoo reached out his hand in return. One must admit, this black technology was truly remarkable. Susanoo was virtually indistinguishable from a real person, to the extent that Sasuke could even share in Susanoo's emotions. "I am hungry. Let me take you to see the kitchen. There are provisions prepared specifically for me. By the way, I occasionally engage in practical training, which does not imply that I am in danger and unable to act. Let us agree on a signal. If I utter a certain phrase, you may act." As Sasuke led Susanoo towards the kitchen, he explained a few matters. At that moment, not far away, Uchiha Shumi perched in a tree, his body rendered rigid. Just moments ago, he had merely attempted to sense the presence of Susanoo, only to behold an endless abyss of bloodshed. Despite having participated in numerous battles and now serving as the captain of the guard division, he found himself paralyzed with fear, crouching in the tree, afraid to make any move. Uchiha Shumi was acutely aware that any unusual action on his part would result in immediate execution by that formidable being. It was not until he saw Sasuke and Susanoo emerge from the room, engaged in lighthearted conversation, that he finally exhaled in relief. It seemed that this terrifying entity was indeed known to Sasuke, and judging by their interaction, their relationship did not appear to be overly hostile. Only after Sasuke and Susanoo vanished from sight did Uchiha Shumi regain his composure. He swiftly activated the body flicker technique and disappeared from the scene. In Uchiha Fugaku's study, he pondered a mysterious powerhouse. Are you suggesting that a mysterious, strong individual is accompanying Sasuke? Uchiha Fugaku's expression was one of confusion. It was well known that Sasuke had been in the village during this time, and Uchiha Shumi was familiar with nearly everyone in the village. If it were a mysterious, strong individual, could it be someone from outside the village? Someone capable of evading the barrier and eluding the senses of the entire Uchiha clan to arrive at Uchiha Sasuke's chamber? Moreover, if it were not for Uchiha Shumi's keen observation, none would have been able to detect such a formidable presence. Why did Sasuke come into contact with it? The two seemed to be headed towards the kitchen. Clan leader, if possible, it would be prudent to investigate. Uchiha Shumi remained deeply concerned. The terrifying aura, the overwhelming pressure. Despite no longer having to confront that village, Uchiha Shumi's heart still trembled with unease. Understood. I shall go take a look, Uchiha Fugaku replied, rising to head towards the kitchen. At this point, the only explanation that came to his mind was that Sasuke was simply hungry and in search of food. Soon, Uchiha Fugaku arrived at the kitchen accompanied by Uchiha Shumi, Uchiha Nagasawa, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shisui. As they approached within 10 meters, an enticing aroma wafted into their nostrils. Is someone cooking? Uchiha Nagasawa exclaimed, even dramatically swallowing. The consumption of energy by ninjas is considerable, and given that they all practice chakra refinement during the night, they were indeed famished at this hour. Shumi, did you truly witness a terrifying entity? At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku began to doubt whether Sasuke had hired a chef from an unknown place. Just then, the delectable scent drew their attention. Father? Brother? Shisui? Lord Nagasawa? What brings you here? Uchiha Sasuke emerged, holding a bowl of rice, and casually took a few bites. Sasuke, Captain Shumi mentioned discovering an unfamiliar powerful presence at home. Do you all require sustenance? Before Uchiha Fugaku could finish, a figure known as Susanoo appeared, donned in an apron and wielding a spoon. He emanated none of the overwhelming aura that Uchiha Shumi had described. In an instant, Uchiha Fugaku glanced awkwardly at Uchiha Shumi, while the others redirected their gazes towards him. I must admit, I was quite hungry, so perhaps my senses were misled. Uchiha Shumi sheepishly scratched his head, hastily changing the subject. How embarrassing it was for him, the esteemed captain of the Uchiha Guard and elite jonin of Konoha, to be intimidated by a mere chef. Although, this chef did seem rather impressive. That is acceptable. Susanoo, it's up to you now. Feel free to use any ingredients. We all need something to eat. Sasuke readily agreed. Understood. Susanoo replied with a confident demeanor before diving back into the kitchen to continue cooking. The group settled into the living room. Sasuke, did you hire the chef? Are you aware of his background? Could there be any danger? Uchiha Itachi inquired, a look of concern etched upon his face. Mr. Susanoo is a professional chef. Once you taste his dishes, you will understand, Sasuke replied, his head bowed as he continued to eat. This fried rice must be consumed while it is still steaming, otherwise, its deliciousness diminishes. Soon, a table laden with dishes was presented. Observing Sasuke indulge heartily, the others picked up their chopsticks. The question lingering in everyone's minds was, is it truly that delectable? Yet, this doubt dissipated in an instant. Itachi, did you not just claim that Mr. Susanoo is a villain? Take it easy. Shursui, where is your composure? Natsum, you are being too polite. The food is prepared by a chef my son found. Well, enough chatter. I am going to eat. All skepticism vanished once Mr. Susanoo produced such exquisite dishes. How could a master of culinary arts be a villain? Furthermore, if he were indeed malevolent, they should have succumbed to the poison of the food by now. Sasuke, with Mr. Susanoo around, let us keep the kind cook as well. When we dine at home, let her cook. When I am out on missions, Mr. Susanoo can accompany me, Sasuke said with a smile. Observing Sasuke's innocent demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku concluded that this was no extraordinary being. After exchanging a few simple words with Sasuke, he departed. Once back in his room, Sasuke sighed in relief. In his earlier excitement, he had forgotten that this was the Uchiha clan's territory. Moreover, ninjas were always nearby for protection. Mr. Susanoo's identity was finally concealed, albeit temporarily. Mr. Susanoo, have you been in human form since your liberation? Can you still revert to that previous orb state? Sasuke inquired with curiosity. Indeed. However, to revert again would deplete the user's energy. Generally, frequent transformations are discouraged, Mr. Susanoo replied. I see. Then let's restore you to the orb state. Your current presence offers little assistance, and I do not yet face troubles that require your intervention, Sasuke contemplated, ultimately deciding to retract Mr. Susanoo. Such a unique existence would undoubtedly attract the attention of higher-ups. All right. Mr. Susanoo nodded and transformed into an orb, landing in Sasuke's palm. Sasuke found a rope to secure the orb and wore it around himself. After this series of actions, morning had already arrived. Naruto, let us go. It's time for the trial. Sasuke roused the still sleepy Naruto, and the two proceeded to have breakfast before heading to school. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, Class 1 of the first year, anticipation was etched on everyone's faces. Even the typically composed Nara Shikamaru was engaged in discussions with Yamanaka Ino and Akimichi Choji regarding the arrangements for today's trial. Only Sasuke and Naruto remained seated calmly in their respective places. Sasuke was expected to behave this way, as he often did in school. But Naruto, this individual, who previously boisterously voiced his opinions, has now fallen into an unexpected silence just as the moment of departure approaches. Soon, Hinata arrives, stating that arrangements have been made on Niji's end. Is there anything further we need to prepare? Hinata's voice, naturally soft, becomes even more subdued as she discreetly discusses matters. Fortunately, both Sasuke and Naruto possess keen senses, allowing them to hear her clearly. Naruto, please accompany Hinata to invite Kiba and Shino. I will go and invite Shikamaru and the others. After giving his instructions, Sasuke turns to the back row where Shikamaru is seated. As for Sakura, he decides against inviting her, preferring to avoid the hassle. We overheard your previous conversation. Uchiha Sasuke, we are not friends, so will you join us? Before Shikamaru can finish his thought, Sasuke interrupts. This abruptness nearly chokes Shikamaru, who has been holding back a torrent of words. I decline, Shikamaru responds decisively, waving his hand dismissively. He has no interest in an endeavor that, while still shrouded in mystery, promises to be troublesome. He prefers to focus on completing the trial without getting entangled in other matters. Is that so? Choji, why not participate in our plan? I cannot divulge the details just yet, but I promise a feast of barbecue once the trial concludes. Sasuke glances at Choji, who is munching on chips with an amused expression. What? Choji stands up, disbelief etched across his face. Additionally, I can offer you 100 packets of limited edition chips that I have already purchased. Just give me a nod, and they will be yours. Sasuke stokes the flames of temptation further. Initially hesitant, Choji swiftly extends his hand, grasping Sasuke's with determination. I'm in, he declares earnestly, nodding in agreement. As for Shikamaru, he is momentarily set aside. All right, Ino, will you join our plan? Sasuke turns his gaze to Ino. According to the circumstances, she is likely to have a favorable impression of him and would probably not refuse his invitation. Ino, I have finished my part. I also invited Sakura, and she has agreed to join our plan. At that moment, Naruto's voice reaches Sasuke's ears. As Sasuke grapples with this revelation, Ino responds. I will join as well. Very well. Let us finalize our decision. Shikamaru, upon hearing our plan, will likely agree as well. Now, once we leave the village, we will follow this outline. Sasuke concludes, handing a small scroll to several individuals before returning to his seat. Choji carefully opens his scroll, while Shikamaru, unable to contain his curiosity, leans in to catch a glimpse. The Konoha kidnapping plan. Upon seeing these 6 bold characters, Shikamaru instantly perks up. Such an undertaking requires not only intellectual prowess, but also unified action. He is eager to observe how this hastily assembled team will perform. Soon, Mizuki entered the classroom accompanied by 2 instructors. Everyone, please quiet down. I will now elaborate on the critical points to consider for this trial. The location we are heading to is an undeveloped, primordial forest, teeming with venomous creatures and fierce beasts. This is the first aspect to be aware of. Additionally, we have prepared identity information for each of you, which must not be misplaced. Losing it would signify failure in this trial. Lastly, this information will also be essential for assessing your performance. As there will be participation from upperclassmen, we will provide 2 forms of identification. Mizuki began his discourse. Yet the enthusiasm of the class had noticeably waned. Particularly, Sasuke and his group of 9 displayed little interest in the trial's details. Observing Sasuke's indifferent demeanor, Mizuki's jealousy flared anew. In his eyes, Sasuke's only advantage was his privileged background, which emboldened him to act with such arrogance. After today, however, would mark the beginning of Mizuki's ascension. He envisioned himself becoming a formidable ninja that would shake the very foundations of the shinobi world. Once he concluded his exposition, everyone gathered at the school gate, led by the ninja instructors as they ventured outside the village. In the Hokage's office, Itachi approached Sarutobi Hiruzen with a mission request. Hokage-sama, I wish to leave the village to protect Sasuke, he stated, having previously been assigned to mentor him. However, as he prepared to depart on this mission, he was halted. In essence, he required a further permit from Sarutobi to exit the village. Otherwise, Itachi's mission would be confined within the village's bounds. Do not worry, Itachi. This trial is supervised by Asuma and his team. Nothing will go awry. I have some other matters for you to attend to, Sarutobi replied. Itachi, feeling somewhat helpless, exited the Hokage's office. He had not secured the permit he sought, and now faced an additional task. Once outside the village, the group marveled at the novelty of their surroundings. Merely walking outside felt as if they were breathing a different air than that of the village. The vitality of youth was palpable at that moment. By noon, they arrived at their destination. Kawaguchi's physical condition proved inadequate, resulting in his disqualification from the trial. Naiba rushed ahead too quickly and fell into a trap, fracturing his leg, and thus losing the ability to continue. Roy had just reached the destination when various circumstances led to the disqualification of several students, particularly among the first-year cohort, where nearly half lost their eligibility. Mizuki-sensei, we will escort the students into the forest now. Once you are prepared, please follow us, Asuma stated before leading the upperclassmen into the woods. Their objective this time was to decisively outshine the newcomers. Everyone observed the upperclassmen entering the forest. Following that, Mizuki slowly articulated the rules. In essence, they were to traverse the forest and reach the designated encampment. During the journey through the wilderness, one must remain vigilant of traps and beasts. The criteria for distinguishing between advantages and disadvantages relies on speed. The trial for newcomers begins. As Mizuki concluded his statement, Sasuke charged into the forest with determination. The others promptly followed suit. Mizuki, however, donned a cold smile. "Mizuki-sensei, we should set off quickly. These students may encounter danger if left alone here," Iga remarked casually. As a chunin, he felt quite at ease facing the dangers that lay ahead. This mission was merely a means to attain a higher rank. It was fortunate that Iruka had fallen ill and could not join. Otherwise, he would be the teacher left behind at the academy. Indeed, Mizuki-sensei, Iga-sensei is correct. We must depart swiftly to ensure the students' safety. After all, there are upperclassmen present who might pose a threat to our students, Baiwen added. Both of you make valid points. However, I can manage on my own. It would be best for you to remain here, Mizuki declared, a sinister expression creeping across his face. What do you mean? Although you are leading this mission, Mizuki-sensei, we are also. Suddenly, the sound of shattering echoed as Baiwen and Iga stared in disbelief at their own chests. This. Mizuki, you. Iga clutched his chest, attempting to stem the flow of blood, but it was too late to save his life. Even now, he could not comprehend why Mizuki would turn against them. Attacking fellow ninjas from the same village. Are you betraying Konoha? Mizuki, you are aware, before Baiwen could finish. Mizuki kicked both men away into the depths of the forest. He then produced a scroll, summoning wind shuriken and 2 long blades. Removing his forehead protector, he slashed through the Konoha symbol emblazoned upon it. Betrayal? Which renowned ninja in the world of shinobi has not been a defector? I have endured enough of this wretched village. Mark my words, from this day forth, Mizuki shall become a nightmare for the entire shinobi world. Mizuki cackled maniacally, his face alight with anticipation and madness, before plunging into the forest. Moments later, a figure emerged from the shadows. Quickly, let us proceed as Sasuke instructed. The figure was none other than Sakura, Ino, and Hinata. The 3 of them worked in unison to pull the 2 teachers from the dense foliage. They retrieved healing potions, swiftly staunching the bleeding of both instructors. While their current abilities could not restore the teachers' combat readiness, preserving their lives was still within reach. Hinata produced a scroll, channeling chakra into it, as a thick cloud of smoke billowed forth. From a distance, Asuma caught sight of the smoke rising into the air. Is the quality of this new generation truly so lacking? They have only just begun, and already they are signaling for help? Asuma views such individuals with a degree of disdain. In his eyes, lacking even this modicum of will renders them unworthy of being ninjas. I shall take a look. After all, they are merely children. I cannot allow them to come to harm. Might Guy declared as he rushed toward the source of the thick smoke. As he watched Might Guy depart, Asuma fell into a contemplative silence. Meanwhile, Kurenai observed Asuma, her heart inexplicably swelling with an unsettling emotion. Simultaneously, Sasuke and his companions had plunged deep into the jungle. Utilizing a unique concealment technique, coupled with Kiba's ability to burrow, they had effectively hidden underground. Hinata's signal had been dispatched. Indeed, Mizuki would likely make the first move against their 2 instructors. Sasuke understood this completely, and he began to analyze the current situation. Despite having devised a detailed plan, he was acutely aware that plans are inherently inflexible. With so many people accompanying him on this perilous adventure, Sasuke was determined not to let his arrogance lead to any complications. Sasuke, I wish to inquire about something. How did you come to know that Mizuki, the traitorous ninja, would act against us? Did you receive some advance information? Shikamaru tilted his head, curiosity evident in his gaze. Regardless of the strategy or Sasuke's analytical prowess, Shikamaru held great respect for him. Yet, there was a glaring inconsistency. How was it that Sasuke possessed this knowledge? Isn't it true that you are all from esteemed ninja clans? Even if you are not particularly adept at sensing, you should have encountered some awareness, no? Sasuke's astonishment was palpable as he addressed Shikamaru. Even Naruto, that fool, sensed Mizuki's hostility toward us. How could you not feel anything at all? Wait, are you suggesting that I, that fool, should have deduced this merely from sensing malice? Sasuke, clarify for me why you consider me a fool? Is it not a foolish question to ask? Shikamaru retorted, indignation creeping into his tone. Enough. The pressing matter at hand is not to engage in such disputes, Sasuke interjected, cutting through the conversation. Sasuke, if it is merely Mizuki we face, collectively, We should be able to overcome him, shouldn't we? Shikamaru spoke again. It was not arrogance on his part. He had observed the training of Naruto and Sasuke. With the strength of these two, coupled with their cooperation, the threat posed by a single Chunin instructor should be manageable. Indeed, if it were just Mizuki, we would not be hiding here now. However, Shikamaru, what if I were to tell you that there is also Orochimaru? Sasuke's expression turned grave. Orochimaru? Shikamaru's pupils constricted. He had heard of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, a disciple of the third Hokage, and an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha. Regardless of the title, it underscored the extreme danger represented by this individual. Who is Orochimaru? Naruto, adorably oblivious, inquired. Not long ago, I was ambushed by Orochimaru. Fortunately, thanks to certain extraordinary measures and the protection of my clan, I managed to escape. However, the presence of Orochimaru's chakra lingered on Mizuki, which is precisely why we must seek refuge here. After a brief explanation from Sasuke, he made a gesture for silence. Instantly, the group became tense as they sensed Mizuki's approaching presence. Meanwhile, outside, Mizuki pondered, have I lost them? Sensing the lingering traces around him, a look of confusion crossed his face. Logically, these children should not be able to evade him. Just as Mizuki was deep in thought, a sudden surge of chakra erupted from beneath the ground. Boom! As the earth cracked open, Kiba and Akamaru lunged directly at Mizuki. Despite being merely 6 years old, Kiba had achieved considerable proficiency in taijutsu. The element of surprise momentarily caught Mizuki off guard. By the time he gathered his wits, Kiba had already vanished from sight. Damn it! Mizuki touched the scar on his face, his gaze turning increasingly fierce. Attack! At that moment, Naruto and Choji charged at Mizuki, both wielding practice kunai. Though meant for training, these weapons were still forged of iron. This time, Mizuki faced the oncoming duo without any trepidation. He swiftly removed a shuriken from his back and hurled it at them, simultaneously drawing 2 long blades from his waist, aiming directly at Choji. As the assault commenced, Choji felt a twinge of panic. Within mere exchanges, the practice kunai in his hand was sent flying, and his entire being was launched backward. Give up. You are merely a bunch of children. In the presence of a true ninja, you possess no chance of victory, Mizuki declared arrogantly, gazing down at the youngsters before him. Among their peers, these little ones could be deemed formidable, yet in the face of a man destined to become a nightmare within the ninja world, they were utterly insignificant. Hiya! Naruto executed a kick, only for Mizuki to seize it effortlessly. Is this what you pride yourselves on? Your combat talent? It is nothing more than child's play. With that, Mizuki tossed Naruto aside and launched a kunai, tethered with wire, ensnaring one of the shurikens. Just as Mizuki prepared to retract the shuriken and instill a psychological scar upon these students, a violent surge of chakra erupted forth. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning surged along the wire into Mizuki's body, incapacitating him in an instant. The next moment, a figure dashed forward, a kunai in hand, plunging it straight into Mizuki's chest. Uchiha Sasuke. Mizuki's face displayed a look of shock as he beheld the dark-haired student before him. He initially believed that Uchiha Sasuke had realized something, prompting these inept individuals to deliver supplies. To his astonishment, this fellow was still present. Moreover, that formidable lightning release technique, was it truly executed by this child, barely 6 years of age? How could that be possible, even for a genius? He is merely a child of 6. The intensity of that chakra had already surpassed that of his own Chunin level. Damn it, how utterly infuriating. Is this what those so-called geniuses are like? They can effortlessly ascend to greatness without much effort, while ordinary individuals like himself toil relentlessly for such meager results. Indeed, those purported prodigies deserve to perish. Bang! Once the paralysis wore off, Mizuki unleashed a powerful punch. Simultaneously, he tightened his muscles, trapping the kunai that Sasuke had thrust into his chest. Caught off guard, Sasuke was struck squarely by the blow. In the next moment, Sasuke transformed into white smoke and vanished. Shadow clone. Haha. Who would have thought that a child just over 5 years old from the Uchiha Clan could already master the shadow clone technique? However, today I shall certainly find you. And then swoosh. While Mizuki was still articulating his threats, another kunai embedded itself into his back. The intense pain, coupled with Sasuke's taunting words, made Mizuki's eyes bulge with rage. Jealousy, hatred, and resentment surged within him. At that moment, Mizuki seized a long needle and plunged it into his chest. Sasuke sensed an unusual aura and instinctively retreated. He needed to distance himself from this man. With a sharp command, Sasuke urged everyone to vanish into the surrounding forest. At that moment, Shikamaru, hidden behind a large tree, wore an expression of panic. What was that aura he had just sensed? Merely perceiving a fraction of it left him shaken, as if an ancient, primal beast were poised to devour him. Shikamaru, you can lead them away from here now. Act according to plan. There's no need to reach the destination, Sasuke instructed before swiftly disappearing from sight. However, Sasuke, before Shikamaru could finish his thought, Sasuke's figure had already vanished. Though apprehensive, they had no choice but to proceed with their prior plan. Soon, Shikamaru located the others, and the group hurried toward the village. Meanwhile, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, beginning to discern Mizuki's condition. The chakra erupting from this man was several times greater than before. Furthermore, his entire physique began to undergo transformation. Wait a moment. In the original narrative, Mizuki did not acquire Orochimaru's curse seal until Naruto was nearing graduation, did he? What he just inserted into his body must have been some sort of reagent. Just how many secrets has Orochimaru concealed? Are you looking for me? Just as Sasuke pondered this, a voice suddenly emanated from behind him. The words echoed exactly as Sasuke had just spoken. Bang! Without giving Sasuke a moment to react, a brown arm forcefully pinned him against the great tree. Under the immense strength, the shadow clone was instantly obliterated. Another shadow clone? However, there was no need for haste. I shall meticulously track you down, and once found, I will shatter your limbs and deliver you to Lord Orochimaru, Shueimu remarked with a hint of amusement. He sensed that Sasuke was still nearby, though multiple targets were present. Who would have imagined that a mere 5-year-old child could conjure so many shadow clones simultaneously? Nevertheless, it posed little concern. If others fled, so be it. His primary objective remained solely Uchiha Sasuke. At that moment, concealed in the surroundings, Sasuke wore a grave expression. His task was of utmost importance. He had to endure, ensuring that Shikamaru and the others returned to Konoha. Otherwise, this plan would result in utter failure. Given Shueimu's current state, Sasuke had no intention of engaging him directly. Such an extraordinary enhancement could not last long. Sasuke understood that even if Orochimaru had developed the cursed seal at this stage, it was still in its nascent form. Clearly, despite acquiring formidable power, Shueimu had not lost his consciousness, immediately targeting Sasuke's shadow clones. Unable to discern which was the true body, he opted to destroy all the clones instead. With a stroke of luck, he might soon capture the real one. Shueimu, bursting with powerful chakra, swiftly maneuvered through the dense forest, rapidly locating and dismantling each shadow clone. After obliterating the 7th clone, Shueimu paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. How could this be? There must be some trickery involved. He certainly remained close by. A twisted expression settled upon Shueimu's face as he realized he had vanquished all the shadow clones he sensed. Now he could no longer perceive Uchiha Sasuke's presence. Shueimu refused to believe that Sasuke had escaped. In the next moment, he turned to face the direction of Konoha. Could it be that he had seized the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos with those little brats? With that thought, Shueimu dashed toward Konoha. Boom! Just as Shueimu took off, a green figure descended from the heavens, landing squarely in front of him. Who are you? Mato Guy, staring at Shueimu, appeared utterly bewildered. He felt as if he had seen this person before, yet could not place him. Mato Guy? Aren't you supposed to be leading those upperclassmen? What brings you here? Upon the emergence of Mato Guy, Shueimu instinctively halted. Mato Guy, an elite jonin of Konoha, had achieved his rank solely through his mastery of taijutsu. Such a person, clearly lacking any innate talent, raised the question, how could someone like him attain the position of a village jonin? Yet here I am, confined to a diminutive ninja academy. In that fleeting moment, a glint of envy flickered in Mizuki's eyes. Are you familiar with me? It seems you have conducted some inquiries into our Konoha. Regardless of who you are, reveal to me the whereabouts of that scoundrel Mizuki. How dare he lay a hand on the ninjas of our village? It appears he is intent on languishing in the interrogation department's prison. Might Guy continued to search the surroundings, endeavoring to uncover Mizuki's location. Upon hearing Might Guy's words, Mizuki's forehead pulsated with anger. Do you truly not recognize me? Mizuki gritted his teeth and demanded. Should I recognize you? Never mind. I have other pressing matters to attend to. You bang. Before Might Guy could finish his sentence, Mizuki's assault descended upon him. However, this time, he did not send Might Guy flying. Rather, It was Might Guy who managed to block the strike. Hey, why did you suddenly attack me? Are you an enemy? The aura surrounding Might Guy shifted dramatically. Although his words remained infuriating, Mizuki broke free from Might Guy's grasp, retreating backward. I am Mizuki. He suppressed the chakra on his face, restoring his true appearance. No, you are not. I know Mizuki. Do not attempt to deceive me. Furthermore, while Mizuki may be somewhat bothersome, he has not sunk to your level of repulsiveness. After uttering this, Might Guy prepared to depart in search of Mizuki, showing no interest in the peculiar creature before him. Annoying? Is that truly how you perceive me? You, a mere waste who cannot even wield ninjutsu. How dare you? Perish! Mizuki bellowed, as patterns of cursed seals began to manifest across his body. Soon, a layer of extraordinary skin enveloped him. Phase 2 complete. Haha, are you intimidated by my immense chakra? Today, allow this incapable fool to witness what it means to be a ninja. Just as Mizuki was boasting, a flash of silver cut through the air, slicing open Mizuki's neck. Blood gushed forth as his massive form collapsed heavily to the ground. Kakashi, how did you emerge? Upon seeing Kakashi, Might Guy greeted him warmly, momentarily forgetting his quest for Mizuki. This individual is Mizuki. Though uncertain of the reasons behind his transformation, there is no mistaking his identity. Guy, what of the students he led? Kakashi inquired anxiously, for there were those he was obligated to protect within this place. That golden-haired youth, he had previously neglected to investigate thoroughly out of confusion. They are unaware. He is Mizuki, after all. He has been eliminated, which means those children should no longer be in danger. Kai, I do not wish to hear should. Go find them. Kakashi, having spoken, immediately began to track the remaining individuals by following the traces left behind. Meanwhile, in a nearby forest, he exclaimed, I have found you. To his surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old fellow, had sent these little ones out. Perfect material indeed. Thank you, Konoha, for this splendid gift. Orochimaru, thrilled, licked his lips as he observed the group of small figures rushing towards him. Just as Orochimaru was about to strike, a sudden chill ran through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He swiftly drew the Kusanagi sword from his mouth and turned to confront the figure that had appeared behind him. Are you the one referred to by the holder, the one who threatens his friends' lives? Indeed, you possess significant power. However, a tall silhouette slowly emerged, raising a massive staff that advanced towards Orochimaru. It was none other than the Susanoo, sent by Sasuke to protect Naruto and the others. He had the audacity to let Naruto and the others proceed on their own amidst Orochimaru's lurking presence precisely because of this confidence. The holder? That sounds like an intriguing concept, Orochimaru remarked, licking the Kusanagi sword in his hand, readying himself for battle. Yet, the response he received was not an answer, but rather the long staff wielded by the Susanoo. With a single strike, Orochimaru felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, for parrying that blow had shattered several of his ribs. Moreover, it appeared that the individual before him had not yet unleashed his full strength. Damn it! When did Konoha acquire such a terrifying existence? The Susanoo coldly fixed his gaze on Orochimaru, the staff pointed directly at him, before charging forth once more. What followed was the most bewildering 10 minutes of Orochimaru's life. The man who had gravely injured him began to bandage his wounds, even setting his fractured bones. Then, he noted that the adversary possessed the strength to threaten the mission target and continued to execute the obstruction task. After hearing the Susanoo utter those two phrases, Orochimaru was once again assaulted. This relentless barrage continued for 10 minutes. Summoning technique. Orochimaru could no longer endure it. Even in close proximity to Konoha, he did not wish to be treated in such a manner any longer. In the next moment, the colossal Mando appeared. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of this massive creature, a grave expression crossed the Susanoo's face. A high-level dangerous species? Nevertheless, it remained within the realm of elimination. A serious demeanor overtook the Susanoo as he launched another assault. Just as Manda had appeared, preparing to demand adequate offerings from Orochimaru, the Susanoo's attack struck. The enormous serpent's head was sent flying. The excruciating pain ignited Manda's ferocity, and he swept towards the Susanoo with tremendous force. The combination of his colossal size and immense strength resulted in a resounding crash. Beneath the terrifying force, Susanoo was engulfed in a haze of dust. Such incredible speed. Orochimaru, you have encountered a rather formidable foe this time. When did you become so reckless as to venture into such perilous territory? A glimmer of excitement flickered in the eyes of Manda. Previously, every appearance had been to deal with mere trifles. At last, there was a worthy opponent. Enough with the snide remarks. The one before us is indeed powerful. Allow me to heal myself first, and then we shall fight together. As Orochimaru spoke, he began to mend his own body. This vessel of his was already in a state of disrepair. Losing a few bones was hardly a concern. TCH. Orochimaru, you are far too weak now. Manda cast a disdainful glance at him and charged into the swirling dust. Soon, the air was filled with the sounds of a fierce battle. At that moment, Orochimaru had abandoned any thoughts of continuing the fight. The one who had just attacked him appeared to have barely exerted their full strength. Retreat. After restoring his body, Orochimaru opted to leave the area. Manda's presence had certainly drawn the attention of Konoha. If he did not leave now, he would be trapped. Boom. At that instant, a colossal figure was hurled from the dust. Manda's immense form crashed down upon Orochimaru. Manda, we must leave at once. This opponent undoubtedly possesses the strength of a Kage. Moreover, we are in Konoha. If you wish to avoid a lack of sacrifices, heed my advice and depart swiftly. Upon finishing his words, Orochimaru entered the mouth of Manda. Although Manda was displeased, he recognized that the adversary was not easily dealt with. In their current position, should they be ensnared by Konoha's forces, Orochimaru's demise would mean the loss of his sacrifices as well. Contemplating this, Manda cast an irritated glance in Susanu's direction. Bang! He transformed into white mist and vanished from the scene. After a gust of wind, Susanu dispelled the surrounding dust. A spatial ability, perhaps? This world is even more perilous than I had anticipated. It seems I must elevate my capabilities to fulfill the task of protecting the bearer. Susanu pondered briefly before continuing toward Naruto and his companions. Meanwhile, outside Konoha, the adults declared that Mizuki's plan had failed. It was now our turn to take action. Uchiha Sasuke and his friends, all scions of the village's ninja clans, may have already mastered the shadow clone technique. Thus, Sasuke could be among them. Our objective is to capture them all. The ninjas from the organization are already awaiting their arrival. Let us give those children quite the surprise. Those who once believed the village to be a sanctuary may let down their guard. At that moment, we shall seize them all. With the memory of a previous member falling to the hands of Uchiha Sasuke still fresh, they could not afford to underestimate the situation this time. In the next moment, several figures of children emerged into their line of sight. Attack! The members of the Root organization wasted no time and launched their assault on Naruto and his companions. Are they here? Naruto, with a determined gaze, said, I'll leave it to you. In the shadows, Shikamaru focused intently on the approaching members of the Root organization. Even at this critical juncture, he struggled to believe that fellow ninjas from the village would turn against their own students. Caught, one member of the Root organization seized Naruto, intending to take him away. After all, each individual here could potentially be Uchiha Sasuke. Boom. In the next instant, a multitude of explosive tags erupted from Naruto's body, engulfing the members of the Root organization in an explosion. Shadow clone explosive tags? At that moment, the Root members were left bewildered. Is this what they teach at the Ninja Academy? Hey, we're a bit late, but it seems we're still in time. You all pose a threat to the mission target, right? Then you shall all remain. At that moment, a handsome man made his entrance. Half an hour later, what transpired here? Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by members of the Umbu, arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the situation, his mind was instantly overwhelmed. Before him lay Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Hinata, and a total of 9 others, bound to the ground. In addition to these 9, the members of the Root organization were also tied to trees, all their joints dislocated. Lord Hokage, we have examined all surrounding information. The assailant should be a single individual. To defeat so many members of the Root organization, this person must possess at least the strength of a Kage. Moreover, they likely infiltrated the village. Hokage-sama, should we investigate the situation within the village now? The Umbu members were equally perplexed. Having executed numerous missions in the shadows, they had never encountered such a scenario. Now, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's turn to feel the weight of the situation. Most importantly, what had transpired here? Inquiring the Root members would likely yield no useful information. They would only speak of Danzo. Thus, the focus shifted to the group of children. However, upon witnessing the unconscious state of these children, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. After receiving the information, he had immediately relayed the situation to all the parents of the students. For the first time, He granted them the privilege to observe the unfolding events and ensure their children were safe. Yet, none of the children lying here were a source of comfort. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, the newly emerged genius of the Uchiha Clan, Uchiha Sasuke, the sole heir of the Nara Clan, Nara Shikamaru, the heir of the Hyuga Clan, Hyuga Hinata, the only daughter of the Yamanaka Clan, Yamanaka Ino, the only son of the Akimichi Clan, Akimichi Choji, the son of the Oil Clan leader, Oil Girl Shino, the son of the Inazuka Clan leader, Inazuka Kiba, and a certain Sakura? It appears to be a rather troublesome combination. Hokage-sama, I believe a thorough investigation within the village is warranted. Whoever is orchestrating such matters ought to be treated as a traitorous ninja. At that moment, a man stepped forward, the leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi. Hinata has recently made significant progress, and her relationship with Niji from the branch family has been improving as well. How could one not feel anger at such a situation? The Hyuga clan leader spoke truthfully. This is but a few hundred meters outside of Konoha village. Moreover, we have just detected the presence of Orochimaru's chakra and the emergence of Manda. Hokage-sama, this too requires a thorough investigation, does it not? Yamashiro always stepped forward with composure, presenting substantial information. Orochimaru? So this individual is involved as well? I recall the security department had previously investigated him. He seemed to be conducting human experiments. This very reason led to his defection from the village. The consequences, should these children be taken away, are dire. Uchiha Fugaku naturally arrived, unveiling even more alarming news. What? Minister Fugaku, are you stating the truth? Hokage-sama, I believe we deserve an explanation as to why this organization is present here. Even if there was some leniency, it should not have escalated to this extent. The individuals present here are not of ordinary standing. They are all leaders of prominent clans. Faced with the pressure from these clan leaders, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself in a difficult position. Despite his usual commanding presence, he hesitated to act rashly now. As for the PUA, these leaders have survived through trials of life and death. Such tactics may work on children, but esteemed leaders, please take the children back for treatment. Once they regain consciousness, we will have a clearer understanding of the situation and can proceed with targeted investigations. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Very well. We await the results of the investigation. Should there be anything I can assist with, I have already released my insects. I will collect any traces left in the surroundings for information. Amidst the discussions of the clan leaders, Sasuke and the others were escorted back to the hospital. After a thorough examination and treatment by the medical ninjas, everyone regained consciousness that same evening. Naruto. At that moment, a group of masked ninjas suddenly attacked us. Before I knew it, I was knocked unconscious and remembered nothing. Sasuke. At that moment, Naruto was the first to be knocked unconscious. In an effort to rescue him, we engaged in battle with those masked ninjas. But the disparity in our abilities was insurmountable. The second to fall was Sakura Haruno. Shikamaru. Initially, we were compelled to flee back to the village due to teacher Mizuki's sudden assault. Igarashi-sensei was gravely injured. Sakura Haruno. Abba. Upon reviewing the information, Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly transformed into a figure of dismay. All evidence pointed to the Root organization led by Danzo. Moreover, the members of Root present had been identified one by one. While Naruto and the others had not seen their faces, the masks were indeed visible, aligning perfectly with their accounts. Third Hokage, what do you desire from me? Danzo had arrived at the Hokage's office, his demeanor calm as he spoke. What do I desire? You need only to observe. Sarutobi Hiruzen seethed with indignation. This man had grown increasingly audacious. Previously, he operated in the shadows, orchestrating plans and nurturing his confidants. Hiruzen had always turned a blind eye to such matters. Yet now, Danzo dared to contrive such schemes behind his back. Had the truth remained concealed, Hiruzen might have managed the situation. But now, all evidence pointed starkly against them. In such circumstances, Hiruzen found himself devoid of alternative strategies. This information was clearly fabricated. Our Root members had merely sought to assist. The enemy's strength was overwhelming, incapacitating all Root members and leaving them at the scene. As for the children's memories, they were likely influenced by Jinjutsu, or perhaps the adversaries had indeed come masked for battle. Danzo spoke with a dispassionate facade, resolutely denying any wrongdoing. To concede would potentially endanger him. Enemies. Pray tell, what kind of enemy could precisely discern the mask allocation of your Root organization? Those individuals are your elite. Sarutobi Hiruzen yearned to condemn Danzo on the spot. Yet, reflecting on Danzo's contributions to the village over the years, alongside their shared bond, he refrained from making any direct accusations. I was unaware. Furthermore, we have uncovered traces of Orochimaru. Third Hokage, it was you who initially let Orochimaru escape. Danzo said in a low voice. You. Hiruzen's expression darkened further upon hearing Danzo's words, even contemplating taking immediate action against him. For that statement was nothing less than a blatant threat. The unsavory deeds Danzo had committed on Hiruzen's behalf, combined with covert missions that could not be exposed, loomed over him. Should Danzo be dealt with now, it was highly probable he would unveil all of these secrets. Contemplating this, Hiruzen felt a pang of distress. I understand. I shall take charge of this matter. However, Danzo, it would be prudent for you to remain silent for a while and refrain from causing any further disturbances. Sarutobi Hiruzen took several deep breaths to compose himself before speaking directly. Understood. With that, Danzo departed, vanishing from sight. Once Danzo had left, Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his heavy gaze upon the documents before him. It was nearly impossible to extricate Danzo from this incident, especially since the presence of root members and their actions against the children had already become a grim reality. To simply brush this aside would not only fail to convince the other clan leaders, but even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself would find it hard to believe. It seemed there was only one course of action left. In the Konoha conference room, the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen occupied the main seat, surrounded by the clan leaders and their formidable members relevant to the incident. It was absurd. This was merely a student trial, yet such a situation had arisen. This was the village they were sworn to protect. If they could not ensure the safety of the children, then their so-called guardianship was nothing more than a farce. The investigation results had been released, and everyone present had likely reviewed them. If there were any lingering doubts, they could voice them openly. Sarutobi Hiruzen noted the heavy atmosphere in the conference room and spoke up. Essentially, are we saying that these root members were also past rescuers, only to be ensnared by the enemy's genjutsu, leading to this unfortunate situation? Yamenka Inoichi's expression soured at this implication. Such a narrative was hardly believable. It was a challenge for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, in an effort to protect Danzo, had concocted such a fabrication. Several root members had already been handed over to the interrogation department, and Danzo Shimura, the head of the root organization, was also under investigation. The current findings were provided by the interrogation department, and the main catalyst for these events was, of course, Orochimaru's sudden attack. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly attributed these conflicts to Orochimaru's actions. Simultaneously, a man wrapped in bandages was brought into the conference room. Indeed, it was Mizuki, who had been subdued by Kakashi and Might Guy. His body had sustained severe damage due to forcibly activating a cursed seal with drugs, compounded by Kakashi's assault, which rendered him incapacitated. After being returned to the medical department, he had been saved by Konoha's most advanced medical equipment. This was Mizuki from the Ninja Academy, who had ambushed 2 teachers and, prior to the trials, had attacked Irika-sensei, employing underhanded tactics to secure his position as a leader. He bore a cursed seal left by Orochimaru, which was the catalyst for this entire incident. Sarutobi Hiruzen succinctly outlined the situation. Upon hearing this, Yamenka Inoichi's expression shifted to one of contemplation, while Aburame Shibi struggled to contain himself, preparing to retort. If this incident was indeed a result of the rogue ninja Orochimaru's actions, then I believe our pursuit of rogue ninjas should not remain stagnant in the state previously entrusted to Jiraiya-sama. We, the Uchiha Clan, request to take action and join the ranks in pursuit of the rogue ninja. Orochimaru knows too well about our Leaf Village. He was once closely associated with the Root and can easily replicate their masks, causing internal chaos among us. Thus, addressing this issue should be our foremost priority. After all, our children remain unharmed. Let us consider this a trial. At that moment, a voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. Indeed, it was Uchiha Fugaku who spoke. Instantly, all eyes turned in astonishment towards Uchiha Fugaku. Common ninjas or civilians, unaware of the Uchiha's ties with the Root, might perceive Fugaku as a paragon of righteousness. However, they were cognizant that in just a few months, the Uchiha had experienced numerous frictions with the Root. Why, at this juncture, would Fugaku stand up to support Sarutobi Hiruzen? This, in effect, absolved Shimura Danzo of blame. Ah, we have another witness. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. Irika slowly stepped forward, appearing visibly weakened. Clearly, he had suffered severe injuries from the earlier ambush and had not yet recovered. After Iruka recounted the attack by Mizuki, doubts about Danzo among the crowd diminished somewhat. Nevertheless, even if Danzo was not the orchestrator, it was certain that members of the root were involved. Lord Hokage. Just then, a ninja from the interrogation department arrived, presenting a report. Here lies our latest findings on the members of the root organization. Among them, Karo and Tenju were seduced by Orochimaru's bribery and cursed seals, resulting in their betrayal of the village. Ultimately, this incident stemmed from collusion between rogue ninjas within and outside the village. As for Mizuki, it was also due to this situation. After Ibiichi presented the interrogation conclusions, he distributed them to the clan leaders. I support Minister Fugaka's proposal. In terms of reconnaissance, our Yamanaka clan can be of assistance. Yamanaka Shimi stood up, choosing to support Uchiha Fugaku's words. I have no objections either. I will provide the corresponding strategies when the time comes. Nara Shikaku spoke calmly. Since the investigation has been clarified, I shall take my leave. Hyuga Hizashi stated before preparing to depart. Other clan leaders also excused themselves with vague reasons, claiming they had matters to attend to. Soon, the meeting room was left with only Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fugaku, you have performed admirably this time. At last, you exhibit the demeanor of a department head. Hiruzen remarked with satisfaction. I have accepted your earlier proposal. Let us enhance the benefits for all members of the security department, with the village covering the expenses. Moreover, I shall entrust the investigation team to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Uchiha Fugaku with approval. Simultaneously, in response to Fugaku's overture, Hiruzen did not hesitate to reciprocate. Understood, Lord Hokage. I shall begin preparations at once and provide you with an answer promptly. Indeed, if possible, I believe we of the Uchiha clan should be able to return to our ancestral grounds, right? Uchiha Fugaku once again put forth a request. Upon the completion of this task, I shall make arrangements. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not respond directly, but instead painted an optimistic picture. Very well, I understand. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and departed from the scene. As he watched the vanishing figure of Uchiha Fugaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to ponder. The Uchiha clan, at present, is undoubtedly far more advantageous than the root organization. Furthermore, the potential for the Uchiha's growth is immense, and unlike Danzo, they will not act recklessly. It seems I must give this some consideration. Upon returning to the clan, Uchiha Fugaku's face beamed with joy. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had not given a direct affirmation, he had received a positive response. He promptly summoned all the key members of the Uchiha clan to announce this matter. Pursuing Orochimaru, had the village allowed us to act sooner, perhaps he would have already been captured. Once this matter is resolved, can we relocate back to our original clan territory? The clan leader's assertiveness is evidently beginning to influence the higher-ups. The Uchiha clan erupted in jubilation. One cannot deny their pride in their abilities. Yet their simplicity is genuinely endearing. Such a minor event was sufficient to bring them joy. However, where there is elation, there is also despair. Take Shimura Danzo, for instance. This man now sat in a daze within the root organization's office, having lost track of time. Sir, a letter for you. A member of the root organization approached Danzo, bearing a snake. The sight of the serpent ignited a flame of fury within Danzo. With a swift motion, he eliminated the snake held by the root member. Subsequently, he extracted a small scroll from the creature's head. Mission failed. Seek another opportunity to act. The scroll bore merely 10 words. Yet, upon reading them, the anger that Danzo had laboriously subdued surged forth once more. What nonsense is this? He had already taken such significant steps, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen had begun contemplating action against the root organization. And now, Orochimaru dares to declare that this is not the time to strike. Reflecting on their initial encounter after Orochimaru's defection, when he had laid out his future plans, Danzo had foolishly believed and anticipated the outcome. Orochimaru. With a surge of wind-style chakra, Danzo reduced the scroll to mere fragments. His trust in Orochimaru had completely evaporated. Now ensnared in his predicament, he could only seek a means to extricate himself. It is nearly time to employ that strategy. With this thought, a manic smile curved upon Danzo's lips. 3 days later, the trial's turmoil gradually subsided. Everyone returned to their classes at school. Sasuke-kun, this is for you. Hinata presented a beautifully wrapped bento box to Sasuke. Did you make this yourself, Hinata? Thank you. Perfect, let us dine together. Sasuke did not decline. After all, to fundamentally eliminate the presence of combustible elements. Winning over Hinata would undoubtedly be the most straightforward approach. Furthermore, at this moment, Naruto was still pursuing Sakura. Since I have traversed to this realm, I should strive to be a master of fulfilling dreams, right? No, Naruto is my dear brother. How could I possibly lead him towards Sakura? Such reasoning is entirely logical. Hinata nodded happily. After a brief interlude of daily life, the time for dismissal arrived swiftly. Their routine consisted of languishing at school, followed by vigorous training at the training grounds. Additionally, the size of their little team had significantly increased. Due to this collective mission, the bonds of friendship among the few had rapidly intensified. Even those who had previously harbored biases against Naruto no longer held such views. Given that they were all children from ninja clans, their parents were somewhat aware of the earlier events. With parental approval, they naturally shed their psychological barriers. Children, after all, do not harbor such darkness in their hearts. Now, they began group training. Eventually, upon graduation, they would need to be divided into teams. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino formed one group. Niji, Tenten, and Lee formed another. Shino, Kiba, and Sakura made up a third group. Naruto, and Hinata constituted the final group. Following this, they would not only train individual combat prowess, but also foster team awareness and cooperation. Thus, if any member of a group were to lose their combat effectiveness, the entire group would be deemed defeated. Do you understand? Sasuke succinctly explained the rules. No problem. Sounds good. When shall we commence? The group responded affirmatively. Even Naruto, although not grouped with Sakura, supported Sasuke's arrangements. Let us start with pair battles. Our group will face Niji's group. The remaining two groups will battle each other. The skirmishes of the children were meticulously recorded by the members of the Umbu. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, this level of strength poses no threat to the members of the root organization. This implies that the attack on the Uchiha clan near their territory must have been carried out by Itachi or Shursui. Danzo, you certainly know how to choose your adversaries. Sarutobi Hiruzen had also made up his mind. Setting aside the current incident as a pretext, even without it, a compliant Uchiha bears greater value than Danzo. It is important to note that both Danzo and he are aging. Should he manage to control the power of the Uchiha, Asuma's position as Hokage would be significantly fortified. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer merely contemplating his own interests. He was calculating the future of the next Hokage as well. Although Asuma is not weak, he still falls short of the strength required of a Kage. Without formidable support, he would find it difficult to maintain his position. Hokage-sama. At this moment, Asuma entered the Hokage's office. Asuma, come take a look. These are the exceptionally gifted children from the Ninja Academy. I believe these three are well suited to become your disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, presenting the profiles of Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, the Ino-Shikacho trio. But why not allow me to choose differently? Asuma placed his hand upon the profile of Uchiha Sasuke. To him, Sasuke's performance surpassed that of the others. Moreover, Sasuke was allied with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. Such a combination seemed far more appropriate. No, I've already promised Kakashi regarding Sasuke and his team. Trust my judgment. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, deciding not to elaborate further. Understood. Asuma replied, taking the profiles of the three and departing the office. He recognized Sarutobi's intentions, and he harbored similar ambitions. Since it was his father's arrangement, it was best to comply. In Asuma's eyes, Kakashi did not pose a threat in the race for Hokage. Once Asuma departed, Sarutobi's expression remained solemn. He had seen no remarkable qualities in Asuma. In fact, he suspected Asuma had not fully grasped his own arrangements. The reason he did not allow Asuma to lead a more formidable team with Sasuke was due to the unique backgrounds of these three individuals. Uchiha Sasuke, a newly emerged genius of the Uchiha clan, possessed unparalleled combat prowess, intellect, and the will of fire, making him a super genius among all generations. A teacher lacking sufficient charisma and strength would find it impossible to command such a student. Unfortunately, Asuma lacked these qualities. Furthermore, assigning Asuma as Sasuke's mentor would directly antagonize Danzo, and now was not the time for such a confrontation. As for Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he represented a volatile element. Even if Naruto remained stable, the external covetousness towards tailed beast Jinchuriki posed a significant risk. Sarutobi was reluctant to expose Asuma to such dangers. Regarding Hinata Hyuga, that clan was undoubtedly peculiar. Sarutobi did not believe that merely relying on Hinata could alter the entrenched views of the entire Hyuga clan. If the Hyuga clan could not genuinely be of service, then there was no point in wasting time. The Inoshikacho trio, however, was different. The Nara clan, renowned for their strategic intellect, the Yamanaka clan, celebrated for their heightened sensory perception, and the Akimichi clan, known for their formidable defenses. All three clans held substantial influence within Konoha. With their support, Asuma's position would be considerably more secure. As for the Aburame and Inazuka clans, Asuma had already arranged for them to be represented by Kurenai Yuhi, alongside a promising and diligent Sakura Haruno. Contemplating this, Sarutobi set down his pipe and rubbed his aching trigeminal nerve. He had to navigate the complexities of Danzo's affairs while also considering the future of the next Hokage. That night, it seemed sleep would be an elusive luxury once more. Meanwhile, within the village hidden in the sand, beneath the cold, silvery moonlight, a crimson hue illuminated the scene. Gaara, with his youthful visage, gazed in disbelief at the man before him. His uncle's trembling form rendered Gaara helpless, rendering him incapable of uttering even a single coherent word. Gaara, the truth emerged. The one who seeks your demise is not I, but rather your father. You are but a flawed creation, a monster that poses a constant threat to the village. Though I yearn to harbor affection for you, your very existence has claimed the life of my sister, and I find myself unable to do so. In truth, no one loves you. Though it is Lord Kazekage's command, I willingly come to execute you. Perish, Yakumo proclaimed, tearing open his garments. The explosive tags concealed beneath erupted instantaneously. The force of the blast was mitigated by the sand before Gaara. However, Yakumo's words pierced deeply into Gaara's soul, causing the seals within him to begin to unravel. Waves of Shikaku's chakra surged forth, eroding Gaara's consciousness. Soon, members of the sealing unit appeared, subduing the oncoming rage within Gaara. Just before losing consciousness, the figure of Kazekage Raza materialized in Gaara's vision. He could not even utter a question before he succumbed to the void of unconsciousness. After Gaara was restrained, the Umbu took him to a chamber to rest, while Raza returned to the Kazekage's office. It is done. Gaara's heart must now brim with animosity towards me, his father. Is there anything else that demands our attention? Raza inquired of the two enigmatic figures before him. There is nothing further to be done. You need only to continue embodying your role as Kazekage. Remember, while you must remain devoid of emotion towards the Jinchuriki, your interactions with the villagers should follow your previous conduct. A pair of crimson Sharingan glinted ominously under the moonlight. At that moment, a fleeting glimmer of red flashed in Raza's eyes before he turned and departed the Kazekage's office. Is this truly reliable? What if he manages to free himself? One mysterious figure scrutinized the Sharingan wielder with skepticism. Do you doubt me? From the shadows, a formidable chakra surged forth, enveloping the other in an ominous presence. The hood was blown back, revealing a pale visage. Orochimaru. No, I merely wish to exercise caution. Let us not be too hasty. Orochimaru chuckled awkwardly, slightly embarrassed. This individual had recently sought him out, proposing an invitation to join a certain organization. Although he had yet to accept, Orochimaru had begun to contemplate engagement. However, he had not anticipated that this would be a temperamental individual. A moment's inattention can lead to thoughts of combat. The events unfolding here are preparations for a future confrontation with Konoha. The demands you previously articulated may only be fulfilled with the assistance of our Akatsuki organization. Thus, during our operations, it is prudent to refrain from unnecessary inquiries. Once the Sharingan is sealed, it vanishes into the depths of the earth. Indeed, the individual in question is none other than Uchiha Obito, who boldly claims the name of Uchiha Madara. What an arrogant fellow! Orochimaru licked his lips, expressing a hint of exasperation, yet his countenance was alight with excitement. Such formidable genjutsu is a hallmark of the Uchiha clan's most powerful members. The overwhelming pressure he just sensed might indeed belong to that esteemed individual. If it truly is him, the prospect of acquiring his body is tantalizing. Orochimaru's imagination ran wild. Yet, in the current circumstances, he would not dare approach what even he fears. With that, Orochimaru formed a series of hand seals, summoning a serpent from beneath the ground, which engulfed him and dissipated into a cloud of smoke. The entirety of Suna's hidden village now lay shrouded in a veil of blood. This, indeed, is Obito's design. The mist village has transformed into a fog of bloodshed, plunging the entire land of water into chaos and delivering a significant impact to the ninja world. After all, those fortunate enough to survive the Blood Mist are predominantly rogue ninjas. Next in line is the Sand Village. As for the Cloud and Rock villages, their foundational strength is far too formidable. Coupled with the Mist and Sand villages, that is sufficient for Obito's designs. Consequently, he refrained from courting further troubles. His next target for vengeance is now poised to be prepared. Yes, Obito's next target for retribution is Konoha. To breach Konoha's gates, he must first neutralize the troublesome security division. Otherwise, should the guards intervene, with their formidable ninjas and the clan leader's enigmatic Mangekyo Sharingan, the situation would prove quite challenging. At this moment, I imagine there is someone even more anxious than I. With this thought, a smirk curled at the corners of Obito's mouth as he dashed towards Konoha. A week later, following the previous incident, no members of the Root organization have troubled Sasuke during this period. This has left Sasuke with a tinge of disappointment. After all, he relished the thrill of battle from before. Moreover, the gains from real combat far surpass mere training. Sasuke, can I still not extract chakra tonight? Naruto gazed at Sasuke with a pitiful expression. Since their last joint effort in chakra extraction, Sasuke had forbidden Naruto from doing so in his presence, primarily due to the perceived unfairness of the situation. Not to mention the extraordinary extraction technique Sasuke had provided, Naruto's status as a member of the Uzumaki clan, coupled with his identity as a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, meant that extracting chakra was perilous. The energy within him was measured in tons, not grams. Your chakra has already seen some improvement. The art of ninjutsu should be manageable to execute. First, you must attune yourself to the chakra within your body, Sasuke suggested, preparing to close his eyes and refine his chakra. Stingy. Naruto pouted, managing to utter those 3 words after some contemplation. Nonetheless, he diligently followed Sasuke's advice. The following morning, Sasuke, here are the ninjutsu techniques you requested. However, I recall your chakra is of the lightning and fire attributes. What purpose do these wind techniques serve you? Itachi, bearing a multitude of scrolls, sought out Sasuke. It was indeed the first time recently that Sasuke had playfully expressed a desire for wind-style ninjutsu. How could he resist? For Itachi, the ultimate brotherly protector, this was the greatest reward. Thus, without a second thought, he procured the corresponding scrolls, having exchanged a significant amount of mission points for them. Now, with a clearer mind, he pondered. For a person with fire and lightning chakra to seek wind techniques seemed rather futile. I had intended them for Naruto. He possesses wind chakra. Hey, brother, do you have time this morning? If so, let us train together, Naruto proposed, having visited Sasuke on the weekend. Sasuke was aware that Itachi had been quietly safeguarding him, so he needed to approach matters with some humility. All right, let us head to the training ground, Itachi replied with a smile, clearly relishing the feeling of being needed by his younger brother. The trio swiftly arrived at the public training area of the Uchiha Clan and immediately commenced their morning exercises, beginning with physical training as a warm-up. Meanwhile, outside the Uchiha compound, an unusual visitor arrived. A figure with white hair, a mask, and a forehead protector obscuring one eye stood there, exuding an air of melancholy. Indeed, it was Kakashi Hatake, who had received a notification from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kakashi Hatake? Are you here to see the clan leader? At that moment, Uchiha Nagasawa received the intelligence and promptly rushed to the entrance of the compound. The individual was a member of the Umbu, and more importantly, he possessed something belonging to the Uchiha clan. Ever since Kakashi acquired an Uchiha Sharingan, there had been numerous attempts within the clan to reclaim it, though these efforts had been thwarted by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kakashi's talent and execution skills warranted such investment from Sarutobi, which had fostered a rather unfavorable sentiment towards Kakashi among the Uchiha. I am here to find someone. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, Kakashi announced, producing the directive given to him by Sarutobi. The sight of the words Guardian of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki caused a slight twitch in Uchiha Nagasawa's facial muscles. The protector of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Regardless of the significance of Kakashi's identity, under the current circumstances, he no longer possesses the authority to obstruct Kakashi. Thus, he must guide Kakashi to find Naruto and the others. After their departure, a ripple traversed the surrounding space. Can Uchiha now accept his arrival at this so-called outpost? Observing Kakashi entering the outpost alongside Uchiha Nagasa's, Obito's face displayed a look of confusion. His purpose for coming to Konoha was not to engage in direct conflict, but to gather intelligence. At the training ground, huff, Sasuke. Today I was merely 10 laps slower than you. I will surely catch up. Though Naruto had been enjoying a better diet of late, his physical conditioning still paled in comparison to Sasuke's. After all, the occasional hearty meal cannot compete with a daily feast of meat. I'm all right, let's continue. Beep. S-rank, danger detected. Please prepare for response. Beep. Emergency mission issued. Survive for 5 hours. Just as Sasuke, with a smile, prepared to encourage Naruto, a system panel suddenly appeared before him. Sasuke was taken aback. His elder brother, Uchiha Itachi, was present, and this was the stronghold of the Uchiha clan. Any disturbance here would undoubtedly attract dozens of formidable individuals in an instant. Coupled with the protection of his Susanoo, it was unexpected to receive such a prompt. Was Pain planning an assault on Konoha? Or had the Ōtsutsuki come to attack? Sasuke, what's wrong? Naruto inquired, noticing Sasuke's sudden silence. A look of concern crossing his face. Could it be that this guy was intimidated by his own aspirations? This thought only fueled Naruto's enthusiasm further. It's nothing, Weeham. Just as Sasuke contemplated fabricating an excuse to divert Naruto while he devised a strategy, he spotted a peculiar figure standing outside the training ground. Kakashi Hitaki? Could this urgent situation have been brought about by Kakashi? As Sasuke's thoughts wandered, Kakashi gradually stepped into the training ground. With Kakashi's entrance, the gazes of Sasuke and the others fell upon him. Sensing the presence of Kakashi's concealed Sharingan, Itachi regarded him with a look of curiosity. Kakashi Hitaki, I wonder what business brings you to our Uchiha territory? Itachi inquired calmly. The relationship between them was far from amicable, especially since Kakashi's Sharingan had once been regarded as a lethal threat by the Uchiha. Now, his presence here piqued Itachi's curiosity regarding his intentions. I am here on a mission, Kakashi replied, presenting the directive in his hand for Itachi to see. The designation of Naruto as temporary guardian, Kakashi Hitaki? Itachi immediately recognized the most critical piece of information. Sarutobi Hiruzen entrusted the young Uzumaki Naruto to the presence of Hitaki Kakashi. Itachi Uchiha had already formed suspicions regarding Naruto's true identity. Given Kakashi's arrival, Itachi was almost certain of the golden-haired boy's lineage. However, what could have prompted Hiruzen to make such an unexpected arrangement? Could it be that Naruto? As Itachi pondered, he gestured towards Naruto. Brother Itachi? Yes? Who was this elderly gentleman? The innocent young Naruto inquired, gazing at Kakashi's head of silver hair. In that moment, both Itachi and Kakashi found themselves at a loss for words. I am not an old man. I am Hitaki Kakashi. My teacher was the 4th Hokage. Henceforth, I will serve as your temporary guardian and instructor. Kakashi wasted no time in revealing his purpose to Naruto, handing him the documents issued by the Hokage. Temporary guardian? Instructor? Young Naruto's mind swirled with questions, tinged with excitement. After all, while others had parents attending meetings, he had no one to accompany him. Others had families. Yet he walked home alone. Today's training will conclude here. From now on, I shall move to reside next to your dwelling. You may choose to live independently or with me, Kakashi stated, tucking the documents away and naturally taking Naruto's hand as they strolled toward the training ground's exit. Naruto had never encountered such an experience. His mind momentarily short-circuited. He listened intently to Kakashi, appearing as an obedient child. Perhaps he was genuinely afraid of losing this newfound bond, which explained his reaction. Are you not going to intervene? Itachi inquired, approaching Sasuke with curiosity. Typically, a child would express discontent when a close friend was taken away, yet Sasuke appeared expressionless, even displaying a hint of seriousness. Was the departure of his best friend too much to bear? I won't. Brother, I sense danger. Sasuke suddenly turned to Itachi, articulating his apprehension. Although the timer on the panel continued to tick, it was a span of 5 hours. Furthermore, they were situated within the Uchiha Clan territory. Despite this, the system still indicated a life-threatening situation. There were only 2 possibilities. First, the adversary was powerful enough to disregard Konoha, at least to overlook the Uchiha clan. Second, the foe possessed unique abilities, enabling them to approach effortlessly and pose a threat to Sasuke's life. Regardless of which scenario was true, Sasuke was in peril. Itachi paused, taken aback. Sasuke no longer conveyed the essence of a mere child. Thus, Itachi treated Sasuke's words with the seriousness they warranted. Moreover, it was evident that Sasuke's countenance had shifted and given his understanding of Sasuke, this was clearly not a prank. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Itachi promptly activated his Sharingan. His sensory abilities expanded abruptly. Concurrently, the release of his chakra swiftly attracted the attention of the surrounding Uchiha clan members. Before long, Uchiha Shisui and others arrived with the clan's elites. Itachi, what has transpired? Uchiha Shisui inquired directly. There has been an incursion into our territory, and the intruder possesses considerable strength. Inform the entire clan to be on high alert and report to the Hokage, Uchiha Itachi stated without hesitation. Although he had yet to pinpoint the enemy's whereabouts, he took Sasuke's words very seriously, given that Sasuke possessed a unique ocular technique. What? Uchiha Shisui exclaimed, activating his own Sharingan as well. Meanwhile, 2 other Uchiha members vanished in an instant to report to the Hokage and the clan leader. At this moment, hidden in the shadows, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but smirk at the unfolding scene. Such heightened vigilance? It seems that Orochimaru's desire for this young man's body is justified. If he were to mature, he might become an impediment to my plans. He must be eliminated. Obito's gaze darkened as he made his decision. It is important to note that at this juncture, Obito possessed no semblance of empathy. Any entity that could obstruct his plans would be eradicated. Just as Uchiha Shisui was about to detect Obito's presence, Obito entered his Kimui dimension. In that instant, Sasuke swiftly drew his kunai and firmly grasped the Rasengan in his hand, feeling an unprecedented sense of impending doom. The oppressive aura weighed heavily upon him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Sasuke, what have you discovered? Uchiha Itachi queried. Just then, the Sharingan detected spatial fluctuations around them. Upon catching sight of the silvery short blade, Uchiha Itachi unsheathed his own dagger without hesitation, successfully deflecting the streak of silver light. At that moment, Sasuke also recognized the wielder of the short blade. Astonishingly, he had forgotten about this individual, Uchiha Obito. Indeed, Obito was involved in the annihilation scheme of the Uchiha clan. With Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, infiltrating Konoha would be exceedingly effortless. Who are you? Uchiha Itachi demanded gravely after parrying Obito's blade. Ah, Uchiha Itachi, your prowess is commendable. Though still somewhat juvenile, Obito replied, brandishing a massive fan with his left hand and a short blade with his right, charging toward Uchiha Itachi. Upon noticing the weapon in Obito's grasp, Uchiha Itachi momentarily froze, recognizing it from past encounters. However, this was not the time for hesitation. The foe before him was formidable, both in terms of chakra and physical combat prowess. Moreover, the oppressive aura emanating from within his body instilled a profound sense of gravity in Uchiha Itachi. The two engaged in relentless combat, where Itachi's innate talent, coupled with his experience in the Umbu, granted him remarkable prowess even when facing Uchiha Obito. It is worth noting that at this juncture, Itachi was merely in his teenage years. While observing the clash, Sasuke attentively scrutinized the mission panel, which continued to emit a crimson glow. Clearly, the peril stemming from Uchiha Obito was palpable. Furthermore, it was highly probable that the current Obito had already aligned himself with the Akatsuki organization and had even interacted with Orochimaru. After all, why would Uchiha Obito leave the comfort of his home, reminiscing about Rin Noera, to seek trouble in Konoha? Brother, be cautious. The opponent seems to be a member of the Uchiha clan as well, and there is a distinct aura about him reminiscent of father. It resembles the Mangekyo he spoke of, Sasuke shouted. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Obito's mastery of intangibility posed a significant threat during their confrontation. While Sasuke could not directly convey information to Itachi, a warning was still permissible. Understood. At this moment, Itachi had drawn forth a multitude of shuriken. As he launched them with precision, Obito appeared unaffected, charging forward without evasion. Just as the shuriken were about to strike, Obito's form dissipated into nothingness, evading the attack. In the blink of an eye, Obito had closed the distance to stand before Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, you too are a prodigy, worthy of being taken back, Obito proclaimed, extending his hand towards Itachi. Suddenly, a cascade of crimson lightning surged forth. Even Obito, upon sensing the overwhelming might of this jutsu, opted to momentarily withdraw. He turned his gaze toward the distance, where Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader, stood. Was that just now one of your Mangekyo abilities? Obito inquired, his tone laced with intrigue. Although he had evaded Fugaku's attack, the latter, with his divine prowess, appeared invincible in Obito's eyes, especially since there was no one present here adept in space-time ninjutsu. In such circumstances, he felt he had secured an undeniable advantage. Your eyes belong to the Uchiha. Please, relinquish them, Fugaku stated calmly, red chakra swirling around him as his dual Mangekyo Sharingan manifested before all. You immediately escalated the battle to this level. Very well. I shall refrain from continuing this conflict. Sasuke, Itachi, trust me, one day I shall return to claim you both. With a hearty laugh, Obito activated his Kimui and vanished from the scene. Engaging in battle with Uchiha Fugaku at this moment was not a wise course of action. Moreover, given Tobi's current identity and methods, they must remain undisclosed. Yet, even this meticulous thinker could not fathom how his actions had been revealed. Logically, he had activated Kimui. If one were not directly observing him, it would be nearly impossible to detect his presence. Could it be that other formidable ninjas had been present just moments ago? This was one of the reasons Tobi had chosen to flee so decisively. Sasuke, Itachi, are you both unharmed? At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku had reined in his immense chakra and approached Sasuke and Itachi, concern etched on his face. Although his expression of care remained somewhat stern, Sasuke understood that Fugaku had made significant strides to reach this point. We are fine. However, father, did you notice his weapon? That is our Uchiha fan, is it not? The weapon of that esteemed individual? Uchiha Itachi voiced his doubts directly. Despite his skepticism, he found it hard to believe that the one who had just attacked him was the legendary Uchiha Madara. Indeed, that fan is Madara's weapon. Furthermore, he wields the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The combination of these two elements naturally led Itachi to think of Madara. No, if it were that esteemed individual, even now, we would not stand a chance against him. Moreover, he would not have fled in such a panicked manner, Fugaku asserted confidently. Though his understanding of Madara was limited, he had gathered enough information to recognize him as a towering figure among ninjas, the legendary ninja of legends. How could he be frightened into retreat by mere juniors like them? Father, are you implying that the weapon of that esteemed individual has fallen into the hands of others? Itachi spoke slowly. For now, we need not concern ourselves with that matter. Sasuke, when did you awaken your Mangekyo Sharingan? At that moment, Fugaku was taken aback. Previously, upon hearing that Sasuke had activated his Sharingan, Fugaku felt a swell of pride. After all, awakening the Sharingan was a testament to Sasuke's innate talent. Yet, he had not anticipated that Sasuke would unlock the Mangekyo. Well, I suddenly felt very hungry, and after satisfying my appetite, I experienced an overwhelming sense of happiness. I am fortunate to have wonderful parents. I am fortunate to have a great brother. I am fortunate to have many companions. After all this happiness accumulated, my eyes opened inexplicably. Sasuke began to ramble. Having witnessed the unburnable materials transmission, Sasuke knew that love could also be a means to awaken one's eyes. Thus, it wasn't entirely a fabrication. A sense of happiness? Fugaku and Itachi exchanged glances, their astonishment even more profound than before. Just then, Susanoo manifested behind Sasuke, striking down with a formidable force. A terrifying shock shattered the ground, simultaneously stirring a cloud of dust. Amidst the haze, the figure of Uchiha Obito could be faintly discerned. This individual had just feigned retreat. Fortunately, Sasuke, sensing the impending danger, promptly activated his Susanoo. At this moment, Obito was filled with overwhelming delight. His initial plan had been to pretend to escape and then, at the opportune moment, abduct Uchiha Sasuke. However, unexpectedly, a formidable and mysterious power emerged. The martial prowess exhibited was utterly unreasonable. With a single strike, Obito found himself on the brink of failing to even activate his Kimui. The space around him twisted dramatically beneath the impact of the staff. Obito felt that had he hesitated even slightly in his intangibility, he would have been struck down outright. This time, he dared not make another move and promptly fled the scene. Moments later, Uchiha Fugaku finally came to his senses, swiftly scooping up Sasuke and vanishing from the training ground. Itachi followed closely, disappearing from sight. Given the uncertainty of the enemy's presence, vacating the area was undoubtedly the wisest choice. As for the identity of the assailant, the two had no time to ponder. Upon returning home, Uchiha Fugaku immediately activated the barrier. Sasuke, what just transpired? You were closest. You must have seen something, he inquired directly. The ability of the three-tomo Sharingan allowed for dynamic observation. Thus, even at that distance, Sasuke should have caught sight of something, despite the speed. I only saw that the attacker was a tall figure. Beyond that, I couldn't discern much. When the explosion occurred, I instinctively shut my eyes, Sasuke replied. His expression one of vulnerability. This demeanor caused Uchiha Fugaku, who had been prepared to ask further questions, to pause. Indeed, no matter how gifted Sasuke was, he remained a child. It was entirely natural to be frightened in such a situation. Itachi, please take Sasuke downstairs to rest. I need to examine the clan grounds thoroughly and inform the Hokage of the details. The house will be in your care. I will summon Shisui to assist. Uchiha Fugaku declared before vanishing in an instant. After Fugaku's departure, Itachi gazed at Sasuke with concern. Brother, I'm fine. I was merely startled. Now that the danger has passed, I would like to rest properly, Sasuke said, taking deep breaths, his words seemingly forced. Yes, make sure to rest well. I will be here for you. Shisui will join us shortly, and everything will be all right, Itachi reassured him, gently poking Sasuke's forehead before lifting him and carrying him to his room. After placing Sasuke down, Itachi exited the room. Sasuke felt assured that Obito had indeed left, for the mission status had shifted from red to green. Although it was not yet complete, the current situation felt significantly less perilous than before. With Susanu's presence, Sasuke felt a sense of tranquility enveloping him. Now, he merely awaited the conclusion of the mission. With this thought, Sasuke settled down and commenced the refinement of his chakra. Meanwhile, outside, Itachi observed Sasuke's inexplicable smile, followed by his focused chakra refinement. This peculiar behavior left Uchiha Itachi utterly bewildered. Could it be that Sasuke felt no fear whatsoever? At such a critical moment, he could so swiftly enter a state of chakra refinement. Hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. Reward, special item. What is this? As the system's notification chimed, Sasuke beheld his reward, which sent a jolt of excitement through him. He had not anticipated such a formidable reward for this mission. In the Hokage's office, what? A ninja has infiltrated the Uchiha Clan's territory? Sarutobi Hiruzen set down the documents in his hands, astonished as he gazed at Fugaku. Today, he had not received any reports of anomalies from the barrier unit, indicating that the intruder had skillfully evaded Konoha's defenses. Even when Fugaku and Itachi had joined forces, they had failed to capture the assailant. This situation was dire. Could it be an internal betrayal? A flicker of insight crossed Sarutobi's eyes. Indeed, I have instructed all security personnel to enhance their patrols. I also personally conducted a thorough search of the Uchiha territory. Currently, we have not discovered any traces. This was the gravest aspect. The intruder must be intimately familiar with Konoha. Fugaku slowly articulated his suspicions. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi nodded. Understood. I will initiate an investigation immediately. The Umbu and the security department will collaborate to conduct a thorough sweep of the village. After issuing the command, Sarutobi resumed his focus. Understood, Hokage-sama, Fugaku replied before departing. Summon Danzo to see me. The weight on Sarutobi's face dissipated, replaced by a cold detachment. He began to comprehend that some individuals do not require tolerance or forgiveness. Rather, they demand a firm hand. An hour later, Danzo arrived at the Hokage's office. His expression equally grim. He had already gleaned the essentials regarding the incident in the Uchiha territory. At this moment, Sarutobi's summons was laden with clear intent. This was not my doing, nor that of my organization's members. If these are the inquiries, that is the only answer I can provide. Danzo stated earnestly before Sarutobi could speak. Given this, I have a special task for you. Transport chakra metal to the land of waterfalls, Sarutobi replied calmly. However, Danzo was far from calm upon hearing these words. He was one of Konoha's elite. He is a respected elder of Konoha, a disciple of the second Hokage, and the leader of the Root organization. Yet now, he is being asked to undertake such tasks. It is evident that this is a direct affront to Danzo. I refuse. There are far too many matters within the village. No, you cannot refuse. Before Danzo could finish his words, Hiruzen Sarutobi interrupted him. What do you mean, third? The murderous intent in Hiruzen's eyes intensified. Had he not known that attacking a fellow villager would be regarded as treachery, Danzo would have already lost control of his emotions. What I mean is this. I can provide a satisfactory response to the other clans. Moreover, it would be beneficial for you to take some time for self-reflection. Hiruzen chose not to elaborate further, instead perusing the documents on his desk. Danzo clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with rage. Fine. After several tense minutes, Danzo left the room, having uttered only that single word. Upon returning to the root organization, Danzo sat in his chair, his face devoid of expression, betraying no hint of joy or anger. Hiruzen Sarutobi, very well. You have done well. Danzo inhaled deeply. He then donned his ninja attire and summoned several of his subordinates, setting off to execute his mission. In Danzo's eyes, Hiruzen was clearly targeting him. After all, Danzo had orchestrated numerous similar actions in the past. Why then? Was he subjected to such a severe punishment this time? He did not consider that even if the Uchiha clan were to patrol more frequently today, he would label them as a potential threat to the village and act accordingly. Presently, he had already taken action against villagers and had received nothing more than a trivial reprimand. Of course, Danzo was oblivious to this. In his mind, the only sentiment was that Hiruzen Sarutobi was conspiring against him. At this moment, among the higher-ups, Danzo's resentment was profound. Mito Gate and Nara Shikamaru were merely safeguarding their own interests. Hiruzen, on the other hand, was calculating against everyone. Danzo's mission did not have any significant repercussions. The clan leaders who had once been indignant now remained silent, for they understood that Danzo could not be toppled by such matters. They had grown accustomed to this, and thus harbored no expectations. The mere fact that Danzo had faced setbacks was already astonishing to the crowd. Days later, within the Uchiha clan grounds, Sasuke, in the midst of training, suddenly halted his movements and glanced at his elder brother, Itachi. What's wrong? Are you still struggling with the Genjutsu? Itachi inquired with concern, noticing Sasuke's distracted demeanor. No, brother. Where's Shisui? I haven't seen him these past few days. Sasuke shook his head, voicing his query. Shisui? Father mentioned he was dispatched on a mission. Considering the time, he should be returning soon. What? Have I not been sufficient as your sparring partner? Itachi teased, a hint of jealousy in his tone. No, brother. Do you recall our previous conversation regarding my ocular affliction? Sasuke inquired, gesturing towards his eyes, which instantly transformed into the mesmerizing three-tomo Sharingan. As the tomo swirled, an extraordinary energy emanated forth. You mean Itachi remembers that I mentioned my eyes uncontrollably glimpse fragments of the future? Could it be that Sasuke has witnessed something just now? Moreover, is this incident connected to Brother Shisui? Indeed, Brother Shisui has perished. Furthermore, he met his end before your very eyes. Sasuke spoke gravely. Perished? The kunai in Itachi's hand trembled slightly, his countenance reflecting deep contemplation. Sasuke, remain here and do not move. I shall seek out father. With that, Itachi vanished from sight. At this moment, Sasuke bore an expression of helplessness. During this time, he had been preoccupied with devising schemes against Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi, neglecting a crucial matter, that in this time frame, Uchiha Shisui was destined to die. Originally, his intention was to draw Danzo's attention while leveraging the changes within the Uchiha clan to confound Hiruzen, thereby preventing a repeat of the previous massacre. However, Sasuke had evidently underestimated the fervent obsession these individuals harbored for the Uchiha. The reason Sasuke suddenly broached this topic was precisely due to the panel before him. Uchiha Protection Mission, the beginning of Uchiha Shisui's death. Host, please complete the task of protecting Uchiha Shisui. Reward, increase in ocular power by 50, random Genjutsu gift box. Random reward package. The Uchiha Protection Mission had commenced. Shisui's death was the harbinger of this calamity. Sasuke did not heed Itachi's warning to remain idle in the training ground. Instead, he swiftly made his way to Uchiha Fugaku's study. Father, Sasuke knocked on the door. Come in, came the weary voice of Uchiha Fugaku from within. Upon entering the study, he found Itachi standing there with an anxious expression, while Fugaku appeared to be in distress. Although the Uchiha had managed to alter Hiruzen's perception of them, their burdens had only multiplied. The former security division had been, in essence, a mere nominal position. However, the current circumstances were vastly different. With the ongoing search for spies and rogue ninjas within the village, the security division had to assume the roles of both Umbu and interrogation unit, all while maintaining their original duties. Under such intense pressure, they had indeed uncovered numerous spies and traitors, but this had left Fugaku overwhelmed. Just when he hoped for a moment of respite, Itachi brought forth such alarming news. Father, I have just glimpsed something once more. However, I am somewhat uncertain, Sasuke hesitantly confessed. What did you see? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, taking a deep breath, his voice steady yet curious. Such a rare ability to foresee the future could prove invaluable if wielded judiciously. Besides, What ill intentions could a child possibly harbor? The authenticity of his visions was undoubtedly assured. Brother Shisui, in truth, took his own life. However, the reason for his suicide appears to stem from the fact that one of his eyes had been gouged out. It seems that the perpetrator was the esteemed Danzo. When Sasuke uttered this name, Uchiha Fugaku immediately rose to his feet. Danzo. Initially, Uchiha Fugaku was perplexed, wondering what manner of being could vanquish Uchiha Shisui. Yet now, some thoughts began to crystallize in his mind. Uchiha Shisui's character was such that he seldom harbored suspicions about other ninjas in the village. He had devoted himself to fostering harmony between the Uchiha clan and the village. If Shimura Danzo had ensnared Shisui with his words, then Shisui would readily trust him. If Danzo had indeed ambushed Shisui, then, Itachi, are you able to contact Shisui now? Uchiha Fugaku inquired directly. I can. Itachi nodded and began performing hand seals. With a puff of white mist, a raven appeared upon Itachi's arm. A summoning beast? Quickly establish contact with Shisui and report your location. I shall make my way to the Hokage's office. Upon uttering these words, Uchiha Fugaku vanished from sight. Shisui, the only two members of the clan who had openly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, could not be allowed to perish under any circumstances. Otherwise, the tenuous advantage they had painstakingly built would surely dissipate, perhaps even leading to a worse predicament. Meanwhile, Sasuke felt a surge of urgency. This mission was part of a series of tasks. Failure at this juncture would preclude the subsequent missions from occurring. Thus, Shisui must not die. Before long, Uchiha Fugaku returned, holding a village exit permit. Father, I have confirmed Shisui's location. He is currently situated to the east of the village, and upon receiving my message, he stated he would await my arrival. Uchiha Itachi exhibited a hint of impatience. Excellent. Let us proceed to find Shisui. With that, Uchiha Fugaku vanished once more. Brother, I wish to accompany you. Just as Itachi prepared to depart, Sasuke grasped his hand firmly. Sasuke, be good and do not fuss. You are still quite young, and this mission is perilous. Remain at home and await our return, Itachi gently reassured him. No, I want to go. You are already on the battlefield at my age. I aspire to become a powerful ninja like you, unwavering in spirit. Next came Sasuke's flattery. Itachi had not anticipated that his younger brother had remained unchanged. He was still that adoring little brother. It seemed that the earlier aloof behavior was merely a consequence of maturing, no longer as candid as in his youth. How adorable. Very well, I shall take you along. As a devoted brother, Itachi could hardly refuse given Sasuke's earnestness. Besides, their father had just departed with Captain Nagasawa and Captain Natsum, so there should be minimal risk. Thank you, brother. Sasuke nodded with satisfaction and followed Uchiha Itachi as they left. It was not that Sasuke was being reckless, eager to join the fray. Rather, it was due to the damned system's task requirements. Task completion criteria 1. The host must personally intervene to rescue Uchiha Shisui. Task completion criteria 2. The host must document the complete rescue of Uchiha Shisui. Satisfying any of the criteria will fulfill the task. Thus, it was clear that waiting at home for the task to conclude was not an option. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, gazing towards the village entrance. When Uchiha Fugaku approached him, Hiruzen did not hesitate to hand over the order for village departure to Fugaku. This did not stem from an overwhelming trust in the Uchiha clan. Rather, Shisui's eyes must not fall into Danzo's hands. If that terrifying ocular technique truly existed, then it would be safest in Shisui's possession. At the very least, Hiruzen, who currently leaned towards the Uchiha, felt secure. Wasn't he at the divine? It seemed an opportunity to acquire this power was stirring within Hiruzen as well. The scene shifted back to the Uchiha group. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku was swiftly advancing through the dense forest alongside Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Nagasawa. Uchiha Itachi followed closely behind with Sasuke. At their pace, they would reach Shisui's location in no more than an hour. An hour may not seem lengthy, but under the current circumstances, every moment was critical. Meanwhile, Shisui awaited Itachi in an open area. What was Itachi doing? Why had he suddenly come to find him? Although Uchiha Shisui was puzzled, he remained there, for between them, there was a bond of understanding. At that moment, Shisui sensed a surge of chakra and slowly rose to his feet. The presence here should be that of a leaf ninja, right? Soon, a throng of figures appeared before him. Danzo and Root, as Shisui beheld them. A look of confusion crossed his face. Hadn't they been assigned to escort the chakra medal? Considering the timeline, they shouldn't be returning to the village for at least another month. So why were they here now? However, being fellow leaf ninjas, and with the village not too far away, Shisui did not harbor much suspicion. Uchiha Shisui, have you completed your mission? Why are you here instead of returning to the village? Before Shisui could voice his questions, Danzo seized the initiative. I am here waiting for someone. True to his nature, Shisui bluntly stated his purpose. Waiting for someone? Could it be that the ninjas who previously launched an attack on the leaf were in collusion with you? Danzo inquired. Uchiha Shisui, I remember you as a ninja devoted to the village, possessing the unwavering will of fire. How could you possibly commit such an act? Danzo's lips curled slightly in a barely perceptible smirk as he began to cast accusations. His words left Uchiha Shisui utterly bewildered. Him? A traitor? Collaborating with enemies? When had such terms ever been associated with Uchiha Shisui? Just as Shisui contemplated defending himself, Danzo launched a sudden assault, aiming directly for Shisui's eyes. At the moment Danzo's hand was about to make contact, Shisui instinctively reacted to block the attack, retreating swiftly. Danzo, even if you suspect me, you should first take me back for an investigation rather than resorting to violence against me. The Root Organization is not authorized to randomly attack the ninjas of our village. Is it? Shisui's heart was a tumult of shock and anger as he demanded. The Root Organization possesses the authority to deal directly with rogue ninjas, Danzo retorted. Moreover, since you are resisting arrest, I am entitled to take action against you. After uttering these words, the members of the Root Organization surged toward Shisui. Faced with the onslaught of the Root members, Shisui found himself in a state of inner turmoil. Should he resist? Yet, Danzo did indeed hold the power to apprehend him, and any act of defiance might render him in the wrong. However, not resisting felt equally troubling, especially with Itachi's message urging him not to leave this place and that he would come for him. With these thoughts, Shisui's gaze hardened with resolve. Previously, when Sasuke had mentioned Danzo's intentions toward the Uchiha clan, Shisui had only harbored a modicum of doubt. But now, with Fire-style Phoenix Fire technique, Shisui made his move. Utilizing fire release to break through the enemy's encirclement, he swiftly drew the short blade from his back and initiated combat. With exceptional taijutsu, keen insight, instantaneous movement, and an immense chakra reserve, Shisui, as a formidable shadow-level ninja, was able to fend off the attacks from the Root Organization even without employing the powers of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Had it not been for Shisui's reluctance to harm his fellow villagers, the Root Organization would likely have suffered significant casualties by now. Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere, Wind Release, Shuriken. Observing his subordinates falter, Danzo joined the fray. With his involvement, Shisui found himself increasingly overwhelmed. After all, the members of the Root Organization accompanying Danzo were formidable ninjas as well. Given Shisui's reservations, the situation had deteriorated. Uchiha Shisui has fled the village, colluding with outside ninjas with the intent to overthrow Konoha. Today, the Root Organization is on a pursuit mission against Uchiha Shisui. Should he resist, he may be executed on the spot. As Shisui struggled to withstand the assault, Danzo's voice echoed once more. Hearing these words, Shisui's face involuntarily twitched. In matters of slander, Danzo undoubtedly possessed an unparalleled level of cunning. We must leave this place, once again creating distance between himself and the members of the Root Organization. Shisui raised his hand and unleashed the body flicker technique. Within the dense forest, numerous apparitions of Uchiha Shisui emerged. For the members of the Root Organization who possess knowledge of Shisui's abilities, this instant body technique is not something they would dare to approach lightly. Wind Release, Great Vacuum Sphere. Danzo made his move. Fueled by a vast reservoir of chakra, a powerful gust of wind surged forth in an instant, annihilating all of Shisui's shadow clones in its path. Just as a smile curled at the corners of Danzo's lips, preparing to unleash more ninjutsu to force Uchiha Shisui into the open, a sharp glint suddenly expanded within his pupils. In the next moment, the kunai in Shisui's hand plunged directly into Danzo's left eye. Having accomplished this, Shisui swiftly retreated towards the village. Danzo-sama, pursue him. He must not be allowed to return to the village today. With a pained grimace, Danzo tore off his long robe, poured medicinal powder onto it, and bandaged his injured eye before continuing the pursuit of Shisui. Half an hour later, Uchiha Fugaku arrived at the location Itachi had indicated. Signs of battle, the clan leader noted. These marks are left by Shirsue's adept fire release ninjutsu. The remainder seems to be the work of a wind release expert, likely Danzo. After examining the scene, Shirsue's father spoke gravely. Although aware of the mission's objective, he still gasped in shock at the sight before him. Such a degree of conflict could not merely be attributed to a misunderstanding. Let us hurry to assist Shirsue. If it truly is Danzo behind this, we must ensure he does not escape. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze hardened, revealing a murderous intent. In the village, he had to be mindful of many considerations. But this was no longer the village. Since you, Danzo, dare to act in such a manner, do not blame me for being ruthless. Following the traces of the battle, the three set off once more. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, accompanied by Sasuke, headed towards Shirsue's location. At this moment, a raven perched on Itachi's shoulder, facilitating communication with Shirsue. Brother Shirsue, we will meet in 10 minutes. Our father and the others are not far behind. They will reach us in no more than 3 minutes. Therefore, with both of us present, holding off the rude organization for 3 minutes should pose no issue. Yes, we are on our way. Soon. Sasuke and Itachi arrived at a clearing, where Uchiha Shirsue stood not far away, looking somewhat disheveled and beaded with cold sweat from exhaustion. Brother Shirsue, quickly take this. Itachi produced a pill and handed it to Shirsue. In that brief moment, Danzo's figure appeared in the distance. Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Sasuke? Danzo's initial surprise quickly morphed into a look of unrestrained joy. Originally intent on acquiring Shirsue's eyes, he had not anticipated the presence of both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. This was indeed an unexpected windfall. Danzo, why do you target the Uchiha? Itachi glared furiously at Danzo. In his eyes, Danzo's actions had already breached the peace of the village. Are you ready to continue watching the performance, Orochimaru? Danzo did not acknowledge Itachi Uchiha. He directly called out, Itachi, Sasuke, I have come for you. Shirsue is in your hands. Orochimaru licked his lips and slowly approached Sasuke and his companions. With each step he took, a swarm of snakes materialized around him. By the time the serpents were visible, their numbers had reached a horrifying magnitude. Secret technique, Serpent's Shadow. Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals and then crouched down. Countless snakes erupted from various parts of his body, a terrifying tide of serpents surging forth. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Sasuke and Itachi immediately unleashed their fire techniques. Simultaneously, Sasuke activated his Raijin mode. These snakes were evidently venomous. One could not afford to be bitten or inhale their toxins. Swish, swish, swish. After releasing the fire techniques, Itachi hurled several shurikens, striking Orochimaru directly. However, the shurikens merely lodged themselves into the venomous snakes, leaving Orochimaru entirely unscathed. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Kusanagi Sword. Orochimaru's arms suddenly transformed into countless long serpents, while a sharp long blade appeared at the serpent's head. Be cautious, Orochimaru has many tricks up his sleeve, Itachi warned, bracing himself to counter Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. At that moment, Itachi found himself unable to suppress Orochimaru. Is there someone else? Why does this deviate from the original storyline? Just as Sasuke was poised to assist Itachi, he realized other presences were lurking nearby. Among them, one chakra felt all too familiar, Obito Uchiha. Damn, why is he here? Wait, what about the other presences? Boom. At that moment, a towering man wielding a massive club swung it directly at Uchiha Shirsue. The fleeting crimson cloud made Sasuke's heart race with anxiety. Akatsuki, it seems this trouble is more significant than I anticipated, Sasuke grimaced. As for the original plot, he no longer wished to contemplate it, for his very presence had altered the course of Uchiha history. Now, the emergence of events deviating from the original storyline seemed entirely plausible. You are Uchiha Sasuke, aren't you? Honestly, why did the leader assign me to such a task? At that moment, a hoarse voice echoed, startling Sasuke. He had not sensed any chakra fluctuations prior. Upon seeing the newcomer, his mood darkened further, for it was the Scorpion. Deidara. The appearance of Deidara effectively confirmed Sasuke's suspicions. The Akatsuki organization was indeed involved in the Uchiha's downfall. The reason it was not depicted in the original work might be that they had refrained from intervening, or it was meant to emphasize the decay of Konoha's higher-ups. Of course, with Obito present, the emergence of the Akatsuki was not entirely unexpected. It seemed this was going to be a troublesome encounter. If it were possible to kill, it would indeed be quite simple. As the words of Scorpion faded, his tail lifted. The massive tail needle unfolded, unleashing a barrage of shimmering purple sunbon, raining down like droplets of rain. With a swift motion, Sasuke drew forth his practice kunai, successfully deflecting the onslaught of sunbon. Those that pierced the nearby trees and grass immediately released their toxins, sapping the life from the plants. A noxious miasma began to rise around him. In an instant, Sasuke activated his Raijin mode. Any poison that dared approach him was swiftly dispersed by the fierce onslaught of lightning. Harnessing the rapidity of this mode, he swiftly retreated from the battlefield. At that moment, frustration welled up within Sasuke. How had the death of Uchiha Shursui transformed into a hellish ordeal with so little effort on his part? His hasty retreat was not solely a reaction to the poisonous fog. It was also due to the fact that merely blocking a few sunbon had fractured his palm. One could only imagine the tremendous force behind the sunbon unleashed by Scorpion. What a folly it would be to confront the Akatsuki Scorpion with his current strength. Even as he decisively retreated, he found himself unable to elude the relentless pursuit of the Akatsuki member. The figure, seemingly a hunchbacked elder, was in reality a being transformed into a puppet-like existence. Scorpion's speed was astonishing, akin to that of a peculiar creature, relentlessly chasing after Sasuke. Cursing inwardly, Sasuke instinctively grasped the Rinnegan at his chest. However, he soon released it. Relying too heavily on the power of Susanoo in every battle would significantly hinder his own growth and strength. With this thought in mind, Sasuke quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a swift turn, a colossal fireball erupted forth, engulfing the advancing Scorpion. Boom! The explosion resonated, sending Scorpion flying. This brief pause granted Sasuke a moment to breathe. He immediately dashed towards the direction of Uchiha Fugaku and the others. At the very least, he aimed to escape Scorpion's relentless pursuit using his own abilities. A mere student from a ninja academy, a child approaching 6 years of age, managing to flee from the clutches of the Akatsuki Scorpion. The thought alone stirred a modicum of excitement within him. Meanwhile, Scorpion emerged slowly from the haze of dust, an intrigued smile gracing his features as he observed Sasuke's retreat. Such a talented young man, he thought, would make an exquisite puppet. He pondered what formidable entity he could create. The excitement only grew, propelling Scorpion to hasten his pursuit. Just as Sasuke sped forward, peculiar sounds reached his ears. In the next moment, a flurry of kunai hurtled toward his face, accompanied by a cadre of ninjas wielding short blades. However, these individuals exhibited a peculiar quality. Sasuke could not perceive the breath of life emanating from them, indicating that they had already succumbed to death. Chakra threads. At that moment, Sasuke discerned the source of the anomaly. Each of these figures was tethered by a chakra thread around their necks. This signified that these ninjas were merely puppets, controlled corpses under the dominion of Scorpion. Are you not going to flee any longer? Well, it's understandable. You have nowhere to escape. Come along quietly. Perhaps those people would prefer not to see you perish. But should you continue to resist? Scorpion's raspy voice emerged, laced with mockery. With just a few words, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped Sasuke. It was evident that Scorpion's words were not mere threats. He genuinely intended to act upon them. I'm sorry, but I will not accompany you, Sasuke declared, raising the kunai in his hand, prepared for battle. 1 minute? No, 30 seconds. He should be able to endure for at least 30 more seconds. In that case, prepare to truly experience my prowess, Scorpion proclaimed, lifting his hand. Countless ninjas surged toward Sasuke. As the battle raged on, Sasuke calculated his energy expenditure and the distance to Uchiha Fugaku. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. With time slipping away, Sasuke's body approached its limits. Although he had not sustained any fatal blows, enduring such an onslaught in Raijin mode drained him significantly. A wave of dizziness washed over him as he summoned the chakra within. Fire release, great fireball technique. As he unleashed another fireball, a shadowy figure materialized before him. Was it still insufficient? A hint of bitterness welled within Sasuke. He gripped the Totsuka blade tightly. Just as he prepared to summon Susanoo, several familiar figures appeared before him. The puppets that had been pursuing Sasuke were instantaneously eliminated. Lord Shiger, Lord Nagasawa, Father. Upon seeing the three before him, Sasuke collapsed onto the ground. What about this attire? Is it associated with Akatsuki? Uchiha Nagasawa inquired. His three-tomo Sharingan radiated immense ocular power and chakra. In an instant, he assessed the surrounding situation and reached a conclusion. Sasuke found himself alone in the face of this formidable opponent. Truly, he was worthy of being an Uchiha. Akatsuki. Is it? It seems the ninja world has enjoyed an extended period of peace. I never anticipated the emergence of such a powerful and nefarious organization as yours. However, targeting the Uchiha may prove to be your gravest error. Uchiha Fugaku stated, his eyes wide open. His Mangekyo Sharingan glimmered ominously. Merely the pressure of his gaze instilled a sense of oppression in Scorpion. Simultaneously, powerful presences began to manifest not far away. A pair of crimson eyes gradually emerged before the Scorpion of the Red Sand. At least 30 members of the Uchiha clan approached, all possessing the formidable Three-Tomo Sharingan. Even the Scorpion of the Red Sand felt a signal of impending danger from such a powerful assembly. Fire Style, Exploding Fire Dragon Technique. Fire Style, Lava Technique. Fire Style, Exploding Fire Breakthrough. Fire Style, Great Fire Dragon Technique. In an instant, the gathered Uchiha members swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing their most adept fire style ninjutsu. They may have forgotten that the reason the leader of Konoha was called the Hokage was due to their Uchiha's mastery of fire style. Today, let the name of fire style resonate throughout the ninja world once more. Under this overwhelming barrage of fire style attacks, even the Scorpion of the Red Sand could not escape. The terrifying heat and explosive shockwaves engulfed him in a sea of flames. Nagase, take Sasuke and leave this place. We have no idea how many more of these formidable and enigmatic foes there are. Remaining here is far too perilous. Reaching this point is already an impressive feat. Uchiha Fugaku remarked, generously praising the situation. The so-called Akatsuki member before them possessed strength at least on par with Akage. That Sasuke could endure for so long in his grasp was worthy of commendation. Understood, clan leader. Uchiha Nagase immediately lifted Sasuke and vanished into the distance. At that moment, Sasuke had lost consciousness, rendering the mission less significant. Crack, crack, crack. Just as Uchiha Nagase departed, a sound reminiscent of shells breaking echoed from the center of the fire-style assault. Boom. A tremor resonated as immense energy dispersed the surrounding flames. A strikingly handsome and proud figure emerged at the epicenter of the attack. Truly, the Uchiha were remarkable. However, to think they could eliminate me, the Scorpion of the Red Sand, so easily was a grave underestimation. With that, the Scorpion of the Red Sand unfastened a scroll from his back, preparing to unleash his meticulously crafted 100 puppets. A tactic of overwhelming numbers, perhaps? The Scorpion had never feared such a strategy. Just as he was about to make his move, it seemed he received an unexpected command. Today, I shall not continue battling you, Uchiha. Before I take my leave, allow me to present you with a parting gift. The Scorpion of the Red Sand declared, turning to flee into the distance. Stop. He is getting away. Just as Uchiha Shumi prepared to pursue, Uchiha Fugaku seized him, swiftly leading everyone to vanish from the scene. Cackling, as Uchiha Fugaku and his companions withdrew, the corpses that had once lain lifeless on the ground suddenly rose to their feet. Their bodies began to swell dramatically. Boom, boom, boom. Following this, a thunderous explosion erupted, and streams of purple toxins gushed forth like a fountain, enveloping the entire forest. Under the suffocating grip of these toxins, the plants withered rapidly, losing all semblance of life. The name remains unknown, distinct from the previous members of the Akatsuki encountered. This individual bears a ring inscribed with jade characters, presumably a code name. The previous adversary wore a ring marked with Ju. As for the one we eliminated, they were likely just a group of lackeys. Uchiha Shumi surveyed the toxic mist before him and succinctly analyzed the circumstances of their foes encountered that day. The Akatsuki indeed. It appears that those who hold code names possess formidable strength. Let us see how Itachi and the others fare. Uchiha Fugaku did not linger, but proceeded directly towards Itachi's location. They should have long since reunited with Sasuke, but their delay was due to an encounter with the Akatsuki's obstruction. Soon, Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by the Uchiha Clan's ninjas, arrived at Itachi's position. The two were somewhat disheveled, yet fortunate to still be alive. Father? Captain? Upon seeing Uchiha Fugaku's arrival, Itachi finally exhaled in relief. It is noteworthy that, at this moment, Itachi was merely 11 years old, even with his and Uchiha Shirsue's prodigious talents. Facing such powerful ninjas in an onslaught proved to be quite arduous. Let us return to the village. Uchiha Fugaku made the decision not to remain any longer. The enigmatic Akatsuki, affiliated with Danzo's root organization, posed considerable trouble. Furthermore, Uchiha Fugaku did not wish to place his clan in peril during an unnecessary conflict. This is the path he, Uchiha Fugaku, has chosen as a ninja. Meanwhile, on another front, Uchiha Nagasawa hastened towards the village with Sasuke in tow. Suddenly, Uchiha Nagasawa halted, his expression grave as he scrutinized the surroundings. True to the elite status of the Uchiha clan's ninjas, he swiftly detected the trap laid before him. At that moment, an Akatsuki member clad in a red cloud-patterned robe, adorned with a conical hat and a ring inscribed with Ju, materialized before Uchiha Nagasawa. You again? Do you truly believe that after being repelled, you can now obstruct me? Uchiha Nagasawa spoke with a weighty tone. He bore Sasuke, who was gravely injured and unconscious. A confrontation could endanger Sasuke's life. If he could drive the opponent away, it would be ideal. Otherwise, a desperate struggle awaited. Oh, it seems that allowing you a slight reprieve has inflated your ego. The Akatsuki member, Juke, retorted. But now, I shall ensure you comprehend what the Akatsuki truly represents. With that, Juke raised his hand, unleashing a barrage of steel cables towards the two. Clang, clang, clang. Uchiha Nagasawa promptly hurled shurikens, deflecting the chains. Simultaneously, two shurikens pierced Juchue's chains, embedding them in a nearby tree, securing them in place. Lord Nagasawa, focus on the enemy. I am regaining my strength. At this moment, Sasuke slowly opened his eyes and, with great effort, spoke. Sasuke, do not worry. The clan leader and the others are not far from here. They will arrive shortly. I just engaged this guy, so leave the rest to me. Uchiha Nagasawa smiled brightly. With a swift motion, he tore off a piece of his clothing and bound himself to Sasuke. Lord Nagasawa, this is our Uchiha way of the ninja. We will never abandon our kin. In time, you will understand the words I speak today. Uchiha Nagasawa interrupted Sasuke, his expression earnest. Simultaneously, the chakra within him began to surge. For the first time, Sasuke felt a profound sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan. If previously he merely sought a long-term safeguard or was compelled by the system's tasks to alter the Uchiha path, now he truly sensed the bond that tied him to his family and bloodline. In the ninja world, the Uchiha clan is undoubtedly one of the most emotionally driven families. Such a lineage should not vanish. I understand, Sasuke replied resolutely, nodding. Watch closely, this is practical training. With that, Uchiha Nagasawa, wielding a short blade, charged forward. Faced with the Akatsuki's Suzaku, Uchiha Nagasawa exhibited no fear. He held only one conviction, to protect the young man behind him. As their battle unfolded, Uchiha Nagasawa's exquisite taijutsu and impeccable combat awareness left Suzaku perplexed. Moreover, time was of the essence. He needed to subdue Uchiha Nagasawa swiftly and then take Uchiha Sasuke away. The game was nearing its end. At that moment, Suzaku disregarded Uchiha Nagasawa's assault, raising his finger. Clang! Uchiha Nagasawa's short blade struck Suzaku's body. Yet the anticipated penetration did not occur. Instead, a sound akin to metal clashing resonated. Boom! Before Uchiha Nagasawa could contemplate, a tremendous force slammed into his abdomen, propelling him through the air. During his flight, Uchiha Nagasawa chose to absorb the impact rather than mitigate it, ensuring Sasuke's safety. He landed squarely on the ground. Before my bloodline limit, the steel shield, your weapon is feeble. Breathing heavily, Suzaku removed his crimson cloud cloak, revealing a physique as unyielding as steel, glinting with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. Steel shield? Damn, this guy. Uchiha Nagasawa's words trailed off as he spat out blood. Lord Nagasawa, please set me down. I will be fine. Hey, brat, who do you think you're looking down on? At that moment, Suzaku appeared behind Uchiha Sasuke. Originally, Suzaku was an elite jonin from the Hidden Rock village. In the midst of battle, one betrays their comrades by casting them into traps for the sake of personal escape, thus becoming a traitorous ninja. Upon joining the Akatsuki, their ruthless demeanor and decisive methods swiftly elevated them to the ranks of core members, earning them the coveted Suzaku ring. Their combat techniques were particularly fierce and resolute, which led to minimal discourse with Sasuke and his allies. Driven by a philosophy of exploiting weakness, they struck without mercy after launching Uchiha Nagasawa into the air, providing no respite for their opponents before attacking once more. Fire style. Bang. Just as Uchiha Nagasawa prepared to unleash a fire technique, he was abruptly knocked unconscious by a single punch from Suzaku. Without hesitation, Sasuke seized Sasuke, lifting him effortlessly. So, it's you, little one? I have lost many subordinates because of you. They were dear to me. Thus, you must pay a price. Just as Sasuke attempted to activate Susanoo, he felt an agonizing pain surge through his brain. Ah! His scream echoed in an instant. Hey, 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 my subordinates died without such a cry. Sasuke taunted, indeed. You are just a child. But losing an arm is insufficient. At that moment, a flurry of shurikens descended upon him, accompanied by several pairs of Sharingan fixated on Suzu. So swift? It seems I underestimated the timing. Yet, it mattered little. His trump card remained firmly in his grasp. Picking up a kunai from the ground, Sasuke pressed it against Sasuke's neck, crimson blood seeping forth. Sasuke, you best release my brother now. Itachi trembled with rage, his expression a stark contrast to his usual amiable demeanor. Are you threatening me? I offer you two choices. I can gouge out your eyes, for I have no fondness for them, or I can take this little one's eyes. Sasuke raised his kunai, positioning it before Sasuke's eye. Sasuke's face betrayed panic as he felt the blade's sharpness. Despite being a traveler from another world, he had never encountered such a dire circumstance. The limited time he had spent training made a swift change in mindset utterly impossible. I will gouge them out. Just release Sasuke, and I will trade. Itachi immediately interjected. Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku reprimanded sharply. Knowing the cunning of their adversary, he understood that even if Itachi sacrificed his eyes, they would not release Sasuke. Yet, in this precarious moment, even Fugaku found himself at a loss for words, for Sasuke was also his child. Brother, thank you. The previously anxious Sasuke smiled upon hearing Itachi's words. Sasuke, you must not. Blood began to seep from Itachi's eyes. The original three-tomo Sharingan rapidly spun, and in the next moment, Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, an overwhelming chakra emanating from his being. The ferocity of this chakra left both Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku momentarily stunned. The third pair of Mangekyo Sharingan emerged. Under normal circumstances, Uchiha Fugaku might have felt elation, but at this moment, his youngest son, Uchiha Sasuke, had made a resolute decision influenced by Itachi's words. Directly colliding with a kunai, as the stunned Juke stood frozen, a surge of black flames suddenly enveloped his body. Uchiha's ocular technique. What is this place? In a moment of terror, Juke realized he was pinned to a cross. Uchiha Itachi appeared before him, wielding a long blade. This is my Tsukuyomi space. Itachi began to expound upon his abilities while methodically plunging the blade into Juchiwa's body. Within the confines of the illusion, the sensation of pain was magnified countless times. Itachi, fueled by hatred, continued to stab relentlessly, and the anguished cries echoed throughout the Tsukuyomi realm. Outside, with a resounding crash, Juke met his end, consumed by Amaterasu. Concluding his torturous experience within the Tsukuyomi space, Uchiha Itachi slowly approached Juchiwa's position. Where is Sasuke? At that moment, Itachi realized that Sasuke's body was nowhere to be found. As Itachi uttered this question, the others began their search for Sasuke, yet they uncovered no traces. Despite Juchiwa's demise leaving behind some ninja tools and rings, it was implausible that Sasuke had been entirely incinerated by the flames of Amaterasu. Could it be that the earlier figure was merely a shadow clone of Sasuke? At this juncture, Itachi voiced a sentiment he scarcely believed himself. It is worth noting that even a shadow clone would vanish upon losing an arm. The blood that had spilled was undeniably real. Expand the search radius, he commanded, simultaneously dispatching a report to the Hokage. Shursui, return and mobilize all Uchiha ninja to aid in the search for Sasuke. The remaining members will form teams of 10. Upon encountering any enemies, they are to send signals immediately. Regardless of their current tasks, everyone must provide support at once. Eliminate the enemy and locate Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened, and he made a decisive call. Upon hearing Fugaku's command, the clan members promptly activated their Sharingan and began to organize themselves into teams, spreading outwards. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Uchiha Obito's expression soured. This unforeseen turn of events was beyond his expectations. A mere boy had incited such madness within the Uchiha clan. With both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku wielding their Mangekyo Sharingan, even Obito dared not presume he could easily escape. He understood that in the face of the Mangekyo Sharingan, his intangibility might not prove as effective. Contact the Akatsuki members and order a complete retreat. When these lunatics go berserk, they become truly terrifying. Upon the utterance of Uchiha Obito's words, he sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. The remaining individuals, with their cold, Rinnegan eyes fixed ahead, ultimately acquiesced to Obito's proposal and issued orders for a complete withdrawal. The members of the Akatsuki, concealed within the dense forest, swiftly retreated. However, some, during their escape, happened to encounter Uchiha, meeting their demise under his wrath. As for the members of the root organization they encountered, while not killed, they were incapacitated and subsequently sealed away, destined to be returned to Konoha. This tempestuous operation inevitably stirred the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen in Konoha, within the confines of the Hokage's office. A conflicted expression graced Hiruzen's face. Though the current Uchiha appeared compliant, he remained uneasy. In his eyes, true reassurance would only come with the growth of Uchiha Shisui, Itachi, and Sasuke, who would master the Uchiha clan. The present Uchiha still posed a threat. Regarding Danzo, perhaps it was possible to eliminate him outright. But what if the Uchiha turned defiant afterward? Was it not necessary to maintain a balance? Hokage-sama, we urgently require support. Please issue your command. Uchiha Shisui, observing the silent Sarutobi Hiruzen, felt a surge of urgency. For the safety of their clansmen left behind and the whereabouts of Sasuke, he needed to dispatch aid as swiftly as possible. Understood. Here is the pass, with no restrictions on the number of individuals you may take. I will also arrange for Yinbyu ninjas to accompany you. As for the matter concerning Shimura Danzo that you reported, I will initiate an investigation promptly, Hiruzen replied, nodding and reaching a decision. Shisui, now empowered with the prowess of the Mangekyo Sharingan and fortified by the unwavering will of fire, felt a surge of determination. Hiruzen could not afford to dampen Shisui's spirit. Thank you, Hokage-sama. With the pass in hand, Uchiha Shisui expressed his gratitude and swiftly departed. Before long, the entirety of the Uchiha clan, particularly those possessing the Tsutomu or Greater Sharingan, were led away from Konoha. What purpose did this exodus serve? The clan's strongest were mobilizing, seemingly to safeguard the village. Why such a military endeavor? Was war on the horizon once more? The Uchiha, to protect the village? While they were often regarded with fear, standing behind them instilled an inexplicable sense of security. In an instant, murmurs regarding the Uchiha began to circulate within the village, contrasting sharply with the prior sentiments of disdain, fear, and aversion. This time, amidst the rumors, positive voices began to emerge. It was undeniable that since Uchiha Shisui had assumed the role of Deputy Minister of the Security Department, the Uchiha clan's reputation had undergone a notable transformation in a short span. Simultaneously, within the Uchiha compound, in the chamber of Uchiha Sasuke, the question lingered, is he still unable to move? The canine system speaks of merely a slight side effect, does it? Sasuke struggled to maintain his composure, cursing the canine system with some difficulty. After enduring the murderous intent of Uchiha Obito, he was rewarded with a unique item, the Doppelganger Scarecrow. Doppelganger Scarecrow, a reward from the system. Its sole function is to allow the user to withstand a fatal injury once. Upon use, the user will be transported to a predetermined coordinate. P.S. A friendly reminder, the Doppelganger Scarecrow may have some minor side effects after use. Currently, Sasuke's condition, where even lifting a finger proved arduous, exemplified the so-called minor side effects of the system. Hurry, someone, discover me. If no one comes soon, this body will truly perish. Sasuke felt somewhat exasperated. Having survived the onslaught of Suzaku, was he now destined to die of starvation here? At this moment, Sasuke's body was in dire need of energy. If he could not receive ample nourishment in the short term, he would indeed meet his demise. However, most members of the Uchiha clan had already ventured out in search of him. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui would not come here. The only glimmer of hope lay with Uchiha Mikoto. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, upon hearing of his disappearance, Uchiha Mikoto had immediately donned her armor and departed with Uchiha Shisui, leaving Konoha behind. Never mind. Soon, Sasuke stopped hoping for someone to find him. He began forcefully extracting the chakra within his body. Just a little would suffice to activate the Rinnegan embedded in his chest. Unleash the divine tool, Susanoo. With this entity, he was certain he would not starve. He vowed never to boast again. This time, he had nearly overstepped his bounds. As he forcibly initiated the chakra extraction, every cell in Sasuke's body cried out in anguish. His body was already at the brink of collapse. Now, extracting chakra was akin to courting death. Yet, if he refrained, he would die just the same, merely awaiting death. Sasuke, I prefer to take the initiative. Ding. Detecting that the host's body is on the verge of collapse, please cease the self-destructive behavior. Ding. Detecting that the host's body is on the verge of. Ding. At this moment, the system's notification sound chimed in. Damn it, are you annoying? Disable the system notifications. My life, even if it must end, shall be by my own hand. Having experienced the brink of life and death, Sasuke's resolve had only strengthened. He silenced the system's alerts and continued to extract chakra. Regardless of whether he could survive, he was determined to fight. This determination stemmed from that indomitable bloodline deep within his soul. The already dwindling cells, under Sasuke's relentless pressure, began to die in part. His consciousness grew increasingly hazy. Was he truly destined to die here in such a pitiful manner? Come forth. Sasuke suddenly erupted with a fierce mental will. A drop of chakra manifested within his body. Susanoo. Sasuke infused this drop of chakra into the Totsuka blade. An overwhelming force surged forth. Susanoo materialized before Sasuke. User, what do you want? Don't ask. I need to eat. Sasuke managed to utter these words with great difficulty, not allowing Susanoo to continue. Upon hearing Sasuke's plea, Susanoo dashed toward the kitchen. Simultaneously, he conveyed Sasuke's situation to the chef, Ayam. Susanoo was responsible for the cooking, while Aunt Ayam took charge of delivering the meals to Sasuke. With the replenishment of energy, Sasuke's cells rapidly absorbed the nutrients. Soon, the formerly withered cells began to regain their strength. The moment food entered his body, it was swiftly digested. Having barely regained a modicum of stamina, Sasuke resumed the refinement of his chakra without hesitation. With a slight amount of chakra, he activated the Raijin mode. In this mode, he relentlessly stimulated cellular activity, refining the cells. To his astonishment, he discovered that in this state of extreme weakness, the gains from cellular refinement exceeded previous levels by several multiples. The exhilaration brought about by enhanced cellular vitality was unmatched by anything else. The craving for food persisted until the break of dawn. At this juncture, Itachi Uchiha, Fugaku Uchiha, Mikoto Uchiha, and Shisui Uchiha had returned. Is everything all right? Head of the family is Sasuke. Mikoto Uchiha gazed with concern at Sasuke's room. She was eager to check on Sasuke's condition, even going so far as to summon medical ninjas from the infirmary. However, she was halted by Susanoo. He reassured her that Sasuke needed nourishment to regain his energy and that he should be fine. His sudden return home was likely a result of his unique bloodline limit. Furthermore, Susanoo had indicated that he required sustenance, so they should wait. Fugaku Uchiha spoke solemnly. From his words, it was evident that he remained quite worried. Yet, given Sasuke's sudden transformation and this remarkable ability, Fugaku was convinced of one thing: Sasuke's bloodline limit would aid in his recovery. By noon, the kitchen finally fell silent. Aunt Ayam delivered the last dish, and mere minutes later, Sasuke emerged. Externally, he appeared largely unscathed. Everyone, Sasuke felt deeply moved and intended to express something. But in the next moment, he was enveloped in a tight embrace by Mikoto Uchiha. Following that, he underwent a thorough examination by the medical ninjas. Once it was confirmed that Sasuke was in good health, the family settled into the living room. Please don't look at me like that. Honestly, I'm just as perplexed. After I collided with that person's weapon, I suddenly found myself back in my room. Fortunately, Mr. Susanoo discovered me and provided me with an opportunity. Sasuke, feeling somewhat awkward, spoke up. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi, his head bowed and a dark expression on his face, approached Sasuke. Observing Itachi in such a state, Sasuke feared that the emotional turmoil might lead his brother to act out violently. Brother, please listen to me before you react. But before Sasuke could continue, Itachi delivered a firm flick to his forehead, then embraced him tightly. Sasuke had more to say, but upon feeling the warmth of Itachi's tears on his shoulder and sensing his brother's trembling form, along with the memories of their parents' gazes, he chose to remain silent. The bond between family, Sasuke felt, was indeed quite precious. As night fell, Uchiha Mikoto, exhausted, retired for the evening. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Fugaku gathered in Fugaku's study. Father, have you called us to discuss the matter concerning Brother Shisui? Sasuke initiated the conversation. Yes. It has become evident that Danzo and the Root organization have targeted Shisui, with the involvement of other ninjas from outside the village. If we Uchiha remain silent in this situation, it will only embolden those who threaten us. Therefore, I believe we must exert pressure on the Hokage to address Danzo and the root organization. Uchiha Fugaku articulated his thoughts clearly. Exert pressure? Father, I believe such an approach may be misguided. Itachi expressed his concerns. Itachi, your disposition is too lenient. We cannot afford to be passive, Fugaku retorted. That is not what I mean, father. If we apply pressure now, it would render our previous efforts futile. Should we allow those who endanger the Uchiha to remain in the village? Of course not, but we must consider. The debate between Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi escalated. I actually have an idea, brother. Would you be open to hearing it, father? Sasuke interjected, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The ideological divide between Fugaku and Itachi was evident, with Fugaku representing a more aggressive stance, while Itachi leaned towards conservatism. Fortunately, Fugaku's demeanor had softened slightly. Otherwise, Itachi might have faced harsher consequences. Upon hearing Sasuke's voice, both Itachi and Fugaku turned their gaze toward him. This matter need not cause us undue concern. Father, what are our losses in this incident? Sasuke queried directly. Losses? Aside from 2 severely injured and 6 with minor injuries, there have been no other casualties, Fugaku responded, albeit somewhat puzzled by Sasuke's inquiry. What? Is that all? Sasuke's expression fell, disappointment evident on his face. Seeing Sasuke's reaction, Fugaku felt an uncomfortable tightness in his chest. Despite both his sons being prodigies, they were each peculiar in their own way. Who would lament the low casualty rate among their clan's ninjas? Did they believe that only complete devastation could be deemed acceptable? Father, that's not what I meant. Observing the peculiar expression on Uchiha Fugaku's face, Sasuke quickly interjected. There is no need for us to seek clarification from the third Hokage, nor to exert undue pressure. The recent battle has been witnessed by all. Furthermore, matters concerning the higher-ups are something the third would surely prefer to avoid complicating. Therefore, requesting compensation should pose no issue, should it? Let us ask for a considerable sum, and then present our plight with fervor. The remaining matters will be managed by the third. He will not let us down. Sasuke articulated his perspective candidly. At this, Uchiha Fugaku's brow twitched. How could his not yet 6-year-old son possess such a wealth of ideas? Sasuke was indeed correct. We need not apply pressure, merely evoke sympathy. This approach would yield resources, while simultaneously conveying to the third the tribulations we have endured. Moreover, the amount of compensation might very well be determined by us this time. Thus, we empower ourselves while causing discomfort to the higher-ups. Father, do you think the third will take action against Danzo? Itachi immediately grasped Sasuke's intent. This arrangement, in Itachi's eyes, was nothing short of optimal. Understood. You all must exercise caution in the coming days. Itachi, do not disclose your activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan to anyone. Your responsibility is to ensure Sasuke's safety. I shall make my way to the Hokage's office. Resolving this matter promptly will grant me peace of mind. With that, Uchiha Fugaku departed the study, while Itachi and Sasuke returned to their rooms. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was tense. Is this the tally of casualties? Gazing at the paper filled with names, titles, and degrees of injury, Uchiha Fugaku had even brought a few ninjas on stretchers to the Hokage's office. The severity of their injuries was evident without need for examination. Indeed, Hokage-sama, we have not only suffered attacks from rogue ninjas within the village, but have also been assaulted by a mysterious organization. It is clear that the rogue ninjas and this enigmatic group known as Akatsuki are closely linked. Had we not placed such trust in the ninjas of our village, we might have avoided this predicament. Originally tasked with village security, we now face such significant losses. Their families and children remain. Uchiha Fugaku launched into a heartfelt lamentation. His words left the Uchiha clansmen in stunned silence. They had never anticipated their clan leader could so unabashedly speak with such falsehood. Naturally, they could only feign sorrow while standing aside. Understood. We shall distribute the highest compensation, and the village will also provide professional remuneration. Let everyone rest and recuperate properly, and then we shall continue to protect the village. The subsequent matters will be left to me. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of regret, he was immensely relieved. His previous assumptions had proven erroneous. The Uchiha clan has now embraced its responsibilities and the will of the village. Uchiha Fugaku's performance has greatly satisfied Sarutobi Hiruzen, leading to a generous disbursement of funds. Thank you, third Hokage. I shall take my leave with them now. After expressing his gratitude, Uchiha Fugaku departed with a few companions. However, as Fugaku left, Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened. Where is Danzo now? Sarutobi's dissatisfaction erupted in an instant. Danzo had already returned to the village. But rather than being at the root organization, he was in his own home. An operative from the Umbu appeared before Sarutobi to report the situation. At home. Perfect. I shall forego paperwork for today and pay him a visit. Sarutobi rose and directed. Go inform Mitarashi Anko and Uchiha Shursui to join us as well. He set off towards Shimura Danzo's residence, while the Umbu went to notify the other two high-ranking officials. This night, it seemed, would be one of sleeplessness for these leaders. Meanwhile, Sasuke sat on his bed, his face alight with joy. Having previously muted the system's notification sounds, he had missed the alert confirming the completion of his task. Uchiha Protection Mission. The beginning of Uchiha Shursui's death. Completed. Host. You have successfully completed the protection of Uchiha Shursui mission. Rewards include an increase in ocular power by 50, a random Jinjutsu gift box, and a random reward package. Rewards. Available for extraction. Upon glancing at the task panel, a smile crept upon Sasuke's lips. He promptly extended his hand to extract the rewards. A surge of immense energy flooded into his eyes, enhancing his ocular abilities significantly. System. Open the Jinjutsu gift box and the random reward package. Beep. Jinjutsu gift box opened. Acquired A-rank Jinjutsu, Endless Void. Endless Void, upon release. It can draw the opponent into an infinite abyss, with duration dependent on chakra consumption. Within this abyss, the user's consciousness can be manipulated at will. Beep. Random reward package opened. Acquired Armament Haki. Armament Haki, originating from the world of One Piece, is a form of. As Sasuke contemplated the Jinjutsu and the newly acquired ability of Haki, he stood up resolutely. With a hum, he raised his hand and instantly unleashed his Armament Haki. He felt a surge of energy coalesce around his hand. Is it at the beginner level? Although the black aura did not manifest around his fist, he could sense its presence. Sasuke's heart brimmed with anticipation. The ninja world inherently possesses vulnerabilities in physical strength. Thus, acquiring Armament Haki significantly bolstered his safety. Next, he simply required training in Haki to enhance his prowess. As a transmigrator, he was no stranger to perfecting such skills. The following day, Sasuke resumed his regular school life, albeit this time with an increased number of guardians accompanying him. In addition to Itachi, members from the security department were now by his side. It must be said that when it comes to a sense of security, it is undoubtedly at its peak. Sasuke. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke-san. Upon arriving at the main path, a group of classmates was already waiting for him. Following their previous collaboration, the relationships among them had significantly improved. Even Naruto, due to this incident, garnered the acknowledgement of others. Upon reaching the school, Sasuke wore a puzzled expression as he looked at Shikamaru. Due to the recent incident involving the Uchiha Clan, he had not attended school the day before and was thus unaware of the sudden parent-teacher meeting. This unexpected gathering left Sasuke somewhat bewildered, and he glanced at Naruto with a hint of concern. After all, such moments were deemed somewhat unnecessary for Naruto, who had been told that it was meant for parents to understand their children's situation at school. Shikamaru expressed his disdain, finding such matters quite bothersome. This time, I also have someone attending the parent-teacher meeting for me, and they are an exceptionally skilled individual. Naruto beamed, displaying his gleaming white teeth. But doesn't Naruto not have parents? Haruno Sakura inquired in surprise, drawing everyone's attention towards Naruto. Sasuke's lips twitched. There was indeed some truth in the black irony. Now I do. He is a formidable ninja, and I am currently receiving his training at home. In the future, I too shall become a powerful ninja and aspire to be Hokage. Naruto exclaimed, radiating excitement without a trace of anger or sorrow. One must admit, Naruto's optimistic disposition is genuinely unmatched. Perhaps it is a trait of those reincarnated from Ashura. Wow. A remarkably handsome ninja has arrived outside. I hear he is quite young and a capable ninja under the Hokage. Lord Kakashi is truly impressive. Soon, a commotion arose outside. Sasuke peered out the window, and, indeed, it was Kakashi Hitaki. One cannot deny that Kakashi enjoys considerable popularity in Konoha. With his striking appearance, noble lineage, formidable strength, and amiable personality, Sasuke now found himself questioning why Kakashi had not yet found a girlfriend to carry on the Hitaki legacy. Could it be that Kakashi actually has an affection for Guy? Coughing lightly, Sasuke dismissed such thoughts from his mind. Sasuke, that is my guardian, my teacher, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto exclaimed excitedly as he approached Sasuke. In truth, Sasuke had been aware of this matter since the last time. He was not particularly surprised that Kakashi had become Naruto's guardian ahead of time. In fact, at this moment, Kakashi had already discovered Naruto's true identity, which is why he attended the parent-teacher meeting in a parental capacity. Sasuke, do you think Kakashi-sensei is more handsome than you? Naruto teased, prompting Sasuke to respond. How would I know? Slightly irritated by Naruto's incessant energy, Sasuke rewarded him with a swift reprimand. The sensation of numbness momentarily silenced Naruto, prompting him to focus on refining his cells. Sasuke, alongside Ino, stepped forward, extending her hand. As comrades, they were all familiar with this method of cellular refinement and physical enhancement. Observing Naruto shiver slightly, Ino also approached, eager to partake. With a quick jolt, Ino returned to her seat, relishing the delightful, tingling coursing through her body. Soon, an unusual scene unfolded. Shikamaru, Choji, and Shino lined up to seek Sasuke's electrical stimulation. Before long, Iruka entered the classroom, calling for silence. He briefly outlined the content of the afternoon's exam before instructing everyone to gather at the training ground, leaving the classroom in the care of their parents. It was Itachi who first entered, calling Sasuke outside. Next came Kakashi. Naruto. As Kakashi announced Naruto's name, the others looked on in astonishment. In their eyes, Uzumaki Naruto was the orphaned fox spirit. The fact that Hatake Kakashi, a jonin of Konoha, was his guardian was utterly surprising. Under the gaze of his peers, Naruto strode confidently out of the classroom, not relishing the attention, but rather embracing the newfound happiness of having someone to rely on. As Naruto emerged with a beaming smile, the corners of Sasuke's mouth lifted in response. With Kakashi's guidance, Naruto's life was bound to become less arduous, coupled with a sensible training regimen. This generation of the 12 young strong might soon shine brilliantly in the ninja world. Sasuke, this afternoon is the practical assessment, right? We had the written exam yesterday, and although you missed it, your usual performance suggests you likely fared well, Sasuke remarked as they made their way to the training ground. Indeed, academic results are not of utmost importance. The upcoming summer vacation is when true training begins. Would you care to join me? Sasuke directly extended an invitation. Make sure to include us. Kiba and Choji chimed in cheerfully as they caught up with them. Behind them trailed Shikamaru and the others. For regular training, feel free to come by any time. The Uchiha training grounds are more than sufficient. By the way, don't your families have any missions lined up? Sasuke inquired curiously, as they were all core members of ninja clans. Shino, being part of the insect manipulation clan, must have special training arranged, right? And Kiba, despite having formed a contract with Akamaru, still needs to master the family's secret techniques. Where would they find the time to hang out with us? The training at home isn't as effective as your electrical stimulation. I've already applied for some time off, Kiba replied. I'm in a similar situation. Besides training with you all, I also need to work with new insects. My brother Niji will be joining as well, so there shouldn't be any objections at home. The group shared their thoughts. Even Niji had seemingly prepared to train with Sasuke during the summer vacation. It seems I have overthought the matter. Within their household, there should be no significant obstacles. Coupled with the current reputation of the Uchiha clan, circumstances have improved somewhat. Thus, the heads of these families are unlikely to oppose contact with the Uchihas. Being astute individuals, they are undoubtedly aware of the current situation within Konoha. After completing the afternoon examinations, the students gradually exited the school. Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke, I'll head back first. I'll see you tomorrow. Naruto waved at Sasuke and then dashed towards Kakashi. Observing Naruto and Sasuke, a smile graced Kakashi's face, despite being concealed by his mask. This moment reminded him of that fateful night, along with Obito and their days of training together. Perhaps, this time, their fortunes would surpass his own. Spotting Itachi accompanying Sasuke, Kakashi raised a hand in greeting before departing with Naruto. Brother, are you familiar with Lord Kakashi? Sasuke inquired of Itachi. Not very well. However, he is the captain of the Umbu. He has since left the Umbu, claiming he needs to arrange new missions. It appears this task is indeed that, Itachi murmured, glancing in the direction Kakashi had departed. Understood. Let us head back. I'm feeling a bit hungry, Sasuke concluded, making his way towards the Uchiha residence. Meanwhile, within a nearby crowd, a bespectacled young man observed them with a shadowy expression. As Sasuke's figure vanished from sight, the youth also left the scene. In an underground base at the border between the land of fire and the land of grass, Orochimaru, upon receiving intelligence, displayed a look of resignation. It seems that extracting the young one will prove quite challenging. Presently, the protection surrounding the Uchiha is exceedingly tight. Although he covets the Uchiha's body, now is clearly not the time to act. Following the previous incident, Danzo is likely focused on his own survival. As for the Akatsuki organization, they are not yet prepared. Having recently lost a core member, it is expected they will refrain from action for the foreseeable future. After his subordinates departed, Orochimaru slowly approached the exterior of a laboratory. Inside, two young boys were confined. Both were immersed in a nutrient solution, their bodies adorned with numerous tubes for experimentation. Upon seeing Orochimaru enter, fear washed over the faces of the two boys, as he evidently evoked many terrifying memories for them. This time, I am not here to torment you. An opportunity has arisen for one of you to leave this place first. Who? Before Orochimaru could finish, the girl on the left exhibited a strong reaction. All right, it will be you, he declared, promptly pressing a button on the wall. The nutrient solution began to recede gradually, and the tubes from the girl's body were removed one by one. Soon, the door of the nutrient chamber creaked open. A pair of bare feet timidly stepped out. The girl's blurred vision compelled her to raise her hand and feel her way forward. This is for you. Orochimaru extended a pair of spectacles. Upon donning the glasses, the young girl could finally discern Orochimaru's visage. His pallid countenance and shadowy demeanor instilled a sense of trepidation within her. This will be your forthcoming mission. Should you execute it with proficiency, you may remain outside indefinitely. However, to depart from this base for your assignment, you will require one more item, Orochimaru articulated. In the midst of the girl's fearful expression, Orochimaru's neck elongated instantaneously, and he sank his fangs into her neck. A piercing scream erupted from the girl as a peculiar curse mark manifested upon her skin. 2 days later, a message circulated among the upper echelons of Konoha. Shimura Danzo had been relieved of his position as the head of the root organization, which would now be jointly managed by Tenzin Koharu and Mitokado Hamura. As for Danzo, he had been placed under house arrest within the Shimura clan. Was this the extent of Sarutobi Hiruzen's resolution? Observing the news, Uchiha Shirsue's eyes flared with indignation. Danzo's actions against them were patently treasonous. In the end, was he merely to be dismissed and confined? Such an outcome was intolerable for Uchiha Shirsue. Why was this the case? Were the Uchiha not considered part of Konoha after being attacked? Damn the Konoha higher-ups. They only shield one another. Chief, we must seek an explanation from the third Hokage. This cannot be allowed to stand. Let us not speak further. We shall heed the chief's guidance. With Shirsue's declaration, the fervent Uchiha clansmen were ignited with renewed fury. Shirsue, how much compensation did our clan receive for our injuries and losses? And what of this incident? Your outrage was not so palpable when you purchased new ninja tools. Uchiha Fugaku spoke slowly. Indeed, the compensation we received this time was considerable. However, tearing apart the facade may lead to our isolation. What we must focus on now is enhancing our strength. A period of strategic patience is essential. The conservatives fully aligned with Uchiha Fugaku's perspective. Although they still deemed his approach somewhat perilous, it was a satisfactory resolution compared to the radicals. The meeting extended into the night, and at last, Uchiha Fugaku managed to persuade everyone. Given the substantial compensation provided by Sarutobi Hiruzen, this gathering would likely have continued for several more days otherwise. In the training grounds, lightning release, thundersnake. A surge of electricity enveloped Sasuke, transforming into a lengthy serpent that lunged forward with ferocity. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. A resounding boom echoed as Itachi activated his Sharingan, unleashing a terrifying Jinjutsu. Sasuke, already with his Sharingan activated, was instantly ensnared within the illusion. The familiar training ground was now encircled by countless thorns. Endless void. Sasuke did not dispel the illusion. Instead, he unleashed his own Jinjutsu. In an instant, a void-like abyss emerged amidst the surging thorns, pulling both the thorns and Itachi into its depths. Release. Itachi raised a finger, and with formidable mental strength, he shattered Sasuke's Jinjutsu. Yet, despite breaking the illusion, a look of terror crossed Itachi's face. For in their recent clash of illusions, he had shockingly realized that he was at a disadvantage. When had Sasuke mastered such advanced Jinjutsu? Well, both of you brothers are indeed prodigies. Let us pause for a moment and share our thoughts on the higher-ups' perspectives, suggested Uchiha Shirsue, who had been observing the duel. Initially, Shirsue had found great interest in the training of Itachi and Sasuke, akin to watching two exceptional juniors striving to surpass one another. However, after several observations, his enthusiasm waned. To him, Itachi's invitation for guidance was merely a guise to flaunt his exceptionally talented younger brother. At merely 6 years of age, Sasuke was already capable of executing such illusions. His achievements in taijutsu and ninjutsu far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, his combat awareness was not that of a novice. A genius. No, in the presence of Uchiha Sasuke, even the term genius seemed to pale in comparison. Regarding Shimura Danzo's affairs, the outcome was as expected. Sasuke stretched his body. Fighting Itachi remained arduous, yet he was no longer as helpless as before. Indeed, Sasuke, you are correct. In the Umbu, there are matters that cannot be addressed openly. If even the Umbu members experience such helplessness, one can only imagine the extent of the organization's undertakings. Itachi concurred, having encountered certain matters that elucidated the complexities involved. Itachi was no fool. On the contrary, he was quite astute. Freed from the constraints of the will of fire, he could perceive much more. Sasuke, your earlier perspective has illuminated some additional insights for us. The direction we ought to consider next may involve addressing certain issues within our clan. Itachi, now that you have returned, would you like to join the security department? Shursui proposed directly. Although he possessed the ability to accomplish some tasks on his own, he felt somewhat outnumbered. I can seek my father's approval for this matter. By the way, Shursui, regarding our plans moving forward. Itachi began discussing subsequent strategies with Shursui, leaving Sasuke momentarily sidelined. As expected, these two were indeed good friends. Sasuke tidied up his belongings and then departed from the training ground. Upon returning to his chamber, Sasuke seated himself cross-legged on the floor and commenced the refinement of his chakra. Once the extraction was complete, he grasped the swirling jewel at his chest. Susanoo appeared before him instantaneously. Sasuke, are you hungry? I shall prepare something for you, Susanoo inquired. Please, Mr. Susanoo, wait a moment. I did not summon you for a meal, Sasuke interjected, interrupting Susanoo. Susanoo gazed at him with a hint of confusion. What I require is a battle with you. Moreover, I need a secluded location for this confrontation. I must engage in such training for at least 5 hours each day. Sasuke expressed his predicament. Although the Uchiha had assured his safety, it had also stripped him of his privacy. As a time traveler, Sasuke Uchiha harbored numerous secrets, which contributed to his worry. Training with his clan, or sparring with Itachi, always involved a degree of restraint, particularly with Itachi, who would never inflict harm upon him. As for Naruto and the others, unless Naruto accessed the Nine-Tails chakra at that moment, he would invariably be bested by Sasuke. The disparity in skill among the current 12 strong was too vast to serve any training purpose, especially since Sasuke's mastery of Haki had seen little enhancement thus far. Finding a secret place? That should not pose much of a challenge. However, you shadow clone. Without allowing Susanoo to finish, Sasuke summoned his shadow clone. With him present, my movements will remain concealed. Let us proceed. Very well. However, to exit this location, we may require certain items. Susanoo raised a finger. Certain items? Sasuke was taken aback. In the next instant, he felt a sudden drain of chakra from his body. Swirling soul, manifest the 8-span jewel. Susanoo swiftly lifted Sasuke and vanished from the spot. Just as they disappeared, Itachi Uchiha arrived. Brother. Sasuke's shadow clone regarded Itachi with curiosity. There was a powerful surge of chakra here, accompanied by the presence of a formidable being. Sasuke, do not concern yourself. You should rest. Perhaps I misperceived. Itachi observed Sasuke's fatigued demeanor and chose not to dwell on it. Seeing Sasuke reassured him. Soon, Sasuke found himself in an open field far from the village. Mr. Susanoo, might you? Sasuke, pale-faced, leaned against a nearby tree and began to retch. The velocity at which they had traveled was overwhelming for his body. All right, let us commence your battle training. I shall assist in your recovery. Susanoo approached Sasuke, placing a hand on his shoulder. A surge of energy surged into Sasuke, and his body began to heal rapidly. You possess such remarkable abilities, Sasuke exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Susanoo. In his eyes, Susanoo resembled a guardian combined with an extraordinarily powerful combatant. To his surprise, he discovered that Susanoo also possessed medical ninjutsu capabilities. As a close protection artifact, such powers were certainly within reach. I can draw energy from the user's body, and naturally, I can return it. Even if your life is in peril, I can share life with you and pull you back from the clutches of death, Susanoo declared confidently. All right, let us commence battle, Sasuke said, taking a deep breath before launching his attack on Susanoo. With Sasuke's command, Susanoo immediately retaliated. Sasuke initially believed that, with his current strength, he could endure for a while against Susanoo. However, reality proved to be harsh. It is important to note that Susanoo is a super artifact capable of shattering even Uchiha Obito's Kamui. Engaging Sasuke, it was akin to a muscle-bound giant assaulting a child. In merely 3 minutes, Sasuke found himself sprawled on the ground, every inch of his body in agony. Yet, within those 3 minutes, he experienced a noticeable gain. His dominance began to grow. Susanoo approached Sasuke, assisting him in swiftly regaining his stamina. One cannot deny that under the influence of this ability, Sasuke's body could recover in a short span and continue the battle. The only drawback was that Susanoo's power could only restore physical vitality, not chakra. Restore chakra. At this thought, a woman's visage suddenly appeared in Sasuke's mind. Indeed, he was reminded of Uzumaki Kurine. It is worth noting that in the latter stages, Sasuke heavily relied on Kurine, the mobile charging treasure. Without her abilities during his battle against the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, he would likely have faced dire consequences. Sasuke, I actually do not recommend that you engage in battle with me at this moment. This could undermine your confidence in moving forward. Would it not be better for me to conduct targeted training with you, controlling the intensity so that you can endure longer? Just as Sasuke was pondering about Kurine, Susanoo spoke up. Oh wow, Sasuke exclaimed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This fellow certainly had a unique way of offering comfort. Though the overwhelming power of Susanoo instilled a sense of helplessness to Sasuke, the figure before him was an SSS-level beast he could challenge an infinite number of times without the risk of losing his life. Coupled with the training of armed haki, rest assured, Mr. Susanoo, my determination is unwavering. Today, I shall engage in battle with you at least 100 times before I return, Sasuke declared confidently. Although his chakra had not fully recovered, his stamina was completely restored. In essence, mastering body techniques and the armed color of haki is sufficient. As for chakra and ninjutsu, we can seek out Uchiha Itachi for further training when the time comes. Very well, let us proceed. I can already sense the burning determination within you, Sasuke. Today, we shall repeat this 100 times. Upon concluding his statement, Susanoo Man immediately swung his fist, larger than a cauldron, and charged forward. Hey, I'm not ready yet. Bang, bang, bang. In just 1 minute, Sasuke was sprawled on the ground. It feels like this 100 repetitions will conclude sooner than anticipated. The subsequent training was rather brutal. Each time Sasuke regained his strength, he was met with a relentless barrage of fists. After 20 rounds, he implored, Mr. Susanoo Man, could you perhaps prepare some food for me before continuing the onslaught? I feel that this mere physical recovery is stifling my growth. Sasuke gazed earnestly at Susanoo Man. That won't be necessary. I can already perceive the enhancement of your physique, Sasuke. Moreover, I have begun to amplify the strength I employ, indicating that this regimen is indeed effective for you. After 30 repetitions, Sasuke remarked, Mr. Susanoo Man, I feel a moment of enlightenment from the recent battle. Please allow me a brief moment to contemplate. His expression remained one of seriousness. Enlightenment? The mere act of enduring blows to strengthen your body requires no such reflection. Save your contemplation for after we complete today's 100 sessions. After 60 rounds, Sasuke exclaimed, I can't take it anymore. Mr. Susanoo Man, please grant me a reprieve. I still possess the physical capacity, but my spirit is waning. Sasuke's composure had finally cracked. This relentless punishment, devoid of any reprieve, was exceedingly grueling. And yet, this was already the 60th round. Did no one voice their support for him? Did anyone comprehend the ordeal he had endured through these 60 repetitions? Was this a test of his resolve? Fear not. I shall uphold our initial agreement. Regardless of what Sasuke says, I am resolutely committed to completing this 100-session training plan. Susanoo Man declared, giving Sasuke a thumbs up. Faced with this unwavering determination from Susanoo Man, Sasuke resigned himself. Bring it on. With a surge of will, Sasuke summoned all his haki, channeling it into his feet. If he could not triumph in battle, he would resort to flight. Sasuke was quite adept at evasion. Upon sensing the peculiar energy emanating from Sasuke, Susanoo Man's face broke into a satisfied smile. To possess such fighting spirit after enduring 60 consecutive blows was commendable. Furthermore, for it to be Sasuke's first training of this nature, his performance was indeed impressive. Let us go. Susanoo man assumed a fighting stance. Having resolved that after this session of vigorous training, Sasuke would be granted a moment of respite. The spirit remained. That was the reward. Bang! The ground beneath Sasuke shattered violently. In the next moment, Sasuke vanished from sight. This was not a mere technique of instantaneous movement. It was the result of sheer physical prowess that granted him such swiftness. Susanoo's male figure tilted his large head, bearing an expression of bewilderment. A different method of training, perhaps? Nevertheless, my ability to locate individuals remains formidable. With a slow blink, Susanoo closed his eyes, attuning himself to the lingering aura left behind by Sasuke in the air. With a swift motion, he teleported, disappearing from the scene. This time, Sasuke's strategy proved to be quite effective. Previous battles had concluded in mere minutes, yet this encounter endured for a full 4 minutes. Of course, the outcome remained unchanged. Sasuke was thoroughly beaten into incapacity. 99 times. It was not as challenging as I had anticipated. Just one more round, and it will all be over. What difficulty could there be? Even if faced with another 100 repetitions, I could easily withstand it. With one final attempt looming, Sasuke felt a surge of strength rising within him. This training was, in essence, rather simple. Is that so? Then, Sasuke, shall I execute another 100 repetitions? Susanoo regarded Sasuke with a hint of approval, even sensing the fervent blood coursing through Sasuke's veins. Thank you. We must adhere to the initial agreement. In any endeavor, one must proceed gradually. As the saying goes, one cannot chew more than one can digest. I must not be overly ambitious. Sasuke's expression shifted, and he immediately declined. Indeed, even after having traversed into Sasuke's form, he must maintain humility. To seek ostentation is to invite calamity. Hence, until he possesses sufficient strength, it is best to remain composed and unhurried, embodying a dignified demeanor. Very well, after this final bout, I shall return you home, Sasuke. Are you prepared? Upon concluding his words, Susanoo made his move. Following the final training session of being pummeled, Sasuke relaxed, lying upon the ground with a look of relief. At last, he would not be subjected to more punishment today. Sasuke, I will not assist you in recovering your stamina this time. You shall attempt it on your own. The 100 instances of recovery have already imprinted upon your body. Prepare for surprises ahead. Susanoo perched himself upon a nearby boulder, his expression neutral as he spoke. Upon hearing Susanoo's words, Sasuke immersed his consciousness within his own body. Beyond the evident enhancement of his armed haki, his physical fortitude had significantly increased. Simultaneously, Sasuke discovered something extraordinary, his innate recovery ability. Indeed, due to the 100 instances of recovery granted by Susanoo, Sasuke's body had acquired the capacity for self-repair. Moreover, this process was remarkably swift. Within just half an hour, Sasuke transitioned from immobility to standing upright. Complete restoration took merely a little over 2 hours. Even during this recuperative process, Sasuke concurrently replenished his chakra. Mr. Susanoo's training has proven highly effective. Let us reconvene at this same time tomorrow. In the morning, I still need to train alongside Naruto and the others. Let us return. I am famished. Upon his recovery, a look of joy graced Sasuke's face. If he continues at this pace, his improvement this summer may be astonishing. Very well, let us proceed. Ugh. Sasuke leaned against a pillar, retching incessantly. Even though he had experienced this once before and his physique had significantly improved, he still could not endure such speed. After all, the limits of his body were quite evident. Sasuke, my meal is ready. Are you truly not going to eat something first? Susanoo appeared before Sasuke, clad in an apron and wielding a spatula. Ugh. As soon as Sasuke opened his mouth, he felt the urge to vomit. This guy is undoubtedly doing this on purpose. It took a full half hour for Sasuke to regain a semblance of composure. Gurgle. Once the discomfort subsided, Sasuke found himself protesting aloud. The hunger for food and energy reached its zenith at that moment. Next came the time for a hearty meal. Elsewhere in Konoha, Shimura Danzo dipped his brush into ink and slowly brought it down onto a blank sheet of paper. Lord Root. The influence of the Uchiha within the village is becoming increasingly formidable. Uchiha Shirsue's approach is now being implemented within the Uchiha Clan. Uchiha Fugaku has granted Shirsue more authority to make decisions. The internal conflicts within the Uchiha have lessened compared to before. Is it time to activate that plan? 3 masked ninjas appeared behind Danzo, swiftly reporting the situation. Let the plan commence. Sarutobi Hiruzen should be awakening soon. The Uchiha are merely a jest. After uttering these words, Danzo sketched the Uchiha clan's emblem on the paper. With a swift stroke, he marked it out. Understood. The three nodded and vanished from sight. Danzo set down his brush and slowly exited his chamber. A week had passed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I am keen to see how long you can maintain your position. The pride of the Uchiha will not easily bow its head to you. Danzo chuckled. Konoha beneath the moonlight, though enveloped in brilliance, had never felt warmth. 3 days later, Deputy Shursui, here is a banner of gratitude sent by Kanza. It expresses thanks for your leadership of the guard division in rescuing his father. Uchiha Kurumi, holding the banner, spoke somewhat awkwardly. It was not jealousy of Shursui's numerous accolades that troubled him, but rather the sheer volume of banners received recently. So much so that seeing this banner evoked no feelings within him. Even his proud demeanor found this situation somewhat excessive. Very well, set it aside. At this moment, Uchiha Shursui bore a heavy expression. Such occurrences were rather peculiar. In theory, the Uchiha clan's amicable stance towards the village should not elicit such a vehement reaction. It is akin to the situation with Shursui. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi had also arrived at Uchiha Shursui's office. Itachi, what is this? Upon noticing the two banners in Itachi's hands, Shursui felt a headache coming on. Was this not a clear case of being overly praised to the point of self-destruction? Moreover, the extent of this was so blatant that it left no room for doubt. Brother Shursui, we must respond immediately. Otherwise, once the propaganda reaches its zenith, we will undoubtedly face adverse consequences. Additionally, the clan members patrolling the guard department should be called back at once. They are vulnerable to being manipulated at this moment. Itachi spoke with a hint of urgency. On the way here, the praise showered upon the Uchiha had even become a topic of casual conversation among passers-by. It is worth noting that previously, the Uchiha had also been the subject of gossip, but it was all negative. I have already issued orders. For the time being, I will personally lead the patrols. Itachi, I would appreciate your assistance, Shursui replied, somewhat helplessly. Given the Uchiha's prior reputation, combined with the current situation, this overwhelming impact felt almost surreal. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha training grounds, the clan members who had been summoned back by Shursui were sitting together, visibly disgruntled. Why should we be called back? The glory we are experiencing is the result of our collective efforts. One exclaimed. Indeed. You should have seen how he was welcomed by the villagers. I believe we ought to share in such treatment, another added. They spoke without restraint, causing Uchiha Sasuke, who was training nearby, to overhear their conversation. Overpraise? Open conspiracy. Have these individuals lost their minds? Sasuke shook his head in resignation. Indeed, an increase in the number of fools within a clan can be quite burdensome. There were already radicals and conservatives within the family, and now a faction of vanity had emerged. It seemed that his father would soon be pulling his hair out again. The summer training plan devised by a few of them had barely begun before falling apart. Naruto Uzumaki had left the village with Kakashi Hitaki, ostensibly to execute a mission and familiarize himself with various rules of the ninja world while receiving one-on-one guidance. Hinata Hyuga and Niji Hyuga, on the other hand, were retained within their clan by Hayashi Hyuga for the instruction of gentle fist techniques. According to Hayashi, this was the optimal time for them to practice, and they only needed to seek out Sasuke daily to enhance their physical condition. Other training would be better conducted within the clan. As for Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji, they had, unsurprisingly, been taken to train in secret techniques. Shino had reportedly discovered a new type of insect and was attempting to tame it. In his household, there exists a rigorous training regimen for the ninja hounds, necessitating the presence of a contract holder. As for Shaoli, he engages in youthful training alongside Might Guy. Daily, Tintin is left at home by her father to assist in the crafting of ninja tools, purportedly to help her become more adept. The sole other participant, Haruno Sakura, has not come, and she feels too shy to seek a private moment with Sasuke. Ding. Uchiha Defense Mission 2. Assist Uchiha in escaping the whirlpool of public opinion. Reward. Purification Technique. Purification Technique, capable of dispelling curse seals, sealing curses, and a series of negative buffs. While Sasuke pondered the direction of his upcoming training, a system task notification appeared before him. The reward is truly befitting of the most formidable talent system, offering comprehensive benefits. Initially, he had intended to remain uninvolved, merely observing how the Uchiha would navigate this predicament. However, with the system issuing a task, it was a blatant indication that the Uchiha could not manage such matters alone. Reflecting on their character, It was not surprising that they struggled with this. With this thought in mind, Sasuke rose and departed from the training ground. In Uchiha Fugaku's study, he set aside his pen, intrigued by Sasuke's words. Are you suggesting we have been schemed against? Indeed, Fugaku was well aware of the current circumstances surrounding the Uchiha. However, he was eager to hear his younger son's perspective. Yes, the guard department has been presented with accolades, while many within the village are stirring the narrative, praising the Uchiha. Father, consider this. If any misfortune were to befall our clan now, all this goodwill would vanish in an instant, transforming into animosity. With the fear of the Uchiha dissipating, such sentiments would amplify exponentially. In that moment, if the clan's ninjas engage in disputes, fueling the flames, the Uchiha might truly descend into despair. Sasuke articulated the direst scenario plainly. Initially, Fugaku listened with interest to Sasuke's analysis, but now he stood still, taken aback by the gravity of the implications hidden behind a mere event of accolades. Who do you believe orchestrated this? And how shall we address it? Fugaku inquired. Taking a deep breath, he presumed that since Sasuke had conducted such thorough analysis, he likely possessed insights into potential strategies. This matter is undoubtedly the work of Shimura Danzo. His current situation necessitates suppressing the Uchiha to facilitate his own resurgence. As for the approach to take, it is quite straightforward. Unify the clan's opinions and relay some special intelligence to them. Upon completing his explanation, Sasuke produced a piece of paper and handed it to Fugaku. As Fugaku received the document, he could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Such a strategy was indeed ingenious. Sasuke, there are moments when I find myself questioning the thoughts swirling in your mind. This matter, I shall handle personally. You should focus on your training. After Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, he departed from the study. Soon, the summoned ninjas of the guard division gathered in the conference room. Upon sharing Sasuke's insights with these ninjas, they were struck with a profound realization. This scenario was something they could not have fathomed, even when pooling their intellect together. Some ninjas who had previously criticized Uchiha Shisui now felt a deep sense of shame. Their forthright nature made it easy for them to accept being deceived within their clan. Thus, upon understanding the issue at hand, they swiftly resolved to ensure that Shimura Danzo would face the consequences he deserved. Under the leadership of Uchiha Fugaku, these members of the guard division soon departed the clan grounds once more. Grandma, allow me to assist you across the road. Sir, these items are too heavy. Let us. The guard division, handle them. Little one, playing with fire is dangerous. Let me demonstrate a fire technique for you. A group of Uchihas became the epitome of benevolence within the village. When the villagers expressed their gratitude, the response was unanimous. This is merely our duty. Under the wise guidance of the third Hokage, we shall steadfastly fulfill our responsibilities to protect and serve the village. All credit goes to Lord Third Hokage. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards him. These are indeed his directives. Such occurrences lasted merely 3 days. The banners in the Hokage's office became somewhat overwhelming. Among them, a significant portion were gifts from the Uchiha clan. In fact, of 100 banners, 98 were contributed by the Uchihas. Hokage-sama, should we not curtail the villagers' enthusiasm? This situation is beginning to interfere with your work. A concerned Umbu remarked. Interfere with my work? Nonsense. This situation is a testament to the well-being of our village. With a wave of his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen dismissed the concern, unfazed. In his heart, his admiration for the Uchiha clan only intensified. This situation served as clear evidence that his earlier decisions had been astute. Shimura Danzo, however, remained remarkably short-sighted. At that moment, the myopic Danzo's face was tinged with envy. The plans he had meticulously arranged were now rendered useless. Initially, he intended to exploit this wave of adulation to promote the idea that the Uchiha harbored ambitions of becoming Hokage, thereby attempting to sever the ties between the Uchiha and Sarutobi. Now, however, Sarutobi basked in the accolades. His scheme had utterly failed. Standing in the family training grounds, Danzo wore a dark expression, while a member of the root organization knelt silently behind him. Whether to proceed with their next course of action rested solely on Danzo's shoulders. The mission would continue. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen seeks to emerge from the shadows, let us allow him to rise even higher. If we can deftly tarnish his reputation in the process, the outcome shall remain unchanged. After several hours of contemplation, Danzo's brooding expression morphed into one of malevolence. Understood, my lord. The root members nodded and subsequently vanished from sight. Soon, several individuals, their heads shrouded in masks, were escorted into the depths of the Root organization. Although Root currently lacked a leader, its territory remained intact. The individuals were ushered into a concealed chamber. Is Lord Danzo truly prepared for this? Acting so hastily could lead to complications. A sinister voice echoed within the chamber. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Orochimaru, the one who had previously deceived Danzo. This task was personally assigned by the Lord. Our duty is merely to execute it. Without a moment's hesitation, the Root members placed the 6 boxes they held upon the ground, uttered a brief remark, and turned to depart. At that moment, the door to the chamber closed behind them. Must such valuable resources be squandered on this wretched scheme? Orochimaru lamented as he opened the boxes to reveal their contents. A hint of reluctance flickered across his face. However, these were items provided by Danzo, who seemed intent on stirring trouble. In light of this, Orochimaru welcomed the situation. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were to perish in this manner, it would align with one of Orochimaru's grand designs. The rest would be entrusted to Danzo. With this thought, Orochimaru lifted his hand, transforming his fingers into 6 serpents that lunged toward the masked individuals. As anguished cries filled the air, a cursed seal was inscribed upon the necks of the 6. Simultaneously, their bodies began to undergo a transformation. Amidst the cacophony of screams, Orochimaru utilized materials from his other hand to initiate the fusion process. A week gradually passed, during which the fervor surrounding the Uchiha clan began to wane. In stark contrast, the notoriety of Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unwavering within the village. Chief, what are Danzo's intentions? We have lost our grip. Yet a considerable number of commendations continue to be dispatched to the Hokage's office daily. Is he plotting to take direct action against the 3rd Hokage? With the Uchiha clan stripped of their support, could they be his next target? Uchiha Shursui voiced his concerns to Uchiha Fugaku, casting a glance at Uchiha Sasuke, who was only 6 years old. For reasons unknown, Shursui felt that this young child might possess insights into the unfolding events, perhaps even the means to address them. I believe Deputy Shursui's assessment is accurate. Presently, Danzo's focus appears to have shifted toward the 3rd Hokage. We must take action, otherwise, our previous efforts will be in vain. Itachi Uchiha also spoke up. If Sarutobi Hiruzen encounters any problems, chaos will undoubtedly ensue within Konoha. Those outsiders have long coveted what we possess. When the time comes, they will surely strike Konoha at the first opportunity. Faced with both internal strife and external threats, Konoha is in peril. Chief, we should refrain from intervening at this moment. Let them tear each other apart. Once the upper echelons suffer significant damage, we Uchiha can step in to carry out a purging mission. At that point, the era belonging to the Uchiha will finally arrive. Shursui Uchiha wore an expression of excitement. As a radical, he eagerly awaited this moment and saw no reason to interfere. I believe we should inform the 3rd Hokage. Even if we choose not to act, we have a duty to keep him informed. How he chooses to arrange matters is his prerogative. The conflict among the higher-ups will undoubtedly affect the village. How could we Uchiha remain aloof? Fugaku Uchiha expressed his dissent. It took considerable effort for our clan to gain the village's recognition. Remaining passive now is not a wise decision. Sasuke, what are your thoughts? Fugaku did not respond directly, but turned to Sasuke Uchiha. Me? What opinions do I have? Sasuke replied. However, since Danzo is scheming against us Uchiha, he will not easily relent. Moreover, given his attitude towards us, it is highly likely he will target us as a means to his end. Therefore, we should not act rashly. Sasuke articulated his perspective directly. In this current situation, to deal with Danzo, we still need Sarutobi Hiruzen to take action. Since Danzo has such intentions, it would be prudent for the higher-ups to engage in conflict while ensuring their own safety. As a means to an end, however, I have already instructed our clan members to exercise caution. I trust them, Fugaku asserted confidently. Despite the multitude of factions within the clan, Fugaku's voice carried significant weight among the Uchiha. The principle of obedience is paramount. Even if there are grievances or discontent, they will still adhere strictly to orders. This is the foundation of the Uchiha strength. It is not necessarily the ninjas within our clan. Over the years, in the various wars the Uchiha have participated in, how many bodies have vanished? The disappearance of those bodies signifies the loss of Sharingan. Father, I suspect that Danzo may possess our Uchiha's Sharingan. Sasuke revealed the critical point. Fugaku was not oblivious to such matters. But the proud Uchiha clan was reluctant to acknowledge this reality and would not bring it up voluntarily. Are you suggesting that Danzo is now exploiting those Sharingan? Fugaku's concern began to surface. In the aftermath of the QB turmoil, Uchiha Fugaku had harbored suspicions that someone might have transplanted the Sharingan, and it was even conceivable that the chaos was linked to the higher-ups. Now, as they listened to the dialogue between the two, the individuals in the study exchanged glances, fully aware that they were all core members of the Uchiha clan. In terms of strength, combat awareness, and strategic acumen, they were indeed the elite among their kin. However, the matters they contemplated paled in comparison to the insights of the 6-year-old child before them. No, it was not merely a difference in degree, it was a fundamental disparity. Although Sasuke merely pointed out a few issues in a nonchalant manner, those issues were fundamentally crucial. The more time they spent with Sasuke, the more they realized that he was nothing short of extraordinary. At such a tender age, his cognitive abilities were remarkably advanced. What now? Aware of the potential for such circumstances to arise, how should they respond? None present were fools. They quickly grasped the implications. However, understanding was one thing, while effectively managing the situation was quite another. Uchiha Shursui, after speaking, regarded Sasuke with a sense of anticipation. To him, Sasuke did not embody the so-called will of fire, nor was he one of those arrogant imbeciles within the clan. Instead, he possessed a unique form of profound wisdom, one that illuminated brilliance in those around him. Perhaps this was the turning point for the Uchiha clan. Initiated by yet another 6-year-old boy, all that was needed was to inform the third Hokage. There was no necessity for him to believe. It sufficed that he was made aware. With adequate precautions in place, he would naturally take appropriate measures. Furthermore, they might even engage in some extraordinary actions. A mischievous grin appeared on Sasuke's face as he concluded his thoughts. Since Danzo sought to orchestrate turmoil, why not escalate matters? Soon, the group emerged from Uchiha Fugaku's study, somewhat bewildered by the events that had just transpired, feeling as though they had awakened from a dream. They even hesitated to glance back at the study, for Sasuke's proposals were utterly audacious. Even Uchiha Shun, typically composed, felt a tremor of disbelief. Clearly, Danzo had yet to realize that the current Uchiha were no longer the simple-minded beings of yore. In a secluded valley, the sounds of combat resonated, thud after thud. Progress was swift. Tomorrow, the intensity of training would surely escalate. By the way, Sasuke, your clan is facing a rather perilous situation. Are you truly not considering intervening? Susanoo, having knocked Sasuke to the ground, spoke calmly. As a humanoid manifestation of divine armor, Susanoo possessed its own intelligence, and a considerable one at that. Furthermore, in its Totsuka state, as long as Sasuke did not intervene, it could still hear the sounds from the outside world. Thus, regarding the current situation of the Uchiha clan, it is likely that all are well aware. Intervene? Mr. Susanoo, I am merely a 6-year-old child, having just celebrated my birthday not long ago. It would be best for me to refrain from participating in such matters. Sasuke responded while gradually regaining his physical strength. How absurd. Merely displaying a modicum of talent has drawn the attention of someone like Orochimaru. If he were to engage in this endeavor and demonstrate formidable prowess, that madman Orochimaru would undoubtedly go to any lengths to target him. Even as a transmigrator, possessing knowledge of certain narratives, Sasuke remains deeply wary of Orochimaru. I believe Sasuke should indeed partake. As a member of the clan, coupled with your current identity, there is much you can accomplish. All that can be utilized is a manifestation of your own power. Sasuke, your fixation is somewhat excessive, Susanoo remarked once more. At this juncture, Sasuke had regained some mobility, slowly propping himself up and resting his chin upon his hands in contemplation. Indeed, he was acutely aware of the power Susanoo spoke of. Uchiha Fugaku currently places great trust in him. Uchiha Itachi would harbor no doubts regarding his beloved younger brother. Uchiha Shursui has begun to change and has managed to survive. Presently, the Uchiha openly boasts 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, and the relationships with Sasuke are rather amicable. All these elements constitute the power Sasuke could harness. Certainly, his own strength is insufficient to alter the fate of the entire Uchiha clan. The actions he previously undertook were merely leveraging these powers. Why then, has he come to regard such power with disdain? In a moment of confusion, Sasuke mused. I understand now. However, it is time to train. Allow me to recuperate. And let us continue. As Sasuke spoke, a formidable combat spirit surged within him, while a unique energy began to manifest on his arm, an embodiment of his fierce determination. Excellent. Without hesitation, Susanoo restored Sasuke's strength, and the two resumed their battle. Bang! In this exchange of blows, Sasuke was once again sent flying. Yet this time, Susanoo did not rush in to offer a comforting embrace, but stood momentarily stunned. Has Sasuke's power increased once more? No, this is a different kind of strength. It seems that during this time, Sasuke's goal has been to attain that very power. After a brief contemplation, Susanoo launched another assault. Once training concluded, Susanoo escorted Sasuke back to the Uchiha Clan grounds. This time, Sasuke felt no discomfort. His body had acclimated to this accelerated state of movement. Moreover, this indicated that Sasuke's physique had undergone a substantial enhancement. Sasuke, are you here? Uchiha Itachi inquired. Good day, Mr. Susanoo. Is Sasuke feeling hungry again? Please, go prepare a meal. I have some matters to discuss with Sasuke. It is evident that our elder brother is currently rather unsettled. Has something transpired within the clan? Susanoo nodded and proceeded to prepare a meal. Brother, what is the matter? This flustered demeanor is not characteristic of you, Sasuke jested. Characterization? Ahem, Sasuke. Arrangements have been made for those matters. But must we truly proceed in this manner? Such an accomplishment seems deceitful. Itachi Uchiha expressed his inner turmoil. For this operation, Fugaku Uchiha had designated Itachi as the captain. Yet, Itachi's nature was ill-suited for such undertakings. Indeed, does this not dilute his reputation? In the original narrative, this individual was audacious enough to commit genocide. Observing Itachi's anxiousness, Sasuke felt a wave of embarrassment. You seem to be the elder brother here, don't you? Your influence, charisma, and wisdom within the Uchiha clan far surpass that of ordinary individuals. How could such a simple matter cause you to fret so? Sasuke silently criticized, though he refrained from voicing it. Brother, this situation is likely a test from father. I believe he is preparing to groom you as a candidate for the position of clan leader. Therefore, you must approach this issue from the perspective of a formidable clan leader, rather than through the lens of the so-called will of fire. What do you think? Sasuke commenced his subtle persuasion. Under this influence, Itachi began to grasp the concept. Sasuke, are you implying that I should learn to adopt different modes of thinking based on varying circumstances? This way, I will not be confined by my own mindset. I believe I understand now. Thank you, Sasuke. Next time, I shall accompany you diligently in your training. I must attend to those matters now. As Itachi spoke, he reached out to gently poke Sasuke's forehead. Instinctively, Sasuke unleashed his armament haki. Though Itachi appeared to merely prod, it was surprisingly painful. Just as Itachi's finger made contact with Sasuke's forehead, he involuntarily let out a sound of discomfort. It felt as though Sasuke's head had turned to stone. Of course, Itachi did not dwell on such trivialities, as there were more pressing matters at hand. Rubbing his fingers behind his back, he vanished from the scene. After Itachi's departure, Sasuke decided it was time to venture out. After all, one cannot remain cooped up at home during youth, can they? Furthermore, stepping outside is a form of training as well. 10 minutes later. Where is everyone? Wasn't it agreed that we would dine together? Susanoo, carrying a multitude of dishes, found himself bewildered upon discovering Sasuke's absence. Upon reaching the street, he mused, this must be a child of the Uchiha clan. Presently, the Uchiha serve as our guardians in Konoha. I believe they should have returned to their ancestral lands. This is the second son of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke Uchiha, rumored to be an exceptionally talented ninja. A genius? How splendid. The strength that protects the village shall endure through the generations. And have you noticed? The child is undeniably adorable. He is destined to grow into an exceptionally handsome young man, and one can only wonder how many hearts he will captivate. Yet, one must remember that he is still but a child. As he stepped onto the street, the air was filled with a cacophony of voices, all singing praises for the Uchiha clan. The admiration even escalated to a personal level. Sasuke is merely a child, and they all possess this knowledge. What then of Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Katsumi, Uchiha Itachi? These renowned ninjas would surely be exalted to the heavens. Even Sasuke, with his mature mindset from 2 lifetimes, would inevitably feel somewhat buoyed by such flattery. Sasuke. At that moment, a familiar voice pierced through the chatter. Lee, Lord Guy? Upon hearing the call, Sasuke turned to see Rock Lee and Might Guy approaching him. Clad in their distinctive green training attire, they were undeniably eye-catching under the sun. Sasuke, Teacher Guy has asked me to find you for some one-on-one taijutsu training. This will allow him to identify my weaknesses more swiftly. Sasuke, are you willing to train with me for the sake of youth? Rock Lee succinctly expressed his purpose with an exuberant demeanor. Indeed, those clad in green seemed to be excessively passionate fools. Very well, let us proceed to the public training ground. Sasuke did not hesitate to accept the invitation. Soon, the duo arrived at the training arena, with Might Guy serving as the referee. Sasuke's presence attracted a few infatuated admirers, who couldn't help but swoon. Sasuke, I have made significant progress in my training during this time. You should be cautious. Rock Lee exclaimed confidently, raising his hands in a battle-ready stance. Remove those weights of yours. If you fight me while burdened by such encumbrances, you may struggle to keep up with my movements, Sasuke replied with a smile. Surprised to see that Lee was already training with such weights. It was evident why he could aspire to be one of the elite 12 through sheer taijutsu prowess. Upon hearing Sasuke's request, Lee hesitated, glancing at Might Guy, for his teacher had instructed him not to remove the weights without permission. Since your opponent has made such a statement, then give it your all. Let us confront our adversary with the spirit of youth. Might Guy suddenly ignited with enthusiasm. Yes, teacher, I will. Rock Lee responded, tightening his fists. He then proceeded to remove all his weights, which thudded heavily onto the ground, creating noticeable dents. Sasuke couldn't help but wince at the sight. Is this fellow truly so extraordinary at this age? Sasuke, I hope you can face me in your strongest form. When we trained together before, you were concealing your true abilities, weren't you? Please, allow me to witness what your utmost strength truly entails. Rock Lee once again assumed a fighting stance, his face alight with anticipation. Since you are so earnest, I shall no longer conceal my abilities. Raijin mode. Sasuke raised his finger, activating Raijin mode. Under the operation of this mode, he unleashed the power of Haki. This overwhelming aura caused beads of cold sweat to form on Lee's brow, his pupils trembling involuntarily. Lee. At that moment, Might Guy called out sharply. I understand, sensei. Rock Lee shouted, elevating his spirit once more before charging at Sasuke. His movements were characterized by the signature Leaf Village taijutsu, and with Lee's extraordinary physique. The force behind his techniques was astonishing. However, it was simply too slow. Bang. Lee, is this all the speed you possess? Bang. Insufficient. If this is merely your taijutsu, it will never elevate you to the pinnacle of the ninja world. You require further training. Bang. Raijin mode coupled with Haki. In this moment, Sasuke's speed far surpassed that of Rock Lee. Complete domination. Indeed, Sasuke finally experienced the exhilaration of being overwhelmed by Susanoo. This sensation could be encapsulated in one word: utterly delightful. Others shared Sasuke's sentiment. The visceral nature of such combat was undeniably satisfying, especially given their combat techniques. Even as Lee was suppressed, he continually sought opportunities to counterattack. Lee's perseverance and Sasuke's striking assaults undoubtedly created a captivating spectacle. Meanwhile, another individual wore an expression of astonishment. Might Guy. As an observer of this intense confrontation and a master of taijutsu himself, he immediately recognized Sasuke's extraordinary prowess. Beyond merely unleashing lightning techniques and enhancing his physical capabilities, Might Guy discerned the presence of Haki within Sasuke. Although the concept of Haki was unfamiliar to him, he understood it to be a unique utilization of energy. Given these dual enhancements, it was only natural that Lee was at a disadvantage. Might Guy's excitement stemmed from the realization that there remained individuals progressing along the path of youth. Indeed, he felt a sense of appreciation for talent. With Uchiha Sasuke's innate gifts and current physical condition, if he were to train in the 8 gates, Might Guy's eyes sparkled with fervor at the thought. Having someone journey alongside Lee in the pursuit of youth was undoubtedly a fortuitous development for him. After an arduous half-hour of combat, Lee ultimately could not sustain his efforts any longer. It must be said that Sasuke was somewhat impressed by Lee's physical resilience. Under such overwhelming assault, the fact that Lee could endure for such a prolonged period was remarkable. In contrast, while the gap between him and Susanoo was vast, Susanoo had consistently restrained his power during their engagement. However, each time he manages to endure, it is far surpassed by Xiao Li. This is not a matter of physical constitution, but rather of willpower. Xiao Li's determination in martial arts is as steadfast as a rock. What do you say? Should I take you to the medical department? Sasuke approached Xiao Li, extending his hand. No need, Teacher Guy will provide my treatment. Sasuke, you have grown stronger. Moreover, this is merely in the realm of physical arts. It seems I must continue to pursue you on this youthful journey. Xiaoli grasped Sasuke's hand, a joyful smile illuminating his face. With a swift motion, Might Guy joined the two. You are Uchiha Sasuke, correct? Should you wish to learn martial arts under my tutelage, you are always welcome. I will take Xiaoli to the hospital now. After uttering these words, Might Guy lifted Xiaoli and departed. Sasuke furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed by Might Guy's earlier statement. Is it possible that Might Guy intends to teach him the 8 gates? With this thought, Sasuke shook his head. Such a technique, which could harm oneself while defeating an enemy, is best left unlearned. A slight miscalculation could lead to irreversible damage to one's body. Just look at Xiaoli from the original text. He is a prime example of this. With this in mind, Sasuke turned and left. Inside the Hokage office. Can one surpass Guy's direct disciple in martial arts? Uchiha Sasuke appears to warrant a thorough evaluation. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the scene within the crystal ball, his expression contemplative. Both Shisui and Itachi have flourished under the baptism of his will of fire. Although Uchiha Sasuke has exhibited a strong will of fire, it is prudent to conduct a careful assessment. Once the young prodigies of the Uchiha clan are mastered, the subsequent matters will follow naturally. Thus, Uchiha Sasuke becomes the most pivotal element in this scenario. Hokage-sama, another banner has been delivered. At that moment, a guard entered with a banner in hand. Very well. Place it down. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a smile in response. The guard set the banner down and exited the Hokage office. Knock, knock, knock. At this juncture, the door to the Hokage office was rapped upon once more. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen stored the crystal ball and responded. The door opened, revealing Uchiha Fugaku accompanied by Shisui and Itachi, who entered the Hokage office together. Have you all gathered for something of great importance? Observing the solemn expressions of the trio, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a shift in his own mood. We have discovered certain matters that require your decision, Hokage-sama. As you have likely observed, there has been undue praise directed towards our Uchiha clan, alongside attempts to elevate your standing. Clearly, these actions are not of a normal nature. We have identified the individual behind this. It is none other than the confined Danzo Shimura. Meanwhile, we have also discovered traces of the peculiar Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku slowly spoke. Peculiar Uchiha? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, recalling that the prior matters had been largely resolved. Danzo's schemes had not escaped his keen perception. However, the subsequent statement left Sarutobi somewhat bewildered. Indeed, during the previous Ninja World Wars, we endeavored to retrieve as many bodies of the Uchiha clan as possible. Yet, a portion remains unaccounted for. This implies that our Sharingan may have been lost to the outside world. Over the years, whenever outsiders wielded the Sharingan, we have spared no effort to hunt them down, which is why there have been no sightings of the Sharingan in the ninja world. The only known instance is Kakashi Hatake from our Hidden Leaf village, whose eye was gifted by Obito, thus we did not pursue that matter. Yet now, an abundance of unknown Uchiha Sharingan has emerged, lurking around the village. Uchiha Fugaku succinctly relayed this situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi's expression grew increasingly grave. Danzo had long sought to control the Uchiha clan Sharingan, a notion he had reiterated numerous times in Sarutobi's presence. Now, with this new development, it seemed Danzo was indeed intent on severing Sarutobi's retreat. Ultimately, it was Danzo's own desire to retain the power he currently wielded. I understand. Fugaku, do you have any thoughts? Sarutobi inquired after a brief contemplation. Since they have arrived, they surely have their own intentions. Lord Hokage, we hope you will assign a special mission to the Uchiha Fugaku stated, handing a scroll to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon opening the scroll, Sarutobi examined it closely, his expression transforming to one of surprise. The Uchiha clan had indeed evolved significantly under the influence of his will of fire. Had the previous Uchiha faced such circumstances, they would have undoubtedly chosen to confront them head-on. Yet now, they demonstrated a meticulous plan. Every aspect considered the honor and disgrace of the village, leaving Sarutobi in a dilemma. Fugaku, I approve this mission. From here on, it is in your hands. I will handle the remaining matters and ensure a satisfactory response for the Uchiha. By the way, after this incident concludes, the Uchiha should return to the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a joyful countenance. Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shisui were momentarily stunned. Although they had always been committed to reclaiming their ancestral land, previous attempts had yielded no results. They never anticipated such an opportunity would arise. Thank you for your trust. Lord Hokage, we will certainly fulfill this mission diligently. Uchiha Fugaku expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply before leading the two away from the premises. Once the three departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen neatly rolled up the scroll he had been holding and placed it in a nearby drawer. Simultaneously, he retrieved another blank scroll. If only you, Danzo, had chosen to remain peacefully in the route, perhaps we would not have arrived at this juncture. However, at that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only shake his head in resignation. The loyalty exhibited by Uchiha, along with his attitude, greatly pleased him. Coupled with the past grievances with Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to hold nothing back this time. He intended to eradicate Danzo's influence at its very roots. As for the ninjas of the root organization, he planned to incorporate them under his command. With power centralized and the support of the Uchiha, there would finally be an opportunity to elevate Asuma to the position of Hokage. Contemplating this, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to inscribe on the scroll. Upon completion, he handed the scroll to a member of the Umbu and left the Hokage office, feeling quite satisfied. He returned home earlier than usual that day. Upon arriving at the clan grounds, he noticed Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai engaged in conversation. The expressions on their faces darkened Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance. At such a critical moment, Asuma seemed utterly oblivious. Could they not wait to indulge in romance until after the next Hokage was determined? Anger surged within him. In an instant, he appeared before the two. Kurenai, please return to rest. I need to speak with Asuma. He concealed his discontent and spoke with a smile. Understood, Hokage-sama. Kurenai's cheeks flushed, and she promptly departed. As Kurenai left, Asuma raised his hand, intending to say something, but was suddenly seized by an oppressive aura. Turning his head, he found it was his father. Father, come to my study, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, not waiting for Asuma to finish his sentence before vanishing from sight. Asuma watched Kurenai walk away with a tinge of reluctance in his heart, but he complied with his father's wishes and followed him. In the study, Asuma spoke quickly. Father, I haven't done anything wrong, have I? My recent training has met all goals, and I wasn't merely playing. I was preparing for the family's significant matters. He spoke rapidly, oblivious to the stormy expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Have you finished? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked sharply. Asuma, let me pose a question to you. In comparison with Uchiha Shursui, who do you believe possesses greater combat prowess? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly inquired. Uchiha Shursui. But father, didn't you tell me he has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Such monstrous abilities. Though Asuma typically exuded confidence in his own strength, the thought of measuring himself against Uchiha Shursui left him feeling utterly unassured. When faced with someone of greater caliber, he could only acknowledge his own inferiority. I shall pose yet another inquiry. Have you ever contemplated the prospect of becoming Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen has once again dropped a significant revelation. Though Sarutobi Asuma longs to express his desire to ascend to the role of Hokage, for reasons unknown, the words remain lodged in his throat, refusing to escape. Is it a lack of confidence? For he is acutely aware of the multitude of peers in the village who surpass him in skill. However, it is paramount that he cultivate self-assurance. The Uchiha clan is poised to emerge as a vital force within the village, and they shall obey my decisions without question. Henceforth, your task is to enhance your abilities and rekindle the fervor that once inspired you to aspire to the position of Hokage. As Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, a spark of excitement illuminated his countenance. Yet, let us not burden Asuma with excessive pressure. Such matters ought to unfold naturally. Sarutobi Pinahiko stepped forward to diffuse the tension. Mother and father are correct. If I still harbor the spirit of the will of fire, I ought to dedicate more time to my training. With newfound determination, Sarutobi Asuma declared, I understand, father. I shall present you with a satisfactory answer. He then turned and departed from Hiruzen's study. It is worth noting that the former Sarutobi Asuma once nurtured a fervent desire to become Hokage. However, as time passed, their father placed greater emphasis on his elder brother, leading to Asuma feeling neglected and even resentful, prompting him to leave and serve as one of the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire. Nevertheless, this experience proved invaluable. And now, having regained his father's recognition and esteem, Sarutobi Asuma felt invigorated. He subsequently left to prepare for his forthcoming training. As Asuma departed, a smile graced the lips of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Pinahiko, it appears Asuma has not forgotten his original aspirations. Excellent. Now he simply needs to follow the path I have laid out for him. Next time I speak of him, please refrain from interjecting on his behalf, Hiruzen remarked, casting a mild reproach toward Pihahiko. The scene shifted to 3 days later, where Sasuke found himself training alone in the training ground. Today, Susanoo took a respite, stating that he could not continuously draw energy from Sasuke, as it would hinder his training. Thus, in light of this unique circumstance, the training regimen was adjusted. After concluding the morning session as per the training schedule, Sasuke reclined on the ground, keenly attuning himself to the energy circulating within his body. Acquiring power is merely the first step. Transforming that power into something he can wield is the essence of true strength. Recently, the atmosphere within the clan has been rather tranquil. With his father and brother away, it was an opportune moment to experiment with this training technique. Shadow Clone. Sasuke summoned his shadow clones and subsequently employed the transformation technique, morphing several of his clones into the likenesses of Itachi Uchiha, Shisui Uchiha, and Chozo Uchiha. Let us proceed. We shall run around the village to channel our energy. With that, Sasuke set off. The investigation has been conducted, and currently, the Uchiha clan remains unresponsive. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, and others are engaged in physical training alongside Uchiha Sasuke. It is nearly time to take action. A masked member of the Root organization swiftly reported the situation while providing recommendations. As a core member of Root, he was well aware of Danzo's intentions. Let us proceed. The tranquility of Konoha has lingered for far too long, causing them to forget who is truly safeguarding them. Today, let them reminisce about those dark times. Upon finishing his statement, Danzo cast aside a scroll. The Root members, clutching the scroll, vanished from the scene. Danzo remained in his abode, not stepping outside. This day did not require his direct involvement. The rules of this world often dictate that many matters can be resolved without personal intervention. Contemplating the splendid scenes that are soon to unfold, a smile crept across Danzo's face. Orochimaru, since you have arrived, why not show yourself? Do you harbor any other intentions? Danzo turned to the nearby thicket, where a small, greenish snake dangled from a branch. Hissus. The small green serpent flicked its tongue and then exaggeratedly opened its mouth. In the next moment, Orochimaru emerged from the snake's mouth. Observing Orochimaru's unconventional entrance, Danzo's eye twitched slightly. Orochimaru, could you possibly use a more conventional technique next time? No matter how many times I witness this entrance, it always feels utterly revolting. Danzo regarded Orochimaru with disdain. It is safer this way. I have prepared those individuals for you. Regardless of your success this time, Uchiha Sasuke must be preserved for me. Naturally, I wish you success, Lord Danzo, and I await your news. Additionally, I have a piece of intelligence that I believe may be of significance to you. The Uchiha are no longer within the village. After Orochimaru's words, he retreated back into the small snake, which then transformed into smoke, and the two vanished from sight. The Uchiha are no longer in the village? Danzo paused, taken aback. This information starkly contradicted the earlier report from the Root member. Could it be? A wave of unease surged within Danzo at this thought. Although he felt an urge to investigate immediately, he was still under house arrest. His subordinates had just departed with his orders. Damn it! Cursing inwardly, Danzo returned to his chamber and retrieved signaling ninja tools. Soon, several members of the Root organization arrived at his room. You are to immediately ascertain whether those accompanying Uchiha Sasuke are indeed his true selves. Employ forceful measures if necessary. We must confirm this at the earliest opportunity. Danzo's agitation was palpable. If what Orochimaru has stated is indeed true, then his current endeavors may ultimately lead to failure, potentially ensnaring himself entirely within this scheme. Understood. My lord. The group vanished from the scene in an instant. The scene shifted to Sasuke, who was engaged in a running training session. At this moment, they had already departed from the bustling city and were jogging along the village's outskirts. Although the shadow clones employed transformation techniques, the sensation of training alongside them was truly extraordinary. Each shadow clone shared a collective consciousness, yet their experiences during the training were distinct. It was within this marvelous phenomenon that Sasuke perceived multiple facets of his own personality striving simultaneously. Just as Sasuke raced forward, he suddenly sensed a scrutinizing gaze. Was someone watching him? This was indeed a curious occurrence. Ever since Danzo had been confined, he had not felt such a presence for a long time. Moreover, he was quite familiar with the aura that belonged to the Root organization. Were these individuals unable to restrain themselves from taking action? Contemplating this, Sasuke relayed the information to the other shadow clones. Immediately, they reacted. Come out. Uchiha Shumi was the first to speak. With his fiery temperament, he could hardly contain himself upon discovering he was being stalked. As he shouted, Uchiha Nagasawa and Uchiha Shursui swiftly turned their gazes toward the location of the root members. Without hesitation, they drew their short blades, preparing for combat. Only Sasuke remained, tilting his head in curious innocence, as though he were an oblivious younger brother. Sasuke, if a battle ensues, you must promptly return to inform father, Uchiha Itachi gently advised before unsheathing his own short blade, fixing his gaze upon the root members. Do not misunderstand. We merely happened to be passing through, a member of the root organization awkwardly stated. I trust you wouldn't strike at fellow Konoha ninjas without cause? I hope you won't continue passing through. Uchiha Shumi narrowed his eyes, activating his three-tomo Sharingan. Upon witnessing Shumi's Sharingan, the root members could almost ascertain their adversaries' identities. While the Sharingan can mimic, such an eerie ocular technique cannot be replicated. It seems Orochimaru's information was not entirely accurate. With this realization, they swiftly vanished. Returning to report to Danzo. Watching the departing root members, a smile crept across Sasuke's lips. Danzo, let us see how you can evade death this time, he declared, before resuming his training. Outside the Hidden Leaf Village, a group of ninjas lay in silent ambush, each adorned with a distinctive armband upon their shoulders. Indeed, the armband symbolizes the Uchiha Clan's guard division. Unbeknownst to their ambush targets, they have unwittingly stepped into the Uchiha's encirclement. Clan leader, the adversaries have arrived. Shall we capture them alive? Uchiha Nakami inquired with a hint of excitement. Over the years, he had been suppressing his emotions, enduring the oppression from the village's higher-ups and the disdain of its inhabitants. Now, having uncovered these truths due to the schemes of a few, he felt liberated to act against these foes. At this moment, Uchiha Nakami's emotions were on the verge of eruption. No need to leave any alive. These individuals have utterly betrayed the village. Our duty is to thwart their threat to the village. Other matters need not concern us, Uchiha Fugaka murmured. As his words faded, the silhouettes of the enemies emerged in the distance. In an instant, all Uchiha clan members activated their Sharingan. Engage. Uchiha Fugaku commanded decisively. Dozens of figures surged forward. Uchiha, impossible. You should still be in the village. Quickly, relay the information from here. Before they could react, the short blades in the hands of the Uchiha clan members had already sliced through their throats. The battle escalated to a fever pitch in an instant. Any ninja attempting to flee the battlefield to relay information would be swiftly repelled by the Uchiha. Previously, while the Uchiha had endured, their adversaries had deemed them inconsequential, dismissing the so-called strongest clan of Konoha and their crimson-eyed prowess as mere oppressed beings. For a considerable time, they had underestimated the Uchiha's combat capabilities, forgetting that it was they who instigated the provocations, while the Uchiha had been compelled to stifle their anger due to the village's oppression. This was also a significant reason for the internal discord within the Uchiha clan. In this moment, the Uchiha they faced was one that had fully unleashed their emotions, transforming their anger and dissatisfaction into formidable strength. Thus, upon first contact, the adversaries found themselves utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, within Konoha village, the clan leaders had already engaged in battle. The inhabitants of the village should soon be preparing to strike as well, Uchiha Shursui mused, perched atop a large tree, surveying Konoha before him. Yes, we shall proceed according to the previous plan. One wonders what individuals might emerge, Uchiha Itachi added. Within the Uchiha compound, Vice Minister Shursui, there has been an incident. Today, I apprehended 3 troublemaking Uchihas. How should we proceed? Uchiha Nagasawa expressed his helplessness. Certain members within the clan were particularly obstinate, especially at such a critical juncture, with 2 special groups suddenly surfacing. This pertains to the members of the Tsukun and Mito clans. These individuals seem to have suddenly sought confrontation today, resulting in a clash with the personnel from the security department. If this matter is not addressed promptly, it may escalate into a larger issue. We must adhere to the protocols established by the security department. As previously stated, anyone who violates the rules must face consequences. As members of the Uchiha clan, their actions constitute a knowing breach of the law, warranting more severe repercussions. Uchiha Shursui declared without hesitation. In the past, he might have hesitated, for mismanaging the conflicts within the village and clans could lead to a more serious situation. However, circumstances have changed. This was all part of the plan. Understood. I shall proceed to address these matters. Uchiha Kasumi stated before swiftly departing to take action. The quicker such issues are resolved, the more it fosters public trust. Soon, 3 members of the Uchiha clan were apprehended, along with several ninjas from the Tsuken clan. By the time the 2 arrived with the news, the Uchiha had already concluded their tasks. In the Hokage's office, 3rd Hokage, our people have been taken by the security department. They are likely being subjected to torture. I require your assistance, Lord Hokage, to secure the release of our clan members, Tsukun Kasumi stated plainly, expressing her intent. It was only noon when the conflict arose between her clan and the Uchihas, and now, merely hours later, her kin had been captured. Since the 2 had ascended to the ranks of Konoha's leadership, such an incident had never occurred. Moreover, with the rise of the Uchiha clan, their arrogance has grown ever more pronounced. I have already summoned Uchiha Fugaku. This is a matter for the security department, as well as concerning their clan members. We shall discuss it further upon his arrival, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, returning to his duties regarding the village's affairs. However, Tsukun Kasumi, who had intended to voice additional concerns, was restrained by Mito Minyin, who shook his head, prompting her to suppress her dissatisfaction. Before long, Uchiha Shursui arrived at the Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, Minister Fugaku is currently occupied with other tasks, so I have come in his stead. Is there an urgent matter at hand? Shursui entered the office, deliberately ignoring Tsukun Kasumi and Mito Minyin. These 2 old fellows, rather than enjoying the comforts of their families, insisted on involving themselves in such incidents. Therefore, there was little reason to extend them any courtesy. Vice Minister Shursui, we are all ninjas of the same village. Could there be some misunderstanding in this matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, glancing at Tsukun Kasumi and Mito Minyin. This was fundamentally their issue, and Hiruzen had no desire to pressure the Uchiha directly. Since the 2 had come, he would let them serve as intermediaries. I am unaware of what arrangements you have, Lord Hokage, but I will attend to it immediately. Uchiha Shursui appeared utterly composed, as though oblivious to the unfolding events. As the deputy chief of the Uchiha clan, why should he conceal matters from his fellow villagers? Members of our 2 clans have been apprehended by your security department. Do not tell me you are unaware of this. Upon observing Shursui's indifferent demeanor, Uzumaki Kakura felt her temper rise. Despite her agitation, Uchiha Shursui maintained his serene expression. I am aware. I have also authorized the course of action. He questioned, seemingly perplexed, as he glanced towards Sarutobi Hizashi. You are aware? This is indicative of your indulgence towards your kin, which incessantly stirs discord within the village. I kindly ask you, Lady Kakura, to mind your language. Shursui interjected before she could elaborate further. Faced with the stern expression of Fugaku, Kakura felt a twinge of apprehension. Then I would like to hear your perspective, Deputy Shursui, she pressed, suppressing her ire as she posed her inquiry with a grim countenance. The actions of the Uchiha will certainly be accounted for. The discord instigated by my kin has already been met with appropriate punishment. They are currently in the process of publicly apologizing to the clans of the 2 esteemed individuals, Uchiha Shursui stated calmly, yet the underlying anger in his words was unmistakable. Upon hearing Shursui's declaration, both Uzumaki Kakura and even Mito Gatika and Sarutobi Hizashi were momentarily taken aback. Public apologies? Had the penalties imposed by the security department already been enacted? They could comprehend a mere reprimand, or even a thorough beating, but now, a public apology from the Uchiha? This was unprecedented, especially coming from the deputy chief of the security department himself. Previously, eliciting an apology from the Uchiha would have required collective pressure from the higher-ups, often at a considerable cost, and even then, it could easily have been refused. The pride of the Uchiha was not to be trifled with. Lord Hokage, are the esteemed individuals present as well? There has been unrest in the village. At that moment, a member of the Umbu appeared before them, prepared to report. What unrest? Sarutobi Hizashi lamented, finding himself overwhelmed. What began as a targeted incident against Danzo had drawn in Kakura and Mito, and now, it seemed all matters had converged. The Uchiha clan and the families of the 2 esteemed individuals had ventured to Yagakure Lake. During their decision to proceed there, ninjas from the 2 esteemed families employed ninjutsu on the streets. The Umbu members swiftly conveyed the recent developments. While the Uchiha trio were offering their apologies, the members of the Uzumaki and Mito clans had reverted to a mode of mockery. Even amidst such circumstances, The Uchiha trio continued to extend their sincere apologies. However, they escalated their actions. In public, they humiliated the three individuals, and some even resorted to physical violence. The Uchiha trio, unable to endure any longer, retaliated directly. Yet, at that moment, the conflict remained confined to taijutsu. Observing their disadvantage in physical skills, over a dozen opponents unleashed ninjutsu. The three sustained minor injuries, primarily due to their resolve to protect the residences of ordinary citizens. Consequently, they issued a challenge to their adversaries, with the venue set at Kajiha Lake. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui turned to gaze at Torian Koharu and Mito Gaiden. Torian Koharu, who had just been brazenly demanding an explanation from Uchiha Shursui, suddenly found herself flustered. This incident was not a covert affair. It was laid bare for all to see, and it involved ninjas from their own clan employing ninjutsu. The Uchiha, on the other hand, had merely acted in self-defense. With members of the Umbu as witnesses and numerous ordinary citizens having witnessed the events, evasion was no longer an option. Furthermore, Uchiha Shursui's fierce demeanor left Torian Koharu hesitant to press further. She promptly headed towards Kajiha Lake, having noticed the enraged Uchiha Shursui already on the move. Among those captured was her nephew, the son of Torian Koharu's brother. Lord Hokage, I shall refrain from attending. There is little significance in going. The Umbu need not intervene for the time being, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked before returning to his affairs. The Umbu members nodded and then vanished from sight. At Kajiha Lake, Torian Retsu scoffed. Am I wrong to call you all worthless? You dare not even accept a challenge, only capable of retreating. Yet you have the audacity to claim your family is the foremost in Konoha. She flaunted her connection to Torian Koharu, a prominent figure within Konoha's upper echelon. And as the youngest son of the family, he had always been favored. Yet, this time, he found himself bested by the Uchiha. Despite both parties sharing culpability, the Uchiha, being members of the security department, faced heightened scrutiny for their misconduct, leading to the public apology from the trio. Initially, he merely intended to salvage some dignity. But his pretentiousness seemed insatiable, resulting in a second confrontation. Of course, such a person would never acknowledge any wrongdoing. Noise. If you question our status as the premier clan, come and test it for yourselves. You are merely worthless individuals hiding beneath the skirts of women, Uchiha Ko expressed with disdain. Such individuals were unworthy of being considered adversaries. What did you say? Today, we shall demonstrate why our Torian clan holds a position of prominence within Konoha, while you Uchiha are relegated to mere vermin. Torian Retsu declared before swiftly forming hand seals. Boom. Before he could unleash his ninjutsu, the Uchiha had already struck. The signature Great Fireball surged forth, followed by the summoning of shadow clones. Powerful ninjutsu was unleashed as if it were of no consequence. Simultaneously, the three who activated their Sharingan navigated through the throngs of adversaries with ease, delivering rapid and precise strikes. A sharp sound echoed, as if someone had struck me across the face. The resounding slaps reverberated continuously. Cease this. After a span of several minutes, Uchiha Shursui and his comrades finally arrived. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, Uchiha Shursui bellowed. Lord Shursui, you have finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, we might have perished. These individuals were truly ruthless, as if they were intent on taking our lives. Chief, we have already offered our apologies, yet they still wish to kill us. The agonized cries of Uchiha Q and his companions rang out amidst the swirling dust. Upon hearing these lamentations, Tsurugi Kamaru felt a deep sense of foreboding. The root of this calamity lay with the members of her own clan. Should they persist in their violent actions against the Uchiha, word would soon spread throughout the village. At that point, even she would be powerless to protect her nephew. Uchiha Shursui raised his hand, and a formidable surge of chakra erupted instantaneously, dispersing the dust. Uchiha Q and his companions were drenched in blood, their numerous wounds exposing bone. Witnessing such a harrowing sight, Uchiha Shursui's chakra began to escalate. Lord Shursui, we acknowledge our wrongdoing this time. We are willing to offer compensation and accept any punishment. Mito Monin, witnessing the gravity of the situation, was the first to speak up. They were all acutely aware of Uchiha Shursui's prowess, not only renowned in the ninja world as the prodigy known for his instantaneous movement, but also as the formidable wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Should Uchiha Shursui decide to strike, they would be utterly powerless to intervene, nor could they find any loophole in the situation. After all, It was their clan members who had instigated the violence. In this village, attempting to eliminate fellow ninjas could lead to being classified as a rogue ninja. Rogue ninjas, whether they lived or died, bore no ties to the village. All would be taken away and imprisoned for a month. Uchiha Shisui frowned in contemplation for a moment before uttering a single sentence and departing with the three individuals. Upon witnessing Uchiha Shisui's exit, Mito Monin exhaled in relief. At least, the lives of these individuals were spared. Weren't you all suppressing the Uchiha trio? Just as Mito Monin was about to instruct his clan members to voluntarily report to the security department, he noticed the distinct marks of brutality etched upon the faces of several individuals. Were it not for their recognizable features, he would scarcely recognize his own kin. The assembly of individuals present could barely utter a word. As Tsurugi Kamaru prepared to inquire further, Uchiha Shisui arrived with members of the security department, swiftly taking the group away. In the Hokage's office, Lord Hokage, the situation has been resolved. The ninjas of the Tsurugi and Mito clans publicly assaulted the Uchiha, harboring murderous intent. Had it not been for Uchiha Shisui's timely intervention, the three would have faced grave danger. The injured Uchiha trio was now being transported to the medical room, while the others had already been taken away by the security department, with both Tsurugi Kamaru and Mito Monin refraining from interference. Meanwhile, an Umbu member quickly reported the circumstances to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from intervening, fearing that trouble might encroach upon him. With members of the Umbu present, he could ascertain any developments without delay. "I understand," he said. "You may leave. Also, recall all Umbu ninjas stationed near the Uchiha. Continued surveillance has become futile." As he spoke, he appeared undisturbed, diligently attending to his affairs. Tobirama Senju received news of the situation with the Uchiha promptly. Has the third Hokage begun to falter? Is he truly allowing such matters to unfold unchecked? A hint of anticipation played upon Tobirama's lips. He had awaited this day for a considerable time. Initially, he had intended to elevate Orochimaru, planning to pull the strings from the shadows. However, he had not anticipated that Sarutobi would endorse the more illustrious Minato. Sarutobi's motives were rooted in a desire to retain power, resulting in a peculiar circumstance where two Hokages coexisted. Even Minato, upon concluding his duties and returning home, would first take a bath, as the odor of smoke clung to him, particularly troublesome given that Kushina was pregnant at the time. Tobirama was acutely aware of this, which explained why Minato faced suppression soon after engaging with the Uchiha. During the turmoil of the Nine Tails, Umbu ninjas guarded Sarutobi, while Minato single-handedly contended with the Nine Tails and the Masked Man. "Since you can no longer act, allow me, Tobirama, to safeguard the village's dignity." With those words, he vanished from sight. The Umbu member who had just come to report to Tobirama had recently departed from the Hokage's office. Tion-e, initiate the mission. Konoha and the entire ninja world have lingered in tranquility for far too long. It is time for them to understand that ninjas do not merely toil in their homes. As Tobirama concluded, several figures dispersed into the surroundings. Initially, he had wished to remain patient, fully aware of Sarutobi's formidable strength and influence, which included individuals like Tsunade and Mito. Although these two old-timers had settled into a life of complacency, they wielded significant authority within the village. However, this incident involving the Uchiha had widened the rift between Sarutobi and the two elders, a gap Tobirama was adept at exploiting. Though the Uchiha's sudden shift diverged somewhat from Tobirama's original strategy, the deviation posed little concern. Moving forward, if he adhered to the established plan, the Uchiha would inevitably vanish from the village. Moreover, with the growing discord between Sarutobi, Tsunade, and Mito, once the Uchiha matter was resolved, Tobirama could then set his sights on the position of Hokage. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi had returned to their clan. "Brother Shisui, do you think we have gone too far? If we do not achieve significant gains this time, they're sacrifices." Itachi expressed his apprehension, particularly concerning Uchiha Q. His injuries may significantly impact his future training. If not addressed properly, it could result in lifelong consequences. Trust must be placed in the medical ninjas. We have more pressing matters to attend to. The root organization is likely to take action soon. At this moment, Shisui remains remarkably composed. Drawing from his extensive experience in executing missions, he surmises that Danzo has likely issued orders by now. Understood. At this juncture, Uchiha Itachi's gaze has also solidified with determination. Meanwhile, Sasuke sits nearby, observing with a bemused expression. These two individuals could have discussed their matters elsewhere, yet they chose to intrude upon his own courtyard. Clearly, they have come specifically to relay information. Sasuke finds himself somewhat astonished. He never anticipated that the likes of Nara Shikamaru and Mito Minyin would dare to emerge from the shadows. Regardless of whether Hiruzen Sarutobi or Danzo emerges victorious, the actions of these two seem rather irrational. After all, following this incident, neither of them appears to stand to gain anything substantial. The thought processes of these two clans elude him. Upon finishing his meal, Sasuke rises to his feet. Mr. Susanoo, it is nearly time for your intervention. Regrettably, I may not have the opportunity to witness the battle firsthand. Sasuke extends his hand, grasping the Totsuka blade, a smirk playing on his lips. As chakra flows into it, the Totsuka transforms into Susanoo. Understood, Sasuke. Rest assured, I excel in such endeavors. Susanoo replies as he receives the specialized equipment Sasuke has prepared. In no time, he fashions himself to resemble a member of the root organization. Thus, it is now time for Susanoo to take action. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi sits in the Hokage office, already preparing scrolls. After today, Danzo's influence will be significantly diminished. It will be entirely reasonable for the security department to assume control over certain operations of the root organization. Hiruzen's arrangement also serves to test the Uchiha Clan, assessing their capabilities in comparison to Danzo's. Hokage-sama, a formidable group of rogue ninjas has appeared within the village, wreaking havoc. Each one possesses the Sharingan of the Uchiha and is on the verge of defecting. At that moment, a member of the Umbu suddenly materializes in the Hokage office, succinctly relaying the situation outside. Within the village, Hiruzen is taken aback. Hadn't Uchiha Fugaku and the others been positioned outside to ambush Danzo's men? Why would such chaos arise within the village? Indeed, Hokage-sama, you must evacuate immediately. This place is too perilous. Those rebels are heading directly toward the Hokage building, with you as their obvious target. The Umbu expresses urgency. Should Hiruzen become embroiled in the conflict, the workload for the Umbu would increase dramatically. I understand. Just as Hiruzen stands, a long sword suddenly pierces through his body. In the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body transformed into soil and vanished without a trace. A mere earth clone? Truly, you are remarkable, Professor of Ninjutsu, Hiruzen-sensei. The Umbu ninja gradually straightened up, a mocking expression adorning his face. Your voice? Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged from the side, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon the Umbu ninja. It seems, my teacher has not forgotten me after all. However, I do not possess the luxury of time for nostalgia. I merely came to extend my greetings. When we next meet, I shall engage in a more thorough conversation. The Umbu ninja spoke, then began to form hand seals, preparing to depart. Orochimaru, were you also involved in this affair? A sense of heaviness enveloped Sarutobi Hiruzen. The legend of the Sannin, Orochimaru, had long been a source of torment for him. Even now, he found no solace. Involvement? Hardly. I simply came to witness the spectacle. Orochimaru retorted. Farewell, teacher. To be honest, your performance remains, as ever, disappointingly predictable. With that, Orochimaru's form swiftly collapsed, leaving behind a human skin, before vanishing entirely. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh. He did not comprehend Orochimaru's cryptic words, nor did he wish to speculate. As for why he had not taken action, Hiruzen understood that if Orochimaru desired to leave, there was no way he could be detained alone. Nonetheless, the information Orochimaru had brought should not be false. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly shed his Hokage robe and donned his combat attire. With a resounding clap, he formed hand seals and summoned the mighty King Kong. Let us proceed to the village and ascertain the current situation, Hiruzen declared, leaping onto the shoulder of the King Kong, who responded, I understand. Without further ado, King Kong rushed out of the Hokage's office, carrying Hiruzen with him. As Hiruzen bolted forth, the concealed Umbu members followed suit. The reason these Umbu members failed to detect Orochimaru was due to his profound familiarity with the surroundings. With intelligence provided by Danzo, evading the Umbu's gaze was well within Orochimaru's capabilities. Simultaneously, within the confines of Konoha village, a rogue Uchiha ninja, his Sharingan activated, brandished a short blade and charged into the crowd like a demon unleashed. Villagers fled in panic, many suffering grievous wounds. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Only those endowed with power possess a voice. You, mere commoners, akin to refuse, have no right to criticize us Uchiha. Today, let me demonstrate just how utterly powerless you are without the protection of strength. Die, you wretched fools. Another Uchiha ninja, his Sharingan ablaze, plunged into another throng within the village. This sudden outbreak of violence left many with scarcely a moment to react. Struck down by the dagger wielded by his adversary, he fell to the ground. Curiously, amidst such a frenzied assault that seemed devoid of reason, only a few were gravely injured, and none lost their lives. Quickly, assist the civilians and arrange for someone to confront those rampaging individuals. Itachi, I entrust the Eastern Front to you. I shall address the situation in the West. Aside from the members of the rescue team, all others are to impede those ruffians. Even Shursui, who was aware that Danzo might resort to some unspeakable acts, was caught off guard at this moment. He swiftly organized the rescue and countermeasures. Uchiha Shursui, it is a shame that you are a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Yet you can only stand idly by as your family is oppressed by the higher-ups of Konoha without taking any action. You even act as an accomplice. Today, let me witness the prowess of the famed Shunshin Shursui. Two ninjas, both possessing the three-tomo Sharingan, charged directly at Shursui. Although Itachi felt a twinge of concern, he adhered to Shursui's directives to handle the turmoil on the other side. The strength of the two was roughly on par with that of elite Jonin. And with the enhancement of the Sharingan, their prowess was not to be underestimated. However, in the presence of Uchiha Shursui, their abilities were evidently insufficient. Under the formidable pressure exerted by Shursui, the two soon found themselves stripped of combat capability. Lord Uchiha Shursui, are you intending to take them back and shield them? As expected, being of the same clan, you cannot bring yourself to deal the fatal blow? Just as the surrounding crowd began to stir, Shursui's dagger descended without hesitation. The two ninjas were instantly decapitated. These individuals are not of the Uchiha clan. Their eyes are transplanted. Of course, should anyone harbor doubts, I shall leave the bodies here along with the eyes. The Hokage will provide a convincing resolution for all. There are other compatriots in the village who are under threat. I must assist them now. I leave these two corpses in your care. After bowing to the gathered crowd, Uchiha Shursui vanished in an instant. His actions solidified the villagers' previously wavering faith in the Uchiha clan. What do you intend to do? No one is to touch these bodies. Indeed. Were you not among those who stirred the crowd moments ago? Arrest this person. He may be connected to them. Just as Uchiha Shursui departed, an individual approached, attempting to seize the Sharingan from the corpses. However, the surrounding villagers were indignant. With a loud shout, they banded together to subdue the individual. Not being a ninja himself, despite possessing somewhat superior physical abilities, he was quickly overwhelmed by the collective strength of the villagers. The Uchiha fools are indeed naive, leaving the bodies here. Do not blame me for my lack of principles. In the shadows, an unseen ninja's fingers emanated invisible chakra threads. Indeed, he was a puppeteer. With Uchiha Shursui now departed, it was his turn to strike. By controlling these corpses to attack the villagers once more, all of Uchiha Shursui's efforts would be rendered futile. Contemplating this, the chakra threads in his hands swiftly surged toward the two corpses. Just then, as the ninja envisioned his future triumph, a shadow loomed before him, eclipsing his light. Before he could utter a word, a fist descended upon his abdomen, rendering him unconscious with a single blow. How accurate Sasuke's words were. There were far too many ambushers lurking in the shadows. This task had become more troublesome than cooking. Indeed, the one who had appeared was the Susanoo, dispatched by Uchiha Sasuke. Although Sasuke's current strength might not significantly impact this confrontation, Susanoo could certainly make a difference. Minutes later, within the Uchiha clan grounds, Sasuke was engaged in weighted push-ups, the addition of a pillar increasing the strain on his body several-fold. One had to admire Lee. How could one live normally with such burdens? Nevertheless, the effects of training were undeniably remarkable. Just then, applause echoed from afar, drawing near. Sasuke gradually retracted his power and stood, observing the approaching ninja. Seeing the masked figure before him, Sasuke felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't the currently preoccupied with protecting Hiruzen Sarutobi? After all, such a level of chaos would necessitate Sarutobi's intervention. Uchiha Sasuke was indeed diligent, despite possessing immense talent. He showed no signs of complacency. Yet, wasn't his goal to be unrestrained? Why was he training so rigorously? A peculiar sound emanated from the That familiar sensation, Orochimaru? Sasuke swiftly removed all his weights and activated his Raijin mode. Though the reason for Orochimaru's presence was unclear, it certainly spelled trouble. Should the opponent make a move, Sasuke would choose to retreat immediately. At his current strength, confronting Orochimaru was premature. "I never expected you to remember me," Orochimaru remarked. "This time, I cannot take you away. Your Uchiha kin are everywhere. However, I shall leave you with something uniquely mine." With that, Orochimaru formed hand seals, pressing his palms against the ground. Suddenly, a barrier materialized, encasing Sasuke within. Drawing from prior experience, Orochimaru was determined that this time, no one would interfere with his actions against Sasuke. A barrier. This was dire. Within such close proximity, Sasuke was filled with dread. The distance has rendered it utterly impossible for Sasuke to completely escape Orochimaru. Suddenly, Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, his tongue transforming into an elongated serpent, lunging forth with alarming speed. Even Sasuke, in his Raijin mode, would find it challenging to evade such an assault. In an instant, the serpent's head was upon him, its menacing force incapacitating Sasuke momentarily. At that moment, he could even perceive the foul stench emanating from the serpent's maw. Boom. Just then, the seemingly indestructible barrier shattered unexpectedly. A figure descended, delivering a punch that drove the serpent's head into the ground. "Sasuke, are you all right?" came the voice of Susanoo. "Sir, your timing is impeccable," Sasuke replied, settling onto the ground with a look of relief. "Is it you?" At that moment, Orochimaru, ensnared by his own tongue, recognized the individual before him, the mysterious powerhouse who had previously nearly defeated him outside Konoha. He had not anticipated that this individual had such a connection with Uchiha Sasuke. Could it be that he had been plotting against Sasuke, which had drawn the attention of such a formidable opponent? This individual was not of the Uchiha clan. Yet who was he? Orochimaru's mind was consumed by the enigma of Susanoo. "I spared you last time." This time suddenly, before Susanoo could finish, a sharp pain gripped his palm as a Kusanagi sword shot forth from the serpent's head, slicing through his hand. "You think this slight pain will allow you to escape?" With a powerful stamp of his foot, the ground fractured beneath him. In the next moment, Susanoo stood before Orochimaru, his fist raised and then crashing down. Even with his tongue ensnared, Orochimaru found himself unable to break free, being forcefully driven into the earth. Ora ora. Next came the onslaught of Susanoo's relentless fists. "That's enough, Mr. Susanoo. He has already fled," Sasuke interjected as Susanoo continued his barrage. The chakra fluctuations from Orochimaru were no longer detectable, and the surrounding barrier had been dismantled. He must have utilized some special means to escape. Has he truly fled? "Sasuke, would you not join me outside? It is far too perilous for you to remain here," Susanoo said, concern etched on his face. He had initially captured the puppeteer, intending to bring him back for Sasuke to see, but fate had intervened with unforeseen events. Had Susanoo arrived a moment later, Sasuke might have fallen victim to Orochimaru's cursed mark. In response to Susanoo's invitation, Sasuke waved his hand dismissively. "No, that man is exceedingly cautious. Besides, you already dealt him a significant blow last time. He is unlikely to seek me out in the near future. Mr. Susanoo, please continue with your duties. My clan requires your assistance." "Thank you." Sasuke picked up the root pillar from the ground and slowly adorned himself with it. His primary objective remained the pursuit of strength through rigorous training. "Understood." The man of Susanoo nodded and then vanished from sight. Glancing at the man on the ground who had been knocked unconscious by the Susanoo figure, Sasuke paused momentarily. "Mr. Susanoo, you have brought shame upon yourself." Of course, Sasuke refrained from voicing this thought, for the Susanoo could no longer hear him. "Shadow clone." Sasuke raised his finger, summoning a shadow clone. Together, they departed with the man from the ground. Where this individual originated from, he would return. Half an hour later. "Sir, our operatives have been thwarted by the Uchiha clan. The outside forces have also been intercepted. Most importantly, those lurking in the shadows are all stationed at your clan's gate. Should we take action?" A member of the Root organization spoke with a hint of exasperation. This operation was a coordinated effort both inside and outside the village. How could the Uchiha possibly have foreseen this and set up a dual defense? The ninjas they had placed throughout the village to incite chaos have now been systematically eliminated, left at the doorstep of the Shimura family. No need to worry. This is precisely the desired outcome. Arrange for the remaining personnel to engage the ninjas outside the village. Eliminate them all without leaving a single survivor. Danzo's lips curled into a slight smile as he made his decision. Understood. The root ninjas ultimately refrained from voicing any objections and proceeded to execute their mission. Danzo stood in the courtyard, exuding an air of invincibility. His confidence was indeed somewhat irritating. Back at Sarutobi Hiruzen's location, accompanied by numerous Umbu members, he confronted any issues head-on, decisively crushing them. Those who incited chaos were swiftly dealt with. Everywhere he went, villagers fervently hailed the mighty and powerful Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not disappoint their support. Soon, with the assistance of Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and other Uchiha members, he managed to quell the unrest within the village. A total of 32 individuals were apprehended, 6 of whom, possessing transplanted Sharingan, were executed on the spot. After these actions, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed the Umbu to begin the process of reassuring the villagers. He then made his way to Danzo's location. Before long, he arrived at Danzo's doorstep. Hokage-sama, instead of consolidating your achievements, you come to me. It seems you have matters you wish to discuss. Danzo maintained an air of composure, showing no emotional response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrival. What exactly do you intend to do about this situation? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, furrowing his brow and lowering his voice. Me? Hey. It's not the Uchiha who are currently under house arrest, nor is it you, Hokage-sama. 3 generations, have you forgotten? It was you who ordered my confinement here. Shimura Danzo wore a sardonic smile, exhibiting no trace of concern. Instead, he appeared mocking and amused. Hokage, perhaps you should attend to your own affairs. I remain steadfastly on your side, Danzo declared before turning to enter his chamber, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen alone outside. Observing the firmly shut door before him, Hiruzen shook his head. Some matters are destined to remain unanswered. In the Hokage office, Hokage, we have discovered a group of 73 ninjas outside the village of Konoha. There are no survivors. Uchiha Fugaku spoke with some resignation. What? Not a single captive? Hiruzen was taken aback upon hearing Fugaku's words. With 73 assailants and the Uchiha's prior arrangements, surely a few should have been taken alive for interrogation. Yet, as the battle reached its climax, a squad of Umbus suddenly appeared. They acted ruthlessly, slaughtering the remaining ninjas before departing. Perhaps that is where Fugaku chose to remain silent. I understand. I am also aware of the unrest within the village. I have already begun efforts to reassure the villagers. You have all worked hard. Please return and rest. Hiruzen said succinctly, allowing Fugaku to take his leave. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's expression dimmed as he departed the Hokage office with Uchiha Shisui and others. No captives. The village in turmoil must be addressed immediately. With restrictions on the organization members, one must wonder who Danzo has dispatched to instigate trouble. Uchiha, you would do well not to harbor any ulterior motives. Hiruzen's brow furrowed in contemplation. Today's events were far too straightforward. There were no suspicious elements, and the resolution was almost incredulously smooth. Coupled with Danzo's final remarks, could it be that the Uchiha truly? Hiruzen, naturally suspicious by nature, found it particularly difficult to dismiss such thoughts in light of these occurrences. The plan to relocate the Uchiha back to their ancestral land would have to be reconsidered. Back at the Uchiha compound, many were injured in the skirmish and had rushed to the medical department for treatment. The remaining core members convened in the conference room of Fugaku's residence. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were present, and even the hungry Sasuke had been brought along. At that moment, Sasuke was huddled in a corner, focused on his meal. Clan leader, we executed our plan flawlessly, did we not? Both external and internal issues were resolved perfectly. Why, then, did the Hokage not mention the relocation back to our clan's land? Uchiha Shikumi's temper flared. Had it not been for Fugaku's restraint during their time in the Hokage office, he likely would have caused a scene. Having suppressed a torrent of frustration, Uchiha Shumi was the first to voice his discontent. As a representative of the radical faction, his words quickly resonated with other clan members. Even some from the neutral and conservative factions joined Shumi's ranks. This situation was a testament to Sarutobi Hizashi's woeful handling of matters. After all the effort we have invested, must we now allow a minor grievance to nullify our past endeavors? Shumi, I am aware of your dissatisfaction. We all harbor discontent. However, addressing issues cannot solely rely on emotions. Uchiha Nagasawa, representing the conservatives, also interjected. Our ancestors endured countless wars, even reclaiming their lives from the battlefield. Why then? Should we jeopardize the peace we currently enjoy due to emotional turmoil within our village? This has always been the conservative perspective. The conflict between both factions has persisted for far too long. Even Uchiha Fugaku wore an expression of exasperation. Before the meetings could even commence, both sides would already be embroiled in discord. Silence for a moment. Let us not erupt into argument before the issue has even been presented. Uchiha Fugaku released his chakra, softly admonishing the assembly. In an instant, silence enveloped the room, all eyes turning to Fugaku. Nagasawa was correct. We cannot allow a moment of impulsiveness to squander our previous efforts. Nevertheless, I will ensure that the higher-ups provide an explanation regarding this matter. What we must do is continue our actions as per our established methods. Furthermore, we must remain vigilant, even within our village. There are those who might seek to harm the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku articulated his thoughts. Uchiha Shumi's expression darkened. Was this truly the manner in which matters would be handled? Such a village, such a clan, was indeed disheartening. Understood, clan leader. Though frustrated, he knew he had no choice but to acquiesce for now. Emotions once more began to swell. The meeting extended for over 2 hours. Aside from the initial conflict resolution, the remainder was consumed by discussions concerning internal clan issues and negotiations regarding various entitlements. When the meeting concluded, the attendees departed with a mix of sentiments. Inside the conference room, only Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Fugaku remained. Sasuke had initially intended to return to his training, but was detained by Uchiha Fugaku. Father, the meeting has concluded. May I leave now? Sasuke expressed his discontent. Though he had many thoughts, he felt his current strength rendered him incapable of being persuasive. Rather than remain, he preferred to return and hone his skills. Sasuke's suggestions regarding this incident are quite valuable. Shursui, Itachi, please share your perspectives. Uchiha Fugaku did not respond to Sasuke, instead steering the conversation towards him. Sasuke's way of thinking is something our entire clan should aspire to emulate, whether it be forbearance, insight into events, or the schemes devised within one's mind. I believe this mode of thinking is most fitting for our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shursui spoke directly, expressing his favorable opinion of Sasuke. In fact, in some respects, he found himself aligning with Sasuke's thought processes. Shursui was not mistaken. Previously, we often overlooked the perspectives of our clan members. In truth, considering the opinions of our kin before taking action proves to be quite effective. I propose that we adopt the thought pattern Sasuke embodies for the benefit of the entire clan. Uchiha Itachi, too, was forthright, elevating Sasuke's mindset to a clan-wide principle. Wait, what are you all discussing? I am merely a child, devoted to training, wishing to grow stronger and then languish. Shouldn't these matters be handled by you formidable ninjas, older brother? Father and Shursui? Sasuke exclaimed, a look of embarrassment crossing his face. Now that the crisis facing the Uchiha had temporarily subsided, although his task was not yet complete, he felt it was close enough. He just wanted to hunker down and develop until he was invincible before stepping into the shinobi world. Wasn't this an attempt to force him into the spotlight? Naturally, these matters are ours to address. Sasuke, refine your thought processes and your perspectives on various events. Then, we shall assist you in polishing them as the guiding principles for the Uchiha clan's future actions, Uchiha Fugaku stated directly. His son, whether in terms of talent for training or cognitive abilities, was indeed a prodigy. Fortunately, he recognized this in time. Otherwise, such talent would have been squandered. I'll double your allowance. Without waiting for Sasuke to refuse, Uchiha Fugaku raised his finger. However, I require any ingredients or medicinal herbs you may need. The clan shall endeavor to fulfill your requests. Furthermore, your allowance can be overdrawn for up to a year. All right, I accept. Faced with Uchiha Fugaku's generous conditions, Sasuke acquiesced. Soon, he pinned an elaborate scroll filled with lofty concepts such as the 3 beauties and the 5 virtues, articulating them with profound depth. Done. 10 minutes later, Sasuke presented the scroll to Uchiha Fugaku. Is this complete? Uchiha Fugaku examined the contents of the scroll, a sense of disbelief washing over him. He even questioned whether Sasuke had prepared this in advance, feigning difficulty merely to negotiate terms. Father, brother, Shursui, I have provided you with the material. It is now time to refine the chakra. I shall take my leave, Sasuke declared, turning to depart without awaiting further inquiry from Uchiha Fugaku. It was preposterous. These were concepts Sasuke had scarcely comprehended in his previous life. The depth of Chinese culture was vast enough to deceive such a family. Watching Sasuke vanish from sight, Uchiha Fugaku summoned Shursui and Itachi. Together, the three of them examined the content of the scroll, and soon, expressions of perplexity emerged on their faces. Sasuke, is he truly executing according to these principles? It seems so. Observe this. Water benefits all things without contention. Is this not a reflection of complacency? Yet, amidst this complacency, one must still attend to their responsibilities. This is profound wisdom. Regardless of the life lessons they gleaned, they bear little relevance to Sasuke now. He has commenced the refinement of chakra. With the enhancement of his physique and the continuous honing of his cells, the quantity of chakra Sasuke can extract has significantly increased. As the Uchiha Fugaku and others ponder, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen too is engulfed in contemplation. In truth, there is little to it. Had they not always been treated in such a manner? Offering them excessive privileges might lead them to believe they could demand more, complicating control. Furthermore, they have not yet completely severed ties with Root. They can still be utilized. All of this is the strength of Konoha, once fully harnessed. Other villages would lack the capability to challenge us. Listening to Asuma Sarutobi's articulate discourse, Hiruzen's expression darkens. Initially, he believed there was no issue with the handling of the Uchiha, yet from Asuma's words, he perceives numerous concerns. Such a method of management undoubtedly displeases both sides. Having offended Danzo, he still fails to win the hearts of the Uchiha. Enough, Hiruzen interjects, not allowing Asuma to continue. Some matters are not as simple as you imagine. He begins to impart his wisdom to Asuma. He is no longer young. Externally, other ninja villages pose threats to Konoha. Sunagakure and Kumobikure have long sought to stir unrest in the Land of Fire. Internally, the Root organization and the Uchiha, along with various clans, create a facade of peace. If Asuma cannot mature rapidly, he will be unfit to inherit the mantle of Konoha. Despite feeling discontent at Hiruzen's reproach, Asuma dares not express it, merely listening obediently. It is not until deep into the night that Asuma exits the Hokage's office. On Danzo's side, it appears that a mere nudge is all it takes for Hiruzen to make such decisions. Now, the main event begins. Have arrangements been made to approach Asuma? Danzo inquires with a smile. Although it seems he is at a disadvantage this time, he has calculated both Hiruzen and the Uchiha. Preparations are already in place. Asuma has just emerged from the Hokage's office, presumably after a lecture. At this moment, with our support, he should be quite amenable. Members of the Root organization respond swiftly. Very well. Let us proceed according to the prior plan. Danzo nods in satisfaction. The following day, tranquility returns to the village as if the previous events had never transpired. In the valley outside the village, Sasuke lies on the ground, having lost the ability to move. Sasuke, does this rigorous training not dampen your enthusiasm for your cultivation? Even after numerous intensive sessions, Susanoo remains somewhat concerned about Sasuke's mental state. After all, persistent setbacks can have a detrimental effect on one's spirit. Not at all. Allow me to recuperate. You may rest for now. Mr. Susanoo, Sasuke replied weakly. At that moment, he could not afford to dwell on his minor setbacks. Before him loomed the system panel. Beep. Uchiha Protection Mission 2. Assist Uchiha in breaking free from the maelstrom of public opinion. Incomplete. Reward. Purification Technique. Purification Technique. Capable of dispelling curse seals, bindings, curses, and a series of negative buffs. The glaring word incomplete stirred a sense of unease within Sasuke. Logically, neither Danzo nor Hiruzen Sarutobi should have the capacity to target the Uchiha clan at this time. Why, then, was this task still unfinished? Within the village, he had not heard any unfavorable rumors regarding the Uchiha. It seemed there were still machinations afoot. 21 minutes later, Sasuke's stamina was fully restored, and his injuries had healed significantly. Shall we continue? Mr. Susanoo reappeared at that moment, observing Sasuke's subdued demeanor. Mr. Susanoo, please take me back. I have matters I wish to ascertain. Sasuke pondered briefly before speaking. Today's training had concluded, and he was indeed troubled by the current task. He resolved to investigate the village himself. Very well, Susanoo nodded and promptly vanished with Sasuke. Upon returning to the clan, Susanoo transformed into a spinning jewel. Sasuke donned it upon his chest and proceeded toward the door, stepping out onto the streets of Konoha. Everything appeared much the same as before. The villagers greeted him, and he reciprocated their salutations. All felt remarkably normal. Yet, the more this sense of normalcy prevailed, the more anxious Sasuke became. This feeling bore an uncanny resemblance to the ominous prelude of an approaching storm. Sasuke? At that moment, a familiar voice reached his ears. Iruka-sensei. Sasuke turned to see Iruka, the teacher from the Ninja Academy. Sasuke, why didn't you join the others for fun this summer? Are you still diligently training? Iruka inquired with a warm, amiable smile. Yes, I am training. Did you call me for something, Iruka-sensei? Sasuke nodded, responding before posing his own question. He held no particular fondness for Iruka, nor did he harbor any animosity. Iruka was simply an honest man who, in the original story, provided Naruto with one of the few rays of sunshine in his life. He was also a regular ninja of Konoha, indoctrinated by the will of fire. I just happened to see you and wanted to call out. By the way, Sasuke, you need not concern yourself with some of the chatter circulating in the village. Simply be yourself. The adults will handle the rest. Keep pushing forward. Iruka unexpectedly provided Sasuke with a wave of psychological encouragement, and it was quite earnest. For a moment, Sasuke found himself somewhat bewildered. Iruka-sensei, so something has happened, right? Could you enlighten me? Sasuke tilted his head and inquired directly. It seems you are still unaware. There have been rumors circulating, suggesting that the Uchiha clan orchestrated the previous incident to elevate their standing within the village, Iruka explained. You know the incident I speak of, the one involving the Sharingan wielder attacking the villagers? One cannot help but commend Iruka's genuine concern. He elaborated on every detail he had heard to Sasuke. Do not worry. Focus on your training and self-improvement. The adults will take care of these matters. With that reassuring statement, Iruka departed, leaving Sasuke in contemplation. Watching Iruka's retreating figure, Sasuke felt a twinge of regret. This guy truly was not suited for counseling. Any ordinary child, upon learning of such weighty matters, would find it hard to be comforted. Nevertheless, after absorbing Iruka's information, Sasuke began to comprehend why his mission had faltered. The epicenter of public opinion still lay with the Uchiha clan. It appeared that Danzo's offensive was far from over. Yet, it was unclear what means had been employed to incite this outcry. I should return and consult my father. He ought to have some intelligence on this. With that thought, Sasuke turned back. On his way, he sensed a presence trailing him. Is it the root organization? He speculated, then shook his head. It can't be them. If this truly involves Danzo, he would likely wish to avoid suspicion at this juncture. Could it be the Hokage's men? But what would the Umbu want with a mere child? Puzzled, Sasuke exited the heart of the village. The sensations behind him intensified as he left the core area, clearly indicating that they were targeting him. In the next moment, several masked ninjas appeared before Sasuke, blocking his path. Who are you? Why are you obstructing my way? Sasuke questioned, his large, innocent eyes betraying a hint of trepidation as he took a step back. Uchiha Sasuke, the prodigious youth of the Uchiha clan. We wish to ask you some questions. Please come with us. Lord Hokage wishes to see you, the lead masked ninja stated directly. Upon hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but scoff internally. Is this root organization so unprofessional with such incoherent demands? I refuse. I want to go home and eat. I'm hungry, Sasuke declared, swiftly darting to the side, intent on leaving. He had no desire to entangle himself with either the root organization or the Umbu at this moment, especially if these individuals intend to provoke Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke, are you prepared to defy the Hokage's orders? At that moment, a tall figure materialized directly in front of Sasuke. Asuma Sarutobi? Upon seeing the newcomer, Sasuke instinctively halted his steps. How could this man be here? It was evident that this was a member of the root organization disguised as an Umbu. Could it be that these ninjas are truly Umbu members? Asuma-sensei, what brings you here? Sasuke regarded Asuma with suspicion. His knowledge of Asuma was rather limited. He only understood that this man would meet a rather heroic demise in the future and that he had a remarkable wife. While watching the anime, he had often pondered why Sarutobi Hiruzen, a man so preoccupied with power, did not bequeath the Hokage title to his own son. Sasuke, the Hokage wishes to see you. Come with me, Asuma stated, extending his hand. Sasuke, this man is lying. At that moment, the voice of Susanoo echoed in Sasuke's mind. Due to their pact, they could, to some extent, share thoughts. Raijin mode. Sasuke activated Raijin mode at once, simultaneously unleashing his armament haki to its fullest extent. He vanished from the spot at his utmost speed. The suddenness of his departure left Asuma's outstretched hand suspended in midair, while the masked ninjas around looked momentarily stunned. What just happened? Did he escape? After a few seconds, Asuma finally regained his composure. However, Sasuke had already sprinted far away. With that speed, he could have pursued Sasuke at full throttle, yet any encounter with a member of the Uchiha clan during that time could complicate matters. Is this what you refer to as a mere 6-year-old child who can be easily captured? Asuma's expression darkened as he glared at those around him. They had already failed to intercept Sasuke, and Asuma also took action. Great. The boy has fled. Faced with Asuma's reproach, the others could only hang their heads in silence. In resignation, they had no choice but to vacate the premises. Meanwhile, Sasuke dared not linger and charged straight toward the Uchiha compound. Upon sighting the Uchiha territory, Sasuke finally exhaled in relief. Those individuals were indeed suspicious. Otherwise, they would not have relinquished their pursuit so easily. Mr. Susanoo, just now, I could sense his malevolence. As for more details, I am uncertain. Before Sasuke could inquire further, Susanoo provided him with the answer. Is it akin to the effect of the Nine Tails? Yet, how could Asuma be involved in this affair? Is Sarutobi Hiruzen not monitoring the situation? Sasuke felt perplexed. Unable to unravel the mystery, he made his way homeward. At this hour, Uchiha Fugaku should be at home. As he entered the clan's vicinity, Sasuke noticed a throng of clan members gathered outside his dwelling. Indeed, has a calamity befallen us? It is utterly absurd to claim that we orchestrated such heinous acts, even resorting to murder to silence any witnesses. The audacity of these fabrications is staggering. It is bad enough that we have not been allowed to return to our ancestral lands. Now we are being slandered in this manner. This cannot be overlooked. We must demand an explanation from the higher-ups. Am I, Uchiha, to be so easily trampled upon? The clan leader should not let this matter be buried. As the discontented murmurs filled the air, Sasuke began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. This incident appeared to be a calculated attack on the very nature of the Uchiha clan. There were even intentions to abduct Sasuke and manipulate Uchiha Fugaku into taking drastic measures. Was Asuma's involvement a directive from Sarutobi Hizashi? Or had he been swayed by Danzo's machinations? Regardless of the scenario, it spelled trouble for the Uchiha. Sasuke entered his home and promptly sought out Uchiha Fugaku in his study. "Father," he announced as he pushed open the door, only to find several individuals already present. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Nagasawa appeared to be engaged in a heated debate, their faces flushed with emotion. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui stood to the side, seemingly resigned. Uchiha Fugaku bore a pained expression. Observing such a scene, Sasuke couldn't help but smirk. He felt as though he had encountered this situation before. "Father, just now, Asuma-sensei and the Umbu attempted to take me away," he relayed his recent experience. Uchiha Nagasawa, who had previously disagreed with Shisui, changed his expression upon hearing Sasuke's words. Umbu? Sarutobi Asuma. The mention of these names ignited a fierce intensity in their gazes. With Sarutobi Asuma's involvement, the nature of the situation had drastically changed. The Uchiha had initially intended to rely on the Hokage as a pillar of support to suppress Danzo's influence. Yet now, with the son of Sarutobi Hizashi entangled in this affair, how could they expect Uchiha Fugaku to trust them? "Sasuke, are you unharmed?" Itachi was the first to react. His concern evident. "I am fine," Sasuke assured him. "They likely did not anticipate my swift escape." However, the Umbu accompanying Lord Asuma seemed rather peculiar. They appeared to be members of the Root organization. After shaking his head to indicate he was uninjured, he shared his suspicions. "Root organization? It appears Danzo has chosen a new pawn," Shisui mused thoughtfully. This meant that the previous chaos was merely a facade. Danzo's true objective lay with Sarutobi Asuma. This echoed the earlier scheme where Danzo had staked everything on Orochimaru. Although Asuma may not possess Orochimaru's brilliance, he is undoubtedly more manageable. As for the clan leader's actions in this matter, I suspect the third Hokage is privy to some of the underlying truths. I believe we should proceed with our original plan without deviation. Uchiha Nagasawa slowly spoke. Anger and dissatisfaction are mere expressions of emotion. However, one must not allow their feelings to dictate their thoughts. This principle was among the tenets previously inscribed by Sasuke. Sasuke, what is your perspective?" Just as Uchiha Shumi instinctively prepared to retort, a pivotal figure suddenly came to mind, Sasuke. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, with a mature mindset, Shumi was acutely aware that Sasuke's words would hold significant weight at this moment. Moreover, given that Sasuke had just been attacked, he would undoubtedly align himself with Shumi's sentiments. This way, Shumi would no longer need to engage in fruitless verbal sparring with Nagasawa. I have no particular thoughts, Sasuke casually remarked. In truth, our heated arguments here serve no purpose other than to disturb our own peace and disrupt our formation. Furthermore, this is precisely what our adversaries wish to witness. By remaining steadfast and fulfilling our duties, we can effectively navigate this crisis. Indeed, adapting to circumstances with consistency is the key, Sasuke continued. They aim to provoke us into making rash decisions, which they can then exploit to their advantage. As for you, clan leader, we shall resolutely execute the responsibilities of the security department. For all other matters, as long as we avoid direct confrontation, we shall ignore them. Uchiha Nagasawa clapped his hands in delight. Sasuke's proposition aligned perfectly with his long-held aspirations. However, such notions were nearly impossible to voice within the Uchiha clan. Even a conservative like him hesitated to express such views. Reflecting on this, Nagasawa's demeanor towards Sasuke grew increasingly amicable. Sasuke's suggestion was commendable. It would allow them to maintain the upper hand while ensuring that any retaliatory actions taken out of necessity would not be subject to reproach. Uchiha Shursui also chimed in. I concur. However, I believe that this task must be entrusted to someone with sufficient strength and the capability to execute it thoroughly. Shumi, this responsibility falls to you. After Uchiha Fugaku's words resonated in the study, a brief silence enveloped the room. Not only Shumi but even Shursui, Itachi, and Nagasawa were taken aback by Fugaku's decision to assign Shumi this task. This individual was a veritable powder keg. Patience. That term had been eradicated from Shumi's lexicon since his birth. The mere thought of him handling such a situation caused everyone to involuntarily twitch their lips. Soon, after Shumi's futile attempts at debate, he resignedly accepted the daunting task and left Uchiha Fugaku's residence with a heavy heart. Observers outside, noting Shumi's despondent demeanor, curiously followed him, eager to uncover the clan leader's verdict. Meanwhile, Sasuke had already slipped away during Shumi's arguments. The lengthy and fruitless meeting was a veritable drain on life itself. As Sasuke savored the meal prepared by Susanoo, he began to contemplate the strategies for the impending conflict. Previously, he had thwarted Danzo's attempt to seize Uchiha Shursui's eyes. Now, Danzo was plotting against the entire Uchiha clan. In essence, the greatest threat facing the Uchiha at present was none other than that old rogue, Danzo Shimura. Perhaps, thought Sasuke, he could dispatch Mr. Susanoo to assassinate that scoundrel. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, setting aside Danzo's own prowess, coupled with the strength of the rude organization. Even the formidable Susanoo would struggle to eliminate Danzo swiftly. Should they be besieged by the entirety of Konoha, unforeseen complications might arise. Suddenly, an idea struck Sasuke. To resolve the Uchiha predicament, it was not imperative to confront Danzo directly. He could wage a war of public opinion instead. Danzo would soon experience the overwhelming pressure from the land of Huaxia. A slight smile formed on Sasuke's lips as he retrieved his kunai and stepped into the courtyard. Soon, night enveloped the village. Under the cloak of darkness, a figure soared across the skies of Konoha. The following day, as dawn broke, sunlight bathed the rock face of Konoha. Was that Danzo's visage? Could it be that the fifth Hokage had indeed been confirmed as Danzo, with his likeness already engraved upon the cliff? Perhaps so. Yet the notoriety of Danzo mattered little to the common folk. I'm off to steam some buns, one citizen remarked. However, that was not a trivial matter. The current security department had improved significantly, and if Danzo were to ascend to the position of Hokage, the security department might no longer be under Uchiha jurisdiction. Whispers of speculation proliferated. Moreover, such news required no effort to disseminate. The grand sculpture on the cliff face stood tall, visible to all who could see, inviting discussion. Naturally, this development did not escape the notice of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Observing the scene within his crystal ball, Sarutobi's countenance darkened. Danzo's likeness loomed above him, and it was more than twice the size of his own, making him appear as though he were a subordinate to Danzo. Regardless of the angle from which one approached the situation, the impact on Sarutobi was profound. After years of serving as Hokage and wielding power, he was progressively steering the village toward a true unification of its clans. Now, at this critical juncture, Danzo was instigating turmoil, and it was no small affair. First, during the Ninetales incident, he had remained dormant, seeking to seize the Hokage position for himself when circumstances allowed him to regain control of Konoha. Subsequently, he exploited the chaos of the Ninetales attack to ruthlessly suppress the Uchiha clan, intent on acquiring their bloodline limits, a notion Sarutobi could easily deduce without expending much mental effort. As recent events unfolded, Danzo's actions grew increasingly outrageous, and Sarutobi found himself unwilling to tolerate them any longer. Just as he was preparing to address the matters concerning Danzo, an unexpected incident occurred. "Lord Hokage, I understand," came the response. At this moment, the Umbu appeared, only to be interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen's report. The arrival of the Umbu was merely related to the situation with Owain. "No, Lord Hokage, Danzo has brought someone with him. We have intervened, but, third Hokage, do you still wish to avoid meeting me at this juncture?" Before the Umbu could finish speaking, Danzo had already pushed open the door to the Hokage's office and strode inside, flanked by his personal guards who were now confronting the Umbu. Issues involving high-ranking officials often have such minor players paving the way. "Are you implying that this was not your doing?" Sarutobi Hiruzen glared coldly at Danzo. "Does it truly matter?" Danzo retorted, rendering Hiruzen momentarily speechless. Indeed, whether or not Danzo was responsible for Owain had become irrelevant. What mattered now was how to address the ensuing issues. "So what brings you here this time?" "Speak," Hiruzen stated, lowering his hood and maintaining a stoic expression. "We have two potential courses of action. First, we could publicly announce that someone is attempting to incite discord among us high-ranking officials and launch a thorough investigation. The second option is far simpler. I request that the third write a letter of recommendation endorsing me, Shimura Danzo, as the fifth Hokage." Upon finishing, Danzo produced a scroll and tossed it to Hiruzen. Indeed, Danzo was unaware of who had orchestrated this incident. However, upon receiving this news, he felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Why had he not considered such a brilliant plan earlier? By directly etching his visage upon Owain, he sought to negotiate terms with Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he failed, there would be no loss. Yet, if he succeeded, he would attain the position he coveted the most, the Hokage title. "Recommend you as the fifth Hokage? Impossible. Danzo, you should return," Hiruzen replied, not even glancing at the scroll, choosing outright to refuse. With Danzo's disposition, once he became Hokage, the Uchiha clan would undeniably be targeted immediately. The potential for internal strife was not out of the question. Moreover, Danzo's methods of handling affairs rendered him unfit to lead a village. Remaining in the shadows for too long, one ought to be content as the roots of a great tree. Once exposed above ground, they could wither and die swiftly. "Very well, then I shall take my leave," Danzo said, dismissively turning away. His personal guards followed suit, departing from the Hokage building. "Lord Hokage, should we not eliminate Owain first? Regardless of our next course of action, we cannot allow Owain to remain in place. It undermines the village and your authority." "No need. Allow it to exist for now," Hiruzen interjected, waving his hand to silence the Umbu. "When will Kakashi return?" With a sense of urgency, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. "We need him to assist me with some matters." The Umbu member replied, "If we wish to return to Kakashi's location promptly, it will take 2 days. I shall inform him at once." With that, the Umbu vanished from sight. Sarutobi Hiruzen then produced a crystal ball, employing the telescope technique. On the streets of Konoha, the Konoha Guard is diligently patrolling, led by Uchiha Shikaku, who is training while observing Danzo's activities. In the Uchiha clan's territory, clan members have gathered to discuss the Danzo incident, with some offering insightful analyses. Nara clan. After surveying, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a heavy weight upon him. The members of these families appeared far too ordinary, with the only aberration being the upper echelons of their clans. Could it be that this incident truly stemmed from internal strife among their leaders? Despite their long-standing rivalry, such matters are typically avoided, for they are acutely aware that once balance is disrupted, it becomes exceedingly difficult to restore. Shadow 1. Take your team and monitor Danzo's every move. Any individual entering his domain must be reported immediately. A shadowy figure gradually materialized, presenting a scroll. It detailed Danzo's recent interactions with Asuma Sarutobi, including Asuma's visit to seek out Sasuke alongside members of the Root organization. Upon reviewing this intelligence, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. He had assumed he held the upper hand, only to discover that his own home had been infiltrated. No wonder Asuma's demeanor had been so peculiar in recent days. The reason was now apparent. "Bring Asuma to me at once," Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded, his anger reaching its zenith. Shadow 1 promptly melded back into the darkness, setting out to find Asuma. Meanwhile, Asuma was on a date with Kurenai Yuhi. The third Hokage has assured me that if I perform well, the fifth Hokage will grant me opportunities. I shall become someone revered by the entire village. The title of fifth Hokage truly is an admirable one, Asuma mused. Lost in his fantasies, completely unaware of the change in Kurenai's expression beside him. Having grown up together and trained side by side, many matters had become mere words between them. Yet, for reasons unknown, Kurenai had increasingly sensed something amiss with Asuma, be it in his actions or his current attitude. Today, Danzo's visage had even appeared on the Hokage rock, and Asuma still dared to utter such words. This situation further diminished Kurenai's opinion of him. Kurenai, let us indulge in some grilled meat. After our meal, I shall escort you home, for I must continue my training. The village requires my assistance with matters concerning the Hokage. Asuma spoke with a sense of self-satisfaction. Whatever. I, Asuma, Red, I need to consult with you both regarding a matter. At that moment, an incongruous voice interrupted the conversation. Asuma intended to reprimand, but upon seeing the individual before him, he immediately restrained his emotions. It was Uchiha Shisui. The presence of someone from the Uchiha clan caused a flicker of apprehension within Asuma. After all, he was aware that the incident involving Sasuke might have reached their ears. Should this provoke trouble from them, even his father, the third Hokage, would find himself in a predicament. Yuhi Kurenai, where were you last night? What were you doing? Do you have any witnesses? Uchiha Shisui did not pay attention to Asuma's side of the situation. To Shisui, Asuma's emotions were far too simplistic, devoid of the need for speculation. I was at home last night. My family can vouch for me. Shisui, are you investigating the incident concerning IWA? Kurenai replied succinctly, her instinct prompting her to inquire further. Indeed. If you have any information, please feel free to share. Moreover, the village has been rather unsettled lately. Do take care of yourself. Of course, you may always seek my protection, Shisui continued. I can protect myself just fine, Kurenai asserted. Just as Shisui was about to continue, Asuma abruptly interjected, his voice rising in anger. What sort of joke is this? Even if you are the strongest genius of the Uchiha clan, even with your title of Shisui the Teleporter, I cannot tolerate such blatant accusations. Sarutobi Asuma, Jonin. This is my duty in the security department. I ask for your cooperation. Additionally, I have inquiries regarding yesterday. Before Uchiha Shisui could finish, Asuma hastily departed. Had the misunderstanding been resolved, yet he still chose to flee? Was he waiting for Shisui to disclose yesterday's events and embarrass him in front of Kurenai? It appeared that Asuma had concealed certain matters. Kurenai? Has Asuma been acting unusually of late? Shisui did not pursue Asuma, but turned to ask her instead. Unusual? Yes, although I cannot articulate it. He seems markedly different. As if he is not the Asuma I once knew. Shisui, the barbecue restaurant ahead is quite good. Would you care to join me for lunch? Kurenai extended an invitation to Uchiha Shisui. Certainly. I have some matters to discuss with you as well. Shisui accepted without hesitation. Thus, the two made their way to the nearby barbecue establishment. Inside the Uchiha clan's territory, a notification echoed in Sasuke's ears as he returned from his training. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Uchiha Defense Mission 2. So soon, Sasuke gazed in astonishment at the panel displaying the words completed. A surge of excitement welled up within him. It was worth noting that his deployment had only just commenced, and yet he had already achieved completion of the task. Indeed, the matter concerning IWA was orchestrated by Sasuke, though the execution was primarily carried out by the formidable and charismatic Susanoo. Carving such trivial matters, in the eyes of Susanoo, was simpler than cooking. Sasuke meticulously analyzed the task at hand. The objective was to extricate the Uchiha clan from the center of public scrutiny. The most effective means of achieving this was to create a new narrative that would dismantle the existing one. In Konoha, what loomed largest in the realm of public opinion? Naturally, it was Danzo's nefarious ambitions. Thus, this plan was conceived. Unexpectedly, the effects of the purification technique were remarkably profound. Upon confirming the completion of the task, all information regarding the purification technique gradually permeated Sasuke's mind. This extraordinary sensation felt as though his spirit had undergone a baptism. Soon, this surge of energy coalesced in his eyes. The discomfort previously caused by training with the Sharingan vanished in that moment. Upon opening his eyes, Sasuke discovered his vision was astonishingly clear, akin to having imbibed an elixir of clarity. Could this purification technique truly eliminate such negative afflictions? Sasuke was elated, as a thought struck him. The Uchiha Sharingan, once the Mangekyo Sharingan was activated, would suffer from visual impairment. Each use inflicted irreversible damage to the eyes. However, with this purification technique at his disposal, he resolved to seek out his estranged father at the earliest opportunity. System panel. Sasuke reined in his thoughts and summoned his panel. Host, Uchiha Sasuke talent. 80, ordinary. 10, chakra. 3 cards ninjutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Lightning release. White worm. Lightning release. Thunderstep. Lightning release taijutsu. Mastery in Uchiha taijutsu. Beginner. Mastery in Konoha taijutsu. Beginner. Jinjutsu. Dream Soul Valley. Thorny Jungle. Chaos Impact. 100 turns technique items. 100 kilograms of Cloud Iron Bloodline limit. Sharingan. 3 Tomo. Raijin mode. Purification technique ability. Super Chakra Refinement Technique. Chakra Refinement Speed 300. Overall evaluation. Special Jonin. Although the overall evaluation remained that of a special Jonin, Sasuke knew that his recent training had not been in vain. Coupled with the remarkable effects of the purification technique, his overall strength had likely surpassed that of a typical Jonin. The subsequent course of action became straightforward. It was time to stir the pot. It was essential to recognize that Danzo's greatest reliance was the root organization he had nurtured for years. However, much of Danzo's actions were met with skepticism among the members of Root. The principal reason they continued to follow his orders was due to the cursed seals he had inscribed upon them. Yet, in the presence of Uchiha Sasuke, this cursed seal had effectively become irrelevant. Danzo, are you prepared? Uchiha Sasuke is about to commence his heist. With that declaration, Sasuke clasped the Rinnegan at his chest, infusing it with chakra. 2 days later, Tuanzong sat at home, his face etched with concern. What had happened to the Uchiha clan? And what of Sarutobi? Why was there no movement from him? As he listened to the reports from his subordinates, Tuanzong felt increasingly unsettled. The once flawless plan had faltered at the hands of the Uchiha. Despite his relentless pressure, the Uchiha remained unyielding, exercising greater caution than usual. Uchiha Shursui, leading the patrol, dismissed his provocations with little more than a few scathing remarks. While Iwan had not yet departed, news regarding the successor to the Hokage had yet to surface. The village's discourse regarding Tuanzong had begun to shift. Most troubling was the fact that the intelligence he had received in recent days had dwindled significantly. Several members of the Root organization had become unreachable, and the cursed seals yielded no effects or responses. Such circumstances filled Tuanzong with unease. My lord, perhaps I should provoke the Uchiha clan further. If we create some disturbances in their territory, even the most restrained among them may resort to violence, suggested a core member of the Root organization. They had executed similar actions numerous times before, ensuring no issues in execution. Moreover, it was the method with the least cost. Very well, proceed. Take additional personnel and exercise caution, Tuanzong replied, though anxiety lingered in his heart. If he could incite the Uchiha's emotions, victory in the upcoming conflict would be assured. Moreover, there was no turning back now. Understood, my lord. With that, the Root member vanished in an instant. In the shadows, several members of the Root organization gathered. Their target was the Uchiha. There was no need to confront the powerful. They would focus on the ordinary clan members. Even those who had yet to awaken their Sharingan could be approached. Remember, our objective is to shatter the Uchiha's psychological defenses, so we must act swiftly. Retreat quickly. Set off. With the command from the lead ninja, the group vanished from sight. Given that the Uchiha clan's territory lay on the outskirts of the village, they made no effort to conceal their presence. After leaving the core area of the village, they hurried towards the Uchiha grounds. This night, the Uchiha would surely be ignited into chaos. High atop a great tree, Sasuke stood alongside Susanoo, who calmly remarked, Sasuke, they are coming again. I am aware. There are more of them this time. I will rely on you once more, Susanoo, Sasuke replied evenly. Understood. Susanoo nodded before disappearing. Sasuke then leaped down to stand beneath the tree. Sasuke. Just then, a voice reached his ears. Father. Sasuke turned to face Uchiha Fugaku, who approached with urgency. We have managed to extract some information. Your newly awakened ability tied to your bloodline limit is indeed effective. Once freed from their seals, they promptly revealed some of Danzo's malevolent deeds. However, Uchiha Fugaku felt a sense of joy regarding Sasuke's awakening of new abilities. Yet, the intelligence received raised a note of concern for Uchiha Fugaku. as it contained an abundance of negative information pertaining to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Such matters were not for them to interfere with. Father, he will know how to manage the members of the root organization once handed over to the Hokage. Sasuke perceived the underlying worries of Uchiha Fugaku. The darkness of the root, as a shadow of the Hokage, naturally harbors elements that remain veiled from public scrutiny. Otherwise, Shimura Danzo would not be mockingly referred to as the Shadow Hokage. Let the higher-ups handle their affairs. I have already arranged for the root members to be delivered to the Hokage. As for the subsequent matters, Uchiha Fugaku gazed in the direction where Susanoo had vanished, choosing not to elaborate further. Sasuke refrained from disclosing Susanoo's identity, and Uchiha Fugaku had no intention of inquiring. At this juncture, the identity of Susanoo was inconsequential. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku understood that if such a formidable being harbored malice toward the Uchiha, Sasuke would have encountered peril long ago. Sasuke, do you wish to apply for early graduation? After a brief pause, Uchiha Fugaku spoke. Although Sasuke was merely 6 years old, his strength, intellect, and capabilities had rendered the Ninja Academy unnecessary. By graduating early, Uchiha Fugaku could facilitate Sasuke's engagement in more pressing endeavors, aiding him in the expeditious enhancement of his prowess. No, I prefer to remain at school for the time being. Besides, everyone there is my companion, Sasuke replied with a smile. The Konoha 12 were exceptional ninjas, each a core member of their respective clans. Whether for future planning or to assist the Uchiha in cultivating relationships with other families, Sasuke deemed it premature to graduate. Of course, equipped with the system and the memories of his past life, Sasuke had no intention of spending several years in the academy without purpose. If he were to graduate, he would do so with distinction. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement before vanishing in an instant. He respected Sasuke's decision while attending to other matters. Watching Uchiha Fugaku depart, Sasuke began forming hand seals, transforming into an adult figure. Mask in place, he leaned against a great tree, awaiting the results from Mr. Susanoo. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived at the dungeon of the security department. Within Konoha, there existed 3 dungeons: the interrogation department, the security department, and the Konoha dungeon. Currently, Hiruzen found himself in the security department dungeon, overseen by the Uchiha. Before him stood the members of the root organization, now unmasked, revealing their true selves. Mori, 3 years ago, did you not report your demise? Non-national, you surprisingly joined the root organization. Previously, you were a member of the Umbu, and during a mission, you vanished. To my astonishment, I now see familiar faces. Sarutobi Hiruzen finds himself at a loss for words. He had believed he possessed sufficient understanding and control over the root organization. Even if Danzo intended to act, he assumed it would remain within manageable limits. However, Hiruzen now realizes he was mistaken. Over the years, Danzo has consistently removed formidable individuals from his vicinity, imprinting cursed seals upon them for his own use. Given Danzo more time, would he not render Hiruzen completely powerless? The members of Root, confined in the dungeon, lowered their heads before Hiruzen. They had made their own choices, some forced upon them. Yet, throughout the years, they have indeed existed as part of Root, participating in missions that contradicted their true convictions. They have already confessed to those actions under the scrutiny of the guard department. Even as sinners, one cannot repeatedly confess to the same misdeed. Lord Hokage, I believe we should restore their identities, allowing them to continue existing as ninjas of Konoha. Previously, they were compelled to obey Danzo's commands due to the cursed seals, but now that those seals have been lifted, they are merely ninjas of Konoha, Uchiha Shursui proposed. It must be noted that those ninjas deemed worthy by Danzo are certainly not weak. To indefinitely confine them within the dungeon would be a significant loss for Konoha. Is this truly how you feel? Hiruzen gazed at Uchiha Shursui in astonishment. Logically, the Uchiha should harbor deeper animosities towards these ninjas. Nearly a quarter of their confessions were actions directed against the Uchiha clan. Yet, Shursui spoke such words. This is not solely my will, but the will of the Uchiha clan. If hatred continues to perpetuate, it will never find an end. We Uchiha are willing to be the terminus of this animosity. We can endure it, Shursui declared proudly. Even the 2 Uchiha members behind him raised their heads, displaying their pride in that moment. Indeed, this exemplified the spirit and responsibility of a great clan. For the first time, the Uchiha felt a sense of honor in such matters. Very well. It appears that Minister Fugaku has imparted profound teachings to you. Hiruzen remarked as he gestured towards the individuals, preparing to take them away. Understood. Uchiha Shursui retrieved the key, unlocking the cell doors and freeing the seals on the individuals. Hiruzen directly led them out. However, as they departed, the glances directed towards the Uchiha underwent subtle transformations, intermingled with astonishment and a hint of gratitude. Lord Hokage, are you preparing to take them away? There are still a few remaining. Tonight, the root members who came to our Uchiha clan have already been interrogated. Moreover, the curse mark has been lifted. Would you like to take them with you? As Sarutobi Hiruzen was preparing to leave, he coincidentally encountered Uchiha Nagasawa, who had arrived with others. Let us depart together. Observing some familiar faces, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of nostalgia. Nevertheless, he resolutely decided to take everyone with him. The following noon, Danzo paced restlessly within his courtyard, increasingly uneasy. A whole night had passed, yet there was still no news. Not only had the Uchiha clan remained silent, but what of the root members he had dispatched? Most troubling was the fact that no root member had come to report to him that day. Such a situation undoubtedly signaled trouble. In light of recent events, Danzo's mind conjured the direst of speculations. Had something happened to the root members? Lord Danzo, the Hokage requests your presence. At that moment, a member of the Umbu appeared, leading a dozen men under the command of Sarutobi Hiruzen's personal guard. Clearly, he had no choice but to comply. Understood, Danzo darkly replied, straightening his attire before following the Umbu away. It was not until deep into the night that Danzo finally exited the Hokage's office. Although he was unaware of what Sarutobi Hiruzen had conveyed, the disheartened expression he wore upon departure spoke volumes about the unpleasant exchange he had experienced with the third Hokage. On that same night, the rock face was dismantled, reportedly by Danzo himself. Of course, such matters held no interest for Sasuke. At that moment, he was engrossed in grilling meat. Naruto, how was your training with Lord Kakashi? Any special insights? Lee inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Naruto and Kakashi had returned to the village and promptly invited everyone to join them for a barbecue. It wasn't anything extraordinary, just experiencing life outside the village for a bit and honing my physical abilities. To be honest, I do miss training back in the village, Sasuke remarked, as he began grilling. Before Naruto could finish his thought, a small white bug sprang forth from Sasuke's fingertip, burrowing into Naruto's body, causing him to twitch and interrupt his speech. Indeed, this form of training suits me much better, Sasuke mused, while Naruto, despite his discomfort, wore a smile. Everyone, do you have any thoughts on graduating early? At that moment, Sasuke set down his chopsticks, gazing earnestly at those assembled. Graduating early? Jumping a grade? But we're only in our first year. According to the rules of the Ninja Academy, if we can master the 3 basic techniques and pass the theoretical exam, early graduation is possible. Sounds quite troublesome. Troublesome? It's rather cool. I assent it. Even Kakashi-sensei graduated early. The group began to chatter excitedly. Sasuke, are you planning to graduate early? Niji Hyuga interjected, a hint of stubbornness gleaming in his Byakugan eyes. Yes, in truth, the knowledge we can acquire at the Ninja Academy is rather limited. Within our families, I assume you have already been exposed to much of this beforehand. Therefore, graduating early and venturing beyond the village is a worthwhile pursuit. Practical experience is undoubtedly the most effective training for enhancing our abilities. As Sasuke spoke, a formidable chakra erupted from his being. I have already mastered the body replacement technique, and Kakashi-sensei has imparted other ninjutsu to me. However, the academic subjects are somewhat awkward for Naruto. He is entirely committed to rigorous training, yet the prospect of relentless studying truly feels daunting. The academic challenges are manageable, yet if we graduate early, the appointment of a guiding jonin remains our most significant concern. With so many graduating simultaneously, the arrangements for a guiding jonin may be problematic. Shikamaru voiced thoughtfully. Kakashi-sensei has stated that upon my graduation, he will be my guiding jonin. Naruto declared with pride. Gai-sensei has also expressed his willingness to serve as my guiding jonin, Lee added. Upon hearing this, Sasuke fell into contemplation. Indeed, the narrative has diverged from the original plot. Naruto and Sasuke will likely continue their training under Kakashi's guidance. As for the remaining individuals, with Sasuke present, Sakura will certainly not be among them. What of the others? Asuma, at this juncture, is likely facing reprimand from Hiruzen Sarutobi for his involvement in this matter. Naturally, the trio of Inoshikacho will not be abandoned by Hiruzen. It is highly probable that Asuma will serve as their guiding jonin. Recently, Sasuke has observed that Itachi has been spending considerable time with her, raising some other questions. Not to mention, with Lee around, Guy will undoubtedly vie for the position of guiding Jonin. By the way, I, as a member of the Uchiha clan, should also be entitled to a guiding Jonin. With this thought, Sasuke entertained various notions. However, the matter of the guiding Jonin is beyond our control. What we must focus on is the targeted enhancement of our abilities. Naruto, your forthcoming training will primarily revolve around mastering chakra and the academic subjects. The rest of us should concentrate on improving our physical condition and accumulating combat experience. Sasuke articulated the plans moving forward, clearly establishing himself as the leader among the 12. The meal stretched late into the evening. Naruto gazed at his empty wallet, feeling despondent. After considerable effort to save money, he had hoped to retain some. Yet it proved insufficient. These guys have insatiable appetites. Ultimately, it was Sasuke who contributed the remaining funds. Otherwise, Naruto would have been stranded at the barbecue restaurant. Naruto, are you aware of what resides within you? Sasuke lowered his voice, speaking slowly from the swing outside the training grounds. Since Hiruzen Sarutobi has chosen Kakashi as Naruto's temporary guardian, it stands to reason that Kakashi must already be aware of Naruto's true identity. Naturally, the matter of Naruto being the son of the Nine Tails will arise. Kakashi is likely to inform Naruto, isn't he? Yes. Naruto nodded, lifting his garment to reveal the horrifying seal on his abdomen. It was shocking to behold, especially considering this was the body of a child not yet 6 years old. The glaring seal left Sasuke momentarily taken aback. What astonished him was not merely its existence, but the fact that Kakashi had chosen to manifest the seal upon Naruto's belly. Did Sasuke know about this? Naruto gazed at Sasuke with curiosity. After all, Kakashi-sensei had declared it a secret, urging Naruto not to disclose it to anyone else. Yet, in Naruto's eyes, Sasuke was far from just anyone. He was his closest friend. A true friend, one cannot deceive. For I too harbor a secret. Upon uttering these words, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, the three tomo spinning ominously beneath the moonlight. The crimson pupils, encircled by the three tomo, sent a shiver through Naruto's body. Was this the reason you became aware of the entity within me? Naruto quickly steadied his thoughts. The Sharingan, a bloodline limit of the Uchiha, was formidable. But if one were to consider true monstrosity, the being residing within him was the genuine aberration. Should I attempt to communicate with it? Sasuke inquired with a smile. This plan had been on Sasuke's mind since he activated his Sharingan. Introducing Naruto to the Nine Tails early would yield favorable results for their forthcoming arrangements. Only someone with Naruto's innate solar disposition could hope to influence the darkness of the Nine Tails. Is that acceptable? Naruto's body trembled slightly. Despite knowing the creature within him was the Nine Tails, which had resided there for so long, the prospect of facing it filled him with trepidation. Fear, I understand. Yet it is a confrontation that must occur, is it not? The Jinchuriki within you implies what? As Kakashi-sensei has surely explained? Sasuke pressed on. Jinchuriki. Naruto clenched his teeth, uttering those three words. Indeed, it was this very circumstance that had led to his ostracism since childhood. The village children shunned him, while the adults regarded him with disdain. Their venomous words unmasked. Even Naruto, a beacon of sunlight, could not escape the pangs of disappointment. Had it not been for his friendship with Sasuke, for Kakashi-sensei becoming a guiding figure, and for the comrades he had gained, Naruto questioned how long he could endure such a life. I am here for you. Sasuke extended his hand, clasping Naruto's. While motivational words may not resonate with everyone, they had a profound effect on Naruto. Yes, I wish to meet him, Naruto affirmed with a determined nod. Indeed, he was no longer alone. What was there to fear? With friends by his side, the nightmares of the past would not return. All right, now, gaze into my eyes, and I shall take you to meet it. Upon uttering these words, Sasuke's three tomo began to whirl within his eyes. Infinite illusion void. Sasuke unleashed the most formidable Jinjutsu he currently wielded, instantly pulling Naruto into an endless realm of illusion. Concurrently, Sasuke's consciousness followed him into this ethereal domain. Here, the possibilities for Sasuke were boundless. For instance, he could directly transport Naruto into his inner world. As the scenery around them shifted, Sasuke and Naruto found themselves standing upon a pool of water. Before them loomed a towering gate. The seals upon the gate were incredibly robust. Despite the barriers, both Sasuke and Naruto could sense the terrifying chakra emanating from within. a palpable pressure that weighed heavily upon them. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor resonated from the gate. A colossal hand struck against it with force. Is that the Nine Tails? The immense figure radiated a sinister and malevolent chakra, its crimson-slit pupils exuding an aura of death. Just a fleeting glance caused both of them to freeze in place, the overwhelming pressure far beyond their current capacities to withstand. This is a disaster. Have we arrived too early? A wave of helplessness washed over Sasuke. The degree of this oppressive force was insurmountable given their present willpower. How formidable! At that moment, Naruto, who had been trembling, suddenly uttered 2 words. As he spoke, his body ceased to shake, and he began to stride towards the Nine-Tails location. Observing Naruto's approach, Sasuke remained composed, aware that this was not Naruto's own volition, but rather the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra. The chakra of the Nine-Tails was laden with negativity, and Naruto was not lacking in negative emotions himself. A mere hint could easily sway Naruto's will, amplifying the darkness within him to an alarming degree. Am I also being affected? At that moment, a shiver coursed through Sasuke, prompting him to regain clarity of mind. He swiftly dashed towards Naruto, grasping his hand firmly. Naruto! Sasuke channeled his mental energy, calling out emphatically. At that moment, Naruto slowly turned around, his red eyes and terrifying slit pupils locking onto Sasuke's gaze. Bang! Without hesitation, Naruto launched an attack against Sasuke. The markings on his face became even more pronounced, revealing bared fangs as his strength and ferocity surged to unprecedented heights. Faced with Naruto in this state, even Sasuke was propelled backward a considerable distance. Have we already lost control? The Nine Tails truly are troublesome. Sasuke's finger rose, and the tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly, unleashing a terrifying ocular power. Meanwhile, Naruto's back began to surge with more chakra, the Nine Tails power steadily spreading forth. It seems that it is the boundless void that enables the Nine Tails to project its consciousness here. Nine Tails, let us test your mettle. I, Uchiha Sasuke, extend a challenge to you today. Should I emerge victorious, let us engage in a quiet conversation. As Sasuke finished speaking, bolts of lightning began to surge across his body. The dispersion of his ocular power rendered the surrounding space more stable. Little brat, should you lose, you shall remain here to keep me company. At that moment, the mocking voice of the Nine Tails echoed through the air. The Sharingan. It was a sight the Nine Tails was all too familiar with. Those very eyes had caused it considerable torment in the past. Now, sealed within the body of a mere child, it was a consequence of the Uchiha clan's actions. How audacious for such a child to dare challenge it. The prospect of keeping this brat here intrigued the Nine Tails. Come forth. Lightning Release. Lightning Serpent. Upon uttering these words, Sasuke unleashed a torrent of lightning. The colossal serpent of lightning ensnared Naruto, while Sasuke charged toward him, crackling with electricity. With a resounding thud, a layer of the Nine Tails chakra enveloped Naruto's form, his hands transforming into chakra claws that extinguished Sasuke's lightning serpent. The impact was immediate, as the red chakra of the Nine Tails collided with the blue chakra of Lightning Release. With the chakra of the Nine Tails coursing through him, Naruto experienced a significant enhancement in speed, strength, and reflexes. Moreover, within this illusionary realm, he was unconcerned about physical limitations. His mind, now under the Nine Tails' control, was free from worry. With such enhancements, Naruto matched Sasuke's level of power. One could not deny the distinct prowess of this chosen one, as this boon truly proved formidable. As the two engaged in fierce combat, the Nine Tails began to regard Sasuke with increasing seriousness. Initially, it perceived him as nothing more than an arrogant child. However, it soon recognized a terrifying reality. Sasuke had reached him through his own strength and was capable of confronting Naruto, who possessed the chakra of the Nine Tails. Was this individual a monster? As the Nine Tails observed Uchiha Sasuke in battle, a figure suddenly materialized in its mind. Uchiha Madara. Beast. Abruptly, a familiar voice echoed in the Nine Tails' memory. In an instant, its emotions surged with fury, amplifying its chakra output. This increase in power bolstered Naruto's strength and speed even further. At this juncture, Sasuke found himself struggling. What was the Nine Tails scheming? Was it intent on awakening Naruto's Nine Tails mode? Sasuke felt a pang of frustration. After fending off Naruto's 2 assaults, he leveraged the momentum to retreat to a distance. I'm afraid this battle must conclude here. Nine Tails, you seem to have forgotten something. This is my boundless void. After proclaiming this, Sasuke raised his finger, and the surrounding space began to tremble violently, distorting under the pressure. The water beneath Naruto's feet transformed into a pitch-black abyss. Emerging were dark tendrils, enveloping Naruto completely. Kyuubi, when we meet again, I should possess the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. By then, I hope you still retain the capacity to resist. Moreover, this time you have been defeated. With Sasuke's words, the tendrils abruptly drew Naruto into the void, severing his connection with the Kyuubi. Within the endless void, Sasuke could wield his mental power to forcefully disrupt the bond between Naruto and the Kyuubi. Though it was not a decisive victory, the outcome was satisfactory. Damn Uchiha, it seems that no matter the time, I can never bring myself to favor your clan. Although the Kyuubi seethed with rage in its sealed state, it could only seethe impotently. Kyuubi, I am aware of your true nature, and I do not perceive you as a monster. As the leader of the tailed beasts, perhaps you can comprehend my words. When we meet again, I shall confront your trials with my own strength. Furthermore, Naruto genuinely desires to be your friend. Upon finishing, Sasuke dispelled the endless void and returned to reality. Observing the vanishing Sasuke, the Kyuubi fell into silence. What was that little brat truly saying? To be friends with him? Huh. The youngsters today are indeed rather audacious. In reality, Sasuke gazed at the unconscious Naruto and hoisted him onto his back, heading towards Naruto's abode. Although Kakashi had become Naruto's temporary guardian, Naruto still resided there. After gently placing Naruto down, Kakashi arrived at the location. Let us rest here for the night. Kakashi regarded Sasuke with calmness. During this period, he had gleaned some information about Uchiha Sasuke from Naruto. In Kakashi's eyes, he was a prodigious member of the Uchiha Clan, surpassing Obito in talent, naturally fostering a sense of camaraderie. Thank you, Lord Kakashi. I would be more than willing to stay. Just as Sasuke was preparing to politely decline, a system task abruptly appeared before him. Well, I never anticipated that tasks could also refresh here at Kakashi's place.